Dragon Balls, 7 enigmatic orbs endowed with extraordinary power. These mystical treasures are shrouded in mystery for those unacquainted with their legend. Descriptions depict the Dragon Balls as orange crystal spheres, akin in size to apples, each engraved with 1 to 7 crimson stars, impervious to destruction. When one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, the sky darkens, clouds gather ominously, and thunder rumbles. Under their might, the Dragon Balls emit a brilliant radiance, summoning a potent beam of light that pierces the heavens, revealing the eternal dragon known as Shenron. In that moment, this verdant dragon appears, ready to grant any wish of the summoner, provided it lies within Shenron's capacity. It is this very power that has perpetuated the legends of Shenron's wish-granting abilities, evolving into myth or folklore across generations. Nonetheless, this has not deterred the curious from seeking the Dragon Balls. For some, it is merely to fulfill harmless or easily attainable personal desires, while for others, it is to satiate darker yearnings. Regardless of intent, the power of these 7 orbs has irrevocably altered the fates of those who pursue them, drawing individuals together for what is, to ordinary eyes, merely a fairy tale. Yet for a young man, the quest for the Dragon Balls transformed into an unforgettable odyssey of wonder. This young man is none other than the renowned Son Goku. Beginning with a fateful encounter with a young girl, Goku's journey with the Dragon Balls weaves through his life, punctuated by countless battles that he has confronted formidable adversaries, tyrannical villains, extraterrestrial invaders, earthly and cosmic armies, self-proclaimed demon kings, and even mechanical and biomechanical superweapons. Despite these daunting challenges, Goku has consistently triumphed, aided by friends, even those who were once foes turned allies. However, during a climactic battle with monumental stakes, circumstances took a dire turn, culminating in defeat for which Goku bore responsibility. To save the world, he resolved to sacrifice himself, thereby rescuing all. Goku's passing left an indelible mark on the hearts of those he influenced, especially his descendants, and this tale unfolds around his legacy. Now, the fate of Earth rests in the hands of Goku's son, Gohan. Thus begins the legend of Gohan, the scion of Earth. In the city of Hercule City, steeped in 6 centuries of history, a figure floats about 10 meters above the ground. This figure, seated upon a golden cloud, reveals itself to be a young adolescent. His short, gravity-defying spiky hair dances in the wind, a lock of black fringe gently resting upon his fair forehead. Cross-legged upon the cloud, he patiently awaits his destination. In his dark eyes sparkles a naive innocence. Clad in a white long-sleeved shirt topped with a black vest adorned with an orange starred button, he wears brown casual trousers and black dress shoes, with a light-colored messenger bag slung over his shoulder. This young boy is Gohan, and 7 years have elapsed since the fateful day of conclusion of the Cell Games. Oh dear, Gohan muses to himself. Today marks my first day of school. It's truly hard to fathom. I still can't believe Mom actually let me attend high school. A public one at that. Yet considering the circumstances, I can understand her decision back to Mount Pazu 2 weeks prior in mid-March. 2 boys raced at an extraordinary speed. An observant eye. Their forms would appear as blurred streaks of purple and orange. As they dashed, they laughed and shouted playful jests such as "got you" and "you're it," but their merriment was swiftly interrupted by a gentle voice calling from outside. "Gohanshin, could you come inside for a moment?" The soothing voice of their mother echoed across the fields. The 2 blurred figures halted instantly. Gohan stood still, clad in his purple training GI, complemented by red wristbands and shoes. Beside him was a smaller boy, approximately 7 years old, with messy spiky hair bearing resemblance to Gohan's features. He wore a deep blue long-sleeved shirt over a bright orange GI, cinched with a black belt, and donned black shoes. This little boy is Goku's youngest son, Gohan's brother Goten. Goten quickly turned to his brother, inquiring, "Brother, I think I heard Mom calling for you." "Yeah," Gohan nodded. "I heard her too, little buddy. He'll go see what she wants." Not wishing to keep their mother waiting, Gohan promptly replied, "They'll be right there." "Did you get into trouble?" Goten asked, concern lacing his tone. Gohan blinked and scratched his head, honestly replying, "I shouldn't have, right? I really don't want to be hit on the head with that frying pan." Both boys shuddered at the thought, clearly recalling the formidable consequences of Scion household discipline. Suddenly, Gohan reassuringly placed a hand on Goten's shoulder. "Hey, don't worry about me. Gohan said, I believe Mom has something important to discuss. Why don't you go play in the backyard? I'm sure Trunks would love to join you. Goten's frown vanished in an instant, beaming sure. See you later, brother. Goten dashed toward the backyard, leaving Gohan to head inside to find their mother. Upon entering the living room, Gohan beheld a strikingly beautiful woman seated there. Like Gohan and Goten, she possessed dark eyes and lustrous black hair. Her complexion fair and smooth. Dressed in a yellow uniform, with a purple scarf tied at her back and teal trousers, she wore blue martial arts shoes. Her hair styled in a bun, adorned with a pair of white traditional earrings. This was Shishi, Goku's widow, and the mother of Gohan and Goten. Mom, did you call for me? Gohan asked, glancing at her to gauge her mood. A human. Shishi is exceptionally outgoing and passionate, her temperament quite fiery. Once she resolves to undertake a task, she gives it her all, striving to achieve her goals. If she holds certain values dear, she expresses them fearlessly and instills them firmly in her children. Gohan, from a young age, was guided by her toward academia, beginning his studies as soon as he could comprehend the world, his intellect rivaling some of the brightest scientists globally. Yet, should anyone provoke or challenge her, Shishi's anger could unleash formidable strength by human standards. Coupled with her martial arts background and her lineage as the daughter of the Ox King, Shishi is regarded as one of the world's strongest women. Seeing the gentle yet serious expression on Shishi's face, Gohan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yes, we need to have a serious discussion about your future plans, Shishi stated, patting the empty space beside her on the sofa. Gohan understood her intent and respectfully approached, taking a seat beside his mother. Chapter 2. Campus Journey. What are the plans ahead? Gohan inquired. Well, what has transpired, mother? Chi-Chi sighed, her mind racing through reflections of her son's life over the years. She was acutely aware of the immense pressure Gohan endured, not merely from the cataclysmic battles he faced alongside Goku and other warriors, but also from her own decisions that distanced him from human society. She had confined her poor child to a room filled only with books, worksheets, and study materials, leaving him isolated and devoid of companionship with peers. Ultimately, after Goku's passing, Chi-Chi came to the painful realization that both she and Goku had deprived Gohan of the opportunity for normal social development. Last night, she wept for hours, unable to forgive herself. However, that did not imply it was too late to make amends. Regardless of Gohan's willingness, Chi-Chi was resolute in her determination to rectify the debt owed to her eldest son. Gohan, I have never had the chance to apologize to you. As your mother, I have failed you, Chi-Chi stated, leaving Gohan astounded. He could scarcely believe his ears. What? Mother, how could you think that? You have not failed. You have always been a wonderful mother. The best mother in the world. Gohan earnestly insisted. Chi-Chi raised a finger, signaling him to remain quiet. Sweetheart, while I appreciate your kindness, I have also taught you to be realistic. The truth is, I am far from perfect, Gohan. Aside from the times your father and his friends took you to those perilous places to battle monstrous foes, I kept you confined to ensure you kept up with your studies. Moreover, living in the mountains, we rarely had visitors apart from our close family friends. Although our intentions were for your benefit, it was only after your father's death that I realized we never afforded you the chance to make friends your own age. We have robbed you of your childhood, Gohan. I am truly sorry. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? Seeing his mother shed a few tears, Gohan warmly embraced her. Mother, it's all right. I have never blamed you. If forgiving you helps ease your heart, then I forgive both you and father. Chi-Chi expressed her gratitude, wiping her tears with a tissue. That's wonderful. Now, Gohan, there is something I must discuss with you. Do you recall the assignments I gave you yesterday? Gohan reflected on the exercises he had completed. Truthfully, they were merely foundational tasks in mathematics, chemistry, physics, history, literature, and foreign languages. For him, they posed no significant challenge. Oh, those. I remember. Honestly, I thought they would be much more difficult than they turned out to be. Hee. Gohan chuckled, scratching the back of his head like Goku. Chi-Chi smiled faintly, perceiving traces of her late husband in her son. Look at our little darling. Even now, he resembles you in many ways, Goku. Chi-Chi mused silently while speaking to her son. The materials I provided were actually for the entrance examination of a nearby high school. Gohan paused for a moment, processing this revelation. What? Mother, what do you mean? Are you suggesting? Chi-Chi interjected firmly. Indeed, my son, You are going to school. But, mother, I cannot attend school. You know I am different from other kids. I am not just referring to my lineage. I possess no social skills or knowledge of local culture. What if I do something strange? What if I cause trouble? And what if I use my powers? That would make it even harder to make friends. Chi-Chi placed her hand over his. Gohan, please, don't panic. It's all right, just calm down. Gohan steadied himself, deciding to hear his mother's reasoning. Listen, Gohan. We had an agreement. As long as you do not neglect your studies, you may continue training. Although I am reluctant to admit it, you bear a greater responsibility to this world. I know your academic prowess is already commendable, but attending school is not solely for the purpose of learning. The primary aim of school is for you to learn how to socialize with your peers. Do you understand? Gohan nodded. Mistakes are acceptable, dear. As I said, everyone makes mistakes. What matters is that you learn from them and ensure you do not repeat the same error. When you fall, you must have the courage to rise again. Gohan furrowed his brow, recalling instances when he had disappointed his family. But my mistakes have led to. This opportunity could secure you a scholarship for college. It would be a pity to miss it, my child. Besides, if my son is too shy to even speak to girls, how can I ever hope to hold grandchildren in my arms? Listen to me, Gohan. Your mother is growing older by the year. Chi-Chi teased. Mother, Gohan exclaimed. Chi-Chi noticed his face redden like a ripe tomato, prompting her to laugh heartily. After taking a seat, she stood up once more and reiterated, Gohan, please seriously consider this. Although Goku was never formally educated, he always viewed each opportunity as a new adventure. You can adopt that mindset as well. If all else fails, think of it as a social experiment. Regardless, you are to attend school 2 weeks from this Monday. If you are concerned about controlling your powers, you can consult Piccolo for assistance. Understood. All right, mother. I will heed your words, Gohan responded, still feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Wonderful. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully. I will head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Once it's ready, I will call you and Goten. Okay. Hey, mother. Chi-Chi paused and turned around. Yes, dear? What is the name of that school, and where is it located? Oh, you will be attending Orange Star High School, situated in the city where that burly man resides. She replied, then headed towards the kitchen. As memories faded, a social experiment adventure, is it? Well, that seems rather fitting. Gohan pondered, though uncertain, perhaps school would be enjoyable. He merely hoped to blend in well enough to avoid drawing attention to himself. With that thought, he observed the golden nimbus cloud gracefully descend towards a city that, while not as grand as West City, still thrived with vibrancy. The nimbus sped forward until it halted before a sign. The sign depicted a man with a confident smile. His skin dark and adorned with a thick black beard and an impressive afro, making a gesture of peace. Dressed in a chestnut martial arts uniform, he was not fully visible. Gohan leaped from the nimbus, waving it goodbye. Thank you, Nimbus. I can handle it from here. The nimbus soared back into the sky, vanishing from sight. Gohan turned to face the sign, which read Satan City. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Hero. Indeed, Gohan recalled, everyone believes that it was Mr. Satan who vanquished Cell years ago. Constructing a city in his name seems reasonable. After all, the tranquility of my family and friends is of utmost importance. Gohan shook his head and began to jog through the city at a pace typical of an ordinary earthling. Glancing at his watch, he realized that the Nimbus's speed was not as swift as he had anticipated, and a sudden thought surged into his mind. He looked around to ensure no one was nearby and, harnessing his ki, propelled himself forward at an extraordinary speed. A vehicle sped past Gohan, causing the driver to halt abruptly, both he and his female passenger gazing back at Gohan in astonishment. As the young man was on his way to school, the sound of gunfire suddenly pierced the air. Gohan halted, turning to see a group of armed robbers assaulting the nearby Satan Bank, their weapons, including assault rifles, brandished with reckless arrogance. Ha! Come on, you bunch of little trash. Let us continue this shootout. You pathetic weaklings cannot stop us, one masked robber shouted, firing his weapon as bullets ricocheted off the bank's faade. Witnessing this scene, Gohan sighed helplessly and set his satchel aside in a nearby bush. Another robbery? How tiresome. Gohan focused his mind, and the power of the Saiyan surged through him, a golden radiance shimmering around him, his eyes transforming to a vibrant green, his hair turning golden as well. Had this been 7 years prior, his hair would have stood on end by now. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan concentrated his energy in his legs and leaped 3 meters into the air, diving behind the first robber and delivering a swift kick to the back of his head, incapacitating him instantly. Next, he floated before another robber, delivering a powerful punch that knocked the thug unconscious. At that moment, an elderly citizen emerged from behind the bank. His gray hair not yet fully receded, clad in a blue suit, glasses perched on his nose, and a look of sheer terror on his face. Good heavens! What sort of monster is he? Gohan landed on a blue truck, just as a brazen robber wielding a semi-automatic rifle shouted at him. You little brat, do you really think you're that impressive? Today, I'm sending you to your demise. The robber cackled maniacally, firing several rounds at Gohan. With ease, Gohan caught each bullet, crushing them in his hand before discarding them onto the truck's rear. The robber trembled in fear, unable to utter a word before Gohan delivered a kick that rendered him unconscious. The remaining two robbers, seated in their escape vehicle, gaped in disbelief. This isn't human. It's a monster. The robber in the passenger seat stammered. Do I need to say more? Let us get out of here, the driver exclaimed, hastily pressing the gas pedal. The blue capsule car sped away. Gohan observed the fleeing vehicle, extending his hand and concentrating his ki, accompanied by a fierce shout as he unleashed a powerful blast at the escape car. His ki struck the vehicle's rear, lifting it off the ground, causing it to flip several times before it ultimately landed on its roof. The elderly gentleman, witnessing Gohan's valiant feat, marveled. Wow, truly incredible. However, when he turned around, he found Gohan had mysteriously vanished. Where did he go? Curiosity piqued among the police and bystanders, all eager to uncover the identity of the one who subdued the robbers. They could never have imagined that the young hero, Gohan, was now quietly standing beside a lamppost, having reverted to his ordinary form. Phew, finally done. Hey you. Suddenly, a voice tinged with authority called out from behind. Gohan jumped, turning to find a girl of similar age standing behind him, her expression stern and dissatisfied. With fair skin and striking blue eyes, her black pigtails framed her face. She wore a long, white t-shirt that extended past her waist, paired with black form-fitting shorts, purple socks, and orange boots with black tips. Her hands were adorned with black fingerless gloves, her t-shirt emblazoned with the emblem of Orange Star High School. Gohan awkwardly replied, "Did you call for me? Who else would I call?" The girl rolled her eyes, clearly displeased. "Did you see who took down those robbers?" "I refuse to believe it was the police." I'm sorry, I'm just as clueless as you are," Gohan told a small fib. The girl frowned, her fists clenching in frustration. "Damn it, I ran here for nothing. It seems someone wants to steal my thunder," she exclaimed, unaware that Gohan had already seized the opportunity to slip away. At that moment, the elderly gentleman spotted the girl and exclaimed excitedly, "Videl, thank goodness you're here. Young lady, I saw it with my own eyes. It was that golden warrior again." "The golden warrior? He appeared again?" Videl questioned, her face filled with confusion. "Yes, astonishing. He descended from the heavens, surrounded by golden light, swiftly defeating those robbers, even stopping the fleeing vehicle with just a wave of his hand. Then he vanished." The old man continued. "You should have seen it." Videl pondered the information, based on his description. This golden warrior seems reminiscent of those tricks from 7 years ago during the Cell games. However, this alone cannot confirm anything. I need more evidence. Upon further reflection, she considered the possibility that this golden warrior might be a student from Orange Star High School. The old man added, "I saw he wore the same emblem as you." Videl was taken aback. "Wait, what did you just say?" "I saw him wearing the emblem on your shirt." The old man pointed to the emblem on Videl's chest. "So I suspect he might be a classmate of yours." Videl fell silent for a moment before responding. "Are you serious? That golden warrior is also from Orange Star High? What a show-off. Regardless, I will uncover the truth behind this matter. Just wait and see." Chapter 4. Orange Star High School. At Orange Star High School in Satan City, the classroom was filled with students seated at their desks. A teacher with white hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt and brown trousers, stood at the podium surveying the room. His name was Kenichi, and he was currently addressing the students. "Good morning, everyone. I hope you all had a delightful weekend. Today, we are pleased to welcome a new student who is joining us for the first time at Orange Star High. Come on in, don't be shy, young man." Upon hearing the teacher's call, Gohan entered the classroom with a blend of shyness and excitement. Hello everyone. My name is Gohan." He glanced at his classmates, who were around his age, feeling somewhat anxious as he introduced himself. "I'm very happy to meet you all, and hope to get along well in the future." To the left of Biddy, a blonde girl couldn't help but cup her face in her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed with surprise. Wow, she whispered, this new guy is so handsome. I hope he likes blonde beauties too. A red-haired boy wearing glasses scoffed. Humph, Gohan? What kind of name is that? Did his parents name him after a takeout dish? Biddy, however, was fixated on this half-scion, half-earthling boy, her mind racing with thoughts. I'm sure I've seen this guy somewhere before, she mused, gripping her pen tightly. Isn't it obvious? Drawled a self-assured blonde boy sitting to the right of Biddy, reclining with his hands behind his head. He must be one of those model students. The type who graced the cover of Otaku Monthly. At that moment, Kenichi interjected. In fact, Gohan performed exceptionally well in the entrance examination, achieving perfect scores in all subjects, including mathematics, chemistry, physics, history, literature, and foreign languages. The other students erupted in discontented murmurs, unable to conceal their jealousy. All right, quiet down, Kenichi bellowed, quickly restoring order to the classroom. He turned to Gohan with a hint of apology. Please find a seat. We are about to begin class. Hey, the blonde girl exclaimed loudly, capturing everyone's attention. She pointed to an empty seat beside her. There's a spot right here. You're welcome to sit. Gohan blinked, then smiled sincerely as he approached the seat. Hee, thank you. Biddy watched Gohan curiously as he settled into the seat indicated by her friend. Once the lesson commenced, Gohan introduced himself again. Hello, I'm Gohan. Pleased to meet you. Gohan, the blonde beauty replied, winking at him. I'm Alasha Pape. She gestured toward the girl behind him, and that's Biddy, who can be a bit temperamental. Gohan and Biddy exchanged glances, seemingly engaging in a silent conversation. However, Gohan was soon pulled back to reality by Alasha's words. You know, Gohan, Biddy is quite a prominent figure around here. The dark-haired tomboy, upon hearing this, sighed in resignation, already anticipating Alasha's predictable introduction. Great, another shallow fan hoping to bask in my father's glory. Being the daughter of a famous person can be quite exhausting, Biddy thought to herself. Gohan, intrigued, asked, Alasha, what do you mean by that? Alasha raised a finger proudly. Her father is none other than Mr. Satan himself. Gohan paused, blinking in surprise before turning to Biddy and then back to Alasha, clearly astonished. Really? You mean the Hercule Satan? The one this city is named after? He confirmed, ensuring he hadn't misheard. Absolutely. Alasha replied casually, her tone filled with lightheartedness. At that moment, the half-scion Gohan sensed a remarkable similarity between Biddy and Mr. Satan, their auras strikingly alike. Indeed, there's no doubt she must be Mr. Satan's daughter. However, she bears little resemblance to him. It's almost night and day, Gohan reflected, acknowledging that she was likely far more capable than her father. Probably the strongest in the school. Gohan then spoke to Biddy in a sincere and calm tone. Having such a renowned father must be quite impressive. Biddy was taken aback by Gohan's nonchalant demeanor, beginning to reconsider her initial judgment of him. However, she decided to hold off on conclusions and observe him further. She sat quietly, silently getting to know him. Alasha chimed in enthusiastically, exactly. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even be sitting here. He's a hero. That's you. Biddy's voice pulled Gohan back to attention, her expression questioning. You were the one who stood there during that bank incident, right? The one when the robbers were caught. That would be me. Yes, Gohan replied, sensing a vibe from Biddy that reminded him of Chi-Chi. Wow, Alasha exclaimed. You didn't happen to see that Golden Warrior, did you? The term Golden Warrior piqued Gohan's interest, and he repeated it, eager to learn more from Alasha. Oh right. You're new here, so you probably haven't heard of him, Alasha pondered briefly before continuing. The Golden Warrior has only appeared 3 times in the past 10 days, sending several villains to prison. It is said that he possesses the strength of 5 adult bulls, radiates a golden light, and has spiky golden hair, which is how he got his nickname. Alasha's words, combined with Biddy's scrutinizing gaze, caused Gohan to become lost in thought, absorbed in the pages of his book. Oh no, they are talking about me. I happen to be registering for school during the last 2 appearances. This is bad, very bad. At that moment, the serious Biddy interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Gohan. Startled by her tone, Gohan nervously replied, what is it? Biddy's eyes sharpened as she continued. I happened to receive a report describing that so-called Golden Warrior. Can you guess what he was wearing at the time? A white shirt, a black vest, brown trousers, and black shoes. Sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Wow, what a coincidence. Your styles are remarkably similar. Alasha chimed in cheerfully. Gohan could only scratch the back of his head, adopting Goku's old habit as he nervously laughed. Haha, what a coincidence. It's astonishing that we're dressed so alike. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, feeling increasingly flustered. Chapter 5. Lunchtime Heavens. She is both clever and observant. It seems my endeavor to make new friends and lead a normal life may be thwarted, Gohan lamented inwardly. The blond boy with long hair scoffed at him, derisively remarking, "Oh please, Bidalai, you can't seriously think this bookworm would become some sort of superhero, can you? What can he possibly do? Bore criminals to death with lectures? Just look at him, he's as thin as a stick. I bet he's never even been in a fight in his life. And his hair color is all wrong, let it go already." Irasha couldn't help but give the muscular boy a playful smack on the back of his head, hissing, "Don't say such things, Sharna. I bet Gohan has hidden muscles under those loose clothes. We just haven't seen them yet." With a wink at Gohan, she made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Besides, brains are far more useful than brawn. No matter how muscular you are, if you lack intelligence during a fight, it's utterly pointless. The athletic prodigy, Sharna, who was also the top student at Satan's dojo, felt his face flush with embarrassment as he muttered complaints about the foolish blonde girl. Gohan merely smiled awkwardly, while Irasha laughed cheerfully. Meanwhile, Bidalai continued to scrutinize Gohan with skepticism concerning this newcomer. Although Sharuna's remarks were a bit harsh, they did hold some truth. Gohan's hair was indeed not golden, and he did not strike one as a fighter. However, his father had once mentioned that some deceivers possessed similar powers and had blonde hair. One even had the ability to change his hair color from black to blonde at will. And seeing how flustered this fool became upon hearing about the Golden Warrior, it made me question. Ugh, damn it. The more I think about it, the more questions arise. Nevertheless, one thing is certain. I will uncover the truth about you, Gohan. Lunchtime arrived in the blink of an eye. The day had passed smoothly, with Gohan calmly attending for classes without encountering any issues or unusual circumstances. To his mild surprise, he found himself sharing classes with Bidalai, Irasha, and Sharna nearly every period. As the 30-minute lunch break commenced, Gohan made his way to the cafeteria, only to find it already teeming with noisy students. Gohan was not fond of loud noises or chaotic environments, as they reminded him of a certain green-skinned extraterrestrial. Moreover, being a scion, or rather a half-scion, his appetite could attract unwanted attention. Thus, he opted for a quieter spot to enjoy his lunch on the rooftop of the school, hoping to relish his meal under the sun and a gentle breeze. Finally, he had found an ideal place to eat undisturbed. What delicious food did Mom prepare for me this time? But before he could retrieve his lunch from his capsule, a voice called out to him, prompting him to turn towards its source. Hey, Gohan. Standing at the stairway entrance were Irasha, Sharna, and Bidalai. Oh, hey everyone. Gohan greeted politely, waving his hand. What brings you all here? Sharna shrugged and replied coolly, I didn't really want to come. Irasha dragged me here. Right, babe? This flirtatious remark was evidently directed at Bidalai, who promptly elbowed Sharna in the ribs, causing him to double over in pain. Shut up, Sharna. I am not your babe. Bidalai retorted angrily. As Irasha approached Gohan, she said, We specifically came to find you, you silly boy. With a sincere smile, she explained, I thought you might be feeling lonely since you're new here. So we wanted to invite you to join us for lunch. But since this place is so comfortable, you don't mind if we sit here with you, do you? Gohan tilted his head, hesitating. Should I invite them? Sharna doesn't seem to like me much, and while Bidalai is a bit forceful, she appears at least neutral. Irasha is friendly toward me, though. Perhaps we can eat together. I hope they won't mind my lunch. I'll give it a try. Of course, Gohan replied. Let's eat together. Bidalai and her friends settled beside Gohan, unpacking their lunches. Seeing this, Gohan no longer hesitated and took out his own meal. With a soft pop, a large container appeared before him, filled with 10 sandwiches, 5 bottles of water, 7 apples, and 3 bags of nuts. The others stared in astonishment as Gohan devoured his meal without restraint. The 3 could hardly believe their eyes as they watched him consume his lunch with incredible speed. How on earth is he doing that? They simultaneously wondered. Once they regained their composure, Irasha, Bidalai, and Sharna began to enjoy their own lunches. As a naturally sociable person, Irasha initiated a conversation, casually chatting with Gohan. So, Gohan, where did you go to school before? Was it a private school? Sharna snickered, interjecting, I bet it was that all-boys private academy. The kind of place a bookworm like him would attend. Gohan mumbled, chewing on the last bite of his sandwich. After swallowing, he politely replied, To be honest, I never attended school before. My mother has been homeschooling me all this time. Are you joking? Bidalai exclaimed suddenly, her skepticism apparent. You mean to say all your book knowledge came from your mom? Just tossing a few books at you for self-study? Gohan nodded, explaining, well, you could say that. She taught me a great deal through the books and assignments she gave me. When I was younger, I even dreamed of becoming a professor one day. Now, Mom wants me to attend school to learn how to socialize with my peers and make friends. Irash's expression turned to one of surprise, while Sharana merely shook his head, seemingly feeling a tinge of sympathy for Gohan. Bidalai, however, felt an urge to probe deeper, continuing to inquire, but you must have seen other peers before, right? You should live near the city. No, Gohan shook his head, stating, I live in District 439, in that village in the eastern mountainous region. The three city youths gazed at Gohan with disbelief, as if he were an alien. What? Irasha exclaimed. But that's so far away. Even the fastest jet would take ages to fly there. How did you even manage to come here today? As he continued to eat his lunch, Gohan replied ambiguously, It is a bit far. Perhaps I was just eager to come here to study. This vague answer only heightened Bidalai's suspicion regarding Gohan's identity. Chapter 6. Physical Education Class. The final lesson. The last class of the day was physical education, and by sheer coincidence, Son Gohan happened upon the commencement of a baseball match. Having some retired martial artists among his family friends who ventured into the realm of baseball, Gohan possessed a modicum of knowledge about the sport. Although he had never truly played baseball, he had acquired some fundamental understanding through literature. The physical education instructor, Kochitur, was a man of dark complexion, sporting short hair and clad in a black tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles, complemented by blue trousers and brown shoes. All right, students. Today we shall continue with last week's introductory unit on baseball. I will now divide you into two teams. Let us begin. The coach commanded. Gohan, Sharpener, Elasha, Bidalai, and several other classmates formed a small circle, engaging in conversation while dividing into teams. Have you ever heard of baseball, Bookworm? Or do you live in the mountains without even a television? Sharpener hurled a taunt at Gohan, attempting to provoke him. I've heard of it, but to be honest, I'm not sure if I can play well, as I've never actually played baseball, the half-scion replied candidly. Sharpener's confidence swelled instantly, and he mockingly shook his head with a laugh. You must be joking. You've never played even once. How could you possibly understand how to play baseball relying solely on the dull theories from books? I never expected a kid from the mountains to be so naive. He then leaned toward Bidalai, saying, You can take him away, help him keep up with the pace. Oh, fine, Bidalai muttered somewhat irritably. Don't mind him, Bidalai. Remember, Son Gohan is exceptionally intelligent. I bet he can devise some strategies that will benefit our team. Elasha encouraged Bidalai while also cheering for Gohan. Reluctantly, Bidalai sighed contentedly. All right, I'll take him. Gohan, you will play in right field. You know where that is, right? Gohan chose to feign ignorance and replied gently, Not at all. But I'll figure it out quickly. Bidalai nearly lost her composure, but she could not discern whether Gohan was serious or merely pretending to be oblivious. I didn't sign up for this. Listen, you go to the right side of the field and try to catch the ball when it's hit over. Don't play dumb with me, Bidalai instructed as she walked to the pitcher's mound to prepare her position. Following her guidance, Gohan took his designated spot on the field, contemplating that as long as he remained low-key and controlled his strength, this would be a breeze, devoid of any difficulty. The baseball game unfolded under the radiant sun, with both teams scoring 2 points each, resulting in a tie. The young scion stood quietly on the field, attentively observing his classmates as they busied themselves, batting, pitching, and running the bases. Laughter and cheer resonating throughout the field, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. He felt himself becoming part of this lively scene, filled with anticipation and tension for the match ahead. It seems I must remain vigilant. If I wish to blend into this ordinary school life, I must keep my power in check. A moment's carelessness could expose my abilities, and then my normal life would be in jeopardy. No problem, as long as I don't attract too much attention. Chapter 7. Outstanding performance at this moment. Sharpener approached the batting plate, brimming with anticipation to showcase his prowess in his beloved sport once more. On the other side, Bidalai stood poised as the pitcher, a confident smile adorning her face as she prepared to give him a run for his money. It was time to bring this fellow back to reality. She muttered to herself, positioning herself to deliver a powerful pitch. With all her might, Bidalai hurled the ball, even sending her cap flying off in the process. The rapidly spinning ball soared through the air, and Sharpener, with his keen eyesight and impeccable timing, effortlessly swung his bat, sending the ball hurtling far beyond the ordinary reach of those watching. "Goodness, that's a home run," exclaimed the other students, erupting in cheers for Schaffner's remarkable skill. Just as everyone was gearing up to celebrate Schaffner's achievement, the students from Orange Star High School were left utterly astonished by Gohan's unbelievable feat. Typically, simply catching the ball in such a scenario is commendable, yet Gohan's performance transcended all expectations. He leapt 3 meters into the air to catch the ball. Many students were transfixed by Gohan's extraordinary display, overshadowing Schaffner's moment and leaving the crowd in sheer disbelief. The shock was particularly pronounced among the 3 closest to Gohan: Schaffner, Bidalai, and Erasa. "Oh, the runner on third base has already left the base," the half-scion calmly assessed. "If I throw the ball to the catcher, he will surely be out. All right, I must remain composed and control my scion's strength and energy. Relax and throw slowly." Gohan expertly calibrated his strength and gently tossed the ball. However, due to his natural power, gravity, and the speed of his descent, the ball hurtled toward the catcher at an astonishing velocity. The student designated as the catcher barely caught a glimpse of the blurred sphere, paralyzed with fear as it approached swiftly. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he quickly shielded his upper body, resulting in the ball landing snugly in his glove. Yet, the force of the impact propelled him back a few steps. The umpire and other students hurried over to assess the catcher's condition, and only after confirming his well-being did the umpire announce, "Out." "That's an out," the umpire declared, signaling for both teams to switch sides. Gohan elegantly landed and excitedly sprinted towards his team, exclaiming, "3 outs. Let us switch sides. It's my turn to bat next." However, his enthusiasm was abruptly halted by the stunned silence of his classmates, including Bidalai and her 2 friends, who stared at Gohan with wide eyes. Noticing their expressions, Gohan awkwardly lowered his head, donning his baseball cap to mask his embarrassment as he slowly approached to switch sides. Internally chastising himself, Gohan thought, "Oh no, I just messed up. I thought I had controlled my strength this time. How can this be justified?" Coach Hell, observing Gohan's performance, sincerely remarked, "You were incredible, Gohan. You must have jumped at least 3 meters high." "Coach, that's an exaggeration. That's impossible, haha." Gohan nervously laughed, brushing off the compliment as he continued toward his destination, still hearing whispers from other students about his seemingly supernatural abilities. "All right," Coach Hell called out. "Who hasn't had a turn to bat yet?" Hey, aren't you next? Your number is 8, right?" a teammate beside Gohan inquired. "Oh, right," Gohan replied, pondering for a moment before standing up and jogging to the batting plate. "I'm here, coach. Sorry to keep everyone waiting." At this juncture, Bidalai scrutinized Gohan's movements like an eagle eyeing its prey, while the other students on Gohan's team harbored doubts about his batting abilities. Gohan positioned himself to bat from the right side. "I should have guessed you were a left-handed batter," Coach Hell remarked. "Is that a bad thing, coach?" Gohan asked, concerned he might be doing it incorrectly. "Oh, not at all," Coach Hell reassured him. "Just do what feels comfortable, Gohan. Show me your strength." With that, Schaffner took his place as the pitcher, ready to engage in his favorite pastime, pitching, which he found far more exhilarating than batting. "This country bumpkin dares to steal my thunder and catch my home run? Very well, Gohan. Let us see how long you can revel in your glory after I throw this pitch." Schaffner sneered, plotting to embarrass Gohan. Meanwhile, Gohan was oblivious to Schaffner's thoughts, preoccupied with his own strategy. "I absolutely cannot hit this ball. I've already attracted too much attention," Gohan mused, bracing himself for a strikeout. Schaffner wasted no time, launching the ball directly at Gohan, who remained perfectly still. "Think fast, nerd. If you want to preserve your dignity and your life, you'd better dodge." "But your reputation?" Schaffner smugly thought, anticipating Gohan to react in a typical fashion. "Gohan, watch out," Bidalai shouted, hoping to warn him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The baseball struck Gohan squarely on the side of his face, sending his cap flying off. No one anticipated such a scene. Schaffner and the other students watched in shock. Logically, a ball of such force hitting someone's face would knock an ordinary person out cold, yet Gohan's reaction defied all norms, leaving the crowd in awe once again. "You fool! How could you not dodge such a powerful ball?" Schaffner exclaimed, his expression bordering on comical. Frustrated, Schaffner fumed while Gohan, embodying his father Goku's naive demeanor, turned to Coach Hell and asked, "Coach, since the ball hit me, I should be able to walk to first base, right?" The coach looked at Gohan with a perplexed expression before replying, Yes, that's correct." With the coach as confirmation, Gohan set down his bat and gleefully dashed toward first base. Internally elated, Gohan thought, "This is fantastic. I can reach base without having to bat. And I won't have to reveal more of my strength. Perhaps my mother was right. School isn't that difficult after all." Shatner could only watch Gohan with exasperation, muttering, "I'm starting to think this guy doesn't resemble a typical bookworm from the mountains." Vidali's suspicions about Gohan deepened, her mind racing with questions. Who on earth is this guy? Chapter 8, Capsule Corporation After School. The bell rang once more, prompting students to exit their classrooms. Gohan approached his locker, retrieving a few items to place in his shoulder bag. Just as he prepared to leave, a voice called out to him. "Hey, nerd." Gohan closed his locker and turned to see Sharpen standing beside him. "Have you decided which club to join? The boxing club still has a few openings. Since you managed to take a hit without a scratch, you could certainly become an exceptional fighter. Maybe you could even build some muscle on that scrawny frame of yours." "Oh, to be honest, I haven't given it much thought," Gohan admitted. "However, I don't think I can participate because he definitely can't join Sharpen." Alasha interjected, finishing Gohan's thought. "He has quite a long way to walk back to East City. It's really far. How would he have time for club activities?" Gohan cast a grateful glance at Alasha, then politely apologized to Sharpen, explaining that he likely wouldn't be able to join any clubs. "Could you give me a ride home, Gohan?" "It's on your way anyway," Alasha asked with a hopeful smile. "Oh, I would love to take you back, but my transportation only has one seat," Gohan replied ambiguously. "No worries, she can ride in my car," Sharpen confidently suggested with a grin. "Then it's settled," Gohan said, turning to head home. "It was great meeting you both today. See you tomorrow." Alasha waved goodbye, and the two blonde friends watched as Gohan walked out of the campus. As Gohan strolled down the street, Baidiali stealthily followed behind him. She had been observing Gohan's behavior all day, and each new discovery made her feel he was increasingly peculiar, as if he were concealing something. To Baidiali, Gohan was an enigma, a character shrouded in mystery. Whenever she had doubts about something, she was determined to dig deeper until she uncovered the truth. Hiding behind a tree, Baidiali mused, "What is up with this guy? He claims to live far away, yet now he walks back home leisurely as if he were in the city center." Gohan walked at a relaxed pace, yet he had already sensed Baidiali's presence trailing him. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to lose her. As he turned the corner, Baidiali immediately quickened her pace, afraid of losing sight of him. However, as she dashed around the corner, she found that Gohan had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Baidiali wondered, scanning the surroundings in confusion, desperately searching for Gohan's figure. Unbeknownst to her, Gohan was currently perched atop a building, watching her from above. He had leapt onto the rooftop the moment they both turned the corner. Phew, that was close. Gohan sighed in relief. When Baidiali finally gave up her search and turned to head home, Gohan summoned the flying Nimbus. He leapt onto the cloud and soared toward home. Reflecting on the day's events, today was perhaps smoother than I anticipated, but school can be quite challenging. That Baidiali is rather quick-witted. She almost figured out who I am. It seems I need to devise a method to assist others without revealing my Super Saiyan identity. I must avoid any associations with the Cell games and keep my other identities concealed. It looks like I will need to seek Bulma's assistance. Oh, I can also take this opportunity to ask her a few questions. Excited, Gohan instructed the Nimbus on their new destination and flew toward Capsule Corporation. West City, Capsule Corporation. Upon arriving at the familiar colossal structure, Gohan dismounted from Nimbus and, after thanking the golden cloud, watched it ascend into the sky. He swiped his special ID card and engaged in a brief conversation with the receptionist before heading straight to Bulma's quarters. "Bulma, are you here?" Gohan called out, secretly hoping his timing was not inconvenient. How peculiar. Gohan-kun, hi. Bulma Briefs emerged from the corridor to greet him. She was the president of Capsule Corporation, slender, with blue hair, clad in a red dress, adorned with a yellow scarf, blue socks, and red shoes. "Where have you been, you little rascal? We haven't seen you for 2 weeks. Did you know that little Trunks has been asking about your whereabouts?" Gohan scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish smile. "Haha, sorry. I've been quite busy lately. My mom insisted I go to school since I don't have any friends my age." Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. "What? You're in high school now? I thought you would continue homeschooling." Observing Bulma's astonishment and confusion, Gohan quickly recounted his experiences from the day, including events before and after school, though he omitted certain names and genders. Bulma lit a cigarette and exhaled gently. So, what exactly do you need my help with, Gohan-kun? Well, I would like you to assist me in creating a disguise. I'm currently enrolled at Orange Star High in Satan City, a place with a high crime rate, and it seems the police are unable to manage it effectively. Can't you just transform into a Super Saiyan to deal with it? Bulma inquired. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. But the issue is I don't want people to continue discussing the blonde warrior and definitely don't want to be associated with the Cell games. Gohan explained his predicament. Bulma nodded in understanding. Times had changed. When Goku was a child, society was more open to magic, ki, and supernatural phenomena. However, since Mr. Satan became the so-called savior of the world, such matters were often dismissed as scams or tricks within the city, especially for those citizens who idolized Satan. These phenomena were met with denial and ignorance. If anyone discovered Gohan's true identity, his friends and family could become targets for unwanted attention. So, you want a suit that a newly minted hero could wear? If you ask me, you don't necessarily have to intervene in every crime. But being Goku's child, I know you won't stand idly by, Bulma remarked as she took a puff from her cigarette and began brainstorming design ideas. Bulma, can you really help make it? Gohan asked, his anticipation evident. Bulma smiled. Gohan-kun, I create cutting-edge technology in science and industry every day. Designing a superhero costume is a trivial matter for me. She extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude, then looked around. By the way, is Trunks here? I was hoping to see him. Oh. You should have just finished training with Vegeta. You can check in the gravity chamber, Bulma replied. Ah, I see. He is starting training Trunks as a Saiyan at such an early age, huh? Gohan chuckled. According to Vegeta, training should begin as soon as one can walk. I believe Trunks will manage just fine. With that, Bulma entered her laboratory to begin designing Gohan's superhero attire. Chapter 9. Related research. Gohan approached the gravity chamber, reminiscing about the countless arduous training sessions he had endured within its confines. Just then, an 8-year-old Trunks emerged from the chamber, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Returning to reality, Gohan greeted him with a smile. Hey, little Trunks. Long time no see. Big brother Gohan. Trunks exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he ran towards Gohan, his eyes sparkling with youthful joy. You're here. Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you in ages. At that moment, another figure stepped out of the gravity chamber. It was a man of dark complexion, slightly shorter than most. But his robust physique compensated for his lack of height. With his spiky black hair and prominent hairline, he donned a blue sleeveless bodysuit complemented by white gloves and boots, exuding an air of strength. This was none other than Vegeta, the last surviving pure-blooded Saiyan and the prince of the Saiyans. Hi, Gohan, Vegeta said with a serious expression. How have you been? Vegeta merely shot Gohan a glare and inquired. Where have you been for the past few weeks? Oh, I've been busy with school. Gohan replied. School? We had an agreement. Vegeta retorted with dissatisfaction. You promised to continue training even during peacetime. I still need a suitable opponent to spar with. If you bury yourself in books, how can we train? Hey, it's not that bad. Let me explain. Gohan began. But noticing that Trunks was anxious as his father started to lose his temper, he quickly suggested they continue the conversation later, and Trunks dashed back to his room. Gohan, wishing to avoid further aggravating the Saiyan prince, hastily offered his explanation. Undoubtedly, Vegeta was wholly dissatisfied with this rationale. Damn it. Of course, it's that woman you call mom causing all this. At this rate, 7 years of effort will be for naught. Vegeta sighed in exasperation. Now you seem to disregard the legacy of our endangered race. How pathetic. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, resembling his late father in demeanor. I have something that might cheer you up. Gohan suddenly remembered. I have a personal matter I would like your assistance with. Upon hearing this, Vegeta crossed his arms and glared at him. You wish to waste my training time again? Vegeta scoffed. Gohan then mentioned a topic that piqued the Saiyan prince's interest. It was related to the Saiyans. Vegeta's initially icy gaze gradually warmed with curiosity. Go on, I'm listening. I am conducting research on the Saiyans, Uncle Vegeta. Everything I can find related to them. Culture, technology, history, psychology, biology, and so forth. The issue is, nearly all the Saiyans are gone, and relevant materials are exceedingly scarce. Gohan elaborated. The elite Saiyan, Vegeta, displayed a rare smile of pride, feeling a sense of gratification that Kakarot's son was interested in their illustrious Saiyan heritage. What a surprise. Vegeta chuckled. I never expected you to care about our race. Since you were raised on Earth, why bother learning about it? Gohan's expression turned serious as he responded. I don't quite know why, Uncle Vegeta. It is a part of who I am. No matter how unsettling this bloodline may sometimes be, I cannot simply deny my Saiyan identity. If I have children in the future, I should not conceal this from them. They must know where the Saiyans came from and understand the importance of not repeating past mistakes. History must not be allowed to repeat itself. Vegeta summarized, so, you seek me out as your primary source of information? In that case, let us add a condition. Gohan nodded. I, Vegeta, will represent our fallen comrades and my late father, imparting all knowledge about planet Vegeta and the daily lives of the Saiyans. However, I have but one condition. You, Kakarot's son, must become my student and train under me. When I reach a new level of Super Saiyan, you must engage me in a full-fledged battle. Gohan furrowed his brow. His lips pressed into a thin line. He understood Vegeta's implication. The prince desired an all-out fight. He wanted Gohan to use that form. Gohan was acutely aware that aside from Piccolo and Vegeta, the other Dragon Ball warriors were unaware that since the battle with the fully formed Cell 7 years ago, he had refrained from utilizing the power of Super Saiyan 2. During that period, Gohan had reflected on his performance in the Super Saiyan 2 state and felt immense revulsion. Vowing never to assume that form again, he conveyed to Gohan that even without the pursuit of a warrior's life, potential conflicts on Earth remained inevitable. As a warrior, one must always be prepared, even in times of peace. Gohan wholeheartedly agreed, deciding to embrace the role of a scholar while maintaining his training to protect his family and the Earth. Kid, have you made up your mind? Vegeta extended his hand towards Gohan, who hesitated, gazing at him. Gohan truly did not want to proceed. He was reluctant. That form had cost his mother her husband and had deprived his brother of a father during his formative years. Bulma and others had also lost friends due to his mistakes. Yet, Gohan recognized the significance of this research project. He could not afford to abandon it lightly. Deal, Gohan reluctantly agreed, acquiescing to Vegeta's terms. Vegeta's face broke into a confident smile. You should feel honored, kid. You are undertaking something remarkable for your race. Consider it your honor. Things are becoming increasingly complicated. Chapter 10, Saiyan Superman. 2 hours later, Gohan returned from Bulma's private office. His small backpack containing 2 books. Vegeta had meticulously elaborated on the origins of the Saiyan homeworld, Planet Salad, from which the legend of the Super Saiyan originated, thus laying a commendable foundation for Gohan's so-called Saiyan dossier. Upon entering the laboratory, he found Bulma waiting for him, holding his watch, with Trunks seated beside her. I'm back, Bulma, Gohan exclaimed. Welcome back, Gohan, the scientist replied with a smile, raising the device in her hand. Gohan took the watch and exchanged his old timepiece for the new version crafted by Dr. Brief. All right, Gohan, give it a try, Bulma instructed, her eyes fixed intently on his movements. Mom, I want a cool Saiyan battle armor like Gohan's. Trunks chirped with innocent excitement. Do I press the blue button or the red button? Gohan inquired. Press the red one. As Gohan pressed the red button, the watch emitted a flash of yellow light, instantly transforming his attire. He turned to face the mirror, and both he and Trunks gasped in awe. Gohan's new outfit consisted of a red-orange helmet adorned with black goggles, with 2 antennas protruding from the sides. He wore a suit of red and green Saiyan battle armor over a sleeveless black bodysuit, complemented by a flowing red cape, white gloves, and boots. Wow, this is so cool, Gohan exclaimed, admiring himself in the mirror, thoroughly enamored with his new attire. Wow, Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. Bulma approached her godson and asked, do you like it? Believe it or not, this was Vegeta's idea. He suggested the battle armor style. I had initially planned to make you a robe with a belt, but he insisted that it looked too unattractive. However, after he showed me his envision model, we decided on this design. I merely retained the helmet, bodysuit, and cape. Wow, was this really his idea? Gohan asked. Bulma nodded, explaining, indeed. You would never guess where he drew inspiration from, or who the designer was. Huh, what do you mean, Bulma? Gohan. The battle armor you are wearing is based on the uniform of a Saiyan captain. Specifically, this style is inspired by a Saiyan named Bardock, who, according to Vegeta, is Goku's father. Gohan was astounded by this revelation. Bardock is Dad's father? That means he's my grandfather. Yes, Gohan, Bulma continued. This battle suit symbolizes your rite of passage into adulthood as a Saiyan. As the eldest prince among the Saiyans and the last pure-blooded Saiyan remaining, Vegeta acknowledges your combat strength from 7 years ago and regards you as an elite. A smile spread across Gohan's face, genuinely pleased by Vegeta's acknowledgement in the creation of his battle armor. "Thank you so much, Bulma," he expressed gratefully. "That's what I'm here for," she replied. At that moment, Bulma felt Trunks tugging at her skirt, evidently eager to ask a question. "Mom, can I have a cool Saiyan battle armor like Gohan's when I grow up?" Bulma gently stroked his back, responding softly, "Once you are a bit older, and with your father's approval, dear." Unable to resist a chuckle at Trunks' pouty face, Gohan bid them good night and left the building. With a cheerful heart, Gohan rode the golden Nimbus, soaring swiftly through the sky, ascending above the clouds. After flying approximately 20 minutes from West City, he found himself approaching Hercule City. "Look, we're passing through Hercule City," Gohan announced. As he spoke, the entire cityscape came into view, revealing a myriad of buildings. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You know what? It's time to embark on a new legend. The old Golden Warrior must give way to a new hero. Gohan retrieved his new watch and pressed the red button, instantly transforming into his new persona. "Nimbus, let us race," he declared, leaping off the Nimbus and channeling his energy, matching its speed. As the countdown began, he and Nimbus raced through the sky towards the city. Gohan gradually approached the city, leaving Nimbus far behind. He smiled down at the city, but soon noticed a car recklessly speeding down the street. "That car is driving dangerously," Gohan exclaimed, swiftly descending towards the street. Inside the car were two young men, wearing sunglasses and smoking cigarettes. "Dumb driver, don't block my way," the driver shouted, careening down the wrong side of the road. "Yeah, get lost," the passenger echoed, seemingly enjoying the thrill of their reckless behavior. Gohan landed directly in front of them, commanding, "Stop right there." Startled by the sudden appearance of someone from the sky, the two reckless youths screamed, and the driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching to a halt. Gohan crossed his arms, his expression stern, harboring no fondness for their antics. The driver leaned out, bewildered. "Who is this idiot? Looking for trouble?" The passenger chimed in. "Yeah, get out of the way." Gohan replied sternly, "You two are driving without turn signals, not wearing seatbelts, and blatantly disregarding the law and others' safety. I will not tolerate any more of your nonsense." Pointing at them, his tone righteous, he demanded, "Do you have no sense of shame?" The driver was taken aback, then asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" He and the passenger exited the car, preparing to confront the half-Saiyan. "Who do you think you are, punk?" Gohan paused. Memories of Bulma's words about Vegeta's involvement in designing his outfit and his understanding of Saiyan history flashed through his mind. Saiyan. Saiyan Superman. Yes, that name has a nice ring to it. Haha. Now I must remain composed. Standing tall, Gohan replied in a low, calm yet confident voice. "I am the guardian of this city, the one and only Saiyan Superman." The drivers were momentarily stunned, their expressions peculiar, and the cigarettes fell from their mouths. Saiyan. Superman. The driver mimicked. They exchanged glances, their expressions identical, then burst into laughter at Gohan. "Ha ha ha. I don't know what's more foolish. That name or your cheap sci-fi costume." The driver mocked, igniting Gohan's Saiyan fury. "Yeah, what are those antennas? Did you rip them off an old television? Can they even receive cable?" The passenger joined in the mockery. Fueled by anger, Gohan shouted, "Don't underestimate me." Then, in his Saiyan Superman persona, Gohan stomped the ground, causing it to crack, and the car's tires sank into the fissure. This name is splendid, and it bears profound meaning. The two men were left dumbfounded by the might of Saiyan Superman, fearful of provoking him further, and quickly began to apologize, praising his name and attire. The Saiyan warrior displayed a triumphant smile as he grasped the car door, effortlessly extracting the vehicle from the crevice and placing it back onto the roadside, leaving the two individuals in a heightened state of fear. The passenger, trembling with apprehension, stammered, "Thank you, Saiyan Superman." The driver quickly echoed, "Indeed. We are immensely grateful to you." The Saiyan warrior watched as the car drove away within the speed limit, reflecting to himself, "Now, that is the mark of a law-abiding citizen." Surrounding onlookers gazed in astonishment at Gohan, this enigmatic hero. He waved his hand and promptly soared away from the scene. Chapter 11, Strange Dreams, East District 439, Bowsy Mountain, Sun Family. Gohan soared home in his new uniform, reveling in the sensation of wearing it. An hour of flight left him feeling as though he were floating on clouds. Upon entering the house, he found Chi-Chi preparing dinner in the kitchen. "Gohan, you took so long to get home. I was so worried," she exclaimed. "Sorry, Mom. Look at you. I send you to school to study with the other children, and you come back dressed in such ridiculous clothing. She continued her culinary tasks without raising her head. Gohan's small face flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't help but think that his mother truly lacked appreciation. At that moment, Goten returned, having just caught an unusually large salmon. He immediately noticed Gohan's uniform. Wow, that outfit is so cool, Goten remarked. Thanks, little bro, I knew you'd like it. Once dinner was ready, the family gathered around the table. After washing up, Gohan prepared to sleep. In his dreams, Gohan tossed and turned, drenched in sweat. He murmured softly, but his words were too faint to decipher. His mind was overwhelmed with fragmented memories, shadows of his past haunting his consciousness. Those were his moments of anguish. Gohan's dream. Gohan still recalled that event as vividly as if it had transpired yesterday. At just 10 years old, he had transcended the level of Super Saiyan. This newfound power exhilarated him. The sensation of strength was intoxicating. At that moment, he felt like the strongest person in the world, and his singular desire was to torment the monster before him. He truly made Cell suffer greatly. His father, Goku, urged him to conclude the battle swiftly, but this only fueled Gohan's dissatisfaction. He relished every moment, embracing the thrill of combat, much like traditional Saiyans. Why couldn't he toy with his opponent like Cell did with them? Cell's game was a grand spectacle, a prelude to the apocalypse. Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Piccolo. They all had faced Cell. Goku firmly believed it was the right decision to send his son into battle. Now it was Gohan's turn. He intended to finish the fight on his own terms. However, it wasn't long before Super Saiyan 2 Gohan realized the consequences of his arrogance. Cell had entered his semi-perfect state, swelling with power, aiming to explode the entire planet. With just a slight touch, the world would be reduced to dust. Only seconds remained until doom. And it was all Gohan's fault. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan knelt on the ground, utterly devastated, his fists pounding the earth in despair. The swelling power of semi-perfect Cell swept across the battlefield, his maniacal laughter echoing all around. Suddenly, a sound of instant transmission broke the air, and a familiar presence caused Gohan to lift his gaze. He saw his father, Goku, placing a hand on semi-perfect Cell. Goku turned to him with a smile, saying, "Gohan, you have done well." Gohan, shocked and confused, stammered, "Dad. Dad, tell your mother I'm sorry," Goku said with a bittersweet smile. "I have always selfishly pursued what I wanted, treating you similarly, haven't I?" Gohan's chin trembled, fear and anxiety flooding his heart. Blood and sweat mingled on his face. This was not a dream. It was a nightmare he had created. This was his mistake. "I am proud of you, Gohan." "Farewell, my son," Goku said, and then vanished along with semi-perfect Cell. "Dad!" Gohan cried out in anguish. "Gohan! Gohan!" Awakening from the dream, Gohan jolted upright in bed, his forehead slick with sweat. He turned to see the worried faces of his mother and brother. Unsure of what to say, he finally managed, "Good morning. Gohan, are you all right?" Chi-Chi asked with concern, handing him a towel to wipe his sweat. Gohan forced a sad smile and replied, "Mom, what are you talking about?" "I'm fine." Goten timidly approached and explained, "Big brother, I came to wake you up. But I saw you moving in your sleep, and then you started screaming. I got scared and went to find Mom." Gohan fell silent, recalling the events of the Cell game in his dream. Chi-Chi seemed to sense her son's turmoil, her eyes filled with compassion. Gohan sighed softly and whispered, "I'm really fine. It was just a nightmare. Are you really okay?" Chi-Chi's worry lingered. "Mom, I need to change clothes. I still have to go to school." Gohan chose not to continue the discussion with his mother. The two exchanged resigned nods, granting Gohan some privacy to change, wash up, and prepare himself. Upon entering the kitchen, Gohan found his mother and brother waiting for him, and they shared a few light-hearted conversations, gradually lifting the atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Gohan grabbed his lunch capsule and stepped outside. "Gohan, wait a moment." The high schooler turned to see his mother and brother standing at the door. "Sweetheart, if you have anything on your mind, you can talk to us anytime," Chi-Chi said gently. Gohan nodded, "I know, Mom. Thank you." With that, he pressed the red button on his watch, instantly transforming into a Saiyan superhero, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Goten ran over, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, big brother. You look so cool. I hope that when I grow up, I can be as strong as you." Gohan bent down to meet Goten's gaze and said, "Goten, as long as you keep helping Mom with chores, you'll turn out great too. By the way, the flying Nimbus is now yours. Take good care of it, all right?" "Really? Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Gohan waved goodbye to his family and then soared toward school, while Chi-Chi called out from behind, reminding him not to fly too fast and to be safe. Goten, standing with their mother at the door, couldn't help but ask, "Mom?" Chi-Chi paused her waving and turned to her younger son. "What is it, Goten? Is big brother really okay? This is the 5th time. It's been like this for several months." Chi-Chi bit her lip but maintained her composure. "Don't worry. Your brother is very strong, and he will be fine soon." Goten lowered his head. "I hope so. I know he is the strongest person in the universe, but seeing him like this still frightens me." "I understand, Goten. I feel the same way," Chi-Chi admitted candidly. Chapter 12. The Rescue Operation at Orange Star High School. As Gohan flew through the city, the dark thoughts that had clouded his mind began to dissipate. Embracing a new identity in a fresh environment, he felt a thrill he had never experienced before, one that even the training in the hyperbolic time chamber had not provided. Upon arriving at school punctually, Gohan completed his first class and now found himself in the second, physics. As Professor Electra lectured, a pair of nerds in the front row engaged in a discussion about the Saiyan Superman. "Hey, where do you think the Golden Warrior has been lately?" asked a freckled, red-haired student named Daichi, adjusting his glasses. "Who knows?" scoffed the short, curly-haired boy, Yamato. "There's a new hero in town. I've heard he has been doing some crazy stuff, like shattering the ground and lifting entire cars." Daichi replied, "I've heard that too. It's utterly insane. But it seems everyone keeps getting his name wrong. I think it was something like Saiyan Man or something strange like that." Gohan's Saiyan pride was ignited upon hearing this, as the name of his heroic identity had once again been insulted. "It's Saiyan Superman, the great Saiyan Superman, not Saiyan Man," Gohan exclaimed in a hushed tone. All the students turned to look at him quizzically, especially Raifa, Alasha, and Bidalai, their gazes fixed on him. Yeah, that sounds about right," Daichi commented. "Gohan, how do you know his name?" A wave of anxiety washed over Gohan as he stammered. I heard it from a citizen who was there at the time." "Haha, I see. That's an interesting story, Son Gohan," Professor Electra interjected. "Do you have anything else you'd like to share with the class?" Gohan quickly shook his head, retreating behind his book to continue listening to the lesson. A mere 15 minutes into the class, a small alarm suddenly rang out. Gohan turned to see that the sound emanated from a small device on Bidalai's wrist. She glanced at the teacher before leaving the classroom, hurrying to her destination. Alasha remarked nonchalantly, "She's off to get busy again." "Busy again? Is that common for her?" Gohan inquired. "Indeed, Gohan-kun," Alasha replied. "Did you see? Bidalai just received a call from the police chief. Whenever those officers find themselves in a bind, Bidalai steps in to help. She has been doing this since 9th grade." "What? This can't be possible," Gohan whispered in shock. "How can they send someone our age to a crime scene during class? It's far too dangerous. She could get hurt, or even worse." Raifa chuckled lightly at Gohan's worry. "Nerd, don't be so tense. I know you're a bit of a mama's boy, but stop acting like a fool, worrying about everything. Bidalai is the daughter of the world's strongest man. She has been training since she was 9. There are even rumors that she is as strong as Mr. Satan." Gohan recalled the blow Mr. Satan had received from Cell 7 years ago, then visualized Bidalai's figure. "Raifa, even Mr. Satan isn't that strong. No, I must follow Bidalai to ensure she returns safely," Gohan thought to himself, while Raifa continued to summarize Bidalai's achievements. Gohan concocted an excuse to request a trip to the restroom, which was granted. Besides, she has ample experience. She can handle a foe 3 times her size in mere seconds. "So you see, nerd? Raifa?" Alasha said, pointing toward the door. "Gohan-kun has already gone to the restroom. He said his stomach hurt." "That cunning rascal, ow. Don't hit me, Alasha." "Then stop with the unnecessary chatter, Raifa." At the Hercule City Hall, Bidalai, daughter of one of the most famous individuals in the world, appeared ordinary but concealed many unknown facets. Foremost among them was her fiercely burning spirit. She disliked showing emotion in front of others, often projecting an image of competence and vitality. Whatever she desired, she pursued with relentless determination. This also revealed another trait, her high standards and moral code. To her, rule breakers deserved the consequences of justice. Finally, her passion for martial arts was nearly a part of her very being, as she constantly sought challenges to overcome. This was vividly displayed in the present moment. Bidalai faced a daunting situation as the police chief sought her assistance regarding a tour bus hijacked by 4 or 5 armed robbers. The criminals had taken elderly passengers hostage, intending to extract money from the city center bank. Initially, the robbers' plan went smoothly. They had even managed to escape the city. However, they were unaware that Bidalai was in hot pursuit in her jet helicopter. The assailants fired several shots at her helicopter, but Bidalai deftly evaded them. At that moment, the Scion Superman stood not far off, smiling as he observed the chase. Fortunately, I sensed her energy earlier. I need to have Bulma install a radio and GPS in my helmet as soon as possible. Once positioned above the bus, Bidalai leaped from the helicopter, landing on the roof of the vehicle. She dodged bullets fired from above, kicked through a window, and stormed inside, launching a fierce assault on the robbers. She delivered a flying kick to the first assailant's face, and soon the bus erupted into chaos, with Bidalai as the overwhelming force. Regrettably, Bidalai failed to realize that incapacitating the driver was a grave mistake. One of the elderly passengers cried out, "Oh no, the bus is out of control." "Oh no," she thought, as the bus careened towards a cliff, plummeting downwards. She closed her eyes, clutching herself tightly, silently whispering, "Dad, farewell." Suddenly, the descent slowed. Bidalai peeked out of the window, astonished to see the Scion Superman smiling at her. He had safely maneuvered the bus away from the precipice. All the passengers disembarked, expressing their gratitude to Bidalai and the Scion Superman, while the criminals lay securely bound, battered, and bruised. The two engaged in a quiet conversation, audible only to each other. "Who are you?" she asked. "I am your friend," replied the Scion Superman with a small, friendly smile. Bidalai placed her hands on her hips, retorting, "Is that so? My friends wouldn't wear a rusty helmet on their face." "I have my reasons for doing so," the Scion Superman calmly responded. "No reason justifies taking the law into your own hands," Bidalai asserted, crossing her arms. "Moreover, I will never trust a stranger who steals my job in my city, especially one who is too cowardly to show his face." The Scion Superman was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, whether as Gohan or the Scion Superman, he remained a stranger. Bidalai was unaware of his true identity. Thus, although he had rescued her, Bidalai could not help but question whether he harbored ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, the Scion Superman spoke. "What must I do to earn your trust? Let me prove I am on your side." Without hesitation, Bidalai replied, "First, take off your helmet. I prefer to look into someone's eyes when conversing. Next, you may share your name, as this could serve as a delightful introduction between us." The Scion Superman turned his back on Bidalai. "I am afraid I cannot comply with that request." Discontent immediately manifested on Bidalai's face, causing Gohan to involuntarily break into a sweat. Chapter 13. A warm invitation. Why not? Am I not worthy of knowing who the friends I wish to befriend are? Or is it that you, the so-called superhero, are concealing some secrets you prefer no one to uncover? Not at all, Miss, Scion Superman attempted to clarify. I wear this to keep those around me safe from harm. If you were in my position, you would undoubtedly do the same, wouldn't you? Bidalai was taken aback by the hero's humility. He was the second person to surprise her, the first being her new classmate. Yet, this did not mean she would relinquish her pursuit easily. "Fine. If you want to tell me, I shall unveil your identity myself," she declared, ready to pounce on Scion Superman. However, she watched as he began to ascend slowly into the air. "What? He can fly? Just like those frauds. How is he doing this? You can't touch me." "Miss Bidalai," Scion Superman said softly but amicably. "I look forward to our next encounter, and I hope we can engage in a friendlier manner then. Farewell." With that, Scion Superman soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, greeted by cheers from the elderly he had rescued. Bidalai stood there, watching this enigmatic man slip away from her grasp. "Very well, Scion Superman, we shall see," Bidalai thought to herself, a mix of irritation and curiosity coursing through her, accompanied by a touch of excitement. "You better watch out, for I shall unveil your mask next time." In Hulk City, at Orange Star High School, unbeknownst to him, Son Wukong had been in high school for a month, and life was treating him favorably in all aspects. He spent his days assisting his mother and brother on their carrot farm to cover living expenses. In his spare time, he would embark on adventures in the nearby mountains with his brother, Goten, practicing various energy techniques and playing games. Moreover, Wukong adhered to his agreement with Vegeta, training for 3 hours daily in combat. After training, Vegeta would enlighten Wukong on Scion biology, including why Scion's tails do not regenerate, given that the probability of a Scion possessing a tail is merely 8. Indeed, Wukong pondered. As a student, his academic performance was exemplary. In his other identity, he also made regular appearances as a hero in Hulk City, saving countless lives and thwarting numerous criminal endeavors. While many marveled at his abilities, most welcomed his presence. However, not everything was smooth sailing. Although Wukong had once bested Vegeta, Vegeta's formidable power posed a significant challenge. On another front, some citizens regarded Saiya's Superman as a peculiar jester, leading to a one-sided rivalry with Biddy Lee. Every day, Biddy Lee pursued Saiya's Superman like a cat chasing a mouse, attempting to uncover his true identity. Yet Wukong always eluded her grasp with cleverness. Despite these minor inconveniences, Wukong felt quite content with his current life. That day, the final period of school concluded 3 hours early. Students emerged from the locker rooms after gym class, heading towards their lockers. Wukong approached his locker alone to retrieve his study materials. Just as he closed the locker, a familiar voice called out to him. "Hey, Brainiac." Wukong turned to see Sharfna, Alasha, and Biddy Lee approaching him. "Oh, hi everyone." Wukong greeted warmly, realizing he had not noticed their arrival. "What is up? Alasha and I, along with Biddy Lee, are planning to hang out for a bit, and we wanted." Sharfna began, but was abruptly elbowed in the stomach by Biddy Lee. "Ouch. Just ask him directly." Sharfna sighed in exasperation, saying, "Would you like to? I mean, do you want to join us?" Wukong hesitated. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if my mom would allow me to go out after school." "Well, you heard that. He's just a mama's boy." Sharfna shrugged and began to walk away. "If he can't come, then let us go." He stopped mid-sentence as Alasha shot him a sharp glare, her intensity rivaling that of Chi-Chi. "Please, Wukong," Alasha implored, capturing Wukong's attention. "You've been here for 4 weeks, yet we've never spent time together outside of class. Do you still consider us friends?" Wukong paused, his mind blank. "Wait, they think of me as a friend? I always assumed they were just being nice because I was the new kid. Except for Biddy Lee, I never imagined they would be genuinely interested in me. Oh dear, I feel like such a fool," Wukong thought to himself. "I apologize, Miss Alasha. I'm truly sorry for giving you that impression. Honestly, I always thought you spoke to me merely because I was new, never realizing you were genuinely interested." Sharfna interjected, "Aren't we doing that right now?" "You are not being very cooperative, Sharfna," Biddy Lee shouted in frustration. Alasha continued, "You should know that I only spend time with those I deem worthy of my attention. We may not say it outright, but we can all see that you possess something special, Wukong. We wish to learn more about you." Biddy Lee impatiently interrupted. "Enough with the sentimental talk. Wukong, you can't shy away from life out of fear. Come on, you're a teenager now. Learn to enjoy life. Understand? Call your mom. You must join us today." Wukong stared at Biddy Lee, wide-eyed, as if she were a monster. He had intended to rebut her. But upon witnessing the fierce look Biddy Lee cast upon him, reminiscent of Alasha's earlier glare at Sharfna, he could only sigh and retrieve his capsule phone to dial his home number. Chapter 14. The shopping mall in the Sun family residence. Goten answered the phone. "Hey, Goten. It's Gohan." A faint smile crossed Gohan's face as he greeted his younger brother. "Wow, it's big brother Gohan. How's school for the older kids?" "It's quite enjoyable, little buddy. By the way, could you let Mom take the call? I have something to discuss with her." "Sure. Mom, Gohan wants to speak with you." Gohan listened to his brother's enthusiastic shout on the other end, anxiously waiting for his mother to pick up the phone. "Hello? Gohan?" came his mother's voice. "Hi, Mom." Gohan greeted nervously. "School let out early today. I wanted to tell you that my classmates want to take me out." "Is it those same 3 classmates again? That's great. You're finally getting some social activity." After a brief pause, Chi-Chi continued. Gohan, confused, asked, "What? You don't mind?" "Of course not, Gohan. You've always been such a good boy at home. Now that you're a teenager, it's time to have some fun. However, I do have one request." "Oh, what is it?" "Bring a friend home for dinner and be back by 5:30. I want to meet your friend." "What? But Mom." "No buts. You better ask them now, or you'll find out what my frying pan can do, and you won't be having dinner," Chi-Chi warned. Gohan's face turned pale, a shiver running down his spine. "All right, I give in. I'll talk to them," Gohan conceded. "Excellent. You all go have fun. But remember to stay safe and don't cause any trouble. I certainly don't want my son turning into a little delinquent," Chi-Chi admonished with a smile. "Okay, I'll be back early. Bye, love you." Gohan hung up the phone and turned to face his classmates, a resigned smile on his face. Biddy Lee stood with her hands on her hips, looking triumphantly at Gohan. "So what did she say?" "She surprisingly supports me going out," Gohan replied honestly. "But she set a curfew for 5:30, and she wants to meet one of you tonight." A gasp of surprise escaped from Alasha and Biddy Lee, while Sharpona raised an eyebrow. After a moment of excitement, Alasha squealed, "Oh my gosh, I can't wait to meet her." Then, Suddenly remembering, she covered her cheeks with regret, but unfortunately, I just recalled that I promised my parents I'd come straight home after hanging out. Sorry, Gohan. Sharpona shrugged, adding, don't look at me like that. My dad has already arranged for me to visit colleges, so I can't join either. Gohan felt a heaviness in his heart. No way. Please don't tell me Bitterly is going to. Then I'll go, Bitterly declared. Bitterly, why? Why? Alasha turned to Bitterly, a mischievous smile on her face, eyes glinting with curiosity. Bitterly, I never expected you to willingly accept the invitation, Alasha said. If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to express something. Bitterly's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, what? I'm not trying to express anything. Sharpona, approaching, chimed in, right. Alasha, she doesn't need to express anything because I'm her only declaration, right, babe? I'll say it again, Sharpona. I am not your babe. When will you grasp my meaning? Bitterly shouted, punching Sharpona in the stomach. Gohan watched the scene unfold with amusement, yet felt a twinge of anxiety. You don't have to force yourself. If you can't make it, my mom would totally understand. Bitterly, Gohan began, but Bitterly interrupted. No, you can't ditch me. Alasha is making such a fuss because I don't have time to put on makeup, shop, or chase after boys. Dad won't allow me to date anyone weaker than him. But honestly, I'm not interested in any of that. Oh. Gohan began to understand Bitterly's predicament. It did make some sense. Don't worry, I'll handle my dad. I will definitely meet your mom. Unless you're embarrassed. Afraid I might cause trouble at your house. No, not at all. You won't be a bother. Gohan hastily waved his hands, eager to clarify. At that moment, Alasha joyfully approached them, hands clasped together, declaring, then it's settled. Now let us head out to the most amazing place in the world. Bitterly and Sharpona exchanged exasperated glances. Oh no, here we go again, they sighed in unison. Gohan, clearly puzzled by their exchange, asked, What's wrong? The two exchanged glances before turning to Gohan, saying, you'll find out when we get there. Orange Star Shopping Mall. Why me? This thought echoed in Gohan's mind. The four of them sat in Sharpona's capsule car, making their way to the bustling Orange Star Shopping Mall, a favorite spot for the city's youth. Gohan soon realized that the blonde girl's favorite place was indeed the mall, where she indulged in her hobbies. However, Sharpona and Bitterly did not clarify to their classmate, well, perhaps friend is a better term, that Alasha's passion was shopping. Frantically shopping. They currently found themselves in a clothing store, where Alasha was selecting the trendiest garments and accessories for herself, and for Bitterly, despite her discomfort. While the daughter of Satan felt somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Sharpona and Gohan could only stand by, carrying bags and patiently waiting for Alasha to finish her shopping. However, it seemed that Alasha was far from done. Wow, this black dress would be a perfect addition to my wardrobe. Alasha exclaimed excitedly, picking up a striking black dress. Give me a break, Alasha. Haven't you already acquired thousands of dresses? Why do you need another one? Alasha rolled her eyes, playfully retorting. Because this dress is made from a fabric that hasn't been in style for 20 years. It's rare and vintage. And vintage is all the rage right now. That's only because you're absolutely obsessed with trends, Bitterly joked dryly. Hey, I don't agree with you. Maybe if you embraced your feminine side, you wouldn't have trouble finding a boyfriend. I said I don't need a boyfriend. Suit yourself, Bitterly. Nearby, Gohan, eavesdropping on the girls' conversation with his scion hearing, couldn't quite grasp their chatter and chose to tune it out. Sharpona then approached him. Oh hey, how is it going? Gohan politely inquired. Sharpona pointed towards the fitting room. Hurry up and change, nerd. I picked out 4 different outfits for you. Get trying them on. Gohan looked at him in confusion, asking, Thanks for your kindness, Sharpona, but is there something wrong with what I'm wearing now? Sharpona scoffed at Gohan's bewilderment. Please, what's wrong? Dude, you look like your mom picked out your clothes. I don't want to be seen with someone like you. These clothes were indeed chosen by my mom. Sharpona shook his head, sincerely patting Gohan on the shoulder, leading him to the fitting room. This is precisely the crux of the matter, my dear bookworm. Now, let us hasten inside, for we have a multitude of tasks awaiting us shortly. Chapter 15. Joyful outing. Subsequently, Gohan tried on at least 10 different outfits. Fortunate that they all consisted of long-sleeved shirts or jackets. He worried that without long sleeves, the scar he bore from protecting Vegeta against Cell's energy wave might be exposed. Among the 10 outfits, Gohan selected a few that he favored. Then, Sharana urged Gohan to choose his favorite ensemble and change in the fitting room. Hey Videl, Erasa, come over here. I have something to show you, Sharana called out. The two girls paused their activities and approached Sharna. What's going on, Sharna? I was in the middle of an important discussion with Videl. That's not true. Videl retorted angrily. Just tell us why you called us. Hearing this, Sharna shouted to Gohan. You can come out now, nerd. Oh, okay. Stepping out of the fitting room, Gohan's new look left Erasa and Videl astonished, their mouths agape. While Sharna beamed with pride at their expressions. Gohan wore a deep purple jacket with black trim over a gray t-shirt, paired with navy blue jeans and a black belt adorned with a large dragon head buckle. Finally, he sported a brand new pair of black sneakers. To complete the ensemble, Gohan donned red fingerless gloves and sported a pair of black sunglasses. How does this outfit look? Is it appealing? Erasa was the first to react, immediately squealing with excitement, thrilled by Gohan's new appearance. Wow, Gohan, you look incredibly cool. This outfit suits you perfectly. You're not just cute, you're absolutely stunning. Gohan's face instantly flushed a deep crimson from Erasa's enthusiastic praise. Videl gazed at Gohan's new style for a moment. For a brief instant, a hint of pink tinged her cheeks, but she quickly regained her composure, reinforcing her resolve to avoid dating. Darn it, Erasa. Stop putting those thoughts in my head. Videl silently lamented, yet spoke to Gohan. Although I won't express my admiration as exuberantly as Erasa, I must concede that this new look indeed suits you well. As ever, Gohan bashfully scratched his head, humbly replying, Thank you, but these clothes were selected by Sharna. Sharna placed a hand on his head, chuckling. No need to thank me, nerd. It was merely a small effort. After all, it's what friends do for one another. Friends. Gohan's face blossomed into a radiant smile before he returned to the fitting room to change back into his usual school uniform. Sharna turned to the two girls and inquired, So what shall we do next? We still have 4 hours to spare. Videl suggested, I have an idea. How about we visit a nearby arcade for a bit, and then go to an ice cream shop for a treat? Erasa chimed in excitedly. That sounds fantastic. I'm in. Dad, I have friends now. I wonder what you would think if you were here. Gohan, are you coming? Videl's voice snapped Gohan back to reality, where he saw everyone waiting for him. Oh, sorry, I'm coming. Gohan hurriedly exited the fitting room, quickening his pace to catch up with his friends. The four of them then paid for the outfits and departed the store. Time flew by, sweet delights consumed. 3 hours later, Gohan, Erasa, Videl, and Sharna spent the majority of their time at the arcade, reveling in their enjoyment. Given Videl's affluent background, they purchased numerous tokens, allowing them to partake in various games and activities. Erasa shone brightly on the dance stage, as dancing was another passion of hers. When a dancing game machine became available, she eagerly invested many tokens to compete against others. By the end of her round, she had triumphed over 10 opponents, setting new records each time. Sharna was engrossed in various sports games, particularly enjoying racing, air hockey, and basketball. Ultimately, he even won Erasa a plush toy poodle, her favorite. The most entertaining moments, however, were shared between Gohan and Videl. Despite Videl's tomboyish demeanor, she had a penchant for video games, utilizing them as a means to unwind rather than merely punching bags every day. Gohan occasionally played games as well, often dragged into them by Little Goten. When a classic fighting game became available, the two youth eagerly jumped into battle. The match was intense, but ultimately, Videl executed a special combo that defeated Gohan's character, securing her victory. Throughout the entire process, the most peculiar sensation was the acceleration of Gohan's heartbeat due to the duel. Witnessing Videl's competitive spirit, he suddenly felt an urge to become more vigilant and maintain the challenge, as if he were engaging in an intellectual sparring match with Videl. He concluded that perhaps it was his scion instincts at play. At this moment, they sat on benches outside the shop, enjoying their respective ice creams. Gohan and Videl savored chocolate flavor. Sharna indulged in mint, while Erasa opted for vanilla. Erasa remarked, Wow, I haven't been this happy in ages. Honestly, I'm quite happy too. Sometimes, being able to temporarily forget the struggles of fighting crime and live like an ordinary teenager is rather refreshing, Videl admitted with a smile. Sharna added, Indeed. This time reminds me of the wonderful days in junior high. Gohan paused his licking of the ice cream and inquired, Wait, how long have you all known each other? Erasa responded with a grin, Good question, Gohan. Videl and I have known each other since we were 7. We've been friends for 10 years now. That's right. Videl proudly interjected. She was my first friend and remains my best friend. It was now Sharna's turn to speak. I met Videl before the Cell Games, at Mr. Satan's dojo. She was training with others, and I happened to join during that time. And then I was utterly defeated by her every day. Videl couldn't help but laugh. 3 years later, I met Erasa through Videl in junior high, and since then, the three of us have been inseparable, Sharana hastily concluded, attempting to evade any awkwardness, while the two girls giggled. Gohan complimented, "That sounds wonderful. Such friendship is truly admirable." "Yes, and now you are one of us," Erasa sincerely stated. "But enough about us. Tell us about yourself." "Me?" the spiky-haired scion questioned in confusion. "What would you like to know?" Chapter 16. Guests at home. Bidalai seized the opportunity to begin her interrogation. "I have a few questions for you," she inquired. "Just now, during your conversation with your mother, you mentioned Goten. Who is that?" Gohan paused momentarily. "Oh, Goten? He's my younger brother, born after the Cell Games." Sharpner interjected. "I never would have guessed you were the elder brother type." Alasha exclaimed with excitement. "You have a brother? Wow. I bet he is just as adorable as you, right?" Gohan scratched his head shyly and replied, "Goten has his own unique charm. He is a very lively little guy with a kind heart. Once you get to know him, you'll find it impossible to leave him behind." Bidalai bit her lip, a pang of inexplicable jealousy rising within her. "If only I had a sibling. Perhaps life at home with Dad wouldn't be so arduous," she sighed inwardly. Sharpner then asked, "What's it like living in the mountains? I've heard there are often large, rare, and dangerous animals lurking about." Gohan began to explain, "My home is very tranquil. Every morning, I wake up to witness the sunrise, accompanied by the songs of birds as sunlight floods the house. Stepping outside, I am greeted by fresh air and breathtaking scenery. There's a lake and a waterfall nearby where my brother and I often play. That serene atmosphere is incredibly relaxing. Of course, there are indeed some rare and dangerous creatures in the mountains and deep forests, but they usually only attack if they feel threatened or if their offspring are in danger. So, keeping a safe distance from them is generally quite harmless." Alasha and Sharpner listened to Gohan's description with curiosity, feeling a hint of envy, wishing they could visit the place where he lived. In contrast, Bidalai felt her curiosity piqued and was excited to see if Gohan's description of the place was indeed as beautiful as he portrayed. "Is there anything else you'd like to ask?" the half-scion inquired. "Of course," Alasha replied. "For instance, what do you plan to do in the future?" "I aspire to become a fashion designer and own my own fashion magazine," Sharpner confidently proclaimed. "You're looking at the future wrestling champion, Sharpner Crane. Nothing can stand in the way of my dreams." "Unless you flunk calculus, physics, and literature before graduation," Bidalai retorted with a smirk, which left Sharpner quite displeased. Gohan turned to Bidalai, curious about her plans for the future. After a moment, she finally spoke. "First, I want to surpass my father and become a stronger martial artist. Then, I want to try being a real police officer." "Wow," Gohan exclaimed, "those career goals sound incredibly promising. They sound fantastic. As for me, having absorbed so much knowledge, I feel compelled to pursue a doctorate, though I'm still unsure in which field. Perhaps I might teach. At a private university, maybe." Noticing Gohan's hesitation, Alasha reassured him, "It's perfectly fine not to know what you want to do in the future right now. You have plenty of time to consider it. Moreover, with your academic performance, securing scholarships from various universities will surely be a breeze." Gohan nodded appreciatively at her. Time flew by, and the sun gradually began to set. It was now 4:45, and the group of youths decided to part ways. Sharpner and Alasha boarded the capsule car, while Bidalai and Gohan remained by the side, chatting. "I must admit, big guy, when we first met, I genuinely didn't like you. But now, I find you quite agreeable," Sharpner confessed with a sincere smile. "Thank you for giving me a chance, Sharpner-san. I truly appreciate your honesty," Gohan replied. Alasha chimed in. "All right, everyone, see you on Monday. Oh, by the way, Bidalai." "What is it, Alasha?" The blonde girl flashed a sly grin and said, "When you're alone together, don't do anything naughty, okay?" "Alasha," Bidalai exclaimed, her face reddening with embarrassment and anger, while Alasha laughed joyfully. Leaving with Sharpner in their car, only Gohan and Bidalai were left alone together. Gohan felt the weight of Bidalai's bright blue eyes upon him, her familiar piercing gaze making him somewhat uneasy. It was the look of a curious yet determined warrior. What should we do now?" Gohan nervously swallowed, unable to think of anything else to say. "What is it about this girl that makes me so anxious? Her aura is strikingly similar to Mom's, yet, in some ways, even more intimidating. I can't quite comprehend it." Without much preamble, Bidalai produced a capsule from her pocket, pressed the button, and tossed it away. With a soft sound, her signature jet helicopter materialized before them. Hop on. We shouldn't keep your mother and brother waiting too long, she said firmly. Ah, okay. Gohan hurriedly boarded the helicopter. Vidalai then left a voice message for her father, informing him of the day's events before taking her seat at the controls. After they boarded, the helicopter took off swiftly, reaching Gohan's home in Baozi Mountain in just under 1 hour and 45 minutes. At Son's home, Kiki and Goten had just finished preparing the dining table. As usual, Kiki instructed her younger son to change out of his training outfit into something a bit more formal. At that moment, Goten was in the living room, wearing a blue sleeveless long shirt with teal trim over a light purple long-sleeved shirt with rolled-up cuffs, and a long red sash tied around his waist, concealed beneath the long shirt. He also wore light purple traditional pants with white cuffs and black kung fu shoes. Kiki's attire remained unchanged. She was currently explaining the dinner etiquette to Goten for the next few hours. She reminded him not to mention the Science, Bulma, or her surname, nor to speak of their powers, Goku, or the Cell games. Goten, puzzled, asked why, and Kiki explained that the guests today were unaware of their unique circumstances and their friends, and she didn't want to frighten Gohan's friends. Goten certainly did not wish to upset his brother. With a bright smile, he mimed zipping his lips shut. 5 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Ah, Kiki exclaimed, that must be them. Goten, hurry and take your seat at the table. I'll go welcome our guests. Don't touch the dishes. Wait until we're all seated before we eat. Okay, Mom. Goten replied cheerfully, scampering to the table and sitting down obediently. Kiki approached the door, and upon opening it, she saw Gohan standing beside Vidalai. Chapter 17. Dinner Conversations. Hey, Mom, we're not late, are we? Gohan inquired. Not at all, dear. You arrived just in time. We've only just set the table, Chi-Chi replied with a smile, glancing at Videl, the lovely young lady present. Videl blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Stepping forward to say, hello, Auntie, my name is Videl, Gohan's classmate. It's a pleasure to meet you. Come in quickly. You and Gohan must be famished after your day out. Gohan, please close the door and remember to pull out a chair for her. Sure thing, Mom. I'll just put these bags down. Once inside, Gohan and Chi-Chi led Satan's daughter, Videl, to the kitchen, where Goten was seated with his arms crossed. Upon seeing his brother, he greeted him enthusiastically. Welcome back, Gohan. Gohan waved back. Hey, little guy, were you good today? Uh-huh. I was especially good today. You can ask Mom. Goten replied with excitement. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. That's right. He helped me prepare dinner and even learned how to make vegetable soup. Right, Goten? Absolutely. Goten exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Videl couldn't help but think how adorable this little boy was. Hey, what a cute kid. Wait, his face, that hairstyle. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Videl mused internally, just as Goten turned to her and spoke. Hello, pretty sister. My name is Goten. Videl blinked and responded. Hi, Goten, I'm Videl. After introductions, everyone took their seats at the dining table and began their meal. Videl was astonished to see that despite the considerable amount of food Gohan and Goten consumed, they ate with the composure of ordinary people. Wow, she whispered. Even little Goten can eat so much. Where does it all go? How do they get all this food? Chi-Chi smiled and started conversing with Videl. I know you're a bit surprised. I was taken aback the first time I saw this too, but you get used to it over time, Chi-Chi explained. Videl pressed on. But how can they eat so much without getting fat? My sons have inherited their father's eating habits. His appetite is at least twice that of either of them, yet he maintains a fit physique. Plus, they have incredibly fast metabolisms, and they're very active, always exercising. Chi-Chi explained with a smile. Videl could only nod in response as she watched the two brothers gradually devour the food before them. Gohan, Chi-Chi asked her son, how was your day? Tell me everything you did. Gohan wiped his mouth with a napkin and recounted the day he spent with Videl, Erasa, and Sharpener. They went shopping, played video games, and even enjoyed ice cream, with Videl helping him out with some things. It was evident that Chi-Chi was pleased. Her son had finally made friends, and she felt he was truly growing up, nearly moved to tears. At that moment, Goten chimed in, wow, I wish I could play with you guys, big brother. Can you take me along next time? Please. Under his mother's sharp gaze, Gohan replied, of course, little guy, but you have to behave beforehand. Yay. Ultimately, Videl thoroughly enjoyed the dinner. She had finally seen the home of the mysterious boy from the mountains. Gohan's home was nestled in a picturesque location with fresh air, a stark contrast to the smog and pollution of the city. From the window, she could see the full moon and the starry sky. Yet Gohan seemed to have an ordinary family. However, Everything felt too ordinary, and intuitively, Videl sensed that the three of them were concealing something from her. Videl, Chi-Chi began, drawing the young girl's attention. Gohan has mentioned quite a bit about you. I've heard you're quite an accomplished martial artist at your age. However, he hasn't told me some things I wish to know. Videl shot Gohan a sharp glance, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Really? What would you like to know, Andy? Videl asked, turning her gaze to Chi-Chi. Just call me Chi-Chi. First, I want to learn about your background and some details about your parents. Videl felt a jolt of surprise. Why hadn't Gohan told her about her father? Did he not want his mother to know that his friend's father was the savior of the world? It seems he really doesn't want her to find out. Videl thought, as Gohan realized she was about to speak, silently pleading, oh dear. Piccolo, she's about to reveal it. This is going to be disastrous. Videl proudly declared, all right, Chi-Chi, if you don't already know, I'll simply introduce myself. I am the daughter of Mr. Satan. Chi-Chi looked at Videl, then at the sweating Gohan, before returning her gaze to Videl. She recalled the movies depicting her husband, son, and their friends battling Cell, culminating in the heroic Mr. Satan saving the world. A vein popped on her forehead as her battle spirit surged. If Goten hadn't spoken up at that moment, she might have exploded. Mr. Satan? Is he that comically big-haired guy from the commercials? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Gohan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, that's him, little one. Though Videl recognized Goten's 7-year-old innocence, she found it far from amusing. Excuse me, did I miss something? Videl asked, a hint of offense in her tone, causing Chi-Chi and Gohan's laughter to cease abruptly. I don't quite understand how you can make a joke out of someone who saved everyone's lives. Gohan felt a twinge of guilt and was about to apologize when Chi-Chi spoke first. Videl, please don't take offense. Gohan and Goten's mother said. If we have offended you, we are truly sorry. It was indeed quite impolite. However, you must understand that not everyone will respect you or your father. Frankly, we don't care much about fame or titles. Besides, I personally don't think your father is particularly special. Oh, why do you think that? Videl asked curiously. My father is the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament and defeated Cell. And so what? Chi-Chi countered, a confident smile on her face. He isn't the first to have such achievements. I can name someone who is stronger than Mr. Satan. Who? That would be my Goku. Videl was momentarily stunned. She rapidly recalled Goten's hair and features, memories of the past 21st, 22nd, and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament videos flooded her mind. Piecing together an image of a boy who grew into a man, sporting the same spiky hair and gaze as Goten. Upon connecting the dots, Videl abruptly turned to Gohan, staring at his familiar, faintly sweaty expression. Goku, your father is Son Goku? Videl's exclamation made Goten and Gohan cover their ears. Chapter 18 Gradually Understanding Yes, Gohan replied nervously. Is there something significant about this? Are you joking? Biddy shouted again. He was the champion of my father's martial arts tournament. Regardless of the controversies, he was one of the most renowned warriors who roamed the earth. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't think it was that important, Gohan stammered, sensing Biddy's anger intensifying. It is important to me, Biddy retorted vehemently. Your father is a legendary figure. How can I put this? To me, he is just my dad. Nothing more, Gohan responded, and the two found themselves engaged in an amusing exchange. Kiki watched the two young people with a smile, reminiscing about her past with Goku. Ah, Goku. Look, in just a month, our son has attracted a girl. She is as lively and strong as I am. If only you were here. The daughter of the Ox King interjected. All right, enough of the noise. In any case, the children's father not only was a champion, but also defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. Upon hearing this, Biddy ceased her inquiries toward Gohan. Truth be told, she was somewhat at a loss for words. She had never imagined that her new friend was the son of one of the most controversial and powerful martial artists on Earth. Gohan was shrouded in numerous mysteries, and she had finally unraveled a small part of them. Biddy's mind raced. He is the son of Son Goku. Wait. She suddenly realized that there were only 3 people in Goku's household and asked, is your father not home? Gohan and Kiki fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly turning somber. However, Goten cheerfully responded to Biddy's question. Dad is always here. He is in the sky, being an angel, watching over us day and night. Mom and Gohan say we will see him again one day, right? Gohan smiled and nodded, and Kiki silently affirmed as well. Mr. Satan's daughter instantly recognized that she had broached a sensitive topic and quickly apologized to the family. Kiki waved her hand, indicating that it was in the past and not to dwell on it. During dinner, the Son family listened as Biddy recounted her efforts as a crime fighter and her career choice to join the police force. Kiki's smile gradually brightened as she began to contemplate ways to foster a relationship between Gohan and Biddy. Although it was not yet the right time, she believed that one day she would embrace her grandchildren. Biddy then inquired whether Gohan was also a fighter, suspecting he might be the Saiyan superhero. Kiki responded, "My Gohan a fighter? Please, I have spent my entire life trying to keep my son away from such matters. I love his father and wish him peace in the heavens, but that man was always fighting and training. Sometimes, Goku would get involved in dangerous situations that endangered his life and others. I do not want Gohan to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, I do everything in my power to make him the best scholar, providing him with the finest education. He has no time to indulge in fighting." This statement temporarily quelled Biddy's suspicions. After dinner, Kiki washed all the dishes. Gohan then accompanied Biddy to the door, with Goten and Kiki closely following behind. "I'm glad you could visit us, Biddy," Kiki said. "Are you sure you want to stay over? It's quite late." Biddy smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Kiki, but I really must go. My dad has probably seen my message and is waiting for me to return. He is a bit overprotective. After all, I'm his only daughter." "I understand," Kiki responded. "Well, Biddy, you are always welcome to visit again. Please be careful on your way home, and I'll have Gohan see you out." Biddy smiled at Kiki's warm hospitality. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Kiki. See you next time." She then bent down to Goten and said, "Goten, see you next time." "Okay, bye, pretty sister." Biddy and Gohan walked out of the house toward the spot where her jet was parked. They both remained silent along the way. Gohan was filled with a desire to understand her feelings and finally couldn't hold back any longer, saying to his friend, "Hey, Biddy." Biddy turned to look at the tall boy. What is up? Are you upset with me or my family?" Biddy approached the pilot's seat of the jet, starting it up as she replied, "At first, I was a bit angry, but after considering what your mom said, I realized that it feels refreshing that some people don't pander to my dad and treat me like an ordinary person." She turned and gave Gohan a slight smile. "And I've learned a bit more about you too." Gohan smiled back, his cheeks flushing as he gazed into her blue eyes. Biddy settled into the jet and started the engine. "Hey, Gohan," she called out. "Don't think I'll let you off the hook. I will still be keeping an eye on you, understand? See you next week." Gohan waved back, "All right. Goodbye, Biddy." As the engine roared to life, Biddy's jet ascended into the sky, heading towards Satan City. Gohan watched her depart, his gaze lingering until she was a sufficient distance away before he turned and returned inside. Chapter 19. Conversations in the temple. In the serene confines of his chamber, Gohan succumbed to a deep slumber, free from the tormenting nightmares of his past. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a radiant white aura, as if suspended in a realm beyond the constraints of time. Within this ethereal dreamscape, he bore witness to an ancient war on a distant planet, where 7 warriors clashed violently with the planet's inhabitants. Initially, he was oblivious to their identities until he caught sight of familiar, furry tails swaying behind them. Could they be Saiyans? Was this a rebellion on planet Vegeta? No, it could not be Vegeta. What was the true nature of this conflict? Amidst the chaos, 6 pure-hearted Saiyans rallied around a single warrior who radiated a blinding crimson light, vanquishing countless savage Saiyans. Yet, as the red-haired Saiyan returned to a more subdued state, the tide turned perilously against him. He was suddenly besieged by foes and met a brutal demise. "No," Gohan seethed inwardly. "These monsters are utterly heartless. Damn them." In an instant, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the expanse. Gohan instinctively covered his ears, and after a moment, he beheld the piercing red eyes of a colossal golden ape. Before he could utter a word, he was engulfed by the creature and jolted awake, drenched in perspiration. "Ah!" he gasped. What on earth was that? Sitting up in bed, Gohan glanced at the clock and realized it was already 4 in the morning. "I suppose sleep eludes me now. I might as well seek out Uncle Piccolo. Perhaps he knows something." In the following hours, Gohan tidied up the household, prepared breakfast for his family, and completed his daily stretches before soaring into the sky in search of his mentor's presence. In the celestial realm, at the temple, 2 Namekians stood upon the lookout. One was a young Namekian clad in a flowing white robe with a blue collar, adorned with the red character for God. He was Dandy, the guardian of Earth. The other was taller and more mature, A distinguished Namekian dressed in a deep purple-blue martial arts uniform, pointed orange shoes, and a sky-blue belt, topped with a white headscarf and a deep purple-blue hat, draped in a white cloak. This was Piccolo, the deity who had once been an adversary of the Dragon Ball warriors and had now become an ally and Gohan's mentor. Silently, Piccolo stood at the edge of the lookout, deep in contemplation. At that moment, both sensed a familiar and formidable battle aura approaching the temple. The next instant, Gohan descended onto the temple floor, clad in a martial arts uniform and shoes mirroring Piccolo's, a red belt cinched at his waist, though lacking the cloak and headscarf. "Hey, Dandy, long time no see," Gohan greeted. Dandy, staff in hand, turned to his old friend and replied, "Gohan, it's been a while." Gohan stepped forward, embracing the young Namekian warmly. "What brings you here? Are you here for training again?" Dandy inquired. "Indeed, but before that, I wish to have a word with you and Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied. Piccolo, having overheard, floated toward them, scrutinizing Gohan from his feet to the crown of his head. "Humph, it seems you haven't been slacking off these years. Despite your suppressed energy, your combat prowess has improved since our last sparring session. Excellent. But let us set aside training assessments for now. What brings you here today, you little rascal?" Piccolo questioned, arms crossed. Gohan hesitated. "I would like to request an hour to use the hyperbolic time chamber with Master Piccolo." Dandy and Piccolo exchanged glances before turning back to Gohan. "Of course, Gohan," Dandy affirmed, noticing the peculiar expression on Gohan's face. "Mr. Popo mentioned that one of you would come to use it." Piccolo, evidently attuned to his student, asked, "You seem troubled. What weighs on your mind?" Well, this morning I woke up after having a very strange dream," Gohan admitted. "In hindsight, it feels more like a portent. This dream isn't like your usual nightmares, is it?" Piccolo probed cautiously. Gohan shook his head, clearly indicating that this dream was unlike his usual terrors. "Would you care to share the details of that dream?" Dandy inquired. Gohan began to recount the scenes of his dream. The war on a planet teeming with Scions, the fall of the Scion engulfed in red energy. He described the monstrous golden ape that nearly devoured him before he jolted awake. A Scion with strange red energy and hair. Piccolo mused internally. The golden great ape form? This is indeed peculiar. Why would Gohan receive such a portent? From whence does it originate? Perhaps the situation is more complex than it appears. Further observation is warranted. You mean to say there were Scions involved in this conflict, correct? Dandy asked Gohan. Yes, it was a planet filled with Scions, where 6 of them were rebelling against their brethren, Gohan explained. One Scion emanated a fierce red glow, his hair also red. He was incredibly powerful. Yet, tragically, he lost that state abruptly and was slain by the others. Piccolo frowned, a typical Scion affair. "I see," the Guardian of Earth stated gravely, continuing with his inquiries. "What could have triggered such a dream? Has anything significant occurred recently that might have influenced these visions?" Gohan recalled his discussions with Vegeta about Scion heritage and culture, which led him to ponder the legends of the Super Scions. The legends? That must be it. Wait, I remember now. It stemmed from a conversation I had with Vegeta about Scion history. I wanted to learn more about my identity, especially what it means to be a Scion, and we touched upon the myths of the Super Scions. Dandy nodded, a look of realization dawning on his face. Piccolo, well-versed in Dandy's body language and expressions, sensed that the young Guardian held some knowledge. "Do you know something, Dandy?" Piccolo inquired, fixing his gaze on the young Guardian. Gohan turned to Dandy, asking Dandy. Facing Gohan, Dandy replied, "Over the ages, my kin have preserved many ancient texts from various races. The elders compiled these texts into a tome known as the Book of Legends, accessible only to the elders of Namek. This is how we are aware of the Scions. For long ago, we had interactions with them. Moreover, when the Grand Elder was alive, he recounted a tale reminiscent of the war you described in your dream, albeit with more context. However, due to the passage of time, my memory is somewhat hazy, so I may not recall all the details." "No, it's all right, Dandy," Gohan reassured him. "Please share what you remember." Chapter 20. Martial Arts Sparring. Dandy nodded and continued. "I recall, during my childhood, the Grand Elder once mentioned that ancient Scions resided on a distant planet. One day, a civil war erupted, and the majority of this race, filled with malice, yearned to conquer the universe. However, 6 Scions proposed a brighter, more peaceful path. As for the specifics of the war, I cannot clearly remember." Piccolo snorted and remarked, "It sounds as though those 6 Scions sought to forge their own path, intending to destroy the malevolent Scions." That is indeed a possibility, Dandy speculated. Regardless, the war persisted for a considerable time. One of the scions who resisted the evil ones attained an indescribable power, astonishing all who witnessed it. It is said that this was the legendary Super Saiyan that descendants could achieve. Yet, the Grand Elder did not describe the transformation in detail. Gohan interjected, I'm not certain what the state of that red-haired scion was, as he was not a Super Saiyan. Let us not dwell on him. What about that golden great ape? Did the Grand Elder mention it? Gohan, that is precisely the crux of the matter, Dandy replied. We must not underestimate that transformation into a great ape. After recounting this tale, the Grand Elder shared another story about the scions. What? Piccolo and Gohan exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Gohan. This story bears some resemblance to the previous one. I cannot recall the exact time it occurred, but I believe the Grand Elder indicated it transpired around 1,000 years ago. For reasons unknown, a similar war broke out. And while I am unclear about the precise location, I know that the scions were involved. In short, an ancient scion, in a fit of extreme rage upon seeing a full moon, attained incredible power and transformed into a ferocious beast with golden fur and blood-red eyes, instilling fear in both foes and allies alike, as Vegeta once mentioned. But that doesn't make sense. How can such a legend exist while we have only heard of the legend of the Super Saiyan? Gohan pondered, increasingly perplexed. Piccolo interjected. Dandy means that the legend of the Super Saiyan may have been miscommunicated. It could originate from two distinct legends, but after prolonged transmission, they became conflated into one tale, embellished with much hearsay, rendering it even more legendary, much like ignorant earthlings discussing Dragon Balls without comprehending their true nature. Well, I had never considered that before. Gohan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Dandy reassured him, Do not worry, Gohan. While I may not know the entire story's details, the dragon may assist you. I suggest you seek out the Dragon Balls and inquire about the Golden Great Ape. Perhaps it will provide the answers you seek. However, before that, it is time to assess your recent progress, Piccolo stated bluntly, to see if you still possess the spirit of a warrior. Gohan nodded resolutely, then turned to Dandy. See you in an hour. Thank you for the information. Not a problem, Gohan. Have fun. The young guardian watched as Piccolo and Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber. 45 minutes later in the hyperbolic time chamber with Mr. Popo's assistants, who had just returned from his errands. Dandy adjusted the hyperbolic time chamber to allow for approximately 15 days of training within the span of 1 hour in reality. During the first 6 days, Piccolo and Gohan engaged in image training through their mental link, embarking on a regimen of mental fortitude. Following this, extreme temperature fluctuations enveloped their bodies. Had it not been for their battle aura, they would have succumbed to freezing or burning. Throughout their training, Gohan and Piccolo exchanged blows with astonishing speed, their fierce combat stirring dust and winds that surrounded the two seated figures. As the image training concluded, they rose and assumed battle stances. Gohan, in his base form, lunged at his master, unleashing a flurry of punches, each like a hook or straight jab, which Piccolo effortlessly dodged and blocked. Then, Piccolo countered with several spinning kicks, which Gohan deftly evaded. Gohan spun and aimed a kick at Piccolo's head. Piccolo leaped back over a meter, extending his arm to grasp Gohan's ankle. Once he had Gohan in his grip, Piccolo hurled him violently from one side of the void to the other, causing Gohan to gasp in pain. Having discerned Piccolo's intentions, Gohan struck down with his right hand toward Piccolo's left arm while simultaneously performing a backflip, escaping the Namekian's range of attack. Piccolo swiftly regenerated his left arm, wearing a proud smile as he regarded his pupil. Well done, you little brat. You're no longer that crybaby who couldn't even dodge, Piccolo praised. Gohan replied with a smile. Yes, I owe it to having such an excellent master. However, to be frank, this is merely a warm-up. Humph, it seems you know me well. The great Demon King remarked, shedding his headband and cape with a heavy thud. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Piccolo assumed a hoarse stance, tightening his muscles, and a white aura erupted, rapidly increasing his battle power. Gohan, gazing at his mentor and friend, was astonished by the strength Piccolo had acquired over the years. Wow, Piccolo's power is incredible. It is now double that of Perfect Cell from 7 years ago. Gohan mirrored Piccolo's stance. Taking a deep breath, Gohan shouted, instantly transforming into his peak Super Saiyan state. As they charged their energies, Gohan and Piccolo's fists collided with tremendous force, shaking the very fabric of the void. The determination in their eyes was palpable as the battle raged on. They vanished from sight in an instant, their forms blurring as they executed precise strikes with untraceable speed, causing the ground to crack and lightning to erupt from beneath. In the midst of their airborne clash, Gohan and Piccolo's offense and defense intensified. Piccolo suffered a knee strike to the abdomen, while Gohan's ribs were struck by a powerful kick from the Namekian. This exchange of blows continued for 30 seconds until Gohan appeared poised to throw a punch, only for Piccolo to prepare to evade. However, this was merely a visual duplicate created by Gohan, while the real Gohan had already vanished. Damn! After-image attack. Piccolo sensed Gohan's aura, but he was fast enough to evade Gohan's powerful downward kick, albeit he was still slammed hard into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. What an opportunity! Gohan thought to himself. Gohan raised his arms, stacking his hands together, and began to gather yellow, lightning-like energy. Demon Flash, he exclaimed, subsequently unleashing a powerful energy wave. Huh! Piccolo rose, witnessing the formidable attack hurtling toward him. He quickly extended his palms forward, redirecting Gohan's assault into the sky. Gohan hastily dodged, watching as his attack collided with an invisible barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo conjured for duplicates, swiftly charging toward Gohan, who was left with no choice but to defend himself, blocking and evading the incoming strikes. Meanwhile, the real Piccolo pressed 2 fingers from his left hand to his forehead, gathering a yellow-purple, lightning-like energy on his white fingertips. As Gohan evaded Piccolo's duplicates, he utilized this moment to train his reflexes. Approximately 2 minutes later, Gohan began to dismantle these replicas. He released a golden aura, generating a shockwave that repelled the duplicates, ultimately reintegrating them back into Piccolo's being. Gohan turned to look at Piccolo, feeling his power steadily intensifying, and silently thought, "This is not good." Special beam cannon. Piccolo bellowed, unleashing a spiraling beam of malevolent yellowish-purple energy. In a flash, Gohan clasped his palms together before his chest, then swiftly extended his arms, firing a Kamehameha wave that collided with Piccolo's beam, resulting in a dazzling explosion that reverberated throughout the space. As the smoke lingered, both fighters quickly regained their composure. When the haze dissipated, Gohan and Piccolo stood with their fists pointed at each other's faces. Neither of them yielded, their gazes locked, fully aware that in a life-or-death struggle, any hesitation could prove fatal. Piccolo offered a slight smile, retracting his fist as he remarked, "Well done, you little brat. You are still the Gohan with the spirit of a warrior." "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied, also withdrawing his fist and bowing respectfully. Time had come, and Gohan exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Before his departure, he engaged in further conversation with Din and Piccolo, and they meditated together for a while longer. Afterward, Gohan set forth on his journey home. Chapter 21. Keeping the Tail. Baozi Mountain, Eastern Region. In many aspects, Son Wutian bears a striking resemblance to his father, Goku. Beyond his considerable appetite and similar hair, he is imbued with an insatiable curiosity, delighting in the exploration of his surroundings. Like his elder brother, he relishes the time spent meandering about, seeking out the intriguing offerings of his environment. His mother permits him the freedom to play in the vicinity of their home. The young boy, clad in a tunic reminiscent of his father's, perches upon a tree stump, lost in thoughts of his brother. Lately, my brother seems troubled. Mother insists he is fine, yet I feel compelled to do something. The question is, what can I do? For a 7-year-old, Wutian possesses a precocious understanding of emotions and the thoughts of others that surpasses that of his peers. If the atmosphere is laden with tension, this half-scion can sense it, and with an innate positivity, he navigates through it like a seasoned swordsman. In that moment, a brilliant idea struck Wutian. "Oh, I know. I shall find a lizard for him to play with. That should cheer him up." With that thought, Wutian leapt from the stump and dashed towards the woods and thickets. After 5 minutes of vigorous running, he found himself approaching the rocky terrain of the mountain, where animals and elevated ground were visible. Recognizing his location, Wutian began his search for a large hill lizard. He scoured the area for about an hour until the grumbling of his stomach interrupted his quest. "I'm a bit hungry," he pouted. Glancing around, Wutian sought anything that could satisfy his scion appetite. Eventually, he spotted an apple tree a mere 3 feet away. With a nimble leap, he ascended the tree. From his perch, Wutian vigorously shook the trunk, causing red fruits to tumble to the ground. Approximately 10 large apples fell beside the half-scion, ripe for his choosing. "I apologize, dear tree, but I am truly famished." I shall plant more trees for you in the future." After offering his apologies, Wu Tian jumped down from the tree. The entire process took less than 15 minutes, during which he devoured the succulent red apples, discarding the cores. So delicious. After finishing the apples, Wu Tian began extracting the seeds from the cores and burying them in the soil. While he was preoccupied with his delightful feast, a colossal dinosaur that roamed Lam-Z Mountain prowled nearby, seeking easy prey. The green beast sniffed the air and swiftly honed in on the scent of the young boy. Its pupils dilated, drool dripping from its maw, filled with ravenous hunger. It knew precisely what it desired, and at that moment, Wu Tian was its intended lunch. Just after Wu Tian finished planting the apple seeds, he felt the ground begin to tremble. Wow, what is happening? Could this be the earthquake Mother mentioned? Turning around, he beheld a massive Lam-Z dragon charging towards him, its enormous jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth. "Ah!" Wu Tian screamed, turning to flee for his life. Run. This singular thought consumed the mind of the half-scion. Though his calves lacked strength, he harnessed the power of his ki, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, maintaining a few steps ahead of the pursuing beast. "Help! Is anyone there? Help me!" Wu Tian cried out. Had it not been for stumbling over a stone, he might have outpaced the Lam-Z dragon. The young boy fell, leaving him at the mercy of the dragon. Tears of fear streamed down his cheeks as he cried, "Wah? Brother Gohan!" Just as the dinosaur prepared to seize him, its jaws suddenly halted. Wu Tian curled into a ball, turning to see his brother fiercely gripping the creature's jaws. What met his eyes was a long brown tail, protruding from Gohan's pants. In a surge of primal instinct, Gohan felt an overwhelming desire to protect his younger brother. As adrenaline coursed through him, mingling with fear and anger, he shoved the Lam-Z dragon away and turned to Wu Tian, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Wu Tian shook his head. "I'll handle this." The Lam-Z dragon, recovering from its stupor, roared in fury and lunged at Gohan, who responded with an innocent smile. The massive dinosaur, recalling the moment its tail had been severed, abruptly halted, realizing who stood before it. As Gohan approached slowly, the beast began to sweat profusely. With a sudden swing of his fist, Gohan struck the dinosaur, sending it crashing into a nearby rock, which shattered upon impact, leaving the unfortunate Lam-Z dragon unconscious. Wu Tian rushed to his brother, throwing himself into Gohan's embrace and sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother, I'm so sorry. I was trying to catch a lizard for you, but I got hungry and ate a few apples, and then..." Wu Tian choked on his apologies, but Gohan gently interrupted him. "No need to explain. It's all right, Wu Tian." Gohan reassured him, holding his brother tightly. "Don't be afraid. I am here. I'm sorry I should have stayed with you. Wu Tian, I swear. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure no harm befalls you." The brothers held each other in silence for a few minutes until Wu Tian's emotions began to settle. He then jumped from Gohan's embrace and surveyed the surroundings, suddenly asking, "Hey, brother, what is that brown hair sticking out?" Gohan furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Hair? I'm not sure what you mean, Wu Tian." Wu Tian circled behind Gohan, gently grasping the protruding appendage. What is this?" Wu Tian inquired innocently. Gohan panicked, exclaiming, My tail has grown back." The half-scion was utterly flabbergasted. His tail had returned. Wu Tian still held it in his grasp, leaving Gohan at a loss for words and unsure of how to react. Yet he realized that from this day forward, matters would become much more complicated. "Wow, that is so cool. I didn't know you had a tail," Wu Tian exclaimed excitedly, tugging at it. Gohan cried out in exaggerated pain, collapsing to the ground. Wu Tian quickly retracted his hand, murmuring, "Oops, sorry, Gohan, I didn't mean to." Gohan stood up and began explaining the basics of scion tails to his younger brother, including their vulnerabilities. "Oh, I understand now," Wu Tian nodded. "But why didn't Trunks and I have tails when we were born? Yet you do? Perhaps it's because half-scions rarely grow tails." "I can't say for certain. More research is needed," Gohan replied, scratching his head. "So, are you going to get rid of it? I think Mom might be upset if she sees you with a tail." Gohan paused for a moment. "Should I get rid of it? After all, tails can easily be grabbed by enemies and are indeed a weakness. Not to mention, I would have to go to bed early every full moon. Not to mention, Videl might discover that Scion Superman and I share yet another trait." However, Raditz once spoke of the significance of the tail, particularly after I learned of the legend of the Super Scion. Gohan turned to Goten and declared, "I have made my decision. I will keep my tail." Goten's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? But what will Mom say? She will surely give you a hard time." Gohan reassured him. I will have a good talk with Mom, but I believe retaining my tail is the wisest choice at this moment. Moreover, I can gradually train it and harness the power of the tail effectively. As he spoke, Gohan patted Goten on the shoulder. Brother? Goten inquired, to which Gohan replied earnestly. I understand that Mom is not particularly keen on you learning to fight, but today has made me realize that you too must learn to protect yourself. Would you be willing to be my sparring partner? I can train. Wow, that's amazing. Goten exclaimed, running in circles. I want to become super strong. From that moment onward, Goten became Gohan's student and training partner. Subsequently, the two brothers returned home to greet their beloved mother. Chapter 22. Seeking Clues in the City of Hercule. Within the confines of Satan Tower, at this very moment, the daughter of Mr. Hercule Satan was seated before her bedroom computer, perusing the vast expanse of the global network. She was diligently pursuing a private research project, one she had devoted over a month to alongside her studies and police work. Ever since she first heard of the sightings of the Golden Warrior, Vitalai had an instinct that this individual was either the child who had appeared in the Cell games or one of the charlatans her father often spoke of. Initially, she believed these individuals were merely imposters and cheaters, employing smoke, mirrors, and technology to manipulate martial arts. However, this perception was utterly shattered by the emergence of the Scion Superman. For Vitalai, the Scion Superman reignited her curiosity. Of course, she had speculated that the Scion Superman might be a recent addition to that group of frauds, and she had never actually witnessed the Golden Warrior herself. Over the past 30 days, she had meticulously documented various pieces of information regarding the Scion Superman, employing logical reasoning to conclude that these seemingly impossible feats were far from mere tricks, as her father had suggested. What truly altered her investigative direction concerning the Cell games and these extraordinary individuals was her new classmate and friend, Son Gohan. Vitalai noted Gohan's demeanor. He was genteel, spoke softly, and was exceedingly polite, a rarity in her social circle. Of course, if this boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle from the mountains were not so anxious, there would be nothing to question. To Vitalai, nervousness was not a trait one exhibited unless one had something to hide or was guilty of wrongdoing. Furthermore, according to Sharpner and Arasa, Gohan often vanished inexplicably both inside and outside of school. His evasiveness on certain topics and his clumsy excuses further suggested that he was concealing something, perhaps many things. One such revelation was that Gohan was the son of the legendary and controversial Son Goku. This made Vitalai suspicious that Gohan might indeed be the new hero donning the helmet. However, according to his mother's account, Gohan was merely an ordinary scholar who disliked fighting. Yet, this explanation did not satisfy Vitalai. From her perspective, Gohan still held many mysteries. Her hypothesis remained valid. The Scion Superman and Gohan were not only possibly connected, but could also be the key to unraveling the enigma of the Golden Warrior and the Cell games. However, she needed evidence to substantiate her theory. Vitalai began to peruse articles concerning the 21st to 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, utilizing these writings and any available footage to uncover information related to Son Goku. As she anticipated, there was scarce information about these martial artists, aside from the accounts of those who had witnessed the matches. According to most articles, Gohan's father was one of the youngest competitors in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Astonishingly, he had reached the finals consecutively. No matter the means, he must have been extraordinarily powerful. Even before facing the so-called Great Demon King, the article stated that Goku was the youngest world champion. Vitalai muttered to herself while jotting down notes. As she continued her search, she noticed the emblem on the back of Goku's martial arts uniform, the turtle symbol. Wait a moment, turtle? Vitalai delved deeper, discovering that Goku had trained under a legendary martial artist. She suddenly exclaimed, "This is the symbol of the turtle school, turtle style." This means Gohan's father was a disciple of the esteemed Master Roshi. The myth surrounding Master Roshi had always been prevalent, and this discovery resonated with Vitalai. Past footage of the tournaments depicted several individuals employing unique attacks, with Goku and 3 others recorded utilizing techniques purportedly invented by Master Roshi, the Kamehameha. Finally, a breakthrough. Now, to investigate flight techniques. Vitalai felt an immense pride in her discovery. Wasn't that Tien Shinhan also capable of flight? In one of the tournaments, Vitalai spent yet another hour that morning continuing her research, uncovering more astonishing revelations. She came across a photograph of a young Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and a peculiar old man, all clad in garb adorned with the crane symbol. How could this be? Vitalai gasped. The former world champion Tien Shinhan had evidently trained under the Crane School, the arch-rival of the Turtle School. Their flight techniques originated from there. They invented the afterimage technique. After noting this, Bidalai began to speak to herself again. All right, let me reevaluate my understanding of Son Gohan. His father is Son Goku, who possesses the techniques I observed during the Cell Games. Therefore, he must have been taught by the so-called Turtle Master, or at least has some connection to the disciples of the Turtle School. He is the former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, having faced off against Tien Shinhan, the champion prior to Goku. Tien Shinhan had trained under the rival school of Goku. Additionally, the Saiyan Superman might also employ techniques akin to those of the Crane School. Bidalai analyzed her research notes. I can essentially infer that he is Gohan, but I lack concrete evidence to link the two. The Saiyan Superman and that bookworm are nothing alike. Moreover, the Saiyan Superman has never emitted beams from his hands as Goku and the other warriors have. I must find a common characteristic, an undeniable piece of evidence. As Bidalai continued her contemplation, a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Bidalai, sweetheart. Oh dear, how annoying. Bidalai muttered under her breath, her train of thought disrupted. What is it, Dad? It's 7:30. You need to hurry to school, or you'll be late. Mr. Satan called through the door. Bidalai glanced at the digital clock on her computer, muttering an expletive. Just a moment ago, it was 5:15, and now it was suddenly 7:30. Bidalai thought, I'll be out in a moment, but I might need to deal with a few troublemakers on the way. She called back, attempting to align with her father's pride in her righteous endeavors. All right, but be careful. Don't make this a habit, understood? Mr. Satan warned. I won't. Bidalai replied as she stood from her computer chair, moving to the drawer to retrieve her clothes and school badge. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. I can see you taking my belt and continuing my legacy. Just wait and see. Before long, you will become a great hero like your old man. He laughed heartily. Bidalai sighed, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. I can't stand him. Chapter 23, Keen Observation. Hercule City, Orange Star High School. Orange Star High School employs a rotating schedule, meaning the first class of each day varies. For instance, if Friday begins with a specific class, by Monday it shifts to the second class, with the first class occurring last. Today, Gohan's final class is the fourth period, Calculus. Welcome back, Son Gohan, smiled Mr. Sansu. The calculus teacher, it's delightful to see you here on time today. The classmates chuckled at this, prompting Gohan to inwardly sigh, feeling the sting of a Scion's pride being bruised. Whose idea was it to help that elderly lady find her 12 dogs? Oh right, it was mine. Gohan mused to himself. Hearing the ridicule from the jocks and the self-important girls, Gohan's tail twitched slightly in anger. What a bothersome bunch. Gohan thought discontentedly. Then suddenly snapped back to reality, wondering, wait, why am I so angry all of a sudden? I'm sorry, teacher. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'll do my best not to be late again. Gohan scratched the back of his head, hastily offering an excuse. That's quite all right, Son Gohan. I understand your journey to school is long. It's commendable that you managed to come at all. Mr. Sansu nodded, gesturing for him to return to his seat. Gohan resumed his place, with Alasha, Bidalai, and Shippuna seated nearby. Hi, Gohan. Alasha greeted him softly, visibly pleased to see her friend. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Yeah, not really, Gohan replied, recalling the unsettling nightmares that had plagued him since his father's passing. Shippuna frowned with concern. Do you want to talk about it? You've seemed off all day. I'd rather not discuss it, Gohan replied, lowering his head, a hint of sorrow on his face. For a moment, silence enveloped them, leaving them unsure of how to comfort him. Bidalai, understanding the pain of losing a loved one, couldn't help but interject. Although we haven't known each other long, we're here for you if you need to talk. That's what friends are for, right? Gohan looked up at the three of them, smiling gratefully and nodding. Thank you. At that moment, Alasha noticed Gohan's tail and curiously asked, Gohan, that belt of yours is quite unique. Where did you get it? Huh. Oh, thank you. It's something my grandfather made. Gohan quickly fabricated a lie, eager to shift the focus away from his tail. Bidalai scrutinized Gohan's tail, her brow slightly furrowing. This belt is rather peculiar. It almost feels alive, she thought to herself, dismissing the absurdity of her notion. Time swiftly passed, and the final class concluded in a whirlwind. As the bell rang, students poured out of the classroom, engaging in socializing, entertainment, or extracurricular activities. While Gohan walked ahead, a girl with pigtails suddenly caught up to him. Hey, Gohan. Turning around, Gohan saw Bidalai, her expression displeased. evidently intent on demanding an explanation. Gohan swallowed nervously and smiled. Oh, it's you, Bidalai. I didn't see you there. What is up? Don't play dumb, Son Gohan. You've been late consistently and hardly talked to us. This is the 4th time you've been tardy this week. What is going on? Bidalai chastised, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing. Shapuna and Alasha stood by, observing quietly. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I haven't been sleeping well, Gohan reiterated dryly, attempting to deflect. Spare me the excuses. Bidalai pointed at Gohan. I can see you're hiding something. Gohan was taken aback by Bidalai's tone. In the past 3 weeks, you've either arrived late by 5 to 10 minutes or left as soon as I start working. Every time Shapuna, Alasha, or I ask, you concoct some half-baked excuse. At this moment, Gohan's face turned pale. She truly is observant. Bidalai noted, her expression shifting to one of knowing amusement as she concluded. I believe you must be concealing something from us, Gohan. What are you talking about, Miss Bidalai? What could I possibly be hiding? The half-scion feigned innocence. He then let out a weary chuckle, attempting to alleviate the tension Bidalai had created. Alasha shook her head, thinking, my goodness, it's been a month. And she is still so fixated on Gohan. She has never been this invested in any boy before. It seems she genuinely has feelings for him. Bidalai continued. Although I don't know what you're hiding, I'm sure it's not trivial. You'll slip up sooner or later. But, Gohan began, but was interrupted by Bidalai. Enough with the buts. Right now, you're safe. But remember my words, Son Gohan. I will uncover the truth sooner or later. If you've done something wrong, I will see you brought to justice. But for now, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Of course, Shapuna interjected mockingly. You've been too busy chasing those fools in capes to pay any attention to me. I'm truly heartbroken, darling. How did we end up like this? We once had such a close bond. Stop your nonsense, crayon head. We never had any relationship. Alasha interjected, stepping between Bidalai and Gohan with a smile. All right. Let us wrap up today's interrogation. Gohan-kun must be exhausted. With that, she winked at Gohan, who understood and smiled gratefully at her. Just as Bidalai was about to retort, her communicator suddenly buzzed. Ah, what bad luck. Duty calls. I must take my leave. See you tomorrow, Gohan. Don't think this is over. It's far from it. With that, she hurried out of the campus, producing a capsule and summoning a jet helicopter, disappearing into the sky. Gohan sighed in relief and smiled at Alasha. Thank you so much, Miss Alasha. You really saved me. Don't mention it, Gohan-kun. Alasha waved her hand dismissively. I know Bidalai can seem a bit nosy at times, but she has her reasons. She doesn't let people get close easily. Why is that? Gohan asked curiously. Shapuna chimed in. You might be unaware, coming from the countryside, but do you know Bidalai is Mr. Satan's daughter? Yeah, I know. Mr. Satan is not only incredibly powerful, but also one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. He never has to worry about money, and through various media, advertisements, and other investments, he wields immense influence. All right. Gohan tilted his head slightly. Shapuna sighed, covering his face. Goodness, use your brain, you fool. Bidalai is one of the most recognized children globally. Can you imagine how many parents would encourage their children to get close to her, hoping to gain something from her father's fame and fortune? Gohan pondered Shapuna's words intently, his lips slightly parted, looking somewhat pitiful. Oh, Gohan murmured quietly. Shapuna ruffled his golden hair and continued. Listen, I'm not saying I like how Bidalai deals with those she finds suspicious, but can you really blame her? It's hard for her to distinguish between those who genuinely care for her as a person and those who are interested in being associated with the daughter of a world champion. I just hope you can understand her feelings. Gohan felt a twinge of guilt as his gaze dropped to the ground. Oh my, no wonder Bidalai reacted that way. Surely, someone must have attempted to exploit her identity as the daughter of Mr. Satan in the past, which must have filled her with doubt and mistrust towards others. My current actions do little to assist her. Nevertheless, the less she knows, the better it is for everyone. That is my rationale, Gohan reflected. I understand now. Gohan nodded. In retrospect, Bidalai may have indeed caught on to something. I know your appetite surpasses that of an average person by threefold, Shapner suddenly remarked. But to be frank, I find it hard to believe you would suffer from an upset stomach. Your mother's culinary skills must be exceptional. I, Gohan stammered, beginning to break into a cold sweat. Well, they do have a point. You frequently visit the restroom. To be honest, where do you disappear to? Alasha inquired. Following closely behind Shapner, Gohan suddenly found himself in a precarious situation, uncertain of how to respond. Whatever he said could potentially expose him. I'm not sure how to. Just as Gohan struggled to concoct an excuse, he sensed Biddy Lee's energy drifting away. I must take my leave. Let us continue this conversation later. Gohan turned and dashed towards the rooftop of the school, inadvertently leaving his backpack behind. Chapter 24. The Discovery of Secrets. Wait, Gohan. Your backpack. Alasha exclaimed, picking up Gohan's bag. Shapna glanced at Alasha and said, let's go. We need to catch up. The two exchanged knowing nods and followed Gohan up to the rooftop. Upon pushing open the door, the two blonde boys found Gohan standing on the balcony of Orange Star High School. Hold on, he cautioned. We need to figure out what this guy is up to. Let's observe him quietly. Gohan surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, before pressing the red button on his watch. Transform, he whispered, and as he pressed the button, a radiant light enveloped his body, instantaneously transforming him into another identity. All right, time to find Videl, he mused, then soared into the sky, leaving his two astonished classmates behind. Good heavens, Shapna stammered, nearly losing his balance as he stood. Alasha eagerly followed Shapna, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. Gohan, he is the Saiyan Superman. Oh my, we are friends with a superhero. I should have known. I always sensed something was off about him, but I never imagined he was deceiving us. What kind of man is his father? He can't be any better. Smack. Alasha delivered a sharp slap to Shapna, sending him crashing to the ground. Alasha, what was that for? Shapna shouted, clutching his stinging face in outrage. You are a jerk. Alasha shouted back, her face flushed with anger, rendering Shapna speechless. Typically vibrant and cheerful, Alasha was incensed today. Previously, her cousin had been bullied by one of Shapna's former friends, and in her fury, she had broken the bully's arm, sending him straight to the hospital. Since then, both Shapna and Videl had been cautious not to provoke her. However, today Shapna seemed to have forgotten all of that. I have my reasons. Shut up, Shapna. Alasha interrupted fiercely. Gohan has always treated us so well, and you, out of jealousy because Videl fancies him, dare to say such hurtful things. Who are you to speak ill of him? Shapna frowned. He's just a nerd. Why should he get the attention of the girl I like? Have you forgotten he has been deceiving us all along? He runs off to be a hero, probably just for the attention, or worse, to exploit Videl. Wake up, Alasha. He is not the good person you believe him to be. Be quiet, Shapna. Alasha retorted. Shapna noticed tears shimmering in her eyes, yet she remained furious, unwilling to relent. You're the one who is blind. How many good deeds has Gohan done for this city? Have you forgotten? He has saved so many innocent lives, including Videl's, and you dare to speak ill of him? That is utterly outrageous. Alasha's voice trembled with emotion. Shapna found himself at a loss for words, guilt flooding over him. Though still angry, he was clearly beginning to waver. Alasha wiped her tears and continued, Yes, Gohan may have hidden something from us, but he surely has his reasons. His actions are not what you think. You should reflect on your words, Shapna. Defeated, Shapna lowered his head. All right, I was wrong. I will reconsider my stance. That's more like it. Now, let us quietly wait for Gohan to return. His mother surely wouldn't want him to forget his backpack at school. Shapna nodded, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he asked, Should we tell Videl? She probably doesn't know yet. Don't tell her. Alasha firmly shook her head. That would be unfair to both Gohan and Videl. Videl prefers to discover things for herself. Informing her now would only complicate matters for Gohan. We will wait until he chooses to tell her. Shapna sighed. All right, we will do it your way. Moreover, you know Videl has a penchant for mysterious men. Oh, Alasha, please don't crush my spirits any further. Alasha shook her head, candidly stating, To be honest, Shapna, Videl only sees you as a good friend, even a brother. You wish to be more than that. It's simply not going to happen. Hearing these words, the long-haired boy's emotions crumbled as he bowed his head, confronted by the painful reality. 15 minutes later, Michelle Paradise Hotel. Hekul City. Videl piloted her renowned jet helicopter across the city until she spotted a familiar cluster of white buildings surrounded by 7 police cars. This was the Michelle Paradise Hotel, named in honor of her late mother, Michelle Ashura. Originally, it was a place where she, Mr. Satan, and Michelle would vacation or attend special events. Michelle cherished this locale as it held many precious memories, occupying a special place in her heart. Since Videl's mother passed away from cancer and Mr. Satan became the world's savior, he purchased the hotel and renamed it after his beloved wife. Every time Videl passed by, she couldn't help but recall her fond yet hazy memories with her mother. Mom, don't worry, I will deal with these scoundrels. She resolutely thought as she descended the helicopter onto a clearing. The police chief awaited her arrival with eager anticipation. Chief, what is the situation? Vidal inquired as she disembarked from the helicopter. It's the Red Shark gang again, Vidal. But this time they've escalated things by bringing in an assassin. The police chief explained. They have taken over the hotel, holding over 20 hostages, including the mayor and his daughter. Damn it, what do they want? The portly police chief shook his head. They are demanding 2 million coins and wish to face Mr. Satan. Indeed, ever since her father gained notoriety, they had sought to eliminate him. Consequently, their criminal activities had become increasingly brazen. However, her father was far too occupied to concern himself with such petty villains. Vidal furrowed her brow in contemplation. Vidal, what should we do now? An older officer inquired. Vidal turned to him decisively. You all keep an eye out for any external dangers. I will handle what is inside. Wait, Vidal, that is too dangerous. There are too many people inside. You could be at risk. The officer attempted to dissuade her, but it was too late. Vidal had already dashed through the revolving door, entering the hotel. Many officers silently prayed for her safe return. Look in the sky. Just moments after Vidal rushed into the hotel, a flying figure appeared. It was Scion Superman. Landing near the police, Scion Superman immediately spotted Vidal's yellow aircraft, but the young girl had vanished. May I speak with the police chief? Scion Superman requested in a deep, mature, and confident tone. The chief approached him, exclaiming, Scion Superman, thank heavens you've arrived. And just in time, for Vidal just rushed in. What happened, chief? The chief explained, the Red Shark gang has teamed up with a deadly assassin, taking the hotel hostage, with the goal of luring out Mr. Satan. I understand. Gazing at Scion Superman's mask, the chief remarked, young man, I was initially skeptical of you and your antics, but that no longer matters. Biddy Lee is intelligent, upright, and kind-hearted, yet she shares her parents' stubbornness. I have known this child since she was 10. She feels like a niece to me. I cannot bear to see her in pain or facing worse circumstances. He removed his hat and continued, regardless of whether you truly possess strength, you have demonstrated that you share the same sense of justice as Biddy Lee. Therefore, I implore you, not as a police officer, but as an ordinary man, Scion Superman, to ensure her safe return. Moved by the director's words, Scion Superman smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, rest assured, sir. I shall only appear when she is in her greatest need. Very well, Scion Superman. We are all counting on you. Go ahead, young man. Once more soaring into the air, Gohan flew towards the main building, shattering a window to enter the room. The masked hero landed in a dimly lit chamber. From the number 36 on the wall, he deduced that he was now on the 36th floor of the hotel. Gohan activated the new night vision feature of his helmet, scanning the surroundings for any presence. After finding no one on the floor, this half-Scion closed his eyes, attempting to sense any fluctuations in energy, with Biddy Lee's aura being his primary focus. Chapter 25. The assassin. It appears that everyone has been confined somewhere downstairs, likely on the first floor. This is dire. Biddy Lee is approaching quickly. I must descend hastily to prevent her and the other hostages from coming to harm. Who knows how perilous this assassin may be? Upon locating a door leading to the staircase, Gohan dashed down, slowing his descent to land gently, and entered a lengthy corridor leading to the Grand Hall. Sensing Biddy Lee's position and the tension emanating from her aura, Gohan let out a resigned sigh. Why does she always push herself so hard? Given her current predicament, she is bound to get hurt, or worse, lose her life. As he grumbled inwardly, he quickened his pace towards the assembly hall. Approximately 2 minutes later, Scion Superman burst through the wall, capturing everyone's attention. The cloaked hero had arrived just in time. Meanwhile, Biddy Lee, having rushed into the crime scene earlier, found herself ensnared by a burly man, unable to move. This man was none other than Rock, the leader of the Red Shark gang, who held a revolver aimed at Biddy Lee's head. His two henchmen, Jimbo, clad in green, and Slim Jim, wearing sunglasses, armed with weapons, stood guard alongside 6 other gang members, overseeing all the hostages, including Mayor Heckle and his 7-year-old daughter. Boss, look who is here. It's this little brat. Slim Jim scoffed, eliciting a cacophony of wicked laughter from the Red Shark members as they mocked Scion Superman. Biddy Lee glared at her unwelcome partner, despite never wanting his assistance. In fact, in addition to struggling to free herself from Rock's grip, she was filled with resentment towards Scion Superman, irritated that he always overshadowed her efforts. Not him again. Why does he always have to meddle in my affairs? I certainly don't need his help. How did he find this place so quickly? I took 15 minutes to get here. This infuriates me. Just wait until I get free. He'll regret it. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Scion Superman. Rock's calm voice carried a hint of menace. I believe you are aware of our terms, are you not? I have heard. Scion Superman's tone was icy. However, I shall not acquiesce to any of your demands. Release all the hostages at once and withdraw your men, or bear the consequences. Rock and his henchmen erupted into another round of raucous laughter, further stoking Scion Superman's fury. How laughable. You think you can thwart us? Dream on, monster. This time, I've found someone who can deal with you. Dodo wave. Suddenly, a yellow energy wave hurtled towards Gohan, but he merely raised his left hand and waved it gently, sending the wave flying out the window, causing the onlookers to scream in terror. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure gracefully leaped down from the ceiling, executing a movement as elegant as a crane in flight, astonishing Bidulai and the others. How could this be? Gohan was taken aback, as the identity of the person became clear. Standing before him was an elderly martial arts master, adorned with a pair of binoculars on his forehead and a gleaming metallic dome on his head, unforgettable after just a glance. He had a sharp nose and a thin mustache, with black hair styled into a long braid. He wore a pink robe, prominently embroidered with the character for Kill. Kid, it seems you've grown up and become increasingly bothersome, the assassin coldly remarked, locking his gaze on the masked hero. Scion Superman exclaimed, You are. Tao Bai. How did you end up here? Despite the peril surrounding many, the crowd was intensely curious about the recognition shared between this hero and the assassin. Bidulai, firmly held by Rock, was filled with dread, stunned by the unfolding events. Upon hearing that name, her heart sank. He referred to Tao Bai. That's the infamous killer my father warned me to stay away from. In her mind, Bidulai marveled at Tao Bai's earlier display. Could that truly be considered a trick? Had they employed such tactics for assassination? Moreover, how could Tao Bai possibly know Scion Superman? What was the situation here? Focusing her mind to escape, Bidulai gritted her teeth, encouraging herself. Concentrate, Bidulai. You must free yourself first before saving everyone. Tao Bai bore a smug smile. Master, do you know this oddball? Rock inquired with evident curiosity regarding the history between Gohan and Tao Bai. Oh, indeed. I have quite a history with this kid, Tao Bai arrogantly replied. However, that is my business, not yours. Suit yourself. Just deal with this self-important fool swiftly. As long as Mr. Satan agrees to our terms, you shall receive your reward. Rock scoffed. Of course, Tao Bai said, placing his hands behind his back and slowly advancing towards Scion Superman. Scion Superman quickly devised a plan, deciding to utilize a skill taught by Piccolo to mentally communicate with Bidulai. Bidulai, can you hear me? His voice reached Bidulai's ears, and seeing him gaze at her, she initially thought she was hallucinating due to her breathing difficulties. Oh my, now I hear voices in my head. I really should see a psychologist. You are indeed mistaken. I'm communicating with you telepathically. Our consciousnesses are temporarily linked. Scion Superman explained, startling Bidulai, though she soon shook her head. I can't be bothered to decipher your nonsense. Why are you in my head? And why are you here? I was about to handle them. And then you. We don't have time to discuss this, Bidulai. We're facing armed criminals and an assassin capable of taking lives with a flick of his tongue. Do you wish to cooperate with me, or will you risk everyone's lives for your pride? Bidulai bit her lip, finally relenting internally. Fine, but our score isn't settled yet. You big oaf. What is your plan? I have a way to help you escape and deal with the Red Shark gang. But you must trust me. Wait for my signal. Now, close your eyes for at least 3 seconds. What? Why should I? No time for arguments. Just follow my lead. All right, I'll do as you say. Let us get this started. Gohan couldn't help but chuckle at Bidulai's slightly sarcastic response. At that moment, he noticed Tao Bai closing in at an alarming speed. Oh no, he is incredibly fast. Scion Superman reacted swiftly, spreading his hands before his face and shouting, Solar Flare. A blinding light erupted instantaneously, lasting 3 to 5 seconds, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. Tao Bai was forced to retreat, struggling to regain his vision, while the members of the Red Shark gang, including Rock, howled in agony from the searing brightness. Chapter 26. The Rescue. With a swift and calculated move, Biddy seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Locke's abdomen, compelling him to relinquish his grip and causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. In a fluid motion, she executed a backflip, landing behind Locke. and followed up with a soaring kick that struck him squarely in the head, rendering the gang leader unconscious. Now, Biddy Lee turned her attention to the Red Shark gang members, who were immobilized by the blinding light, a dangerous smile gracing her lips as she cracked her knuckles, declaring, "It's time to deal with you lot." Meanwhile, Tao Bai Bai and Saya Superman were engaged in a fierce confrontation on the ground. Tao Bai Bai charged forward, unleashing a series of knee strikes against Saya Superman, who adeptly blocked the assault with his forearm. Following this, Tao Bai Bai attempted a spinning kick, but Saya Superman skillfully evaded with a backflip, retaliating midair with a powerful punch aimed at Tao Bai Bai. Both combatants reacted with remarkable speed, their fists colliding before they retreated to reassess their positions, eyeing each other warily. Gohan observed with astonishment. Although he had suppressed most of his strength to maintain his cover, he was genuinely surprised that Tao Bai Bai could hold his own against him. This individual's power seems to have surged. Who could have enhanced his cyborg system to elevate his combat prowess to such heights? It feels as if I am battling an android. Gohan pondered inwardly. How do you like my strength, kid? Tao Bai Bai sneered. My boss had a new system installed for me, allowing for greater precision and efficiency in combat, and significantly boosting my physical resilience. Our mission is to make that Satan suffer and take care of everyone associated with him. Saya Superman retorted coldly. That is utterly repugnant. How could I possibly admire a monster who profits from the suffering and blood of others? Saya Superman assumed a familiar stance, reminiscent of the one his father had taken against Vegeta long ago. Since you dare to harm innocent children, I shall ensure your complete defeat today. Tao Bai Bai erupted in laughter, adopting a battle stance as he quietly remarked. A half-hearted fool who can't even reveal his true identity dares to act tough in front of me. How laughable. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Saya Superman silently cursed. The two ascended once more, bringing their clash to the skies. Meanwhile, Biddy Lee had successfully subdued the remaining members of the Red Shark gang, binding them one by one with ropes she had acquired from a helicopter. Biddy Lee, over here. She turned at the sound of the call and saw the mayor's daughter standing beside her father, who appeared utterly petrified. Oh no, I must hurry to assist. Biddy Lee thought anxiously, rushing over. The mayor's daughter threw herself into Biddy Lee's embrace, holding her tightly. Biddy Lee, my father has a team moved. Is something wrong with him? The little girl asked, her voice rife with concern. Biddy Lee bit her lip, glancing down at Mayor Hercule. Fortunately, although he looked pale, he was still breathing. She placed her fingers on his neck, feeling a steady pulse. Oh, thank goodness. He still has a pulse. Turning to the little girl, she reassured. Melanie, your father is fine. He has merely fainted. Once this is all over, we will take him to the hospital. Melanie nodded, and the two watched as Saya Superman and Tao Bai Bai leaped from either side of the wall, colliding in midair before separating once more. How is this possible? How can this be happening? Biddy Lee screamed internally, confusion and jealousy nearly driving her to madness. It was simply unfathomable. My father was merely an ordinary man, yet he could defeat Cell, while these individuals can achieve such feats. My eyes can barely keep up with their movements. Back in the aerial battle, Saya Superman dodged a strike from Tao Bai Bai, then landed a powerful blow to his abdomen. Tao Bai Bai staggered back, spitting blood, but retaliated with a fierce double-handed strike to Saya Superman's back, sending him hurtling towards the ground. Just before impact, Tao Bai Bai adjusted his position, landing firmly, while Saya Superman floated gracefully to the ground. Breathing heavily after nearly an hour of intense combat, Tao Bai Bai appeared fatigued, whereas Saya Superman had not broken a sweat. It's over, Tao Bai Bai, Saya Superman declared. Your gang has been defeated, and your cyborg enhancements do not pose a threat to me. Surrender now and save yourself the trouble. Tao Bai Bai rose, glancing at the bound gang members, then shifting his gaze to Biddy Lee and Melanie, who were tending to Mayor Hercule. He then turned back to Saya Superman. It seems I indeed underestimated you, Tao Bai Bai replied calmly. But it matters little. This encounter has provided me with ample information that will surely please my new boss. What are you talking about? Locke has already lost. Huh, you know nothing. Navi, little brat. Tao Bai Bai jeered, igniting a blaze of anger within Gohan. That fool is nothing but trash. I have no intention of wasting any more time. Tao Bai Bai raised his left arm, pointing it at Saya Superman, then suddenly drew it back, transforming it into a cannon. He swiftly aimed the cannon at Biddy Lee and Melanie, shouting, DNG DNGP. The explosion came so swiftly that Biddy Lee and the little girl had no time to react. Biddy Lee tightly embraced Melanie, preparing to shield her from the impending attack, bracing herself for the worst. In that split second, a figure stepped in front of them, and the tremendous blast from the energy wave shook the entire hotel. Did I die? Mom, are you there? No, you are still alive and safe. Biddy Lee opened her eyes abruptly, discovering that she and Melanie were securely enveloped in Saya Superman's arms. The surrounding crowd was stunned. The controversial hero had saved them all. Melanie gazed up at the nearby Saya Superman, her eyes drifting to the now missing red cape that had once draped over his shoulders, replaced instead by the smoke that lingered from the explosion. Are you both all right? Saya Superman inquired softly, his tone gentle and his signature smile adorning his face. Melanie merely shook her head silently, unable to speak. Biddy Lee also remained quiet, staring at the masked superhero in awe. He saved me once again, Biddy Lee thought softly. I have never been this close to a boy before. She found herself scrutinizing Saya Superman's physique. Wow, his arms are so strong and warm. It feels as if nothing could harm me with him around. Waves of emotion surged within Biddy Lee, momentarily enveloping her in a tender reverie. But soon, her rationality returned. Wait, what are these muddled feelings? I don't even know who this person is. Curse you, Alasha. I should never have indulged in those melodramatic shows with you last year. Biddy Lee felt a flush of embarrassment as her face warmed. Saya Superman released them, turning to scan the area for Tao Bai, only to discover that a pillar in the hall had been destroyed, and Tao Bai's presence had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Biddy Lee noticed Saya Superman's armor had been pierced by the energy wave, revealing a patch of burned skin that oozed a small amount of blood. He.S. injured. Biddy Lee gasped, realizing that everything was real. Those tricks were all genuine. I can hardly believe it. And Saya Superman took that blow for me. The Scion Superman shook his head, hovering in the air, and called out to the hostages. Rest assured, everyone, you are safe now and may leave. The hostages erupted in cheers, the atmosphere was vibrant, and many began to chant his name. Scion Superman. Scion Superman. Scion Superman. Witnessing this, the Scion Superman could not help but smile. Chapter 27. Honest dialogue. 30 minutes later, at the Michelle Paradise Hotel in Hercule City, the hostages emerged, their faces adorned with smiles, radiating more joy than the other survivors. This was entirely due to the brave rescue efforts of Biddy Lee and Saya Superman. A police squad soon arrived, apprehending the unconscious kidnappers, among whom was Locke. After assisting Melanie in locating her mother and ensuring the mayor was safely placed on a stretcher for transport to the ambulance, Biddy Lee provided a detailed report to the police chief. Saya Superman stood on a nearby small building, observing the successful conclusion of the ordeal, feeling a sense of relief. Today had indeed been quite tumultuous. Who would have thought a hotel kidnapping could turn so complex? However, he mused, such matters were far less taxing than the experiences involving the Cell Games and Namek. His thoughts drifted to the modifications mentioned by Tao Bai. Tao Bai's newfound strength was truly unexpected, and he surely possessed more knowledge than he let on. If Locke was not his superior, then for whom was he truly working? Mr. Saya Superman. Gohan glanced down to see the mayor's wife, Biddy Lee, and Melanie waving at him. He descended gracefully to their side. Is there something you need? The mayor's wife knelt down and encouraged her daughter. Go on, don't be shy. Melanie approached Gohan shyly, saying, Mr. Saya Superman, thank you for saving me, my sister Biddy Lee, and my dad. Saya Superman smiled, raised his right hand in salute, and replied casually, no need to thank me, everyone is safe. And that is what truly matters. The mayor's wife took her daughter's hand, expressing her gratitude. When my husband wakes up, I will certainly tell him of your heroic deeds today. Thank you, young man. Our family and the entire city will forever remember your kindness. Melanie waved goodbye to Saya Superman and Biddy Lee before walking with her mother towards the ambulance carrying the mayor. Biddy Lee turned to Saya Superman and began, what is it? Saya Superman prompted, waiting for her to continue and eager to understand how she intended to initiate the conversation. Saya Superman sighed, slightly exasperated. How about I ask you a question first? He inquired. Why? Biddy Lee looked perplexed and shot him a glare. Why? What do you mean? What why? She demanded. Clarify yourself. Saya Superman explained. Why are you always dissatisfied when I assist you? Why is it so difficult for you to accept that we are fighting for the same cause? And why are you so intent on pursuing me to uncover my identity? Do you not realize that everything I do is solely to help others? Biddy Lee continued to glare at the masked hero, as if she were gazing at the most foolish person in the world. Are you out of your mind? Or has that ridiculous helmet of yours damaged your brain cells? She scoffed. You bucket-headed fool, it's unbearable. What do you mean? Be quiet. Vidalai interjected sharply. You symbolize everything in life that should not exist yet does. Flying, invulnerability, being able to touch light, moving faster than the eye can see. Even my dad, the strongest man in the world, cannot achieve half of what you can. I've never understood you, and it's driving me insane. Your words imply that my difference from ordinary people is a flaw. Saiya's Superman crossed his arms. Your existence makes others seem like a joke. Saiya's Superman fell silent, absorbing Vidalai's complaints, feeling a twinge of guilt within. I have been combating crime since I was 14. Every time I faced danger, I relied on my own strength to escape. I refused to be saved by a suddenly appearing, shining superpowered monster, as if I were a helpless princess. I am Vidalai Satan. I am strong. Vidalai concluded, panting slightly. After a moment of silence, Saiya's Superman turned his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought. Vidalai's pride was indeed formidable. She felt powerless in the presence of his superpowers, which instilled in her a profound sense of frustration. In truth, Saiya's Superman's intention was merely to protect his friend, not to instill feelings of weakness within her. Gohan had long admired Vidalai's heroic spirit. Despite lacking any special abilities, she bravely faced challenges, making her particularly special in his eyes. This realization only compounded his anguish over concealing his identity from her, which was not solely for his sake, but primarily to protect others. Perhaps he could gradually reveal the truth, piece by piece, about his true self. Hey, do you have anything to say or not? Vidalai crossed her arms, her voice sharp. Saiya's Superman glanced at her, then toward the small building where he had previously stood, proposing, shall we talk up there? I would prefer not to be overheard. Vidalai hesitated for a moment, yet sensed an unusual tenderness in Saiya's Superman's tone, prompting her to nod. Thus, he gently embraced her and soared to the rooftop 2 stories high. Upon landing, he sat at the edge of the eaves, patting the space beside him with a smile, inviting her to sit. Vidalai sighed. Though reluctant, she took a seat beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Saiya's Superman began, Vidalai, I never intended for you to feel useless. To be honest, I deeply admire you. At such a young age, without any superpowers, you give your all for this city. It's just I don't want to see you get hurt, which is why I intervened. Vidalai lowered her gaze, still unwilling to relent, coldly retorting, why should I believe you? You, the helmet-wearing hero. I earned my place working alongside the police through my own efforts. How can I trust you when I don't even know who you are? Saiya's Superman sighed and shook his head. Chapter 28, A Proposal. This girl. Truly a handful. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed difficult to fathom. Gohan mused internally, ultimately resolving that there seemed to be no other course of action. In truth, I have endured numerous hardships since childhood. The Scion Superman spoke, causing Videl to fall silent, her attention fully captured. At the age of 4, I was once abducted by a distant uncle. He approached my father, seeking his assistance in conquering other realms. Our family was inherently destined for battle and conquest. However, my father, due to an accident in his youth, lost his memory and forgot his mission. Eventually, he fought with my uncle, and both perished. Videl listened in astonishment, completely unprepared for the sudden revelation from the Scion Superman, and the complexity of his past left her speechless. I believe you. I just don't know. I'm sorry, she murmured, her gaze cast downwards. To be honest, I do not dislike you, Scion Superman. I simply do not understand you very well. You appear to be so good that it is almost unbelievable, right? He interjected. Mr. Satan's daughter lowered her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as the Scion Superman effortlessly perceived her thoughts, and their relationship underwent a significant transformation. I understand your perspective. Please try to comprehend my situation. My concealed identity is not for my own sake. I have family that I must protect, and I cannot allow them to be disturbed by the public. We merely wish to lead a tranquil life. Even so, you still present yourself as someone above the law. She retorted, producing the badge issued to her by the Hercule City Police Department. I cooperate with the police, while you are an unconventional superhero, operating outside the bounds of protocol. What do you have to say about that? The Scion Superman turned to her and replied, I have no explanation, nor is one necessary. I indeed believe that adhering to the law is crucial, but I recall no law that forbids doing what is right, regardless of legal stipulations. If someone is in distress and I possess the ability to assist them, no force in this world can deter me from offering my help. Videl's azure eyes widened, her heart stirred by his words. She had finally encountered someone who shared her sense of justice and moral conviction. My goodness, our philosophies align perfectly, Videl thought, a sudden idea flashing through her mind. Perhaps he truly is. Videl stood, hands on her hips. Tell me, Scion Superman, what was that attack that Tao Pai Pai launched against you? I know you are aware of what it was, and it was no mere trick, for it penetrated your armor and inflicted harm upon you. You finally caught on, haven't you? He asked with a smile. Videl, that attack was the result of training and discipline, channeling 1's life force into power. The Scion Superman rose and approached her, gathering a sphere of energy in his left hand. This is Ki, or life energy, the Scion Superman confirmed. Videl leaned forward, her childlike curiosity fixated on the glowing sphere. Gohan was somewhat taken aback as he noticed something different about Videl. My goodness, her eyes are quite lovely when she isn't glaring at me, he thought, shaking his head to suppress those peculiar notions. It's beautiful, Videl softly said, reaching out to touch the sphere of Ki, which felt warm to her. You mentioned that everyone possesses this power, correct? The Scion Superman nodded, explaining, every living being has Ki. From rocks to the sun, there is no exception. However, not everyone has the ability to harness and utilize it. Special training is required to guide 1's Ki, let alone wield it. One must either possess an innate talent or undergo rigorous training to push their body to its limits to achieve this. Fortunately, my father was a natural warrior, which is why I have such potential. I have been taught how to control Ki since childhood, which is also the reason I can fly. Gohan then dissipated the energy sphere. Videl asked, do you think I could learn to use Ki like you? You? The Scion Superman contemplated, well, with your capabilities, it is entirely possible. However, it is your attitude towards Ki and your views on those who wield it that hinder your progress. Upon hearing this, Videl felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping with joy. Finally, I can learn to fly. But then she recalled the countless times she and her father had mocked those who used Ki, deeming them charlatans. This ignorance made her realize how foolish she had been in the past. You're right, Videl conceded, setting aside her pride. I should not have belittled those who harness Ki, nor should my father. I believed in him because he was the world champion, and he defeated Cell 7 years ago. I do not understand why he would lie, but I was taught from a young age to regard these individuals as frauds. Hence, I always thought it was all a trick. Videl chuckled ironically, saying, goodness, I have a friend whose father was the previous martial arts tournament champion, and he also wielded Ki. I once mocked him until I later learned he passed away 7 years ago. Reflecting on it now, I truly was a jerk. The Scion Superman nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she began to learn from her mistakes. However, I now understand, Videl continued. Let us make a deal. I have no trickery in mind, nor will I expose your identity. Just a simple exchange. The Scion Superman nodded, saying, I am listening, Videl. Nonetheless, I will still find a way to uncover who you truly are. That will not change, Videl stated firmly. Very well. The Scion Superman responded with resignation. And we are back to square one. Gohan sighed internally. For now, Videl continued. I am more concerned about whether I can grow stronger. I will allow you to partner with me, but only when I need assistance, such as when bullets are flying my way or when I need to move heavy objects. In exchange, I want you to teach me how to use Ki. The Scion Superman fell silent for a moment, contemplating her proposal. Videl wants me to teach her? Is she out of her mind? How do I explain this to my mother? She will surely think I am secretly dating Videl. Not to mention, Bulma will have a field day with it. Mr. Satan might also believe that the Scion Superman has led his daughter astray. Oh, how my life is becoming increasingly complicated. The Scion Superman lamented internally while considering the feasibility of the arrangement. However, if Videl learns Ki, she will at least be better able to protect herself against formidable foes. Speaking of which, I am genuinely curious to see how strong she could become after mastering Ki. The Scion Superman crossed his arms, deep in thought. Very well. The Scion Superman extended his hand, but you must follow my instructions without complaint. If you wish to learn Ki, you must do as I say. Videl grasped his hand, smiling as she said, it's a deal, my good partner. Chapter 29. The training begins in the city of Herc, at Orange Star High School. Gohan donned his casual attire and strolled along the deserted campus streets as the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. Oh no, I knew I must have forgotten something. I can't believe I was careless enough to leave my bag behind. He glanced at his watch, feeling a pang of regret. Fortunately, Alasha kept it safe for me. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. At that moment, a red capsule vehicle came to a halt right in front of Gohan. and Shapna rolled down the window. Bookworm, he remarked with an unexpectedly calm tone. Shapna, hey, Gohan greeted cheerfully. Is Alasha with you? Shapna turned to indicate the blonde girl in the passenger seat with a thumbs up. I'm here, Gohan. Alasha chimed, smiling. Hop in. We'll take you to the bus station. Gohan hesitated briefly but eventually climbed into the car, and the trio set off toward the bus station. Alasha retrieved Gohan's bag from beneath the seat and handed it to him. Thank you so much, Alasha. If I hadn't gotten this back, my mom would have killed me. Alasha laughed. It's nothing. We're friends, after all. Besides, you're a special guy. Gohan scratched his head, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, Shapna stopped the car 2 blocks away from the bus station. Alasha bit her lip nervously, and Gohan furrowed his brow in confusion. Huh, why did we stop all of a sudden? Gohan sensed something was amiss. Shapna had been unusually quiet throughout the ride, and the atmosphere felt peculiar. Gohan noticed the odd behavior of Alasha, and Shapna stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Gohan, first, you need to answer us a question, Shapna asked calmly. Tell us, where did you fly off to after you left us? Gohan's heart sank, his complexion drained of color, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Fly? Fly? I don't quite understand what you mean, haha. Gohan, Alasha's tone was gentle yet laced with seriousness. We know you are the Saiyan Superman. We followed you to the roof of the school and saw you change your outfit. Then we followed you when you flew away with Videl. Gohan froze. The first thought racing through his mind was, how is that possible? He had assumed that if anyone was nearby, he would surely have sensed their presence. Then he recalled the moment. Oh no, I was too focused on helping Videl. I didn't pay attention to my surroundings at all. If this gets out, I might have to drop out. Gohan buried his face in his hands, despondently muttering. I'm done for. Alasha turned to him, saying, don't say that. It's all right. No, how could it be all right? Gohan's voice trembled. You must think I'm a freak. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I just wanted to help, but I didn't want you to think I was different from you. Shapna glanced at Gohan through the rearview mirror, recalling his previous words and what Alasha had just told him, finally understanding the kind of person Gohan truly was. Gohan, I've known you were a bit different for a while now, Alasha smiled. Knowing you can do so much for others makes me happy, and I'm proud to be your friend. You don't have to worry about us knowing your identity. Shapna listened quietly, waiting for the right moment to speak. Gohan looked down, sorrowfully stating, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but my family doesn't allow me to reveal my powers casually. You know, my abilities aren't widely accepted right now. I'm afraid that once you know, you won't want to be friends with me anymore. Well, actually, Shapna rubbed his face, feeling helpless. To be honest, I did find it a bit hard to accept at first. But then Alasha reminded me of what we witnessed at the hotel. That gave me a different perspective on you. I was wrong to hold any prejudice against you. I even made fun of your dad without knowing he sacrificed himself in the Cell games. What I mean to say is, I'm sorry, Gohan. You're a kind person and deserve better friends. Gohan smiled, replying, Shapna, let us put the past behind us. As long as we can continue being friends, I'm happy. Seeing the two reconcile, Alasha beamed with joy. Of course, Shapna exclaimed. By the way, does Videl know you are? That. Gohan shook his head. No wonder. No wonder Videl said that Saiyan Superman and Gohan are like 2 different worlds, Alasha chuckled. At Bowsy Mountain. It was Friday, 4 days since the hostage situation in Herc City. Meanwhile, Gohan's identity had been uncovered by his 2 blonde friends, and as Saiyan Superman, he had become Videl's unofficial partner and Chi instructor. In the past few days, Gohan had been teaching Goten to practice flying while preparing to instruct Videl. Of course, he still had to explain this to Chi-Chi, and the outcome was predictable. He received quite a scolding. Chi-Chi believed that Gohan teaching Videl as Saiyan Superman would hinder his studies. Gohan countered that once Videl learned to harness her Chi, she could protect herself, allowing Saiyan Superman to step back and giving him more time to study. After some contemplation, Chi-Chi reluctantly agreed, but on the condition that Gohan frequently brought Videl home for meals. At the end of their conversation, Chi-Chi even hummed the wedding march, causing Gohan to blush deeply. Saiyan Superman attempted to maintain his composure, remaining almost completely still. After completing a task, he said, All right, now it's your turn. Okay. What should I do? Videl asked hesitantly. Focus your attention, clear your mind, and relax all your muscles, Saiyan Superman patiently explained. You will feel a warm flow within your body. That is your source of energy. Once you sense it, try to guide it to your hands and release it from your palms. Videl followed his instructions, clenching her fists tightly as she struggled to summon her chi. After 2 minutes of effort, Scion Superman could no longer watch. Videl, you're too tense, he said softly, his tone gentle. Forcing your chi out will only make you more anxious. Videl glanced up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which took Gohan by surprise. He had always considered Videl to be incredibly strong, and seeing her in such a vulnerable state filled him with unease, even causing his well-hidden tail to tense up. I can't watch this any longer. It's too painful. Scion Superman stood up, saying, let us take a break. We still have the whole day ahead of us. He floated to the other side of the rock and retrieved a basket he had prepared earlier. Upon returning, he handed Videl a basket filled with peaches, plums, and apples. Videl paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. Thank you. You really know how to take care of people, she said, taking a bite of a peach. Scion Superman chuckled, slowly beginning to eat as well. Even though Gohan had already had his meal before setting out. Seizing the opportunity, Videl began to ask more questions. Chapter 30. Rapid progress. Hey, Scion Superman? Scion Superman mumbled, still chewing on a piece of plum. I've always wanted to know who you truly are. If I earn your trust, will you reveal your true identity to me? Biddy Lee suddenly asked with genuine seriousness. Gohan set down his fruit and fell into contemplation. Should I trust her? Should I tell her the truth? We've only known each other for a little over a month. Gohan pondered repeatedly, considering that as Gohan, she had always harbored suspicions about him, and as Scion Superman, she also lacked full confidence in him. However, they had been getting along quite well recently. But if she were to discover that I am Gohan, how would she react? A shiver ran down Scion Superman's spine, and noticing this, Biddy Lee furrowed her brow. Would she trust me? Would she become angry for my deception and reveal the truth to the media? Gohan's thoughts grew heavier, filled with negativity. Why can't I just tell her the truth directly? I truly do not know what to do. Taking a deep breath, Gohan tried to calm his emotions. He thought to himself, no, she is my friend. Biddy Lee is a good person with a kind heart. Like Shupu Na and Elisha, she will eventually learn the truth. I just am not ready yet, but one day, I will tell her myself. Biddy Lee turned to look at the silent hero, who seemed to be struggling internally. She could see him slowly shaking his head, as if burdened with guilt. Normally, this cloaked hero was always smiling, but today seemed different. There will come a day when he speaks, raising Biddy Lee's chin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. When I am ready, I will let you remove my helmet and reveal everything, as long as you have not guessed who I am by then. Interesting, I've noted that, my good partner. Biddy Lee smirked, but I think you need a better name. Scion Superman is nice, but since we will see each other often, during duty and off time, it's worth considering. Scion Superman stroked his chin, contemplating a name that Biddy Lee could call him. You make a valid point, Miss Biddy Lee, he replied earnestly. What should she call me? Gohan mused within, a Scion name would also be fitting. Vegeta always calls me Kid or Kakarot. If my father's name is Kakarot and his father's name is Bardock, then I shall be called Kachi. Scion Superman, also known as Kachi, stated, thus, call me Kachi. Kachi, Biddy Lee repeated, then teased, sounds like an alien name. You aren't really an alien, are you? Scion Superman laughed. Strictly speaking, he wasn't an alien. But considering his half-Scion heritage, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. After finishing their meal, Biddy Lee resumed her practice of controlling her ki. Following Kachi's guidance, she inhaled deeply and relaxed. He then instructed her, remember, do not force yourself. Relax and let the energy flow naturally. Biddy Lee focused her mind, feeling a new power surge from her core, flowing through her hands. She heard a low humming sound and turned to see Kachi, the Scion Superman, watching her with a proud smile. She blinked, looking down at her hands, where a small orb of ki shimmered, filling her with excitement. I did it. I can use energy now. I can finally harness my ki. Biddy Lee cheered internally, and at that moment, applause erupted around her. Scion Superman clapped, saying, look at you. You've discovered your ki in less than a day. You truly have a gift. Biddy Lee's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon regained her composure. Is there still any doubt? The strongest young girl in the world stands before you, she proclaimed proudly. Though it may be self-praise, her spirit is commendable. It inspires me to continue training, Gohan thought to himself, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. Now that you've successfully passed this stage, we can begin the next step, Scion Superman announced. Biddy Lee's face lit with determination as she sprang up from the ground. Wonderful. I can finally fly, she exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement like a little girl. What are we waiting for? Hurry and teach me, Kachi, she urged eagerly. Whatever training you require, I can handle it. Kachi began to explain the principles of flight in martial arts. Flight, or aerial movement, is essentially a simple yet practical skill. My family has been teaching this ability to the young for a long time, until the massacre event occurred, Scion Superman said, immediately regretting his words. Almost revealing crucial information. The massacre event. Is he implying something happened to their family? Biddy Lee gasped internally. Excellent. I have learned some additional information. You merely need to channel your inner energy to your feet and control it to push yourself off the ground. Scion Superman continued his guidance. Biddy Lee nodded in response. Channel energy to my feet, then push off the ground. Got it. She pressed her arms to her sides, closed her eyes, and took deep breaths, striving to control her breathing. Due to the thin air, she had to concentrate even harder. After some time adjusting, Biddy Lee began to focus, directing energy from her core to her feet. Scion Superman noticed the energy waves radiating from Biddy Lee, causing the surrounding air to stir gently, lifting small stones from the ground. 3 minutes later, Biddy Lee's feet lifted off the ground, her body slowly rising, hovering over a meter above the rocks. Gohan could hardly believe his eyes. Biddy Lee had made such remarkable progress in just one day. She could accomplish this in a single day. Utterly astonishing. Gohan marveled internally. Wow. Impressive, you've actually flown. Gohan cheered excitedly, clapping for her. Biddy Lee impatiently shouted, Shut up, fool. Can't you see I'm concentrating? With that, she gradually descended back to the ground, collapsing onto the earth, gasping for breath. Once again, Scion Superman applauded her. Biddy Lee, you are truly remarkable. You have grasped the fundamentals. Scion Superman praised sincerely. How do you feel? Biddy Lee, exhausted, slumped on the ground, weakly replied, I'm utterly worn out. But it feels rewarding. Ugh, I can't even stand up right now. Gohan, also known as Scion Superman, directly lifted her and placed her in her jet helicopter. Ordinarily, anyone daring to come so close to her would be met with a fierce retaliation. However, this time, Biddy Lee unexpectedly felt no anger. Watching as Scion Superman carefully settled her in the pilot's seat, feeling a twinge of gratitude, though she would never voice it. She suddenly noticed the furry belt around his waist. Chapter 31. A crisis emerges. This belt is rather stylish, Biddy Lee thought lazily. Yet she did not dwell on it for long, soon dismissing the thought from her mind. Does your aircraft have an autopilot feature? Gohan inquired with concern, fearing she might suffer an accident due to fatigue. Biddy Lee slowly nodded and replied, Yes, it was installed 3 months ago. I typically only use it in emergencies. She set the coordinates for her return home. By the way, over the next 3 weeks, we will practice every Friday. The competition has been postponed to December due to venue repairs, so I have plenty of time to prepare, she asserted with determination, offering a faint smile. See you next week, Kaki. Kaki watched as her jet helicopter soared away until it was no longer detectable, before transforming back into his ordinary form and flying home. I never expected Biddy Lee to progress so rapidly. Gohan mused, feeling a sense of admiration for this unofficial disciple. If she trained like Krillin and the others, would she also become formidable? On his way home, Gohan silently contemplated, Dad, can you see this from above? Everything is going well. I just want to tell you that the peace we strive for is worthwhile. Thank you, Dad. I miss you so much. In the 7th universe, on an unknown planet, aboard a spaceship, on a desolate planet, a flat, circular spacecraft rested, its hull a striking blend of purple and black. Within the control room, 3 aliens donned armor reminiscent of that worn by Scions, diligently operating the equipment and meticulously monitoring the various activities aboard the ship. One of the aliens bore a striking resemblance to a human. He was a slender Brunchian, with greenish-blue skin, red eyes, and short, slightly curled golden hair. Clad in armor identical to that of his 2 companions, he wore a deep purple bodysuit beneath and a green detector over his left eye. This warrior was named Salza. The second alien, also humanoid, was markedly different from Salza, being stout and muscular, resembling a bodybuilder. He was a Beppa, with green skin and long black hair cascading down his back. Like his fellow warriors, he wore armor and a white helmet, the center of which was brown, accompanied by a yellow detector over his left eye. This warrior was named Dor. The final warrior was a tall alien, appearing akin to a brown reptile. His features the least human-like of the group. He possessed large yellow eyes and pointed ears, though he wore similar combat attire. He was clad in a purple half-body suit that extended from his torso to his thighs. This warrior was named Nez. Captain Salza was intently scrutinizing the monitoring screens when his companion entered the control room. Salza, I've been searching everywhere for you, Dor exclaimed boisterously. What is it now, Dor? Salza sighed, his tone laced with exasperation. All the opposing forces have been annihilated. Watching their desperate struggles was rather amusing, though it ended too soon. What a crude fellow, Salza complained, covering his forehead as he listened to Dor's hearty laughter. Ha! Don't say that, Captain. With me around, staying on this wretched planet won't be so dull. Besides, tasks can often be quite tedious, Dor chuckled, nudging Salza playfully as he scanned the room. Have you seen the boss? I thought he would be here or in his territory. Dor, we are dealing with Lord Cooler. You should know he despises any form of complacency, Salza replied calmly. I know you always say that. During missions, the boss insists we must be mentally and physically prepared. Dor rolled his eyes, dismissively. Your sarcasm is futile, Dor. But I speak the truth, Salza retorted, both gazing toward the direction where their leader was situated. At that moment, their leader was meditating atop a towering mountain. His appearance reminiscent of a certain galactic tyrant's final form, yet with deep purple skin, a more harmonious physique, and greater height. Clad in several pieces of armor on his chest, shoulders, shins, and head, he sat cross-legged, arms crossed over his chest, his demeanor stern and gaze focused. In his mind, a mysterious dark presence was establishing a connection with him through a psychic link. Hee. An eerie laughter echoed, reminiscent of a child's sinister giggle emanating from the shadows. Who dares to intrude upon my realm of consciousness? The alien questioned in a deep voice, preparing to confront the entity disturbing his meditation. Look over here. Come and see. The voice from the darkness urged excitedly, as eyes glimmering with light emerged from the shadows. What is this? In the next instant, a vision appeared in his mind, depicting a figure he loathed on a verdant planet. Frisia, he growled through clenched teeth, suppressing a wave of nausea. Why must this cunning fool invade my thoughts? The dark presence proceeded to reveal events transpiring on this green planet, showcasing the resistance of the Namekians, Vegeta's betrayal, the defeat of the Ginyu Force, and the climactic battle between Goku and Frisia. Oh, and the existence of surviving scions, the purple-skinned alien pondered, surprised that his father's favored son had also failed in his mission. How unexpected, and he dares call me the failure. Then, he witnessed a bald earthling being obliterated by Frisia's telekinetic force, igniting Goku's fury, followed by Goku's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. This is somewhat different. He has changed. The alien thought in astonishment. Could it be? The dark entity continued to display images of the battle, as Goku overwhelmingly defeated Frisia, while Namek gradually approached its demise. Ultimately, Frisia was cleaved in two by his own attack. Despite Goku granting him a chance, Frisia remained unrepentant, attempting a sneak attack, only to be thoroughly vanquished by Goku. Interesting, it seems the legends of those scions are not entirely unfounded. However, I do not believe that mere tactics can eliminate Frisia. Simultaneously, the dark presence revealed the moment Frisia and King Cold were slain by future Trunks' sword. Look at this outcome, the alien scoffed inwardly. Two fools, reaping what they have sown. Their inability to adapt and progress led them to this fate. If it were me, I could annihilate them with a flick of my finger. His thoughts returned to the scions, recalling his knowledge about them. However, the strength of these scion monkeys is indeed intriguing, the alien sneered. Then addressed the dark presence within him. Locate where these remaining scions are hiding. The dark presence's grin grew increasingly sinister, as with his intent. A beautiful blue planet materialized before them. Earth, along with its inhabitants and relatively advanced technology, unveiled to the alien's gaze. This planet is rather appealing. Rich in resources, suitable for the expansion of my empire. The purple-skinned alien displayed a hint of pride. While not overly primitive, it sufficed for establishing a base. If the strength of these scions is indeed formidable, perhaps they may provide me with some amusement. After issuing a piercing laugh, the entity in the darkness provided him with the coordinates to the blue planet, subsequently severing the mental connection. The alien abruptly opened its blood-red eyes, donned a crimson detector, and rose to its feet. Sartsa, Dor, Nez, heed my words, I am Kula, it stated coldly, a palpable intent to kill lacing its tone. It activated the robotic soldiers within the Grand Collective Project, directing the spacecraft to its newly established destination. Our target has been identified. This is a substantial catch. Chapter 32. The Klin family 3 weeks have elapsed since the alliance of Scion Superman and Videl, during which the crime rate in Hercule City has markedly diminished. A testament to Videl's unwavering efforts. Through rigorous training, she has adeptly harnessed the enhancement of ki, augmenting her overall physical prowess in combat. By the end of May, disguised as a khaki-clad figure, Gohan initiated her training regimen, providing her with a specialized weighted GI weighing 113 kilograms. As anticipated, Videl initially thought Gohan had lost his mind. Yet driven by her warrior's pride, she persevered. Over time, she mastered standing, walking, and moving in the GI, ultimately achieving the ability to engage in combat. Subsequently, Gohan supplied her with custom wrist and ankle weights, each weighing 150 kilograms, which she has been striving to adapt to recently. Due to the so-called hotel incident, Scion Superman has become a household name in Hercule City, though a minority labeled him a fraud or a flying monster. He rescued the beloved crime-fighting heroine Videl and successfully liberated all hostages, including the mayor and his daughter, vanquishing the mercenary Tao Pai Pai and winning the hearts of the populace. In social matters, Gohan has grown closer to his new friends from Orange Star High School. While Videl remains determined to uncover his secrets, she has outwardly relaxed her inquiries, becoming more subtle in her approach. She has opted to slow her pace, attempting to lower Gohan's defenses gradually. Her relationships with Erasa and Sharpener have also deepened. Since learning of Gohan's hidden identity, he invited them to his home, coinciding with Videl's initial training session. They have learned some information Gohan shared with Videl, yet he cleverly avoided key details regarding aliens, androids, and Cell. He refrained from mentioning Ki, believing they were not yet ready to comprehend such concepts, particularly Sharpener. Consequently, Gohan feels more at ease with these new friends and cherishes the moments spent in their company. In his personal life, family matters remain largely tranquil. However, Gohan continues to experience nightmares intermittently. Chi-Chi often seeks ways to alleviate his burdens, yet Gohan politely declines, not wanting to add to her worries. The presence of his younger brother, Goten, always lifts his spirits. Their play and training sessions swiftly elevate his mood. During this period, Vegeta has occasionally sparred with Gohan, teaching him how to overcome the vulnerabilities associated with his newly grown tail. To further enlighten Gohan about Scion history, he explained that not all Scions are born warriors. Those with lower battle power might pursue careers in engineering or marksmanship. Gohan diligently noted many details about the Scion class system, from low-class and mid-class to elite warriors. The majority of Scions are low-class fighters, with a few reaching mid-class, while elite warriors are exceedingly rare. Life continued in this serene and tranquil manner. In Hercule City, on Bowsy Mountain, the flying Nimbus soared through the sky, with Gohan seated atop it, holding a map his mother Chi-Chi had given him earlier, his gaze darting between the map and the streets below. MBI 825-0012-B should be right over there, Gohan exclaimed, standing up and pointing below. Nimbus, take me to that house. The Nimbus grumbled slightly before depositing Gohan in front of a 2-story building produced by Capsule Corporation. Gohan gazed at the house before him, marveling. So this is where Krillin lives now. It's much larger than Kame House. I can't believe how much his life has changed over the years. I haven't seen him since Goten was born. Just as Gohan was about to approach the door to ring the bell, it swung open from within. A short man emerged, sporting black hair and bright, expressive eyes, clad in a red t-shirt and khaki pants, with white socks and black shoes. He blinked and instantly recognized Gohan. Wait, Gohan, is that really you? Long time no see, Krillin. Gohan smiled and waved, revealing a warm smile reminiscent of his father's. Krillin excitedly embraced Gohan as if they were long-lost family. After releasing the hug, Krillin marveled, wow, I can hardly believe it. Look at you, you've grown so tall. I almost didn't recognize you. And your ki is significantly stronger than before. Gohan sheepishly scratched his head, grinning, yeah, it's been a while. I didn't know you could grow hair. Can I come in and sit for a bit? Of course. You're as welcome as if you were home. Come on in. Gohan followed Krillin inside, surveying the surroundings. The walls adorned with old photographs showcased the Dragon Team during the 21st to 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments, alongside images of him training with Goku under Master Roshi's tutelage. Indeed, he is my father's best friend. It's easy to imagine the life they shared as children, Gohan mused. Upon entering the living room, Gohan immediately noticed 2 blonde women seated on the sofa. One was a little girl with eyes strikingly similar to Krillin's, her golden hair styled in 2 small braids, dressed in a red dress and white socks. She was perched on the lap of an elegant blonde woman with stunning blue eyes, her expression neutral, yet breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a black t-shirt with black and white striped sleeves, blue jeans, and a brown belt, her feet clad in black flats and orange socks. Number 18. Once an ordinary human on Earth, had become an android of the Red Ribbon Army. Over the years, she has been affectionately referred to as Lazuli. The little girl leaped off her mother's lap, excitedly exclaiming, "Daddy's back." Amazing. The 4-year-old Marin dashed into her father's embrace. And Krillin chuckled as he lifted her up. "Hey, Marin, I'm back. Haha, be good, don't get too rowdy," he gently admonished, then turned to 18, saying, "Dear, look who has arrived." 18 turned her head slightly, gazing at Gohan with a hint of a smile. "Oh, Gohan has grown so much," she remarked casually. "I can hardly imagine that the little one who defeated Cell has now matured into a young man." Gohan hesitated, glancing back and forth between 18 and Krillin, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Wait a minute, you two. Is this child yours?" he asked, astonished, scratching his head, as the realization dawned on him. "Wow, I've certainly missed out on quite a few fascinating stories." Haha. Krillin's face flushed slightly as he chuckled. Haha, yes indeed. Time flies. Let us sit down and talk about what has happened over the years. Sure, I'd love to catch up with you both, Gohan replied with a smile. Subsequently being guided to the sofa, 18 turned towards the kitchen, soon returning with several glasses of lemonade and a box of apple juice for Marin. Once everyone was seated, Krillin began recounting the tales of the past 7 years. After Marin's birth, Krillin and 18 began their relationship, marrying 3 years later. Their wedding took place in West City, after which Krillin successfully completed police academy training and became an officer in Hercule City. With Bulma's assistance, Krillin secured a house within his financial means, moving out of Kame House. Shortly after settling into their new home, 18 discovered she was expecting Marin. Over the past 4 years, the Klein family has been devoted to caring for this little girl, aspiring for her to lead a life of normalcy. Chapter 33. A chat and reminiscing. It sounds like you've been living quite well these past years. Congratulations, Krillin, Gohan said with a sincere smile. Thank you, Gohan. And it's largely thanks to you and Goku, Krillin replied, taking a sip of his lemonade. Hey, kid, number 18 interjected, capturing Gohan's attention. I heard you're attending Orange Star High now. That must be your mother's idea, right? Gohan glanced at the emblem on his jacket and nodded. That certainly seems like something Chi-Chi would do, Krillin responded with a grin. Yeah, Mom sent me to a public high school so I could make friends my age. She even called it a social experiment, Gohan said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Hearing this, Krillin and number 18 exchanged sympathetic glances, thinking, poor kid. But it's not all bad, Gohan suddenly interjected, pulling them back from their reverie. I've made 3 good friends, 1 boy and 2 girls. Upon hearing this, Krillin flashed a knowing smile. 2 girls, huh? I didn't realize you were so charming with the ladies, Gohan, he teased. Wait, no, you're misunderstanding, Gohan exclaimed, his face flushing. They're just friends. Really? Oh, is that so? Krillin feigned mockery, while number 18 wore an amused expression. Is one of them the daughter of Mr. Satan? Krillin's conjecture left Gohan momentarily speechless. He blinked, scratched his neck, and awkwardly replied, yes, how did you know? Number 18 chuckled softly. You should keep up with the news. Don't forget, Krillin is a police officer now, and he has connections with the police in West City and Hercule City. Exactly. Moreover, when I was training recruits in Hercule City, I saw Mr. Satan's daughter and her masked partner fighting crime. It wouldn't take much to deduce that her partner is you, Krillin said with a teasing grin. Gohan sighed inwardly, realizing he could no longer deny his identity as a Saiyan superhero. Krillin raised an eyebrow and continued, So, Gohan, confess, what is the nature of your relationship with her? Gohan quickly shook his head, his cheeks burning. It's nothing. I'm just friends with Fidel. When I'm Gohan, she is a friend. When I'm the Saiyan superhero, she is a good partner. Marin laughed, and number 18 looked at the mixed-blood youth with an amused expression, finding his embarrassment entertaining. Well, if you say so, Krillin continued to jest. But honestly, I can sense her energy has been growing stronger lately. If there weren't some feelings involved, you wouldn't be training her, especially since she is Mr. Satan's daughter. Please stop it. Videl and I are truly just friends, Gohan implored, exasperation evident on his face. Besides, I'm busy training right now. I don't have time to think about these things. I need to prepare for future challenges. Just as Krillin was about to continue his teasing, number 18 interjected. All right, Krillin, don't tease the kid anymore. Turning to Gohan, she added, but honestly, she is quite a lovely girl. Gohan internally groaned. Oh no, they're as relentless as my mother. I guess I can never escape this topic. By the way, Gohan, did you come here for a specific reason? Number 18 asked. Oh right. Gohan finally remembered the matter at hand and took a deep breath. Krillin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Krillin smiled and replied, sure, what is it? Could you help me find 2 Dragon Balls and keep them at your place for a while? Gohan inquired. Just temporarily. You want me to go look for Dragon Balls? Krillin said, somewhat astonished. Yes, if it's convenient for you. I already have the 4-star ball, and Uncle Piccolo has the 7-star ball and the 3-star ball, Gohan explained. Krillin glanced at his wife, seemingly seeking her opinion, and number 18 nodded in agreement. All right. This weekend, I'll borrow Bulma's Dragon Radar and see if I can find them. What do you plan to wish for? Krillin asked curiously. It'll be needed soon. Gohan paused. I've been working on a project regarding my personal plan, and I might need Shinran's assistance. Plus, who knows when we might face another crisis. It's always wise to be prepared. That makes sense. After discussing the matter with Krillin and his family for about half an hour, Gohan reminisced with them. Once Krillin and number 18 had lulled Marin to sleep, they accompanied Gohan to the door. I'm really glad you came to visit, Gohan, Krillin said, smiling beside number 18. It feels a bit like the old days when Goku was still around. Yeah, Gohan replied with a bittersweet smile. Number 18 patted his shoulder. Cheer up, Gohan. Goku would be proud of the person you've become. Gohan managed a weak smile and said, thank you, number 18. Don't call me number 18 anymore. From now on, I go by Lazuli, she continued. Lazuli? Gohan echoed, puzzled. Yes, I was originally just a regular human. Lazuli is the name I had before I became an android. My brother's name is Rabbit, Lazuli explained. Oh, Gohan replied softly. Lazuli patted Gohan's shoulder with a smile. Feel free to come over anytime. Don't be a stranger. With that, Lazuli returned inside to tend to Marin, leaving Krillin and Gohan at the door. Gohan, you know we will always support you, right? I know, Krillin. Gohan sighed. If you ever need to talk, I'm always here to listen. No need. Gohan suddenly interrupted him. The instinct of a scion surged within him, his tail instinctively loosening and swaying slightly, creating an aura of pressure. Krillin's gaze fell upon Gohan's tail, reminiscent of the tails he and Goku once had, and he felt a pang of anxiety but maintained his composure, nodding. All right, our door is always open for you. Feel free to come by and chat. Stay safe. Good night, Gohan. With that, Krillin gently closed the door, leaving Gohan standing alone at the entrance, head bowed, feeling guilty about his earlier demeanor. After all, Krillin was his elder and a former comrade in arms. A wave of guilt washed over Gohan like a tide, compelling him to instinctively wrap his tail around his waist tightly. He turned and walked away from Krillin's home, taking a few steps before suddenly stopping. He covered his face with his hands, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, and sighed, what is wrong with me? After leaving Krillin's house, Gohan summoned the flying Nimbus and leaped onto the cloud, soaring towards home. Chapter 34. The field trip, how could I have acted that way? He was merely trying to help me, and yet. Son Gohan's mind was a tumultuous mix of emotions, guilt gnawing at him. After 7 years, why couldn't I let this go? He sighed deeply, whispering to himself, it's done now. I must find a way to make amends. I hope things do not worsen. In Hercule City, at Orange Star High School. It was Thursday once more, and according to Gohan's schedule, his first class yesterday had been calculus. Today, however, his first lesson was world history, alongside his newly acquainted high school classmates. The teacher, Mr. Gerst, was a man with a peculiar accent, sporting curly brown hair, with streaks of gray prominently visible. His forehead was lined with wrinkles, his cheekbones pronounced, and his deep green eyes sparkled like emeralds. Always impeccably groomed and dressed, he wore small black-rimmed glasses, a white-collared shirt complemented by a red tie, green work pants, and brown leather shoes paired with white socks. Gohan was preparing to take out his books and notebook when he noticed that everyone else had already packed their bags, seemingly ready to leave the classroom. Slightly perplexed, he was about to inquire when Mr. Gerst spoke. Excellent. It seems most of you remember our arrangement from last week. However, for those who may have missed it or not thoroughly reviewed the syllabus, let me remind you that your parents have signed permission for you to participate in today's school-organized outing, Mr. Gerst explained. Gohan blinked, suddenly recalling the impending trip. Oh no. I almost forgot, he mentally exclaimed, his cheeks flushing slightly as he awkwardly scratched his head. Biddy noticed Gohan's expression and covered her face in exasperation. Sharpner shook his head, bemused by Gohan's inattentiveness, while Erasa couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mr. Gerst beamed with enthusiasm, announcing, "Today's special event is arranged for the upperclassmen, aimed at broadening your understanding of potential futures. I am delighted to announce that the class of 600 will be visiting Capsule Corporation." Upon hearing this, the class erupted in cheers. Most students were thrilled and eager to venture beyond Hercule City to visit such a renowned establishment. However, Gohan felt differently. "What? Aunt Bulma, what are you thinking?" Gohan mentally screamed. Even if Vegeta had been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a week, how could I maintain a low profile at my godmother's house? Once everyone gathered their belongings, the upperclassmen stepped out of the campus and boarded the school bus. Pairs of students took their seats. Sharpner sat beside Erasa, while Gohan found himself next to Biddy. "Oh, I am so excited," Erasa exclaimed. "It's not every day you get to meet Bulma in person." Biddy nodded in agreement, stating, "Though I'm not much of a fan, I must admit, it's quite a rare opportunity to see her. After all, even my dad, the world champion, hasn't he had much personal interaction with Ms. Bulma?" Sharpner casually rested his hands behind his head, scoffing, "What is so strange about that? Capsule Corporation is one of the largest companies globally, and Bulma is among the wealthiest women in the world. Plus, she is undeniably beautiful. She married a man who could annihilate you with a mere finger." Gohan coldly pondered this. Just then, Erasa playfully tapped Sharpner's arm, urging him to cease his fanciful musings. "Ugh," Biddy frowned. "Can't you think of something sensible instead of, regardless?" Erasa interrupted Biddy's complaint, clasping her hands together with excitement. "Gohan, don't you find this thrilling?" "It's all right," Gohan replied nonchalantly, his thoughts already consumed by the troubles this visit might bring. Biddy clearly noticed Gohan's demeanor. She frowned, looking curiously at the daydreaming Scion boy. How odd. A bookworm shows no interest in meeting one of the world's brightest minds. Biddy internally analyzed, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "Hey, aren't you still fretting over your lack of career direction?" she asked. "This visit might inspire you." Gohan scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Oh, right. I didn't think of that." Haha. For reasons unknown, Biddy saw a hint of her father's goofy demeanor in Gohan's response, prompting her to roll her eyes. With a gentle sigh, Biddy gazed out the window, muttering softly, "What a fool." As everyone boarded the bus, it roared to life, carrying the upperclassmen of Orange Star High School towards West City. West City, Capsule Corporation. 3 hours later, the yellow capsule bus came to a steady halt before the main building of Capsule Corporation. Students eagerly disembarked, while Son Gohan remained blissfully asleep in his seat. Biddy glanced at him, noticing the fluffy brown belt around his waist. He was wearing that belt again, she mused. Where have I seen that before? Oh well, can't remember. Looking up at Gohan, she observed a softness and innocence in his expression that made him seem particularly endearing, even quite charming. Wait a minute. Biddy froze, mentally chastising herself. Charming? How could I use the word charming? I must be influenced by Erasa. She quickly dismissed these thoughts and turned back to Gohan, attempting to rouse him. Gohan, wake up. Biddy gently shook his shoulder. Oh my, this guy seems so lean. Yet he is so solid and heavy. Biddy pondered, what on earth does his mother feed him to grow like this, iron? Ugh, go away, Goten. Just 5 more minutes. Gohan mumbled drowsily, shifting slightly as he remained blissfully unaware. Losing her patience, Biddy decided on a more direct approach to wake him. Get up, you fool, she shouted, her voice ringing in Gohan's ear, startling him into an upright position, hands clasped over his ears, a look of agony on his face. Ah, I'm awake. Gohan exclaimed hurriedly, glancing at Biddy, who was already triumphantly stepping off the bus. After the students disembarked, they began to tour the facilities of Capsule Corporation, with Gohan lagging slowly at the back of the line, while all the other students gathered in front of the building. Chapter 35. Concealed at that moment, a diminutive elderly gentleman emerged from the building to greet everyone. He was of short stature, with a slightly rotund physique, and his hair bore a resemblance to that of his daughter Bulma, albeit in a bluish-gray hue. He sported a neatly trimmed mustache. As a scientist, he donned a white lab coat over a blue shirt and black trousers, with a pair of large rectangular glasses perched on his nose. He was none other than Bulma's father, the founder of Capsule Corporation. Many students whispered among themselves, speculating about Bulma's whereabouts and the identity of the elderly gentleman. When Professor Gesh shushed them, Bulma's father beamed and addressed the assembly, saying, "Greetings, senior students of Orange Star High School. I am Dr. Brief, the founder and former president of Capsule Corporation, as well as Bulma's father. Please follow me. I shall take you to meet her. Along the way, I will regale you with the history of our company's development." With that, Dr. Brief led the students inside, conversing amiably as they walked. The teacher proceeded ahead, while Gohan intentionally lagged behind, wishing to remain inconspicuous. Erasa, mistaking his demeanor for shyness, grasped Gohan's left arm and pulled him to the front of the line, making him visibly tense. Videl and Sharpner trailed behind, occasionally nudging Gohan. Videl sensed that there was more to Gohan's behavior, so she kept close, eager to uncover his secrets. Before long, the students were ushered onto a balcony overlooking the laboratory, where they could clearly see a group of scientists and engineers operating various machines and equipment. Wow, this is astonishing. It looks just like a scene from a science fiction movie. Where on earth is Bulma? Many students excitedly discussed, filled with curiosity about the extraordinary sights before them. Now that you have a glimpse into the origins of our company, I will go inform Bulma of your arrival. Please hold on for a moment. The tour will commence shortly, Dr. Brief said politely before departing through the automatic doors. The students immediately began chattering about Bulma, their gazes fixated on every detail of the laboratory. Gohan, fatigued, rubbed his eyes and leaned his arms against the railing. This action drew the curious eyes of his friends and some students, particularly Videl. Erasa approached Gohan and quietly inquired, "Gohan, what's going on with you today? You seem even stranger than usual." Turning to face Erasa, Gohan replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I've just been having some trouble sleeping lately." Erasa glanced back at Videl, who was watching them from a distance, unable to hear their conversation. "Are you patrolling at night?" Erasa asked. Yes. But that's not the reason," Gohan sighed, recalling his conversation with Krillin yesterday and his increasingly peculiar emotions. "I'd rather not discuss this topic right now. Can we please set it aside?" Erasa's smile faded slightly, but she nodded in understanding. "It's all right." She gently patted his hand, offering comfort. "If you ever need someone to talk to, you can always reach out to me or Sharpner." Erasa's sincerity caught Gohan off guard, reminding him of similar words from Krillin the day before. He remained silent, merely nodding at Erasa with a bittersweet smile. "Thank you, Erasa." Videl crossed her arms and murmured, "What is going on? What are they whispering about?" Sharpner casually remarked, "Don't mind them, babe. Gohan is just going through a rough patch, and Erasa is merely showing concern." Rough patch? Videl was somewhat skeptical. Having known her friends for a long time, Videl could easily discern when they were being truthful or evasive. Erasa had always been kind, and unless there was a compelling reason, she would never conceal something from her. Thus, Erasa's recent silence regarding Gohan troubled Videl. Even more suspicious was Sharpner's complicity in the concealment. Nonetheless, Videl maintained a calm exterior while secretly plotting. Erasa, Sharpner. They must know something significant, Videl thought to herself, determined to uncover the truth. At that moment, Videl realized Sharpner had just referred to her as babe, and she promptly elbowed the large-haired boy in the stomach, cutting off his frivolous remarks. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from below, followed by the collective screams of the students. Panic ensued, with everyone in disarray, except for Gohan, who, cupping his sensitive ears, curiously gazed toward the source of the noise. "Oh my, what just happened? Was that an explosion?" As the smoke began to dissipate, the entire class, along with the teachers, crowded the railing, straining to see what was transpiring in the laboratory. Engineers and scientists rushed to the explosion site with fire extinguishers in hand, covered in soot, coughing as they attempted to douse the flames. Just then, the automatic doors of the laboratory swung open. Entering was none other than Dr. Brief's daughter, Bulma. The students collectively gasped, except for Gohan, with nearly all the girls' eyes sparkling in awe, while the boys blushed and stole glances at her. Whispers erupted among the students, all centered around Bulma. "Look, it's really her. That's Bulma Brief. She's even more stunning in person than in the photos." "Hey, don't say that. I heard she's taken and even has a child." Erasa's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Videl was equally astonished, finally encountering the powerful and wealthy woman she had long admired. As for Sharpner, his gaze had already wandered elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan slowly stepped back, blending into the crowd of students, quietly concealing himself. Chapter 36. Super Idol, I apologize for keeping you waiting, my dear little ones. Welcome to Capsule Corporation. I am Bulma Brief, and I believe you are all familiar with me. Without further ado, let us commence our tour, Bulma cheerfully announced, completely disregarding the earlier sounds of explosions. The students, their excitement overpowering their earlier shock, eagerly followed Bulma without hesitation. Bulma led Teacher Gesh and the senior students of Orange Star High School down the right corridor, arriving at a small auditorium akin to a multifunctional hall. Once everyone was seated, Bulma began her presentation. In the front row sat Videl, Sharpener, and Erasa, with Teacher Gesh nearby, while Gohan chose to hide in the back row, pulling out his notebook and pencil in preparation for note-taking. Videl turned to Gohan, her mind swirling with confusion, silently scoffing. Being shy is understandable, but this is excessive. It's as if he is deliberately avoiding Mrs. Bulma. What on earth is wrong with him? At that moment, Gohan, while scribbling notes, silently prayed, "Please, don't notice me. I just want to blend in like an ordinary person." Bulma presented a basic set of hoi poi capsules, using a projector to briefly demonstrate the principles, functions, and various sizes of capsules. The students were ravenous for Bulma's explanations, as none had truly grasped the workings of this most creative invention on Earth. Thus, except for Gohan, everyone listened intently. After the presentation, Bulma escorted the students from Orange Star High School out of the auditorium and into a smaller laboratory. Here, she gathered a select group of engineers, scientists from various fields, designers, and other personnel, allowing the students to observe these elites at work, and how their endeavors intertwined with Capsule Corporation and its products, including how to obtain permissions and rights to use certain machines and products. Throughout this process, Gohan did his utmost to remain inconspicuous, quietly inching closer to his friends, striving not to draw attention to himself. His greatest fear was for his classmates to discover his connection with Bulma. He merely wished to lead an ordinary school life. If everyone knew he was acquainted with such an extraordinary figure, while he was merely a bookish boy from the mountains, his carefully maintained low-profile image in class would be utterly shattered, and he certainly did not want that to happen. Moreover, if Bulma were to find out he was present, it would surely lead to a level of embarrassment that would make him wish to burrow into the ground. Just the presence of Chi-Chi and Krillin was already enough to make him uncomfortable. Approximately 20 minutes later, the students were led to a small lounge, furnished with sofas, a massive plasma television, 2 carts laden with snacks and beverages, and 2 restrooms at the end of the hallway. Upon arrival, some students seized the opportunity to ask Bulma for autographs. Erasa exclaimed, "My goodness, this place is simply magnificent. Just imagine, Mrs. Bulma gets to live here every day. How fortunate she is." Indeed, Videl nodded in agreement, wishing she could reside here as well. Furthermore, Mrs. Bulma is truly a capable person, diligent and sincere in her work, without a hint of ostentation. If only my father could learn from her. Alas, I truly miss the gym adjacent to the gravity room. The facilities there are simply top-notch. Sharpener lamented, feigning sadness as he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. "Oh look, there's Bulma. Let us hurry and ask her for an autograph. This might be our only chance," Erasa urged, her large eyes pleading with everyone to follow her. Although Videl and Sharpener found it somewhat bothersome, they were swayed by Erasa's enthusiasm and decided to accompany her. However, Gohan felt entirely different about the situation. "You all go ahead. Don't mind me," he said somewhat uncomfortably. Sharpener and Erasa didn't press him further, but Videl was determined not to let him off so easily. "Humph, why not go?" Videl asked, hands on her hips, her tone discontented. "That is Bulma Brief. She is the one who invited us here. And you should at least show some courtesy and meet her, especially since we are in her home." Gohan was preparing to argue when Erasa suddenly seized his right arm. "Don't be shy, Gohan-kun. Come on, be more enthusiastic," Erasa said gleefully, pulling Gohan toward Bulma, eager to meet her idol. Despite Erasa's fervent tugging, Gohan managed to break free with minimal effort. Just as he was about to make his escape, Videl unexpectedly grasped his left arm. "Hey, let go of me," Gohan exclaimed, flustered, his voice tinged with anxiety as he grew increasingly irritated by Videl's stubbornness. "Why won't she just listen to me?" Gohan grumbled inwardly, feeling helpless against Videl's insistence. "Don't even think about escaping. You've hidden long enough. Whether you like it or not, you're coming with us today," Videl commanded, giving Gohan no chance to decline. Sharpener and Erasa exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene or simply watch the standoff continue. At that moment, two young scion children dashed into the room, heading straight for Bulma, abruptly halting the little drama. "Mom, I'm back," Trunks greeted casually, clad in his usual martial arts attire. Goten followed suit, chiming in, "Hi, Aunt Bulma." With their sudden entrance, the class's attention swiftly shifted to the two boys, especially the girls, who whispered amongst themselves about how adorable they were. Vidal's eyes widened. What surprised her was not Bulma's son, but rather the boy whose hairstyle appeared familiar. A sudden realization struck Vidal. "Wait, is that?" Teacher Gesh stepped forward, inquiring, "Excuse me, Ms. Bulma, may I ask who these two little ones are?" Bulma smiled, placing her hands on the backs of the two children. "Oh, these two?" Bulma turned to the entire class and declared, "The one on the left is my son, Trunks, and this little fellow on the right is his best friend, Goten." Sharpener and Erasa glanced at Gohan, recalling that he had a younger brother with the same name. Vidal, however, glared fiercely at Gohan, who was lost in thought, oblivious to her gaze. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Gohan's heart raced with panic. "Mom, Goten and I are starving." Trunks pouted, his childish complaint tinged with impatience. "When are we having lunch?" Chapter 37. Exposing whereabouts. "Perhaps we should wait a little longer, darling," Bulma remarked, glancing at her capsule watch. "There's still an hour and a half until lunchtime." Trunks couldn't help but let out a charming complaint, prompting the girls to squeal in delight. A girl with long red hair named Angela exclaimed, "Wow, they are so adorable." Bulma and the other girls laughed at the sight of the 8-year-old Trunks blushing, while he, feeling shy, crossed his arms and turned away. Goten sensed Gohan's presence and scanned the crowd until he spotted Gohan standing next to Vidal, Sharpener, and Erasa. Goten turned and approached Mr. Gesh, tugging at his trousers to capture his attention. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask you a question?" Goten inquired. "Mr." Gesh bent down to meet Goten's gaze. "What is it, little guy? Can I go find my brother?" "Yes, in your class." "Oh." Mr. Gesh raised an eyebrow, standing up straight and addressing the entire class. "Who is this little fellow's brother?" The boys in the class began to murmur, some saying, "Don't look at me," while others asked, "Who is Goten?" At that moment, Gohan realized he could no longer conceal his identity. Vidal had already picked up on some clues, and Sharpener and Erasa would eventually discover the truth. Moreover, Vegeta had taught Trunks and Goten how to sense energy, so it was only a matter of time before they found him. Gohan slowly raised his hand and, with a hint of resignation, said, "I am his brother, sir." "Gohan, big brother." Trunks and Goten exclaimed excitedly as they rushed over to embrace him tightly. Oof! Gohan fell to the ground under their affection. Just as he stood up, he was greeted by Bulma. The classmates immediately began to bombard him with questions. Bulma's next two statements only served to deepen Gohan's embarrassment. "Gohan-kun, I was just wondering when you would show up," Bulma smiled. "Why are you pretending not to know us?" A chorus of gasps erupted from the front row of the classroom, as students began to whisper among themselves, speculating how a country boy like Gohan could possibly have connections with the illustrious Bulma. "Well, this is becoming increasingly interesting," Mr. Gesh muttered quietly. "What is going on?" One female classmate exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, a nerd and his brother actually know the famous Bulma." A boy pointed at Gohan, incredulously. "That is impossible. Bulma is a wealthy socialite, and he is just a country bumpkin," a girl from a privileged background scoffed. "Who is this guy, anyway?" A nerdy boy couldn't help but ask. "I bet their family must have ingratiated themselves to get close to Bulma. That would explain how he could get so close to Vidal," a popular girl gossiped. Sharpener simply shook his head, thinking to himself that at this point, it was no longer surprising that Gohan knew Bulma. It explained his previous disguise. He turned to Erasa and found her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely immersed in this sensational news. "Oh my goodness," Sharpener, the baseball player, sighed in disbelief. Gohan's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, slightly bowing and muttering apologies. Upon witnessing Gohan's flustered demeanor, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of her late friend's spirit. Just as she was about to say something more, Vidal suddenly strode up to Gohan, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Huh, no wonder you've been acting so strange. You've been here before." Vidal interrogated confidently, "Come on, Gohan, how do you know Bulma?" "Here it comes, there's no escaping this." Gohan silently lamented, seeing Vidal's fierce demeanor, while Trunks and little Goten recoiled slightly. "This girl is terrifying," Trunks thought. Little Goten shared the sentiment, She's not cute when she's angry. She reminds me of mom. Oh, well. Gohan began to explain, but was interrupted impatiently by Videl. Just hurry up and say it, she urged loudly, while Sharpener and Erasa stared at him wide-eyed, at a loss for words. Bulma came to Gohan's rescue, stepping between the two and smiling. It seems there's been a misunderstanding between you two. Bulma turned to Videl and then glanced at her friends. I've seen you on television, helping the police catch bad guys. You did a great job. You must be Videl, right? Videl, flattered by the compliment, nodded shyly. You are quite the impressive young lady. I've heard many good things about you from Chi-Chi. Bulma winked at her. Videl's cheeks flushed slightly, while Bulma shifted her attention to the other two classmates. And who might you two be? Before Sharpener could answer, Erasa eagerly interjected, her face flushed with excitement. Oh my gosh, Bulma, I'm Erasa, and I'm your biggest fan. She squealed, grabbing Bulma's hand and shaking it vigorously. Bulma chuckled awkwardly, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead, while Videl facepalmed and Sharpener doubled over with laughter. I'm Sharpener, he managed to say between breaths. Bulma nodded, smiling at the four of them. How about this? Let us find a quiet place to chat, shall we? She suggested, and Mr. Gesh gave a thumbs up in agreement. Erasa grabbed Videl and Gohan's hands, exclaiming, all right. You two make up quickly so we can get to some fun stuff. That settles it, Bulma declared. Goten, Trunks, why don't you take the other classmates to the game room for a while? Okay, the boys replied in unison, leading their classmates towards the room at the end of the corridor. Reluctantly, the remaining group followed Bulma into the office, where a conference table was cluttered with blueprints. Gohan sat on the couch, Videl stood before him, while Sharpener and Erasa took seats at the table, and Bulma positioned herself beside Videl. All right, Gohan, clear this up for us. How do you know Bulma? Videl demanded assertively. Bulma quickly interjected. Hey, take it easy. There's no need to be so aggressive. This girl is so impatient. She's just like a younger version of Chi-Chi, Bulma mused to herself. Videl glanced at Bulma and, hearing her words, calmed down a bit. Yet she continued to fix her gaze on Gohan, awaiting his explanation. Chapter 38. The Legend of the Dragon Balls. Bulma has always been a longtime friend of our family. Gohan replied softly, feeling a slight relaxation, yet still tense under Videl's piercing gaze. A longtime friend? But you live in the mountains. How could you possibly know her? Videl pressed on. Bulma interjected, let me clarify this. When I was 16, I was searching for something, and the clues led me to the mountains. It was there that I met Gohan's father. He was only 12 at the time, and after some persuasion, he decided to join me on my journey. Shapuna, filled with curiosity, inquired, what were you searching for? Bulma exchanged a glance with Gohan, then nodded. Have you heard of the legend of the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Shapuna asked, confusion evident on his face. You want to find a dragon? Shapuna, what on earth are you thinking? Videl exclaimed, causing Erasa and Bulma to laugh. I am certain Bulma did not mean that. Erasa suddenly raised her hand like an eager student and exclaimed, I know. I've heard that legend. Videl turned to her in surprise. You know? Where did you hear that? Remember my aunt who lives in the northern village? Erasa replied. She once told me about a friend who saved her long ago. She said that this person was a boy with a tail and mentioned a crystal ball that couldn't be shattered. It is said that if you gather these crystal balls, you can grant a wish. I remember she called them Dragon Balls. A boy with a tail? I recall rumors of a boy with a tail who defeated an army decades ago. Could this be connected to my investigation? Videl pondered, then shook her head, setting the thought aside for the moment. Bulma smiled to herself, realizing that Erasa was related to Goku's friend. Indeed, the world is quite small. In fact, Gohan corrected. You need to gather 7 Dragon Balls to grant a wish. What? Erasa, Videl, and Shapuna chorused in disbelief. When the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, Shenron, the Eternal Dragon, will appear. As long as it is within his power, the summoner can have one wish granted. Gohan spoke with an air of mystery. That's incredible. Erasa exclaimed, astonished. The Eternal Dragon? Videl remained skeptical, muttering, that sounds far-fetched. Honestly, who would believe such nonsense? Shapuna scoffed, crossing his arms. Magic cannot possibly exist. Videl reluctantly conceded, sigh. As much as I dislike saying this, I find myself siding with Shapuna this time. I mean no offense, Bulma. Enough with the bickering. If this continues, we might all get kicked out. Erasa exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Gohan and Bulma exchanged helpless glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Bulma whispered to Gohan, do you face these situations every day? Actually, it's not too bad once you get used to it. But Videl can indeed be a bit challenging, Gohan replied cautiously. Bulma blinked playfully, teasing, but surely you can handle her, right? Be Bulma, Andy. Please don't tease me, Gohan said, scratching his head in resignation, his face slightly flushed. Finally, Bulma interjected to halt the squabble, saying, believe it or not, it was in my quest for the Dragon Balls that I met Goku and our whole group of friends. So, I met Gohan when he was just 4 years old. At this revelation, the three finally quieted down, ceasing their arguments. Videl seemed to reluctantly accept this explanation and turned to Gohan, questioning, why didn't you tell us sooner? If I had told you earlier, would you have believed me? Gohan countered, leaving Videl momentarily speechless. Moreover, I do not want others to approach me simply because I know someone famous. I desire genuine friends, just like you. You think I wouldn't understand? Videl's tone softened. But she continued, if you keep hiding, how can you ever make friends? Gohan opened his mouth, but ultimately found no words. Videl sighed, continuing, I don't know why you do this, but it only makes people think you're untrustworthy. Trust is mutual, Gohan. You must understand that. Shippuna and Erasa felt a bit awkward. Although Videl was speaking to Gohan, they understood her words were a reminder for them as well. But I truly trust you all, Gohan reiterated. Really? Videl calmly yet firmly retorted, since you arrived at Orange Star High, you've hardly shared anything worthy of my complete trust. You haven't even mentioned Erasa, Shippuna, or me to your family. Every time we ask you something about yourself, you always evade the question, making it seem like you're hiding something. Videl's words pierced Gohan's heart like a blade, and everyone in the room felt his anguish. However, Gohan did not intend to retreat. Videl, is this really so important? I am your friend. Isn't that enough? Gohan asked softly. True friends share everything, even the most difficult and private matters. A true friend stands by you no matter the circumstances, Videl said unflinchingly. Gohan fell silent. Videl's words left him at a loss. I am Mr. Satan's daughter. You won't forget that, will you? I have never had any privacy, Son Gohan. Everyone knows me, and everyone wants to use me. Some have even already taken advantage of me. Gohan's eyes widened at this revelation. I will never let anyone treat me that way again, Videl declared passionately, her tone calming slightly. I want to be good friends with you, but I find I hardly know you. If you are unwilling to let others into your life, then don't expect to leave that mountain. You will never make friends, let alone become one of us. Gohan felt a weight of guilt pressing heavily upon his chest. All his reasons for concealing his identity crumbled in an instant. He no longer wished to hide. It was utterly meaningless. Noticing the deep remorse etched on Gohan's face, Bulma hastily interjected, let us change the subject, shall we? I heard from Chi-Chi that you want to join the police force. We have a new project here you might want to check out. Erasa quickly chimed in yes. This project is quite interesting. Videl nodded. She needed some time to calm down and gather her thoughts. The two approached the design blueprints, discussing a project concerning new uniforms and weaponry, all of which were, unbeknownst to them, Scion technology. Gohan stepped out of the room and into an empty corridor. Turning a corner, he sat down on the floor, sighing heavily. No, he muttered in frustration. Everything was going so well, and I just had to ruin it. Seriously. Hey. Gohan looked up abruptly to see Shippuna standing a short distance away. Chapter 39. The arrival from beyond. Gohan quickly stood up and greeted. Hi, Sharper. It seems that Biddy's finally lost her temper with you. It's quite remarkable that you're still standing. Sharper replied nonchalantly. It appears you have officially become one of us. Gohan shook his head. I'm not sure I can still consider myself that. Perhaps I truly should not have left the Capsule Corporation. Don't say that. You want to be cast out of our circle, Sharper said, giving Gohan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, interrupting his gloom. Biddy's behavior towards you is only because she feels you've been withholding something from us. Didn't I tell you she can be a bit difficult at times? Remember? Gohan recalled their previous conversation and nodded. Yes, I apologize. I was feeling a bit down just now. I want to speak of you as she did, but she does have a point. Sharper crossed his arms, speaking earnestly. What exactly are you hiding? I know you have a superhero identity. That's just part of it, but surely there's more. Gohan sighed again, explaining, Sharper. Do you remember when you and Alasha first came to my home, and I mentioned that my father's lineage belongs to a warrior race? Yes. I recall you mentioning that, Sharper nodded. Actually, I hadn't finished my thought back then. My life experiences and background, they are quite intricate. Who I am and what I am capable of, these are burdensome truths. I genuinely fear that if I reveal all the truths to you, you might see me as a monster and distance yourselves from me. I do not wish to lose friends like you. Gohan looked down at his hands and murmured, "Yet I also do not want to hide any longer. Concealment only diminishes my chances of being your friend." Sharper blinked, teasing lightly, "You're not gay, are you?" Gohan immediately turned to him, mirroring the fury of Chi-Chi. "What? No, that's not what I meant. How could you even think of that?" Sharper laughed heartily. "Just a joke. Don't be so tense. But seriously, buddy, your words sound a bit odd, as if you're not from Earth." Gohan ran his fingers through his black hair, inhaling deeply, finally mustering the courage to confess. He straightened his posture, meeting Sharper's gaze, prepared to speak. "Actually, I am boom, boom, boom." Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted, shaking the entire school. Students screamed in terror, chaos ensued. And Biddy rushed to Sharper and Gohan's side. "Are you all okay?" Biddy asked urgently, striving to remain calm. Alasha clung to Sharper in fright, while he, brimming with excitement, shouted. Bulma swiftly retrieved a portable radio, tuning into a news channel. "This is Jimmy from GTV News. Breaking news, an unidentified flying object has just landed in West City Square. An alien creature has emerged from the spacecraft, deploying a mechanical army that is rampaging through the city." "Aliens!" Biddy, Sharper, and Alasha exclaimed simultaneously. "Oh, we're now receiving a live signal from the extraterrestrial." Jimmy continued, as the screen switched to a low, cold, yet authoritative voice. "Residents of planet 4032 to 877, heed my words. You are fortunate. Your planet has been selected to face the challenge of the universe's mightiest. I issue a battle challenge. Send forth your strongest warriors. Their performance will determine whether your planet deserves to continue existing. Failure to respond will result in immediate annihilation. I will await you in the city center, granting you 3 hours to prepare. Use this time wisely." As the emergency broadcast pleaded for Mr. Satan's intervention, Bulma, with a grave expression, switched off the radio. Gohan immediately rushed outside with the others, opening the emergency exit door. A kilometer away, towering buildings were being ruthlessly demolished by colossal killing machines, each larger than an adult man. Gunfire and lasers intermingled, targeting structures and vehicles, while the streets were filled with panicked screams. Gohan hastily shut the door behind him. Sharper and Alasha turned pale with fear, the latter on the brink of panic. "Oh my God, I don't want to die!" Alasha screamed, her emotions teetering on the edge. Sharper turned to Biddy, saying, "Biddy, get your dad to help." Biddy, regaining her composure from the shock, hurriedly dialed her phone only to hear the voicemail. Gohan, his face solemn, asked Bulma, "Bulma, where's Vegeta?" "Oh no, that guy is still in the hyperbolic time chamber." Bulma exclaimed angrily. "He won't be out for several more hours." "Damn it," Gohan cursed, causing Alasha and Sharper to flinch. "He is currently one of the strongest warriors on Earth, and we can't even reach him." Biddy dialed repeatedly, finally exclaiming in frustration, "No, my dad won't pick up." Of all times for this to happen, how infuriating. At that moment, Goten and Trunks ran over. "Brother, those robots are destroying the city. Can we go fight them?" Goten asked, his face alight with excitement. "Yeah, Mom, can we join in?" Trunks chimed in, unable to contain his eagerness. The 3 classmates stared wide-eyed at the 2 boys, and Bulma promptly rejected their request. "Absolutely not," Bulma declared loudly. "Bulma's right, little ones," Gohan interjected, capturing everyone's attention. "You both must stay here for now until others arrive. Bulma, can you devise a way to disrupt those robots' control?" Bulma nodded. "Don't worry. I'll handle it right away." Gohan also nodded, patting Goten and Trunks on the head, advising, "You both have grown quite strong, but now is not your time, especially with Vegeta absent." "Ugh," Goten and Trunks pouted, feeling disappointed. "Don't fret. Your time will come, just not today. Wait for the others to arrive and follow their lead, understood?" Gohan instructed. The 2 boys obediently nodded in agreement as Gohan, with a serious expression that made his classmates feel a bit uneasy, walked toward the emergency passage. "Brother, go for it. Beat those guys to a pulp," Goten suddenly shouted. "Yeah, make them regret it," Trunks echoed, both boys running off to check on the other students and teachers. Biddy, still somewhat dazed, gradually regained her composure and shouted, "Wait. Gohan, don't go. Come back." Gohan paused, and Biddy, along with the other 2 classmates, caught up to him. Turning around, he noticed Biddy's worried expression, while Alasha and Sharper looked tense. Chapter 40. The spaceship lands. "Are you insane?" Bidalai exclaimed sharply. "Why would you go out there? Those monsters are killing people everywhere. What do you think you can change by going out?" Gohan took a deep breath, glanced at Bulma, who nodded encouragingly, and then turned to face Bidalai. "I'm sorry," Gohan uttered, leaving Bidalai and the others momentarily speechless. "What do you mean?" Bidalai asked, her voice still in shock. "You're right. You've never been wrong," Gohan replied, meeting Bidalai's gaze before surveying the trio from Orange Star. "You've treated me as a friend, yet I have concealed my true self from you. This is unfair to you. However, the truth is difficult to accept and comprehend. I have always feared how you would perceive me if you knew the whole truth. But now, I no longer worry. You are my friends, and regardless of the outcome, I am willing to accept it." "Gohan," Erasa murmured softly, "I am grateful for your unwavering support. Even if this is our last meeting, you deserve to know who I truly am, or rather, what I am," Gohan stated with newfound confidence. As he spoke, he unfastened the garment covering his tail, leaving the trio in utter astonishment. "My goodness, is that a tail?" Erasa exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the brown appendage. Gohan nodded, no longer hiding the truth. "Indeed, this is a tail. I inherited it from my father, the legendary boy with a tail," Erasa gasped, recalling the tales her aunt had mentioned about Sun Wukong, the one who knew the secrets of the Dragon Balls. Bidalai was completely taken aback, rendered speechless, while Sharpener could not help but interject. "Gohan, who exactly are you?" Gohan smiled faintly and pressed the red button on his watch, instantly transforming into a Saiyan superhero, Kakarot. Bidalai's eyes widened as if time had frozen in that moment, locking her gaze with Gohan. "I am your friend, the Saiyan superhero. No, Gohan," declared in the deep voice he often used while fighting crime. Gohan began to levitate slowly, prompting Bidalai to shout, "Wait, don't go. Let me join you." The Saiyan superhero, Gohan, raised his hand and gently shook his head. "Not this time, my dear partner." He offered a heavy smile. "Wish me luck." With that, he turned away. "Gohan." The trio cried out in unison, but they could not stop him. Gohan soared at supersonic speed toward the enemy, his eyes shimmering with golden light, as he silently vowed, "No matter who you are, today you shall pay the price." Half an hour earlier at West City Square, the streets of West City bustled as usual, with capsule cars whizzing by and pedestrians crossing the zebra lines, indulging in shopping at various stores, leading an unremarkable life. In an instant, the tranquility was shattered. A colossal UFO-shaped spaceship descended slowly, landing next to the fountain in the square. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd grew, their astonishment rendering them speechless. "My goodness, did you see that? A spaceship. A spaceship has actually landed here. Such things have only happened in East City before." Once the spaceship came to a halt, its doors slowly opened, and with the activation of mechanical devices, a staircase unfolded. Soon after, dozens of towering robots emerged before the onlookers. These robots bore a uniform design, predominantly white with accents of blue and gray. Each robot stood twice the height of Piccolo, their heavy armor lending them an imposing presence. They boasted broad shoulders, robust torsos, small heads adorned with a singular red eye, long arms equipped with various transformable weapons, and legs capable of gliding or walking on the ground. A wave of anxious whispers rippled through the crowd, accompanied by the distant wail of police sirens drawing nearer. Several police cars rushed to the scene. Yet faced with the massive robots, they could only stand by, stunned as approximately 200 robots formed in neat formation, resembling a military battalion. At this time, GTV's news van had arrived, with helicopters circling above. Then, 3 armored aliens stepped out of the spaceship. They were Dor, Nez, and Sarza. As the captain of the armored squad, Sarza flew down the steps and landed firmly before the robotic soldiers. "Earthlings, listen well. From this moment forth, your planet belongs to the mighty Kara Empire," Sarza proclaimed loudly. Floating beside Sarza, Dor added, "Anyone who dares to defy us will face our wrath." The crowd stirred uneasily at the threat posed by the green-skinned alien, many shivering involuntarily. Nez, witnessing Dor's intimidating presence, burst into laughter, while Sarza merely sighed. At that moment, the chief of West City Police stepped out of the patrol car with a megaphone in hand, addressing the aliens. "Unidentified extraterrestrial invaders, heed this. Earth will not succumb to your threats. Retract your robots and return to your spaceship at once. Or else," before the chief could finish, a young officer, panicked and reckless, jumped from the car and shouted, "Get the hell out of here. Go back to your damn planet." This young officer disregarded the chief's command, seizing an assault rifle from the confiscated items and firing several shots at Sarza. However, the bullets proved futile before Sarza, who merely waved his right hand lightly. unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the bullets effortlessly. Witnessing this, the Earthlings, including the young officer and his fellow policemen, stood in shock, while the armored squad wore cruel smiles. Did you see that? How is it possible for someone to slice bullets with their hand? This must be a trick, just like that blonde warrior and the Scion superhero. Indeed, Mr. Satan warned us long ago. Go back, you frauds. Nez cast a scornful look at Sarza, remarking, "These Earthlings are utterly foolish." Sarza nodded in agreement, coldly replying, "You are right, Nez," just as he prepared to issue orders. A purple laser shot from the spaceship, piercing through the body of the young officer and obliterating the patrol car where his companions were. Chapter 41. A challenge issued. The sudden death of the police officer plunged the scene into an oppressive silence, suffocating the already panicked crowd. The armored squad knew the origin of the beam. They parted like mechanical soldiers, clearing a path for one individual. A pair of blazing red eyes slowly emerged from the shadow of the spaceship. Kula descended gracefully from the vessel, landing firmly and striding along the corridor created by his troops to the center stage. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Kula's mouth as he coldly addressed the Earthlings. "What do you think of my little trick? I possess the power to make people vanish into thin air." This declaration sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed the spectacle. Salza, Dor, and Nez approached Kula, bowing respectfully. Pleased, Kula nodded, granting them permission to proceed. Salza, the alien with greenish skin, responded immediately. "What are your orders, Master?" "I wish to divide our forces into 3 groups. You shall lead one team eastward into the city, Dor will take another north, and Nez will command the southern route. This will surely provoke those Scion monkeys into action," Kula commanded. "Understood, Your Majesty. I shall broadcast to the entire world, announcing my arrival," Kula added. "Oh, and those foolish enough to resist, you may deal with them as you wish." Salza complied, pressing the detector's button to relay Kula's orders, prompting the armored squad and robotic soldiers to disperse towards every corner of the capital. Kula ascended slowly into the air, his voice booming, clear enough for the gathered crowd and media to hear distinctly. "Residents of planet 4032 to 877, heed my words. Your planet has been selected for examination by the most powerful entities in the universe. I challenge you. Send forth your strongest warriors. They shall determine your fate. Should you fail to comply, your entire planet will be reduced to ashes in an instant. I await you in the center of this city, granting you 3 hours to deliberate. The choice is yours." At that moment, a fighter jet suddenly descended from the sky, attempting to strike Kula. "Humph. Let's see if I can break my own record. Billions of lives is no trivial matter," Kula mused, raising his left hand and casually aiming at the jet's wing with his finger, effortlessly unleashing a wave of energy. The aircraft plummeted, crashing into skyscrapers, igniting a series of explosions. The sheriff let out a groan, taking cover behind a vehicle, helplessly watching as chaos engulfed the city. A young policewoman rushed to his side. "Chief, are you all right?" she asked anxiously. Breathing heavily, the sheriff replied, I'm fine. This is madness. In all my years serving this city, I never imagined witnessing an invasion by robots and aliens. Damn it. I should have retired early and moved to the southern city to enjoy my life. What do we do now? That guy just declared his intent to take over by force," the female officer exclaimed. The sheriff pulled out a capsule phone, dialing Mr. Satan's number, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "We need the world champion to resolve this predicament. If anyone can save us, it is he." Meanwhile, in Helk City, at the Satan residence, the ringing of the phone filled the room with chaos, akin to a cacophony. Ever since Kula's ultimatum was issued, the savior had confined himself to the underground sanctuary of his mansion, overwhelmed by the weight of his own lies. Scattered across the floor lay at least a dozen empty beer cans, a testament to his inebriation. What am I to do? I was lucky during the Cell Games, but now I face an entire alien robotic army. I stand no chance. Satan curled into a corner, tears streaming down his face. He took out his wallet, retrieving an old photograph, gazing at the image of himself with Michelle and their daughter, Biddy, reminiscing about a time when life was simple and joyous. Oh God, was this charade worth it? I am sinking deeper into this abyss, weaving new lies each year. Back then, I had a wife and a precious daughter to cherish. Now, everything feels hollow, and the truth is about to be unveiled. The entire world is on the brink of collapse. Clutching the photograph tightly, his tears flowed uncontrollably. Michelle, I'm sorry, he whispered to his deceased ex-wife, Biddy. I have disappointed you. please forgive me. Satan tucked away the photo, kneeling in prayer. God, I know the man I am. But please, protect my daughter. Biddy is my only family. I implore you, keep her safe. In West Capitol, at the Capsule Corporation, Biddy stood by an emergency exit window, her mouth agape in disbelief as she watched her friend, Scion Superman, Gohan, wrapped in a white aura, soaring towards the square. She could hardly believe her eyes. As a crime-fighting hero, Biddy had always been perceptive and sharp-eyed. Ever since meeting Gohan, she sensed an air of mystery around him, compelling her to uncover the truth. Indeed, there was ample evidence to suggest that Gohan and Scion Superman were one and the same. After all, Gohan was the son of the martial arts legend, Goku, whose extraordinary combat techniques mirrored those employed by Scion Superman. However, Gohan and Scion Superman seemed to embody two entirely different personas. Gohan was gentle, naive, and kind-hearted, while Scion Superman, or Goku, was calm, confident, decisive, and serious. Two completely disparate individuals. Yet, Biddy understood deep down that there must be some connection between them. Both possessed the same gentleness, the same restraint. But she never anticipated that the ultimate truth would be revealed when Gohan himself acknowledged her suspicions, soaring into the sky to confront the extraterrestrial threat to Earth. It can't be. Biddy continued to mutter in disbelief. Gohan is truly Scion Superman. He even taught me how to fly, how to harness my energy. As she pondered the significance of this revelation, she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Biddy, snap out of it. Startled, Biddy turned to find Erasa, Sharpener, and Bulma standing behind her. Snap out of it. Snap out of it. I just discovered that my classmate, who has been by my side since April, is the very hero I've been tracking. The one who just flew off to confront the alien army. Why am I the only one feeling so astonished? Yes, it is indeed quite mad. We all understand that. But now is not the time for hysteria. Sharpener attempted to reason. We must remain calm and stay safe until help arrives. Gohan is no ordinary person. He can handle the enemies. Biddy gazed at her two friends, her expression gradually sharpening. Chapter 42. A heated argument. How long have you known? What do you mean? Elisha revealed a nervous smile, clearly intimidated by Bidalai's dangerous gaze. Don't play dumb, Elisha. Bidalai exclaimed angrily. You have known who he is for a long time, haven't you? Bulma furrowed her brow and interjected. Is now really the time to discuss this? Bidalai turned to Bulma, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction, and replied, We are safe now, aren't we? A few words should be fine, right? Before Bulma could respond, Bidalai turned back to her two friends and pressed. So, how long have you known? Shapuna swallowed hard and stammered, We discovered it on the day of the hotel incident. But at that time, we weren't sure he was the Scion Superman until we saw him with our own eyes later. We meant to tell you, but Gohan said to wait until he was ready to share. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Would you rather listen to him than come and tell me? Bidalai demanded, her anger palpable. Elisha attempted to explain to Bidalai, stepping forward to say something. That's not how it is, Bidalai. Elisha responded. This isn't our affair. Gohan has the right to decide when to tell us. I don't care if you are Satan's daughter. No one should meddle in others' lives. But he has been deceiving us. And haven't you been bullying him? Elisha shot back defiantly. For months, you've been looking for trouble with him just because you suspected him. Of course he would be afraid to tell you the truth. He has never been to school with peers. Anyone would hesitate to approach you with that suspicious demeanor. What? I do not bully people, Bidalai shouted. You know best what kind of person you are, Shapuna chimed in. Ever since the blonde warrior appeared, you've been shadowing Gohan without a moment's break. Bidalai glared fiercely at Shapuna, making him sweat nervously, but fortunately, Elisha interrupted just in time. Do you hear that? This is what we needed to say? Elisha pointed at her. You want Son Gohan to open up, yet you act like a cop ready to pounce. We are not your criminals, Bidalai. We are your friends. If you cannot trust others, how can you expect them to trust you? Just as Bidalai was about to retort, she realized she had no counter to Elisha's words. Bulma looked at the blonde girl, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, moved by her display of maturity. Son Gohan is not our enemy, Bidalai. He is merely a boy trying to fit into an ordinary life, nothing more, Elisha said softly. But your attitude towards him, whether as Gohan or the Scion Superman, will only make him feel defensive. He may fear that if you uncover the truth, you will despise him and even reveal his secret. I do not hate him, Bidalai suddenly shouted, causing the room to fall silent. I do not hate him, okay? He may be a bit foolish, but I would never treat my friends that way. Bidalai shook her head in denial. But you have said before that you can't be friends with strangers. Alasha pressed, finally cornering Bidalai. You cannot say that and expect others to believe you. She is right, Bidalai. What are you really thinking? Shapuna crossed his arms and added, pained by the truth. Bidalai clenched her jaw tightly, lowering her head and balling her fists. You are correct. Gohan should not be treated that way, Bidalai said with difficulty. I admit, from the first day of school, this guy has changed my perspective. Whether it's him or the Scion Superman, perhaps I should be more forgiving. But this is not the time for such discussions. He might never come back. Alasha, Shapuna, and Bidalai were abruptly brought back to reality. As the tension escalated, Bulma stepped forward in an attempt to soothe her. Gohan will take care of himself, Bidalai. This is not the first time he has faced such a situation, Bulma explained, leaving the other 3 high school students stunned. It's better to let him handle this on his own. Bidalai glared at Bulma, her eyes filled with rage. Let him handle it himself. Are you out of your mind, Miss Bulma? Bidalai shouted. I cannot just sit back and watch Gohan walk into danger. And what can you do at this moment? Rush in and get blown to bits? Bulma countered, leaving Bidalai momentarily speechless and startling the 2 high school students beside her. In this situation, what can you really accomplish? That doesn't mean I should sit here and watch him die, Bidalai argued. I understand your sense of justice. But this is an invasion, not a game with Cell. Bulma asserted firmly. As far as I know, Mr. Satan has never dealt with anything like this. But Gohan has. He has been through it. Alasha asked in shock, with Shapuna and Bidalai equally incredulous. Bulma nodded. He has many experiences you are unaware of. Your unnecessary sacrifices will not help him or anyone else. But I have to do something, Miss Bulma. Bidalai cried, tears nearly spilling from her steadfast blue eyes. I know I haven't been good to him, but he is my partner. He has helped me, and I should help him in return. Shapuna and Alasha looked at the trembling dark-haired girl with sympathy, especially Alasha, whose mind was racing. I never expected Bidalai would say that. It seems Gohan is truly important to her, Alasha thought to herself. Bulma sighed softly, though she was pleased that Gohan finally had a girl who cared for him. She knew there were more pressing matters to address. All right, actually, we have a way to help Gohan, Bulma finally said. The 3 high school students were taken aback, especially Bidalai. Is there really a way? Bidalai inquired eagerly. Bulma smiled and turned, gesturing for them to follow her. Let us head to my lab. It will serve as the temporary command center. By the way, you can call me Bulma. Bidalai nodded and then turned to Alasha and Shapuna. If you don't want to come, you don't have to. This is very dangerous, Bidalai stated. Alasha and Shapuna exchanged glances for several seconds before expressing their decisions. Honestly, I am still quite timid, Shapuna scratched his head. But if I abandon you now, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I won't back down. Alasha continued. Though I can't fight, I will contribute in any way I can, whether for you or Gohan. Bidalai smiled gratefully at them. Chapter 43. The battle begins. Bulma gazed at them, unable to suppress the nostalgic memories of her adventurous days with Goku, Krillin, and Launch, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems there is no need for concern any longer, she mused internally. With that, Bulma led them toward her primary laboratory. In West City, at the West City Plaza. The air was pierced by a series of blaring alarms, followed by a resounding explosion. As a shadow enveloped in white energy darted past, shattered metallic fragments scattered through the sky. The figure that emerged was Son Gohan, transformed into a Scion superhero. He was intensely focused on locking onto the strongest battle aura, and the scene before him ignited a fire of rage within. Mechanized soldiers rampaged through the streets, buildings crumbled, vehicles were crushed, and innocent lives were obliterated under a barrage of lasers and bullets. This ends now. Gohan halted, arms outstretched, unleashing a torrent of blue energy blasts that rained down, obliterating at least 20 robotic soldiers in an instant. Much quieter now, he murmured contentedly as he descended onto a towering structure in the plaza. At that moment, a violet beam shot towards Gohan. With a casual flick of his wrist, he redirected the beam skyward. The color of the beam triggered memories of his time on Namek, where Piccolo had been struck by a similar attack. This technique, how could it be? Humph, it appears your strength exceeds my expectations. Gohan abruptly turned, his pupils narrowing as he confronted the figure before him. Cooler stood there, ominously. Hello there, Scion Monkey, Cooler greeted coldly. Impossible. You are Frieza? Gohan exclaimed incredulously. Cooler's gaze sharpened instantly, and he retorted icily. Do not dare compare me to that worthless trash. I am the true ruler of the galaxy. I am Cooler. Cooler. Gohan pondered, I was unaware of your other companions. Of course you wouldn't know. My wretched father would never mention them, Cooler scoffed. Your father? Gohan probed. I was once the eldest son of King Cold. But I was exiled from the northern galaxy decades ago and lost my claim to the Cold Empire, Cooler explained. So you are Frisia's? Gohan's eyes widened, then furrowed in realization. I see. So you have come for revenge for your family? I harbor no feelings for those scum. This operation is entirely my own decision, unrelated to vengeance, Cooler stated coldly. I have come seeking the scion who defeated my foolish brother, a certain Son Goku. Gohan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Indeed, he has come looking for my father. It seems there is reason behind my father's choice not to return. That is my father. Gohan replied in a flat tone, but you are 7 years too late. He has perished in battle, and I now carry on his legacy of protecting Earth. Oh, I see. Cooler nodded, seemingly understanding the situation. That is indeed rather unfortunate. I am quite curious about the power he exhibited when defeating Frieza. How could he know about the Super Saiyan transformation? Gohan thought to himself. Cooler continued. It seems you, as his successor, possess considerable strength. However, you must be aware that I do not waste time with the weak. Your invasion cannot solely be to test my strength, can it? Gohan glared at him. Wariness etched on his face. Of course, a first meeting should leave a lasting impression, Cooler replied nonchalantly. I will find a way to draw all you Saiyan monkeys out into the open. Now, enough idle chatter. Let me see if you truly are the descendant of that fellow named Son Goku. Hearing the term Saiyan monkey ignited Gohan's anger, yet he remained silent, merely floating in the air as he followed Cooler out of the building. In an instant, they vanished from view. In the next moment, they were engaged in a fierce battle amid the ruins of the plaza, their rapid movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Following several deafening shockwaves, 3 buildings collapsed before Gohan and Cooler reappeared. The two simultaneously launched attacks, their powerful kicks colliding, creating a massive shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. Subsequently, they exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks, with Cooler taking the initiative while Gohan defended steadily, using his forearms and knees to counter Cooler's strikes. Goodness. He was right. He is indeed different from Frieza, Gohan thought while defending, his strength surpassing even that of the perfect Cell. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan landed a heavy uppercut to Cooler's chin while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Cooler swiftly ensnared Gohan's right leg with his tail and, after gaining momentum, hurled Gohan away, launching a violet energy slash aimed directly at him. Gohan quickly adjusted his body, ducking to evade the attack and countering with a blue energy blast that shattered the energy slash. However, Cooler followed up with a flying kick that sent Gohan crashing into a dilapidated building. Is this truly all the strength you possess, Saiyan Monkey? Cooler spread his arms in a familiar pose, reminiscent of his brother Frieza. Gohan erupted from the rubble, white energy flames swirling violently around him as he roared, "Ha!" With a powerful explosion, he fully unleashed his strength. Realizing this was merely the beginning of his warm-up, Cooler observed the scene before him, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, thinking, how intriguing. He remains unscathed by my attacks. It appears he may indeed have inherited Son Goku's power. In West City, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma sat at her desk, diligently working on a jamming device crafted from the Scion technology fragments retrieved from Raditz Scouter. Beside her, Videl, Sharpener, and Erasa watched intently. Just then, a golden-haired lady, appearing seasoned yet brimming with youthful vigor, entered the room. Bulma, dear, your friends are waiting for you at the front desk. Mrs. Brief called out cheerfully. Wonderful, Mom. Please let them in right away. The 3 high school students exchanged curious glances. Friends? Erasa inquired. Bulma winked mysteriously, saying, you will find out shortly. Take a seat and see who has arrived. Before long, Krillin, Android 18, Piccolo, and another familiar figure walked through the door. Chapter 44. Warriors gather. The figure donned a loose green sleeveless tunic paired with equally relaxed green trousers. Adorning his wrists were red and green armbands, and his feet were clad in black boots equipped with yellow guards. A striking feature was the third eye situated upon his forehead. He was Tien Shinhan of the Crane School. Krillin approached and met Bulma halfway, inquiring, we received your message, Bulma. What is the situation? Thank you all for coming. She replied, the children have been taken to the underground shelter. I apologize for the inconvenience. That's quite all right. Android 18 waved her hand nonchalantly. Krillin and I have already sent Marin to a friend's house. Tien interjected, moreover, There are more pressing matters that demand our attention. Erasa was taken aback by Piccolo's green skin, while Videl stood in awe before the legendary martial artists. Sharpen leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Are you with Krillin and Tien?" Videl blushed and quickly pulled him down, whispering for him to be quiet, lest he embarrass himself further. The adults turned their attention to the 3 high school students gathered around Bulma's workstation. Piccolo shot Bulma a disapproving glance, clearly not wishing for outsiders to become involved. Understanding the look all too well, as Vegeta often regarded her similarly, Bulma quickly clarified, "Hey, don't look at me like that." They insisted on helping. "The city is under siege by murderous robots. Where else could I take them?" Tien responded, "While their courage is commendable, I fail to see why they must involve themselves in such a perilous situation." Android 18 recognized one of the children as Videl. "Krillin, is that the girl with the twin tails, the daughter of that fool?" She remarked quietly to the petite retired martial artist. "Hey, you guessed right. But how could she be here? Wait." The little fighter suddenly paused. Krillin squinted in Videl's direction, swiftly connecting the dots, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. "Oh my god, I knew it. She likes him," he thought, unable to suppress a silent laugh. At that moment, Videl boldly declared, "Listen, I don't care who you are or how strong you are. Don't underestimate us just because we're high school students. Since Gohan is our acquaintance, whatever you say, we will help." Aside from Bulma, Erasa, Sharpen, and Android 18 who smiled at Videl, the others were momentarily taken aback by the girl's sudden assertiveness. Images of a housewife wielding a frying pan flashed through their minds, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. Ignoring Videl, Android 18 directly inquired, "So, what do we do next?" Bulma approached her large computer, typing a few commands, and the screen immediately divided into 4 segments. Everyone knew that West City was currently under attack by an unknown enemy. Through the Capsule Corporation satellites, we could ascertain what or who the enemy was. The first 3 screens displayed the rampaging robotic soldiers wreaking havoc in 3 districts of West City, each led by Nez, Dor, and Salza. While others were still pondering the appearance of this armored squad, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged a knowing glance, reminiscing about their days on Namek. However, their focus was swiftly drawn back by Videl's voice as she pointed at the screen. "Look over here. Gohan is fighting someone." All eyes turned to the 4th screen, revealing Gohan in torn clothing and a mask, engaged in a fierce battle with Cooler. "Oh my god," Sharpen gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief at his friend's strength and resilience. "He is amazing. How can he be this strong? Is he really human?" Erasa murmured in disbelief. The other Z fighters remained silent, clearly reluctant to address the obvious question. Watching Gohan's fierce clash with the alien lizard, Videl's emotions oscillated between fear and excitement. Of course, she would never admit it. At that moment, Videl began to reassess her perspectives, questioning the truth behind the Cell games and her father's narratives. Since learning to harness Ki, she had realized that many of Gohan's techniques had been showcased during the Cell games. Now, with Gohan openly acknowledging himself as a scion, everything began to piece together. Her speculations regarding the Cell games were inching closer to the truth, and she felt anger towards the adults present who had likely participated in those events, regarding her father's so-called accomplishments. He had deceived her into believing Ki was a mere trick, and now she started to question his words, including Mr. Satan's illustrious achievements. She had already surpassed her father's strength and skills. Gohan, this pretender, she thought silently. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had remained quiet, noticed the long tail and round head on the screen and shouted, "Wait. Stop right there. Look at the image." His voice was filled with urgency. Bulma promptly paused the video, raising the resolution and zooming in on the unfamiliar enemy. As Cooler's image gradually sharpened, fear enveloped Krillin and Piccolo. For this visage reminded them of another familiar entity. This face, those eyes. Krillin stammered, stepping back in shock. "He looks just like him." "Frieza," Piccolo continued, though unease coursed through him, yet he remained rooted in place. Chapter 45, Task Allocation in the City of West. At Capsule Corporation, Piccolo spoke in a low voice. "Frieza." The Dragon Ball warriors and the 3 students from Orange Star High School directed their varied expressions towards Piccolo and Krillin. Bulma, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan observed the battle footage between Gohan and Cooler, donned in Saiyan battle attire, their faces riddled with confusion. "Wait a moment," Tien furrowed his brow and said, "But didn't Trunks already defeat Frieza and Cooler? We all witnessed it." Krillin trembled, swallowing hard as he declared, Yes, yes, that was him. I can unmistakably recognize that power. And he looks remarkably similar to Frisia. Thank the heavens. I have yet to lay eyes on Frisia myself. Bulma shivered, but then boldly suggested, could this newcomer perhaps be a relative of Frisia? Well, it's not impossible. He might indeed be a kin of Frisia, Android 18 remarked, gazing at the screen. Wait, my scanner is detecting something. This guy seems to be concealing his true power. Piccolo sensed Coola's energy, noting that it differed from the energy of Frisia's final form from years ago. Another detail caught Piccolo's attention. He exclaimed, oh no, she was right. Whoever he is, his energy surpasses any adversary we have encountered before. As the adults conversed, Sharpener and Erasa whispered nearby. Can you understand what they are saying? Erasa asked, bewildered. I can grasp a little. They seem to be discussing an alien named Frisia, Sharpener replied impatiently. So, is this Frisia the same one who fought against Goku? Erasa inquired further. God knows, Sharpener shrugged. Biddy, perplexed, interjected. Can someone please tell us who this Frisia is? What connection does he have to go on? The turban-clad Piccolo frowned and spoke in a low tone. Who are you shouting at, little girl? Biddy and the other students were momentarily awestruck by Piccolo's imposing presence. Piccolo continued, as for your question, I can tell you that Frisia is a terrifying monster. For further details, you may ask Gohan, but in short, Frisia once posed a threat to the entire Earth. His cruelty is on par with Cell, and his destructive capabilities rival that of that creature. The three students turned pale, recalling Gohan's mention of the power of Ki and the cataclysmic scenes witnessed during the Cell games. But you just said that the guy Gohan is fighting isn't Frisia, so isn't that a good thing? What's going on? Sharpener asked, both confused and anxious. Piccolo rebutted. The issue is that he is very likely a creature from the same race as Frisia. Think about what I just said, kid. Frisia could effortlessly annihilate a planet. And Cell is even stronger than Frisia. Yet now, this enemy, he is still concealing his power and is already stronger than both of them combined. A heavy silence enveloped the three, a profound fear rising within them. Bulma stepped forward, redirecting everyone's focus back to her, saying, therefore, we must swiftly deal with those robotic armies and their leader. She approached the table and picked up the blueprint of the device she had been working on. Our luck is fortuitous. I happen to be designing a device that can shut down those metal monstrosities with a single button, she said playfully, winking at everyone. So this is your plan. Bulma, you are truly brilliant. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Android 18, also known as Lazuli, smiled slightly, contemplating. So it's an old-fashioned emergency stop button. Clever scientist. Now I understand why you succeeded, while the doctor failed. Erasa remained somewhat puzzled, asking, an emergency switch? But that little remote can only affect one robot, right? How can it disable the entire army? Bulma smiled, pointing at the Dragon Ball warriors. That's where they come in. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Trunks. Goten. As soon as she spoke, the two little hybrid scions dashed into the office of Capsule Corporation's president. Biddy frowned, wondering, what is she planning to do? Aunt Bulma, did you call us for something? The two boys chorused. Bulma instructed, go stand by Krillin and Lazuli. This task is vital, and I expect you to pay close attention. Okay. The two little ones readily agreed, moving towards where the adults stood, much to Biddy's astonishment, as she had not anticipated Bulma would involve the two children. Are they really going to let these little kids fight? The three teenagers pondered simultaneously. Observing their expressions, Bulma smiled. Don't worry, these two are no ordinary children. Besides, Goku single-handedly took down an entire army when he was their age. Upon hearing this, Biddy, Sharpener, and Erasa nearly lost their balance, utterly stunned by the sudden revelation. Bulma pointed at the map. This guy has dispatched his three top warriors to wreak havoc in 3 areas of West City. Tien, Trunks. You will handle the green-skinned, long-haired foe. Krillin, Lazuli, and Goten, you are responsible for the creature that resembles an amphibian. Got it. Trunks responded excitedly, while Tien nodded in silent agreement. Turning to Piccolo and Biddy, Bulma continued, Piccolo and Biddy, you will confront the blue-green fellow with the side-part hairstyle. After defeating each robot, one of you must return immediately. I need to dismantle them for study. Destroy as many of those robots as possible while eliminating the soldiers. Wait, why should Biddy go? She may be strong, but, Sharpener asked, concern etched on his face. What are you trying to say? Biddy frowned, arms crossed. Of course I can go. I can do this. As she spoke, Biddy gathered a small sphere of blue ki, startling Erasa, Sharpener, Krillin, and Tien, who all gasped as the sphere disappeared under her control. While you cannot, she stated proudly. How is that possible? Erasa exclaimed in shock. When did you learn to do that? Bulma smiled, explaining, if I'm not mistaken. Gohan has been training her to be another Saiyan superhero. While she may not be as strong as the other warriors, she is capable enough to defend herself in battle, given the right support. Oh. Erasa contemplated, while Sharpener turned away, his fists clenched, looking somewhat dejected. Bulma, noticing Sharpener's expression, reassured him, don't worry. Your friend is under the watch of one of our strongest warriors. She will be fine. Sharpener nodded, accepting this reality, yet still feeling powerless. While Erasa comfortingly patted his back. Chapter 46. Splitting up, Bulma approached a box and lifted the lid, revealing a switch that was turned off. With a casual push, she activated it, causing a door above to slowly open, unveiling an exit for the Dragon Ball warriors to depart. Subsequently, except for Piccolo and Biddy. This ingenious woman distributed special wristbands to everyone as communication devices. Having already adjusted Biddy Lee's frequency, Bulma could now converse directly with her through telepathy. After briefly explaining the usage, she began to encourage them fervently. You must be cautious. Trunks, Goten, you too, especially, need to be vigilant. She earnestly cautioned. Understood, Aunt Bulma. The two boys chorused. Krillin waved reassuringly. Don't worry, Bulma. We'll take good care of them. You better keep your word, or Chi-Chi and I won't let you off easily. Bulma half-joked as she closed the ceiling door. Biddy Lee can fly too? Wow, that's so cool. I wish I could fly. Alasha exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with envy. She turned to Bulma and asked, what are we doing here? Everyone else has gone to fight. Bulma smiled gently and replied, I happen to need a helper. Do you have any technical skills? Alasha's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. My computer here is quite similar to what you use at home. Do you think you could help me monitor these screens? Leave it to me. Bulma then turned to Shippuna, saying, come over here and pass me that wrench, big guy. Shippuna snapped out of his contemplation, moved to the toolbox, and handed the wrench to Bulma. Thus, everyone resumed their busy tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo and Biddy Lee were soaring through the sky above the city, with Piccolo leading and Biddy Lee struggling to keep up, yet her speed was commendable, preventing her from being left behind. They focused on approaching the enemy with the second strongest battle power, while Biddy Lee repeatedly pondered the astonishing truth she had just learned about Son Gohan. This is unbelievable. Biddy Lee's mind replayed every detail she knew about her friend. Gohan. He is a hero, the son of Son Goku, connected to those elite warriors. And even Bulma's godson. I always suspected there were secrets about him, but never did I imagine they would be this astounding. She glanced at Piccolo, beginning to notice his green skin and stern gaze, recalling the reports of Son Goku's victory in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament and the tales of that conqueror. Wait, green skin, that imposing presence, could he be? Biddy Lee couldn't help but ask curiously, I don't know your name yet. I know who you are, Biddy Lee, Piccolo interrupted, delivering a revelation that left her astonished. You can call me Piccolo. Biddy Lee felt her blood run cold. Piccolo. You are the Demon King Piccolo? I was the reincarnation of the Demon King. But that is a name of the past, Piccolo replied expressionlessly. I am no longer the same. Weren't you arch-enemies with Son Goku? Then why enough? Piccolo interrupted her barrage of questions, visibly impatient. I am not some petty thug you can easily dismiss, nor am I one of your school friends. Do not test my patience. This statement snapped Biddy Lee back to reality. Piccolo continued, there are many people outside in dire peril. You must either focus on the task at hand or step aside and not hinder progress. Biddy Lee's face flushed with indignation. Yet upon hearing Piccolo mention the lives at stake, she restrained her anger. He was right. This was not the time for endless inquiries. Seeing Biddy Lee's demeanor, Piccolo reconsidered his tone, acknowledging that he may have been too harsh, and decided to share a fragment of information. Gohan is my only disciple, Piccolo suddenly stated. Shocking Biddy Lee, Gohan learned martial arts from the Demon King Piccolo? Biddy Lee screamed internally, her concern for her friend's mental state and upbringing mounting. What has this child endured in his life? When we first met, I kidnapped him when he was only 4 years old. I left him in the wilderness to survive alone for 6 months, watching that crying child face danger time and again. In the following 6 months, I subjected him to the most brutal training I could devise. At that time, I merely intended to mold him into a tool for world domination, Piccolo recounted calmly, sending chills down Biddy Lee's spine. I transformed him from a pampered child into a formidable warrior. But as time passed, He taught me to care for others. Something I didn't even realize until I sacrificed my life for him. It was then that I truly recognized how much I had changed. That child changed me. Piccolo's words quickened Lee's heartbeat. The young Gohan shared a mentor-mentee bond with Piccolo, deepening her interest in him. Yet, witnessing the devastation surrounding her, she felt a surge of anxiety about confronting the formidable foes Frieza and Cell. He has endured so much yet retained that innocence and kindness. There must be more to his story than I know. As she flew, Lee silently thought, "You must survive. We still have unfinished business, Son Gohan." Lee smiled faintly and then focused her energy, following Piccolo toward the area where Cell was located. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle in the Heart of West City. Amidst the bustling square, an intense battle raged between Gohan and Cooler. Miraculously, Gohan's helmet remained mostly intact, though a few cracks marred its edges. His armor lay in tatters, and the corner of his cape bore the scorching marks of various energy blasts. High above, Gohan focused intently, channeling his energy to unleash a Super Masenko. With Cooler firmly in his sights, Cooler, with a malevolent grin, floated effortlessly in midair, indifferent to Gohan's impending strike. Just as Gohan released a yellow beam enveloped in a violet aura, Cooler casually flicked his fingers, vanishing from the beam's path in an instant. What? Before Gohan could react, Cooler's massive tail swept through the air, propelling him into an abandoned warehouse on the opposite side of the square. Moments later, Gohan reemerged. His goggles shattered, his emerald eyes blazing with fury. His energy surged around him as he ascended another building, only to realize the extensive destruction he had wrought upon West City. Inwardly chastising himself, he resolved to shift the battle elsewhere. Suddenly, he heard the sound of slicing air behind him and spun around to find Cooler merely a few meters away. As Gohan prepared to strike, Cooler teleported again. Now within mere inches, Gohan swung a fist toward Cooler, but the latter effortlessly blocked the attack with his tail. Fury ignited within Gohan as he unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Cooler either deftly dodged or countered each blow with his agile tail. Umph. This stubborn monkey is tougher than I anticipated. However, it seems he has yet to tap into his transformation powers, just as that fool suggested. Either he lacks the ability entirely, or he is concealing his true strength. Judging by his energy, the latter seems more plausible. Cooler chuckled darkly to himself, pondering how to provoke Gohan's dormant Super Saiyan power. Suddenly, a helicopter's whirring pierced the air, drawing his attention. Gohan turned to see the open door of a helicopter. A laser gun aimed directly at them. "Don't shoot. Fall back," Gohan shouted urgently. Cooler, however, cast a dismissive glance at a nearby hospital, finding the structure woefully inferior compared to his empire, and he smirked derisively. Just as the gunner prepared to fire, a fierce glint flickered in Cooler's eyes. Two beams of deadly energy erupted from his gaze, obliterating the helicopter and reducing both pilot and gunner to ashes. This was Cooler's dark eye beam. The wreckage of the helicopter plummeted towards the hospital, a sight that horrified Gohan. With Cooler present, he was powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the helicopter crashed into the building, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that claimed countless innocent lives. No. No, 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 no. Gohan murmured in shock, his heart heavy with guilt. Driven by an uncontrollable urge, he soared toward the hospital, momentarily forgetting his adversary and flying past Cooler. Cooler, suspended in the air, remained still yet effortlessly grasped the corner of Gohan's cape, halting him in his tracks. A sinister smile crept across Cooler's face, reminiscent of the cunning and cruel Frieza. In a fit of rage, Gohan's power surged, and with a mighty punch infused with energy, he struck Cooler squarely in the face, sending him crashing through several already damaged buildings. However, Gohan showed no signs of stopping. He swiftly pursued the flung Cooler, delivering a precise uppercut that sent the vile creature tumbling through the air. Just as Gohan prepared to strike again, Cooler unleashed a powerful gust of energy, forcefully repelling Gohan and creating distance between them. Gohan, undeterred and burning with anger, let his tail emerge instinctively, thrashing back and forth in fury. Damn, he truly is cunning and ruthless. Gohan seethed inwardly, realizing that Cooler had indeed used instantaneous movement moments prior. He has toyed with me, just as he did with those innocent lives he extinguished. I must admit, you Scion Monkey's offspring has exceeded my expectations, Cooler remarked, clapping mockingly in a light-hearted tone. Though you have yet to attain that legendary power, your abilities are passable at best. Why? Those people had nothing to do with our battle. Gohan shouted angrily. They were the fools who attacked me first, thus they became involved. I merely responded to their provocation, Cooler stated coldly. As for the hospital, I simply took full advantage of my surroundings. For what purpose? Why are you here? Gohan demanded. Cooler gazed skyward, beginning his monologue. For over a century, I have been exiled for 100 long years. During this time, I learned to survive in the harshest of conditions, where most beings would perish within days. It took me 25 years to adapt to these trials. Of course, I owe that to my wretched father and my dear brother. King Kurd exiled you? Why? Gohan inquired, his brow furrowing. Cooler's expression turned scornful. My family established the Galactic Trade Organization, a ruthless entity that has existed for centuries. Our business practices involve the merciless extermination of planetary inhabitants for subsequent trade. You can imagine the weight of such a burden as the next in line. My goodness, I cannot fathom that kind of pressure. Gohan replied, lacing his tone with sarcasm. But after Frieza succeeded King Kurd, it seems he handled such matters with ease. Yes, that useless wretch knows nothing of honor. He is merely a cowardly piece of filth. Cooler spat, his teeth clenched. What? Were you and your brother already at odds before your exile? Gohan asked, puzzled. That is an understatement, Cooler replied with a chilling laugh, his eyes closing. My father and I have always been at odds. He wished for me to follow his every command, to inherit his twisted mindset, making decisions solely based on his ambitions. He is a tyrannical dictator, a politician, but certainly not a capable warrior. As a father, he has never fulfilled his responsibilities. Cooler's words reminded Gohan of his own family. Each time Earth faced a crisis, he had been compelled to fight alongside his father and the Dragon Team. And once the dust settled, Chi-Chi would have dozens of textbooks laid out on his desk, awaiting his study. There was no time for play, no opportunity to forge friendships with other children, for such chances were simply non-existent. Chapter 48. Tales of Exile. In the pursuit of his father's expectations, Gohan resolved to protect the Earth, simultaneously cultivating a burgeoning interest in academia, yet he rarely made choices free from external influence. Conversely, I chose an entirely divergent path. Kara continued, gesturing towards the mechanized soldiers scattered throughout West City. Beyond the realm of combat, my intrigue with your scion kin is substantial, yet I exhibited remarkable aptitude in economics and engineering. In my youth, I believed that with these talents, I could lead the cooled army into a technological revolution, heralding a grand renaissance. My heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. However, the fervor in Kara's eyes abruptly extinguished, replaced by a visage of seething resentment. Yet my father ridiculed me before my very eyes, utterly shattering my chances to prove myself. He deemed my aspirations utterly futile. Not only was it a waste of my time, but more critically, a squandering of his. Frieza's brother roared in indignation. Gohan remained silent. Yet his disdain for King Cool deepened. Our relationship deteriorated further since that wretched child's birth. My father's early indulgence towards that little brat nauseated me. As he matured, the rift between us became irreparably widened. Kara continued, clearly reluctant to mention his brother's name, especially in light of that fateful mission. Gohan furrowed his brow and inquired, what mission? That day, I lost everything. Kara began recounting his past. I was dispatched on a conquest mission targeting planet Hera. If memory serves me correctly. Planet Hera? I don't believe I have ever heard of it, Gohan replied. That is because it no longer exists, Kara elucidated. My father commanded me to subjugate the inhabitants until he arrived to render the final decision. It was a barbaric approach, one I fundamentally opposed. As my understanding of King Cool deepened, so did my contempt for the Cooled family. What did you do then? What transpired on planet Hera? Gohan pressed. Kara crossed his arms and coldly stated, I challenged the strongest warriors on the planet to a fair battle, with the victor gaining dominion over Hera. I emerged victorious, and they subsequently bowed to me. However, when my father learned of my defiance of his orders, he was exceedingly displeased. But your method conserved manpower and resources while garnering the support of the planet's residents, not to mention the potential warriors from Hera. Gohan questioned. You are correct. Yet those matters were of no concern to my father, Kara explained. In his eyes, my success threatened his reign, a blatant challenge to his authority. For King Cooled, disobeying his orders was an unforgivable sin. Kara inhaled deeply and continued. Had I foreseen his actions upon arriving, I would have concealed that planet with an invisibility device. He annihilated the Hera inhabitants? Gohan asked. Annihilated? No, it was a massacre. Kara's expression grew more severe. Gohan gritted his teeth. Memories of Frisia's atrocities on Namek flashing in his mind, as if witnessing King Cooled reenacting those horrors on planet Hera. Everything unfolded too swiftly. I barely managed to rescue the last batch of survivors, sending them to escape pods towards a sanctuary I had previously discovered. Yet, that very act sealed my fate. By the time the cleansing operation concluded, most of the Hera inhabitants had perished. Naturally, my father seized every opportunity to humiliate me. He even permitted my worthless brother to obliterate the entire planet. This bred resentment within me, but it was merely the beginning of my suffering, Kara recounted. Your suffering? Gohan echoed in confusion. Indeed. Upon returning to the base, my father wasted no time in making an example of me before the entire Cooled army. Kara continued. I was dragged into the main hall, Frisia following eagerly behind. Before all, I was whipped and humiliated like a slave, solely for possessing beliefs and a character that they rejected. My father struck me for 2 hours. Even Frisia, under his tacit approval, laid hands on me. After the beating, King Cooled publicly deposed me, casting me into a space capsule, dispatching me towards a desolate planet in the southern reaches of the universe, forbidding my return forever. Gohan felt a surge of revulsion. Had Kara not spoken these words himself, he could hardly believe that King Cooled would treat his own flesh and blood in such a manner. These heartless monsters. How could such a family treat their own kin so cruelly? Raditz' plight now seemed almost normal in comparison, but this was truly barbaric. Ultimately, I descended upon the barren sands of Shamo, and as I struggled to maintain consciousness, I reached a conclusion. I could only rely on myself, on those I deemed useful. The only true utility in this universe was strength. Gohan impatiently growled. Enough of your backstory, but why are you here? What does my father have to do with this? Be patient, Kara replied calmly. I was just about to address that. Over the subsequent 2 decades, I recuperated my physical and mental state on Shamo, aided by the Shamons despite their scarce resources. In return, I assisted them in gathering precious resources to sustain their existence. Then, seizing the opportune moment, I emitted a distress signal using the remnants of the space capsule to a nearby colony I had acquired before my exile. Coincidentally, the surviving Hera inhabitants arrived on Shamo with their now-adult children. We spent a decade merging Hera's technology to enhance the Shamoans' combat, military prowess, and cosmic navigation capabilities. Eventually, we proposed the grand collective plan, leading the Hera and Shamons to pledge their allegiance to me. These experiences endowed me with a new purpose. A new purpose? Indeed, Scion Monkey. Kara responded, a new objective, my objective. I, Kara, shall forge my own empire, one entirely distinct from the Cooled army. I shall establish an empire capable of overthrowing the planetary trading organization, a new order that will allow the entire universe to flourish. I see, Gohan remarked with disdain. You are merely another tyrant attempting to invade others' homes. Kara chuckled softly, retorting, no, you misunderstand, Scion Monkey. A tyrant ruthlessly oppresses his subjects, granting them no opportunity or leeway. I, however, am merely a conqueror. I value my subjects. As long as their loyalty and diligence meet my demands, they shall receive their rightful rewards. Chapter 49. Invitation to join. Do you truly believe I would trust you? You dispatched those mechanical warriors to our planet, resulting in the destruction of one of our cities. Son Gohan stated, his arms crossed and a cold demeanor enveloping him. You, who demand obedience from others, dare to proclaim you are not a tyrant? Believe it or not, what I say is the truth. Furthermore, conflict is inevitable. You Scion monkeys are always possessive of your territory, regarding your possessions as paramount, replied Kara, his tone indifferent. I anticipated your attempts to thwart me, particularly from you and your kin. As for the others, unless provoked, I have no intention of taking lives. Those earthlings who dared to assault my subordinates brought their fates upon themselves. No one invited you to our planet, you scoundrel. Gohan retorted angrily. Do not be so dismissive. We can only progress through mutual dialogue, Kara responded nonchalantly. Say whatever you wish, Gohan replied coldly. Do you intend to extend your new order throughout the universe? Indeed. I aspire for my will to permeate the cosmos. My intentions are vastly different from those of the marauders and the despicable genocides. My will embodies strength and dignity, deserving of respect from all races. That is my ambition. However, to achieve this goal, I must eradicate all threats. One significant obstacle, which I need not name. You can surely guess. The image of the arrogant cosmic emperor flashed in Gohan's mind, and he answered, Frieza. Precisely, Kara's voice dripped with disdain. Due to my father's favoritism, Frieza inherited the throne and renamed it the Frieza Empire, instilling fear across the northern galaxy. When I regained my strength, I could have easily vanquished him. But his army boasts numbers, resources, connections, and financial backing, in addition to centuries of accumulated experience. Thus, I spent 60 years traversing the southern galaxy, building my own network and subtly expanding my territory. Upon returning to the northern galaxy, despite my impulses, I refrained from attacking most planets to avoid drawing attention. I visited several planets, studying and researching them. I even traveled to a small asteroid, learning to sense energy and pinpoint its source, enabling me to teleport to designated locations. This skill has proven quite advantageous, has it not? Stop wasting time and get to the point. The half-scion with emerald eyes interrupted loudly. Since you are so eager, I shall continue. I have encountered many formidable opponents, all of whom have been awed by my strength and willingly pledged their allegiance. 3 individuals emerged as standouts, becoming part of my elite imperial force. During this period, my power has also surged considerably. To remain inconspicuous, I established my base on a desolate planet near your solar system, deploying small drones to monitor Frieza's movements indirectly. Initially, I intended to wait for the opportune moment to personally end Frieza's life, but recently, I learned through certain channels that he has already been dealt with by a scion named Son Goku. Let me guess. Are you upset because my father stole your chance for revenge? Kara erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. Haha, do you truly think I care who that presumptuous little wretch is? I would rather see that detestable creature tormented in hell, his soul forever restless. A perplexed expression crossed Gohan's face beneath his helmet. Wait, you are not here for revenge. Then what is your purpose? You would not understand. I have always admired the strength and ideals of the Scions. However, I did not anticipate that my kin would fall to a scion I had thought merely a legend. A being with such potential ought to be an ally, not an adversary. Kara stepped closer to Gohan, extending his right hand with a warm smile. I wish for you, Son Goku's son, to join my empire and serve me. In the afterlife, on North Chaos planet, a startled exclamation erupted from a diminutive deity of the multiverse. The figure resembled a short man with sky-blue skin and a face akin to that of a catfish. He donned a black uniform emblazoned with the characters for KO, draped in a purplish-red robe, and sported round sunglasses, with long antenna-like whiskers atop his head. He was the guardian of the northern galaxy, North KO, often referred to as Lord KO. North KO scrambled to his feet, his demeanor frantic as he muttered to himself, "Oh no, this is dire." On the opposite side of his small planet stood a familiar figure, clad in an orange GI over a deep blue undershirt, with blue boots and blue wristbands. His right chest bore the family symbol of Son, while his back displayed the same emblem as Lord KO, signifying him as KO's disciple. This individual resembled a more robust version of Goten, yet his aura radiated the calmness reminiscent of Gohan. He was the former guardian of Earth, Son Goku. Sensing his master's distress and hearing the terrified shout, Goku immediately leaped to North KO's side, a small brown monkey following closely behind. Lord KO, what has happened? Goku inquired with concern. Goku, I just received a distress signal from South KO. A powerful invader has breached my jurisdiction from the southern galaxy. South KO claims his target is Earth. North KO explained in a flurry. Goku furrowed his brow, asking, who is this individual? A very dangerous one. South KO mentioned that this invader seeks a warrior who once defeated his brother, a warrior who passed away 7 years ago. North KO turned to look at Goku. Who is he searching for? Goku asked, perplexed. The person he seeks is you, North KO stated calmly. What? Me? Goku exclaimed, wide-eyed and pointing at himself. Indeed, the brother of that invader is none other than your former adversary from the near destruction of planet Namek. Goku sat down, contemplating KO's words and recalling the battle on Namek, an image of a familiar figure surfacing in his mind. Wait, are you saying, indeed? North KO nodded, confirming Goku's deduction. The invader is the exiled firstborn of King Cold, Frieza's brother, Kara. Goku could hardly fathom it. Frieza had a brother? Who would have imagined? Now, he began to worry about just how formidable this Kara might be. Realizing that Kara's target was Earth, anxiety surged within him. Chapter 50. The Marvelous Weapon Lord Kai. Has the South Kai provided any further details? Just how formidable is this Kula? Goku inquired, his mind racing with strategies. Cooler is entirely unlike Frieza. He does not revel in conquering the weak. Rather, he thrives on challenging the strong, somewhat akin to your interactions with the other Saiyans. He is not only cunning but also exceedingly dangerous, wielding his innate talents and skills with the finesse of a martial arts master. And he adheres to a strict code of honor as a warrior, the North Kai elucidated. Wow, that sounds intriguing. It's a pity he is such a perilous individual. Otherwise, I would truly relish the opportunity to spar with him. Goku mused. Is there any additional intelligence regarding this Cooler? Goku pressed. The North Kai's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Cooler shows no mercy to those who defy him. If your friends provoke him, they could find themselves in grave danger. It can't be that dire. Frieza was indeed powerful, but I believe everyone has grown stronger over the years, Goku started. But the North Kai interrupted. Goku, Cooler has always been stronger than Frieza. This revelation left Goku astounded. Moreover, unlike Frieza, Cooler has never ceased his training. His current strength far surpasses that of the most formidable Cell from back in the day. I can sense he is concealing some horrific power. Stronger than Cell? Goku felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the fierce battle he had with Cell, exerting every ounce of strength while Cell seemed to toy with him. Now do you understand, Goku? This adversary is not to be trifled with. It is not merely a battle, but an arduous challenge. I can only hope that your friends and family are adequately prepared. Goku rose to his feet, gazing into the distance, his mind drifting to the images of his friends, wife and son. He reminisced about the battle with Cell, recalling Gohan's explosive power that ultimately vanquished Cell. A smile graced his face as he patted the North Kai's shoulder. Do not worry, Lord Kai, Goku asserted confidently. The Earth is in their capable hands. They will manage just fine. Seeing Goku's unwavering confidence, the North Kai furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that, Goku? The North Kai questioned. Goku raised his thumb and responded with a grin. I have entrusted the Earth to the mightiest warrior. Cooler stands no chance against him. The North Kai turned his gaze toward the horizon, silently hoping. I hope you are right, Goku. Meanwhile, Goku began to stretch and prepare for his training, internally repeating. This time, it's all up to you, Gohan. In the celestial realm, within the temple, Vegeta, bare-chested, agilely flipped backward, feeling the oppressive weight of gravity pressing down on him. As he adjusted his breathing, he launched into a series of rapid punches and kicks. He had endured this high-intensity training in the time chamber for 3 months. Yet, why was the gravity so overwhelming? On his right arm, he wore a chrome armlet, which emanated an invisible force field, enveloping the Saiyan Prince. The armlet displayed a value of 500 G, indicating that Vegeta was enduring 500 times the gravity of Earth. This portable gravity device, known as the G-Ring, was a remarkable invention by Dr. Brief and Bulma. After landing, drenched in sweat, Vegeta commenced doing one-finger push-ups. 10 minutes later, the Saiyan Prince, panting heavily, gradually concluded his training. 4,998, 4,999, 5,000. Just as he counted to 5,000, Vegeta abruptly halted, sensing an all-too-familiar energy. The energy had shifted slightly, yet remained incredibly potent. Vegeta leaped up, roaring no. It cannot be. Damn it. How is that guy still alive? And at this very moment, he bent forward, fists clenched, seething with rage as he growled. This is impossible. Even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't leave this damn space. Bastard. Vegeta tightened his fists until they bled. Memories of his childhood servitude to Frieza flashing through his mind, followed by the stinging recollection of being left on the brink of death. Stupid brat. While I am still here, kill that bastard quickly, or I will not spare you. Vegeta's heart blazed with fury, silently screaming. Meanwhile, Krillin and his wife, along with Goku's youngest son, Goten, flew towards the commercial district of West City. The blonde beauty and her husband wore serious expressions, while 7-year-old Goten remained exuberant. The reason? Goten wished to take this opportunity to test the fruits of his training with his brother. He had also brought along his father's remarkable weapon, the Nioi bow. Few outside knew that this staff had long been enchanted by the Guardian and Master Karen, allowing it to extend at will, alter its width and length per the user's intent, and even return to the user's hand automatically. The trio landed atop an undamaged seafood restaurant. From a distance, they noticed a significant increase in the number of robotic soldiers. There are far more of these machines than we anticipated. At least 60 now, Krillin remarked. Not to worry. Lazuli replied calmly. Let's focus on our task at hand. We should be able to complete it. Goten tilted his head towards Android 18 and asked, Annie, what should we do? Krillin and I will handle that massive monster. You stay behind to deal with these robots. Excitement gleamed in Goten's eyes, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Does that mean I can fight them now? Goten eagerly asked. Krillin gave Goten a thumbs up, smiling. Exactly. Go for it. Kid, remember to lead any civilians you encounter to safety. Yes, sir. Goten saluted, then drew forth his father's former Naibo from its sheath. Krillin recognized the weapon and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, isn't that Goku's old staff? Lazuli also took notice, raising an eyebrow. I recall this weapon. It was documented in the doctor's archives from years ago, she mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Trunks and Tien. A massive triangular beam sliced through the ranks of mechanical soldiers, carving a path for Trunks in midair. A robotic soldier charged at him, blocking his advance. The young half-scion struck the soldier's glass head with a powerful punch, shattering it instantly before soaring upward. More robotic soldiers emerged, firing at Trunks. Tien shouted loudly, Trunks, get out of the way. He swiftly evaded the soldier's radar, clasped his hands together, and formed his fingers into a diamond shape. Spirit Bomb! A powerful golden beam erupted from his hands, annihilating all the robotic soldiers in an instant. Chapter 51. The Art of Cloning. Trunks glanced upward and remarked, Well done, Tien. You've done well, kid. Do you think you can handle them on your own? Trunks rolled his eyes and confidently replied, Of course. Just look at who I am. It won't be long before they all end up in the scrap heap. With that, he displayed a disdainful smile and soared into the fray against wave after wave of mechanical soldiers, his demeanor radiating the pride of a Scion king. Upon hearing his words, Tien let out a small huff, but couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, he was the son of Vegeta and Bulma. However, he was entirely different from the Trunks of another timeline. Tien, keenly aware of his surroundings, suddenly pivoted to evade a massive energy wave that struck a nearby abandoned boarding school. Damn it, I missed, he muttered. My aim is terrible today. Looking up, he noticed the armored squad's door hovering menacingly in the air, his eyes glinting with malice. The two warriors locked gazes before both descended to the center of the street. Oh, you've arrived. I was about to die of boredom. While these lackeys are busy bombarding, I've yet to find someone worth battling, Dor said, stretching his neck and wearing a smirk of contempt. Tien glanced at the recently destroyed school and instantly sensed that the life forces that had been there had vanished in the explosion. He turned his furious gaze upon Dor. What are you looking at me for? The fight hasn't even started, Dor asked, feigning confusion. Lowering his arms, he boasted with a mocking grin. What? Are you jealous of my power? You dare. Tien growled, his forehead pulsing with veins, teeth clenched. That was a school. There were many children inside. Bah, don't feed me such nonsense. Dor scoffed dismissively, continuing to taunt the former Crane School student. Weaklings have no right to survive. My scanner shows you're not that strong either. I don't even need to go all out to crush you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tien roared, his energy surging dramatically, causing Dor's scanner to explode. How is this possible? Dor thought in shock. This is just a remote planet. How can such power exist here? You will regret this. Tien gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. In an instant, he darted towards Dor like an arrow, shouting, I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Videl landed in the city center, where the bank had suffered minimal damage. Videl was nearly astounded by the sight of the financial district. The streets were strewn with debris, charred remnants, and splattered blood. Goodness, it's like a battlefield here, Videl exclaimed. Get used to it, kid. This is reality, and you are now a part of it, Piccolo stated calmly. Suddenly, 7 robotic soldiers descended from the sky, blocking their path. Videl and Piccolo immediately assumed battle stances. Videl, come on. Use the skills Gohan taught you, and show me what he has imparted, Piccolo ordered, his tone unwavering. He helped me harness my energy, taught me to fly, basic energy-enhanced attacks, energy techniques, and the art of cloning. That's about it. Piccolo nodded, contemplating. The kid taught her some fundamentals. It's better than nothing, but I still hope she can survive without injury, or worse. With his arms crossed, Piccolo summoned 3 clones, startling Videl. How is this possible? She gasped. This is the 4-way fist, the cloning technique. So it's real. I've seen him split into 4. Videl's mind was overwhelmed with new revelations. Piccolo, in his original form, explained, this allows for better coverage of the battlefield. He turned to Videl, instructing sternly, listen, my 3 clones will assist you. I will confront their leader. Try to capture one of the robots and return to Bulma as soon as you can. Understood. Piccolo then flew towards Salza's direction atop the city's financial building. Salza, the armored squad leader, turned upon seeing the cloaked Namekian. It's been a while since I've seen a Namekian, Salza remarked. Piccolo seized the opportunity to gauge Salza's combat strength, feeling slightly surprised. He was strong, but I can defeat him at full power. However, with my energy divided into 4, I must be cautious. Piccolo mused. I don't appreciate uninvited guests trespassing in my territory, Piccolo said coldly, removing his scarf and cloak to signify his seriousness. Thus, I will not hold back. Oh, you wish to challenge me? Salza's gaze sharpened as he summoned an energy blade in his hand. Very well, let us begin. The two formidable warriors vanished from sight, and a violent clash ensued, sending winds howling and debris swirling around them. In West City, at the plaza. I want you to join my empire, Cooler reiterated his invitation. Gohan, now appearing as a Saiyan superhero, froze mid-motion. What did you say? What do you mean join you? Gohan retorted, bewildered. I don't understand why you would choose me. Cooler retracted his hand and explained, because you are innately curious. I don't merely care about a person's strength, Saiyan. You possess rational thought and a willingness to listen, which makes you appear intelligent and open-minded. Additionally, your power renders you valuable, worthy of my investment. And what of it? Gohan questioned coldly from beneath his helmet, showing no signs of relaxation. Cooler stepped to the edge of the building, gesturing for Gohan to survey the devastation around them. Look around, little one. Do you see how this destruction came to be? Cooler inquired. Gohan remained silent, his gaze icy, refusing to answer the obvious question. Foolishness, Cooler muttered, ignoring Gohan's retort and the confusion etched on the half-Saiyan's face beneath his helmet. Foolishness. Foolishness about what? Gohan pressed on. Cooler sighed and patiently elucidated. Analyze this and determine whether my assertion holds true. The majority of the inhabitants on this planet remain oblivious to the existence of beings like you and me with world-ending powers, let alone the civilizations on other planets. They naively believe themselves to be the center of the universe, the pinnacle of civilization and technology. Do you think I'm correct? Gohan, unsure how to respond, could only maintain his silence. Chapter 52. Continuing the conversation, for instance, take me, Khalad said with a smug smile. The power within me is sufficient to erase all life in this city with a mere wave of my hand. Yet, you squander your strength protecting these ungrateful weaklings. Why should I not protect them? I am not merely a Saiyan. I am also a human being. Gohan retorted indignantly. Well, I shall see how many you can protect. Saiyan, Khalad coldly responded, pointing towards a black sedan 2 kilometers away. Without a shred of mercy, he unleashed a deadly beam that struck the car's tire, causing it to spin out of control. No, Gohan shouted in fury, rushing forward. He swiftly reached the vehicle and tore open the door, managing to rescue the driver just before the car crashed into a fountain and exploded. Standing before the burning wreckage, just 3 meters away, Gohan was helping a trembling young man. The man, approximately 28 years old, had pale skin, wavy gray hair, and light yellow eyes. He was dressed in a business suit, with black shoes, and wore glasses perched on his nose. Are you all right? Gohan asked in his Saiyan superhero voice. The man, shaken from his terror, hurriedly replied, I am fine. Thank you so much, Saiyan superhero. Quickly find a safe place to hide. It's too dangerous here. The man nodded and turned to flee in the direction of safety. However, Gohan failed to notice the dark smile that crept across the man's face. As he thought to himself, so powerful. Taobai's data was merely the tip of the iceberg. Son Gohan, we will meet again. Gohan flew back to the rooftop where Khalad stood, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he glared furiously at Frieza's brother, his power surging instantly. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet suppressed his full transformation, remaining in his base form. What are you doing? Gohan shouted angrily. That man was innocent. He has family and children, and what significance does his death hold for the others on this planet? Khalad questioned. Do you know that man? Is this matter particularly special to you? No. But there are no buts. Khalad shrugged, asserting that like most on this planet, apart from a select few warriors, they are mere impediments to the world's progress. How is that possible? Gohan retorted angrily. They are merely living their lives. Khalad interrupted him directly. That is simply wasting their time. Gohan recoiled slightly at the fury etched on Khalad's face. These earthlings, no, all of humanity, have utterly disappointed me. Khalad roared. They are aimless, missing the chance to transcend their limits. This civilization has repeatedly squandered opportunities. If they had risen earlier, they would have possessed formidable military strength and the capability for interstellar travel centuries ago. Yet these foolish insects, due to their arrogance and trivial pursuits, live in their own little worlds, blind and deaf, completely ignorant of reality. Khalad extended his hand towards the ruins of West City, continuing, regardless of your views on my methods, the facts are evident. Humanity cannot survive on its own. Their folly is solely their own fault. You owe nothing to these weak earthlings. He turned to Gohan, coldly stating, on the contrary, this world owes you much. Don't you think so? Gohan's gaze remained fixed on Khalad's face. What is it? Khalad smirked. You truly astonish me, Scion. Your potential and strength are enough to shake the very planet. This world could thrive under my banner, with you at the helm. You could teach these people how to harness energy, how to fight, and even lead them towards interstellar exploration. As one of my commanders, your name would resonate throughout the galaxy, instilling fear. If we join forces, the power of Earth would be sufficient to withstand any threat, never to be harmed again. Once you reach your peak, you shall become a god among mortals. Khalad clenched his fists, his voice filled with fervent pride. Once more, Khalad extended his hand, indicating to Gohan, my only request is your loyalty to me. To heed my leadership. Gohan lowered his head, contemplating his choices, then asked, and what of the Earthlings? What of those who do not wish to pursue power? In my expanding empire, there is no place for the weak. Those who wish to live in dreams shall be eradicated. It is as simple as that, Khalad coldly replied. Before Khalad could react, Gohan delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, forcing him to kneel and causing his scouter to fall. Khalad coughed up blood, and upon looking up, saw Gohan's serious expression, his tail unfurling. You! Khalad exclaimed, shocked and furious. How dare you? Strike me. Gohan's emerald eyes flickered with fury as he coldly replied, silence. Khalad was about to retaliate, but felt Gohan's energy continuing to rise, causing him unease despite Gohan not yet reaching the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan form. With a roar, Gohan's immense energy shook the entire building, causing the whole district to tremble. Surrounding windows shattered, cars were pushed aside by the shockwave, and cracks began to appear in the streets. The yellow-white aura enveloping Gohan grew increasingly radiant, his cape billowing wildly. You scoundrel! By what right do you determine the lives and deaths of others? By what right do you destroy their peaceful existence? Gohan's anger gradually subsided, though his voice still held bitterness. Khalad was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, although it was but a fleeting moment, I sensed his true power. If I can find the right opportunity, I can force him to unleash his full potential. Khalad struggled to stand, sneering as he spoke. It seems we have significant differences. How about this? Let us continue our conversation elsewhere. Gohan coldly retorted, by what right do you assume I would listen to you? Can't I simply eliminate you right now? Khalad chuckled lightly. Little one, with just a gentle kick, I could obliterate this entire planet, and you would be powerless to stop me. Moreover, would you even survive that encounter? Gohan clenched his teeth tightly, rendered speechless by rage. So, let us change locations to continue our discussion. Scion Monkey, Khalad taunted. After a moment of silence, Gohan turned and flew towards a nearby desert, with Khalad following closely behind. Chapter 53. The Super Transformation. The confrontation between Cooler and Gohan. Upon their descent, the two maintained a distance of approximately 2 to 3 meters. Gohan spoke. Let us converse here. Very well, Cooler replied. We can renegotiate our terms. Gohan, crossing his arms and emulating Piccolo's posture, coldly stated, speak. Cooler candidly remarked, to be frank, I have always preferred to conserve some power during battles, relishing the joy of combat before unleashing my full strength. However, encountering a formidable opponent like you compels me to exert myself fully. He continued, since there appears to be no other means to compel your compliance. It seems my forthcoming decision is inevitable. Gohan's eyes widened slightly beneath his helmet before narrowing again. It seemed that combat was unavoidable, he mused. Cooler extended 2 fingers, declaring, the conditions are simple. We shall fight until one party concedes or is unable to continue. Rest assured, we shall not part in death. Agreed. If I emerge victorious, you and your forces will vacate my planet immediately and never return, Gohan replied with a serious tone. Cooler smirked coldly, responding, if you prevail, I shall, of course, abide by that condition. But should you lose, not only will this planet be mine, but you will also serve as my subordinate without resistance. Do you agree? Gohan assumed his father's battle stance, resolutely answering, I agree. Let us begin. You shall regret your overconfidence, Scion Monkey, Cooler taunted, then adopted a wide stance. Now, behold true power. Cooler drew his arms to his sides, fists clenched, and with a deep roar, the stones beneath him levitated under the force of his aura. A fierce wind swirling and dust flying around Gohan. Gohan stood agape, witnessing Cooler's chest and muscle swell, his form becoming even more imposing. The white armor transformed as well. The chest and shoulder guards morphing into a ring-like structure. His wrist armor underwent a drastic change, revealing deep blue sections adorned with blade-like protrusions, while the tip of Cooler's tail was encased in a layer of white, spiky armor. Soon, Cooler's head was entirely covered in armor, leaving only his eyes visible. His mouth obscured as if he wore a helmet. 4 spikes extended from the top of his head, with a deep blue section in between. Gohan, astonished, felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Cooler. Unbeknownst to him, Cooler was showcasing his super transformation, a power that surpassed all adversaries he had previously encountered. Even in his complete Super Saiyan form, Gohan would struggle to contend with this might. Cooler sneered, now, prepare to kneel and perish. Meanwhile, in West City, at Capsule Corporation, Alasha never anticipated her final year of high school would unfold in such a manner. She sat in Bulma's room, watching her best friend battle an extraterrestrial invader, while her new acquaintance had transformed into a true superhero. If Alasha could return to the past and inform her former self of the future's events, she would undoubtedly deem her current self insane, perhaps even considering institutionalization. However, Alasha bore no blame. The unfolding events were beyond the realm of normalcy. Such occurrences were beyond her wildest imagination, particularly during her senior year. She observed the Z fighters and Videl fiercely clashing with robotic soldiers and armored team members. Meanwhile, Bulma, assisted by Sharpa, was engrossed in calculating crucial data for her plans. Suddenly, Alasha noticed that the final screen displayed no sign of the Saiyan Superman and Cooler, prompting her to exclaim, Bulma, Gohan, and that alien have vanished. Sharpa and Bulma immediately ceased their tasks, looking up at the screen, confirming the absence of the two. What? Bulma gasped, swiftly rising and hurrying to the computer to input coordinates, locating Gohan's position through his wristwatch frequency. Soon, the satellite identified Gohan's silhouette in a desert hundreds of kilometers from West City. There, Sharpa pointed at the screen, and he appears completely different. Bulma gazed at Cooler's new form, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Oh no, he is transformed. Bulma lamented internally, continuing to operate the control panel while Sharpa assisted. Alasha, witnessing Cooler's transformation, felt a chill run down her spine. Even through the screen, she could sense the oppressive aura as if witnessing it firsthand. Goodness, Gohan is going to battle that monster? Look at that creature's size. It's as terrifying as Cell. Why isn't Videl's father dealing with this? Alasha anxiously pondered. At that moment, Sharpa turned to Bulma, inquiring, Bulma, how is your device progressing? Almost there. Without the technology from those monsters, my plan cannot proceed smoothly, Bulma sighed, turning her gaze back to the screen. Sharpa and Alasha followed suit, their hearts in prayer, hoping that their friend would emerge unscathed while chaos reigned outside. Returning to Gohan and Cooler, in his super-evolved state, coldly declared, now, prepare to kneel and beg for mercy. A gust of wind swept toward the masked Gohan, who instinctively raised his hand to shield his face as Cooler charged from the ground. The half-Scion swiftly utilized instant transmission to evade, the ground beneath him shattering and kicking up dust. Damn, that was close, Gohan thought, remaining on high alert. Despite his vigilance, Gohan failed to notice Cooler had instantaneously appeared before him. Hello there, Cooler coldly greeted. What? Before Gohan could react, Cooler delivered a powerful knee strike to his temple, sending him hurtling backward with a forceful blow. In midair, Gohan managed to stabilize himself and fly upward, feeling a significant dent on the right side of his helmet from the impact. The searing pain caused blood to trickle from his cheek, reminding him of the familiar taste of iron. The initial dizziness gradually transformed into a surge of fury, fueling his spirit as a white, fiery aura blazed around him. He charged once more at Cooler, intent on taking the offensive. Yet, regardless of whether he employed a spinning kick, flying kick, or a punch, each attack was deftly evaded by Cooler's instantaneous movement, with counterattacks catching Gohan off guard. He was either struck in the face or had his legs swept out from under him, even being hurled towards a nearby hill. As the battle progressed, Gohan's rage intensified, and in a moment of impulse, he charged at Cooler with relentless determination, mirroring the indomitable spirit of his father and Vegeta. He did not realize that a vibrant green light had ignited in his eyes. His battle cry resonated with resolve, as if rallying for the honor of the Saiyans. Chapter 54. The new Qigong Cannon. However, Cooler effortlessly blocked Gohan's assault with his enormous fist. Haraha, is that all you've got? Cooler's brother scoffed. Abruptly, Cooler yanked Gohan's wrist and followed up with a powerful headbutt. Gohan let out a pained grunt as his helmet began to shatter under the force of the blow. Next, Cooler seized Gohan's arm and swung him around violently 5 times before launching him high into the air. With a swift motion, Cooler placed 2 fingers on his forehead and instantaneously appeared at the spot where Gohan was about to descend. He struck down with both hands, smashing into the back of Gohan's head, completely obliterating his helmet, sending Gohan plummeting to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Cooler landed approximately 3 meters away from the crater, patiently waiting for the dust to settle, his scouter still registering Gohan's power level. Is this all your strength amounts to? Saiyan monkey? Cooler sneered. Suddenly, Gohan soared out of the pit, his helmet shattered into fragments, his crimson cape torn and charred. His battle suit was tattered, stained with blood and riddled with cracks. Yet, his face and that distinctive tuft of hair stood defiantly in the open air, the tips of his hair swaying in the wind. Seeing the half-Saiyan standing firm, Cooler felt a surge of satisfaction. He increasingly recognized the resemblance between this fighter and the pure-blooded Saiyan who had once defeated his brother. Ah, so this is the opponent I have been battling all along. Cooler taunted. Saiyans truly are resilient creatures. It's astonishing that your kind has come so close to extinction. Gohan, panting heavily, gritted his teeth and declared, I have not lost yet. This battle is far from over. Cooler smirked condescendingly and replied, hearing you say that puts me at ease. Come on, let us continue. Gohan took a moment to steady his breath, focusing his energy before charging once more towards Frieza's brother. Meanwhile, Trunks, at the tender age of 8, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Compared to real combat, battling robots on the Capsule Corporation's latest gaming system was incredibly dull. The exhilaration of conquering everything with his own strength was perhaps an innate trait of the Saiyan race. However, could he really be blamed for it? Waves of robotic soldiers surged towards Trunks, attempting to turn him into a mere smear on the streets of West City, yet their efforts were futile. About 50 mechanical soldiers under Cooler's command either fell to Trunks' hellishly fierce punches and kicks or were obliterated by his precise energy blasts aimed at their weaknesses. At that moment, Trunks was immersed in the delight of dismantling these oversized machines, completely disregarding his mother's warnings. Standing in the street, surrounded by 5 robotic soldiers, he smiled slightly. Recalling scenes from action movies he was occasionally permitted to watch with his mother, reminiscent of his current predicament. Wow, this is quite interesting. Perhaps I can pull off a cool move like in the films. I wish Goten and the others could see this. Oh well, time to get to work. Trunks focused on the largest robot, excitement bubbling within him. Beep, the leading robot emitted a cold, electronic voice. Listen, buddy, those dozens of guys ahead are now just scrap metal. If they couldn't stop me, what makes you think you can? Trunks mocked with a disdainful grin. Beep, as Trunks pretended to clean his ears, he remarked, are you implying it's because I took them down one by one? What difference does it make? If I wanted, I could blow you all away with just one finger. I'll give you one last chance, scram while you still can. Before his words faded, the metal claws of all the robots transformed into gun barrels, bullets chambered, all aimed squarely at him. Beep, the largest robot radiated a menacing red light. Trunks sighed helplessly and said, sigh. It's getting late. Remember, you brought this upon yourselves. In the blink of an eye, Trunks vanished at incredible speed just as the robots opened fire. Their bullets collided with one another, and the largest robot was met with a knee strike from Trunks, denting its body, followed by a punch that sent its head flying. The other 4 robots continued firing at him, but Trunks swiftly grabbed the destroyed robot as cover. Cleverly locking onto his next target, he hurled the shattered remains at the second enemy, while simultaneously unleashing a rapid energy wave, resulting in a synchronized explosion. The blast momentarily blinded the remaining 3 robots. When their vision returned, all they could see was a dazzling purple light in the air. Trunks hovered 3 meters above the ground, hands clenched, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Vegeta's arrival on Earth. "Farewell, fools." Final flash. Fire! Trunks shouted, intertwining his hands as a massive purple beam erupted forth, engulfing the last 3 mechanical soldiers of Cooler's army. Thanks to Trunks' control over the force and trajectory, the explosion only affected a small area of the street. As the smoke cleared, he gracefully touched down, admiring the devastation he had wrought. "I am truly remarkable," he boasted proudly. Meanwhile, Tien and Dodoria were locked in a fierce battle, their clashes reducing surrounding buildings to rubble, powerful shockwaves sending debris flying. Their duel had unfolded invisibly 6 times until they reappeared in the center of the street. Tien had shifted from offense to defense, skillfully dodging Dodoria's kicks and blocking several knee strikes that nearly struck his abdomen. As Dodoria pressed his advantage, he taunted viciously, "Ha! You have nowhere left to run. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift death." How does that sound? Tien's expression hardened as he growled, "Die." With that, Tien unleashed a solar flare, blinding Dodoria instantly. "Ah, my eyes!" Dodoria cried out in agony, clutching his face. Before he could recover, Tien delivered a powerful palm strike to his neck, causing Dodoria to spit blood. Following this, Tien activated the 4 Witches' Fist, sprouting 2 additional arms from his upper body, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to Dodoria. Finally, he executed a direct kick, sending Dodoria flying through the air. Taking a deep breath, Tien brought his hands together at his chest, fingers forming a diamond shape, aiming at Dodoria suspended in midair. "Die!" New Qigong Cannon. A colossal beam of yellow light erupted from his hands, engulfing Dodoria and resulting in a violent explosion. With a final scream, Dodoria was utterly annihilated. Tien exhaled deeply, finally easing the tension throughout his body. He gazed at the former site of the school, silently reflecting, "Your vengeance has been avenged." Just then, Trunks approached, clapping his hands. "I give this ending a 7 out of 10, he remarked with a grin, the half-scion son of Vegeta and Bulma. Tien suppressed a chuckle, ignoring the boy's mischievous antics, and inquired directly, "Have you dealt with those robots?" Trunks, resting his hands behind his head, replied arrogantly, "Humph. Those oversized hunks of metal were a breeze to take down. Did you collect their remains and store them in capsules?" Tien continued to question. Trunks' expression shifted from confidence to embarrassment. "Ah, I forgot," he replied, momentarily stunned. Tianjin Fan shook his head in resignation and sighed, saying, "Indeed, you are truly Vegeta's son. However, remember to heed the commands and follow the steps next time." Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. The two then focused on the energy signatures of the other Dragon Ball warriors and swiftly soared towards their next target on the battlefield. Chapter 55. Joyful play on the other side. Gunfire echoed through the streets as bullets densely rained down upon the hybrid scion, Goten. Goten, the younger brother of Gohan, though still a child, was as nimble as a monkey. He effortlessly leaped and dodged through the streets of West City, the barrage from dozens of robotic soldiers proving utterly futile against him, akin to striking at mere air. With agile backflips and sidesteps, he danced through the oncoming hail of bullets. "Haha, you can't hit me," Goten exclaimed with laughter, finding this skirmish far more exhilarating than his training, akin to a test devised by his brother. Gripping his Rui Jingu Bang, he charged excitedly toward the metallic monstrosities, eager to take them down one by one. One robotic soldier dove from above, attempting to land a punch that would send Goten flying. Yet, Goten's reflexes were astonishingly quick. With a swift extension of his Rui Jingu Bang, he struck the robot hard, sending it crashing away. The remaining 3 robotic soldiers, witnessing this, immediately pounced on Goten, their sharp claws poised to tear the young scion apart. Goten, however, retracted his weapon, his joy only intensifying as he anticipated the ensuing battle. "Haha, this is going to be fun," he exclaimed excitedly. Surrounded by the 3 robotic soldiers, the fight erupted in an instant. They took to the air, launching a relentless assault with fists and feet, while Goten, relying on his agility and speed, deftly evaded their strikes and countered. As he engaged these robots, his mind raced with strategies. These foes are quite formidable. While not as powerful as my brother, I must still proceed with caution. How would Dad handle robots in his youth? Goten pondered. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a smile crept across his face. "I know what to do." After blocking the attacks of 2 robots, Goten mischievously made a silly face and emitted a farting sound, taunting the robots. "You can't hit me. Hee hee hee." This act only served to infuriate the robots further, their attacks becoming increasingly frantic. The clever Goten seized this opportunity, skillfully redirecting their aggression towards the other two robots. Using his afterimage technique, he created multiple illusions of himself, causing the robots to clash in a chaotic frenzy as they failed to keep up with his speed. At times, Goten would weave through the throng of robots, their firepower misfiring and inadvertently damaging their own comrades. Occasionally, he would dash around the street, leaving several afterimages behind, while the robots, relentlessly pursuing him, obliterated their last few remaining allies. When Goten finally halted, only one robot remained on the street. A satisfied grin adorned his face while the robot trembled with rage. Beep beep. The robot emitted a rapid electronic sound, clearly infuriated. Wow, you're quite formidable when angry. But I didn't expect you to take out your own team, Goten said, spreading his arms wide and gesturing at the heaps of scrap metal surrounding them in jest. The robot, realizing its blunder, promptly sent a distress signal to the main computer of the Kula spaceship. Upon seeing this, Goten prepared to strike once more. Instinctively channeling his energy into the Rui Jingu Bang, he lifted it high and delivered a powerful blow, cleaving the robot in two while unleashing a formidable energy wave. Wow, that was incredible, Goten exclaimed, pumping his fist in exhilaration. Yet, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. Wait, did I just use energy? How did I do that? Before Goten could contemplate further, dozens of fully armed robotic soldiers appeared on the street, their sights still set on him. Upon witnessing this influx of adversaries, a gleeful smile blossomed on Goten's face, the previous question forgotten as he shouted with enthusiasm, "Awesome! More to play with." Not far from Goten, Android 18 and Krillin were working in tandem against Nez. Nez's primary target was evidently 18. He suddenly aimed an elbow strike at her ribs, but 18 effortlessly seized his arm and delivered a high kick to his face. Nez roared in fury, landing punches on 18's cheek and abdomen, leaving her momentarily breathless. Just as Nez prepared to end the fight with a ki blast, Krillin arrived just in time, delivering a swift kick to Nez's head, causing it to retract into his body. The couple took a few steps back, satisfied with their efforts, only to be surprised when Nez's head sprang back out like a spring. Krillin frowned, muttering, "Ugh, this guy is truly disgusting." 18 spat in disdain. "I thought the Jinyu force was strange enough," Krillin grumbled to himself before turning to his wife. "This guy is quite the nuisance." Calmly, 18 replied, "We've dealt with tougher foes before. We can handle this creature just as well." Krillin turned to her, asking, "Dear, do you have a plan?" A slight smirk graced 18's lips as she said, "Let me play with him for a bit. Once I give you the signal, you can step in to finish him off." Krillin nodded, stepping back to provide his wife ample space to confront Nez. Chapter 56. A clash of titan streaks of light and shadow intertwined as number 18 and Nez collided with astounding speed, exchanging blows mid-air on multiple occasions. Nez materialized, delivering a spinning kick, which number 18 deftly blocked with her forearm. Subsequently, she pressed her knee against Nez's calf, revealing a cold smirk before delivering a swift kick to his right arm, shattering it with a decisive force. Nez screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm tightly. "Oh dear, it seems I've broken something. My sincerest apologies. I was actually aiming for your ribs," the golden-haired woman taunted. "You vile wench." Nez spat through gritted teeth. "Oh? It appears you can still speak," number 18 retorted mockingly. Fury blazed in Nez's eyes as he turned to glare at number 18, gathering purple energy in his left hand. He unleashed a surge of electric power toward her, the jolt striking her body instantly. Number 18 let out a shriek, her body convulsing as the current coursed through her. "Lazuli, Krillin shouted anxiously, ready to leap into action. However, just as Krillin prepared to move, number 18 suddenly regained her composure. Channeling and gradually absorbing the energy from the electric attack, her fighting prowess surging dramatically. Nez stared in disbelief, murmuring, How is this possible? That attack was supposed to annihilate that Earth woman." With a long exhale, number 18 brushed aside her golden locks and said coldly, "Now this is more like it." In an instant, she darted toward Nez, unleashing a barrage of punches that struck his face with the weight of hammers, blood streaming down his visage. Finally, she delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Nez flying through the air. "Now's your chance, Krillin." Krillin appeared above Nez, executing a spinning kick that struck Nez's head, propelling him downward. Yet, before Nez could hit the ground, Krillin raised his hand, manifesting a sharp yellow energy disc. Energy slash. Unbeknownst to Nez, He had unwittingly entered the countdown to his demise, as Krillin's technique precisely bisected his body in an instant. Without hesitation, Krillin followed up with a Kamehameha, obliterating Nez's remains into fragments. Number 18 gracefully landed beside Krillin, observing the fruits of his labor with a slight smile. Not bad. It seems you haven't completely rusted away. Krillin scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. Well, I'm a police officer now, so I have to maintain a good condition. Number 18 nodded, then turned her gaze toward the distant debris of robotic remnants. Krillin noticed it too, a familiar sensation rising within him, prompting a chuckle. Crossing his arms over his chest, Krillin reflected, every time I see that little guy, he reminds me more and more of his father. Should we call him back? Number 18 retrieved an old capsule from her pocket, stating casually, no need, let him play. He reminds me of Marin when she gets excited. Krillin nodded in agreement. Watching his wife collect some robotic scraps and store them in the capsule for Goten to enjoy, he silently cheered, go for it, Gohan. Afterward, the couple flew toward Goten, ready to support him. Gohan understood well that being Earth's protector came with a price, a lesson he had learned from a young age. Back when Goku was still alive, Gohan witnessed his father bear the weight of the world. Despite the harsh reality, Goku persisted through every trial, from the Saiyan invasion to Frisia's atrocities on Namek, ultimately sacrificing his life to protect everyone. Goku constantly struggled through adversity, triumphing over each challenge, and Gohan played a crucial role in that final battle. Thus, he fully grasped the significance of taking on his father's mantle. Everyone knew that choosing this path was fraught with difficulties. The surrounding rocks shattered, the scattered trees swayed precariously, and the ground cracked as the two forces clashed, threatening to obliterate the battlefield. Gohan suddenly appeared, only to be struck fiercely by Kara, sending him crashing into a distant highland. He adjusted himself, his feet skimming the ground as he flipped to regain his stance. Without hesitation, Gohan charged forward again, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Kara's chin. Kara remained motionless, absorbing the blow without even a tremor. Is this all you've got? Kara scoffed, arms outstretched as if mocking Gohan. Is this what it means to be Earth's protector? Even as a half-Saiyan, you shouldn't be this weak. He was right. My close-range attacks are utterly ineffective. I need to devise a new strategy, Gohan thought anxiously. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly utilized instant transmission to create a 20-meter gap, hovering above Kara. Kara looked up at him, disdain in his gaze. This Saiyan monkey is up to something, Kara thought with a scoff. Gohan unleashed a series of blue energy blasts, a technique learned from Vegeta. Kara charged forward unflinchingly, clearly dismissing the attacks as insignificant. Fool, Kara sneered, extending a finger to casually fire a purple energy blast. This small orb effortlessly negated all of Gohan's energy blasts, resulting in a massive explosion. However, this was merely a smokescreen. As Kara became distracted, Gohan had already repositioned himself, preparing to unleash a partially charged Kamehameha. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kara's eyes as he murmured, interesting. Huh. Gohan roared, releasing a powerful energy wave that rivaled Master Roshi's Kamehameha in flare. Yet, to Gohan's astonishment, Kara charged directly into the energy wave, effortlessly piercing through it. He seized Gohan's head with ease, as if grasping a toy. Kara smirked, delivering a knee strike that struck Gohan's abdomen, sending him crashing toward another rocky outcrop. Although Gohan found himself in a dire predicament, he remained resilient, much like his father. Adjusting his energy in midair, he landed steadily atop a rocky peak, panting heavily. This is unbelievable, Gohan thought as his mind raced, despite feeling dizzy. I must find a way to close the distance and deliver a powerful strike. Kara slowly descended before Gohan, looking down upon him with contempt, laced with a hint of admiration. Chapter 57. Unyielding resolve. How can you still stand so firmly after being beaten like this? Kara clapped his hands, a mix of mockery and admiration in his tone. Impressive. It has been many years since I encountered such an intriguing opponent in battle. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied calmly, you are indeed powerful, far stronger than Frieza was in his prime. You are the most formidable adversary I have faced thus far. Kara smirked. That is only natural. That brat Frieza never truly dedicated himself to training. He then inquired curiously, but how do you know of Frieza's strength? Understanding Kara's curiosity, Gohan explained, when I was a child, I fought against Frieza on Namek alongside my friends. It was only later that my father arrived to save us. Kara gazed intently into Gohan's eyes, finding no signs of deceit. Nodding, he accepted this revelation, realizing that, given Frisia's nature, it was indeed possible for him to be defeated by these Earthlings. I see. Kara pondered. Goku's son is as stubborn as he is, and he is concealing his full power. I sensed that strength earlier. Why is he hiding it? I must find a way to compel him to unleash everything he has. Meanwhile, Gohan was also rapidly formulating a strategy in his mind. I must remain vigilant and find a way to keep pace with his speed. If I can achieve that, perhaps I still have a glimmer of hope. Kara suddenly spoke up. Since I am in a good mood today, I shall grant you a brief respite. Before we continue, I have a proposal that could make this battle a bit more entertaining. Gohan suppressed his inner unease, his expression indifferent. Go on. For the next 5 minutes. I will not attack you with my hands or feet, Kara said with a smile. Instead, you may unleash your full assault on me and see if you can land a hit. Gohan narrowed his eyes, puzzled. What trickery is this? I am serious, kid. Kara maintained his smile, arms crossed. I am giving you an opportunity to find a breakthrough. Consider it training. Gohan raised an eyebrow and asked, training? Why would I need? Before he could finish, Kara appeared before him in an instant, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Gohan gasped in pain, fury flashing in his emerald eyes as he glared at Kara. Be careful, you have too many openings. Kara sneered, placing 2 fingers on his forehead. Your 5 minutes start now. As Kara's words echoed, he vanished into thin air, entering a state of instantaneous movement. Gohan surveyed his surroundings, remaining on high alert. Where is he? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Gohan's back as a thin beam of death struck him, fired from beside him by Kara, who wore a smug grin. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his lower back, Gohan glared at Kara. You scoundrel! Kara interrupted him disdainfully, leisurely explaining, TSK, TSK. I only said I wouldn't use my hands or feet. I never said I wouldn't attack you. Gohan paused, halting his complaints as he recalled Kara's earlier words. Realizing he had indeed misinterpreted the conditions, Gohan's resolve hardened, and he assumed a defensive stance. I cannot afford to be careless any longer. He silently admonished himself. Kara suddenly vanished again, his taunting voice ringing in Gohan's ears. Time is running out. Scion monkey moments later. Multiple beams of death and dark energy surged towards Gohan from all directions. He dodged and blocked frantically, but was hindered, unable to inflict any damage upon Kara. Frustration gnawed at Gohan as he bit down on his teeth. He has been toying with me. If this continues, Kara will surely grow bored of this charade and end the fight. Just as Gohan's emotions surged, a familiar surge of energy coursed through him, a power he hadn't felt in 7 years. Instantly, he silenced all distractions, embracing the return of this strength. Steady yourself, Gohan. The fate of the earth rests in your hands. You must overcome him, he murmured to himself. Simultaneously, Kara sensed the sudden resurgence of Gohan's power, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This power has returned. If I continue to pressure him, he may truly become a worthy opponent. Kara unleashed beams of death from behind and above, targeting Gohan's limbs, but Gohan adeptly flipped and leapt, evading every attack while silently observing Kara's movements. Kara's mastery of instantaneous movement surpassed even that of Goku, suggesting he had mastered this technique long ago. However, tracking his movements was not impossible. Gohan dodged the beams while analyzing in his mind. I remember my father often employing this technique and explaining its principles to me. He said the key to instantaneous movement is to lock onto the opponents. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. That's it. Gohan halted, closed his eyes, and began to sense Kara's energy. All right, let us give this a try, he whispered. In the next moment, Gohan entered the teleportation space. In this realm beyond time, he saw Kara preparing to locate him again. Focusing intently, Gohan swiftly turned, and as Kara glanced back, Gohan struck him with a powerful punch infused with Super Saiyan energy. Kara was launched from the teleportation space, plummeting 30 meters to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood seeped from his mouth, clearly indicating the toll Gohan's blow had taken. What just happened? My head is still spinning, and the pain on my face nearly incapacitates me, Kara thought, struggling to rise but stumbling slightly. Wow, what's going on? Kara muttered, clutching his head in confusion. It was me. Kara stood, his gaze locking onto Gohan, who remained steady on the ground, unwaveringly staring down Frisia's brother. It was you? It was you, Kara growled, still unable to comprehend what had transpired. Impossible. You could never touch me. especially when I was using instantaneous movement, right? A technique of the yard rats, utilizing energy waves to transport the user to a target location, correct? This revelation struck Kara like a bolt. Desperate to hide his panic from Gohan, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a facade of icy indifference. Though his gaze remained fixed on Gohan. I didn't expect you to have such deep knowledge of Yardrat culture, even being aware of such peculiar skills, Kara said impassively. Gohan smiled and explained, my father has been there, and he learned it. As for me, Gohan raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, mimicking his father's stance. I am his son, so of course, I know this technique. Kara stared intently at Gohan. Suddenly noticing a transformation in the young man's demeanor, he radiated confidence, composure, and even a hint of pride. This only heightened Kara's interest, though he remembered their earlier agreement. His curiosity about Gohan's hidden strength eclipsed his original objective. Now, he was solely focused on uncovering Gohan's true power, determined to see it through to the end. Chapter 58. All resolved. Kula, with a slight smile, regained her arrogance and confidence, tauntingly remarked, Heh, I sense a certain pride in you. It must stem from your self-assurance regarding your abilities. She flexed her neck and continued, that last punch made me feel pain beneath this mask. It has been nearly a century since I last bled, and if I am not mistaken, your strength surpasses this display. As her words fell, Kula unleashed a formidable aura, her power escalating to half of her maximum combat capacity. The overwhelming pressure forced Gohan to become vigilant, his body tensing in response. All right, it's time for me to take this a bit more seriously. Kula growled provocatively. With a fierce shout, 3 yellow energy waves surged toward the soft underbellies of 3 robots, obliterating them into fragments. The energy waves originated from Videl, who stood firmly on the ground, maintaining her energy within to ensure her power and defense remained at peak levels. Suddenly, a robotic soldier charged at her, raising its mechanical arm, aiming to ensnare her with its claws. However, Videl, agile and quick-witted, executed a graceful somersault to evade the attack and promptly unleashed an energy wave that struck the robot's head with pinpoint accuracy, utterly destroying it. Yet, the crisis was far from over. 2 more lethal machines emerged from behind, attempting to encircle her. Videl found herself cornered, compelled to swiftly adopt a defensive stance. As she dodged and parried the onslaught of mechanical claws and fists, a few scratches inevitably marred her skin. These creatures are truly formidable. Were it not for Gohan's training and energy control, I would have already become a mere puddle of blood on the ground, Videl mused, her gaze fixed intently on the next move of one of the robots. Suddenly, one of the robotic soldiers raised its arm, bringing it down with force toward her head. With remarkable reflexes, Videl grasped its arm, concentrating energy in her legs to deliver a decisive kick that shattered the robot's head. In a swift motion, she followed with a spinning kick that sent another robot's head flying. Afterward, she stood there, panting heavily. The intense battle, lasting an hour and a half, had drained her considerable stamina with each movement. Phew, it seems the training of these past days has not been in vain. Once this battle concludes, I must express my gratitude to Gohan, Videl thought, feeling a sense of relief. Gohan. The moment his name crossed her mind, Videl's movements paused. That bothersome fellow is indeed a unique presence. She found herself at a loss to describe her feelings toward him. On one hand, Gohan's existence was exceedingly irritating. It was not that there was anything inherently wrong with him, but rather his tendency to conceal and maintain an air of mystery made Videl feel profoundly uneasy. While she could somewhat comprehend the need for some to hide certain aspects, her upbringing had accustomed her to a lack of privacy, heightening her desire for candor among friends. On the other hand, Videl relished Gohan's company. Since he joined their circle, he had consistently imparted a distinct sensation. Gohan's gentle and kind disposition, along with his agreeable nature when properly guided, drew her in. Yet, the persistent aura of mystery surrounding him left Videl perpetually unsettled. This enigmatic quality compelled her to delve deeper into understanding him, seemingly ensnaring her in an exploration of Gohan's secrets, leading her further down an intriguing path. At this moment, Videl stood on the precipice of truth, her heart racing at the realization of Gohan's true identity. This is all too incredible. My classmate, the new arrival, is a superhero. He is also my partner in crime fighting, and he taught me techniques that champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament employ. This guy turns out to be the son of the youngest champion and has undergone training under the son of the Demon King. As Videl pondered this, Her curiosity about this boy intensified, especially since she had dedicated considerable time to investigating him. Continuing her thoughts, she mused, who would have thought that this usually shy, bookish fellow is someone willing to fight for us? And we, including myself, along with the entire world, have been so harsh toward him, his family, and his friends. Why would he exert himself for such a group of people who often overlook him? Gohan, what kind of person are you? After a moment of contemplation, Videl suddenly remembered Bulma's instructions, snapping back to focus as she set about dealing with the remaining robots and preparing her empty capsules. Meanwhile, Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with Salza from the Salza squad. Salza was being relentlessly pursued by two tracking energy waves, forcing him to evade frantically. He halted, waving his hand to disperse the two energy waves, yet before he could catch his breath, Piccolo struck, sending him sprawling backwards several meters. Ugh! Salza barely steadied himself before crashing into the ground and pressed the button on his detector, calling for backup. Door, Nez, come help me. I need assistance, Salza shouted, but only static greeted his ears. Door, Nez, can you hear me? Respond. They were unlikely to arrive in time. Piccolo hovered before Salza, having already discarded his headscarf and heavy cloak. It's you? Your companions have all fallen to my hand, Piccolo said coldly, causing Salza to involuntarily take a few steps back. Now, you are on your own. Salza began to tremble, stuttering, no. This cannot be. Piccolo offered no reply, merely displaying a chilling smirk that hinted at the demise of Salza's companions. Realizing his detector was unresponsive, Salza's heart sank as he thought, Nez. Door. They have already. Fury ignited within Salza, his teeth gritting as he bellowed. You foolish Namekian. I will make you pay. A purple aura enveloped his right hand, forming a blade of energy. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he wildly swung at Piccolo. Piccolo, however, was agile, deftly evading the onslaught. Despite this, a shallow wound grazed his chest, eliciting a faint sting. Die! Salza roared, swinging his arm once more, attempting a lethal strike. Yet, Piccolo seized his wrist, straightening Salza's arm and positioning his knee and elbow to target the weakness of his right arm. Spare me, Salza pleaded, trembling. Spare you? I have no intention of doing so, Piccolo replied coldly, before unleashing a simultaneous strike with his elbow and knee, shattering Salza's right arm. Salza screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm as he hurled curses at the Namekian. You won't escape. Do you hear me? You bastard. When my superiors find out. Suddenly, a yellow spiral beam infused with purple light pierced through Salza's armor, obliterating his heart and ending his life in an instant. Apologies, Piccolo said coldly. I never converse with the dead. It turned out that the injured Piccolo was merely a clone, having been absorbed back into the true Piccolo's form. The real Piccolo floated nearby, extending his right hand, his index and middle fingers pointed towards Salza's direction. Confirming his opponent's demise, Piccolo turned and soared toward Videl. Chapter 59. The Bandit of Lepin. As he journeyed onward, an expression of sudden astonishment crossed his face. Before his eyes lay the remnants of dozens of robots, utterly destroyed and scattered across the ground, charred black from the flames. Standing amidst this ruin was the breathless Bidalai, seated on the ground, striving to regain her breath. A faint smile of satisfaction gracing her features, clearly proud of her performance. Ha ha! Behold, you rusted scraps. Ha ha! You are no match for me, Bidalai proclaimed with pride, panting heavily. Suddenly, a figure emerged before her, casting a shadow over her head. Bidalai glanced around, attempting to discern who had blocked the sunlight. Humph, not too shabby, especially for a novice who has just learned to harness ki, she heard a voice say. At last, she looked up to find Piccolo standing before her. Startled, she instinctively released a weak wave of ki, but Piccolo effortlessly waved it aside. However, compared to me, you still have a long way to go, he remarked coolly. Bidalai rose to her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment as she complained. Why did you scare me? Who knows when you arrived? Piccolo, arms crossed, shook his head and replied, you have much to improve upon. Did you manage to encapsulate the robots? Bidalai raised her hand, revealing a capsule. Piccolo nodded and extended his hand. Initially hesitant, she looked down at his hand, but remembering he was Gohan's mentor, she ultimately grasped it and stood up. All right, I will take care of the aftermath here. You should return to Bulma now. She needs these parts. Once you arrive, she will provide you with further instructions, Piccolo stated. Bidalai nodded, saying, understood, I'm on my way. With that, She soared toward the Capsule Corporation. No sooner had Bidalai departed than Krillin, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan arrived at the scene. Piccolo turned to inquire, "Have the other two been dealt with?" "Nothing too difficult," Android 18 replied for herself and Krillin. "Our opponents were both repulsive and bothersome, but we quickly dispatched them." Piccolo nodded and turned to Tien, eager to hear about his situation. "Same here. I've sent him straight to hell," Tien declared grimly. "What about their leader?" "He is still alive, but I've taken care of him and even broke one of his arms in the process," Piccolo replied nonchalantly. "Not bad," Tien acknowledged with a nod. Piccolo then addressed Krillin. "How did Goten perform?" "Ha. He is definitely starting to resemble Goku," Krillin chuckled. "That kid took out quite a few robots before Lazuli, and I sent him home." "Trunks also displays his father's flair," Tien added. "We had to eliminate at least 3 waves of robots before he could head home." Lazuli, hands on her hips, inquired, "Speaking of those kids, how did that big oaf's daughter perform in her first real crisis?" Piccolo gazed at the shattered robots on the ground, nodding slightly. "I think I understand a bit why Gohan is fond of her." Before anyone could pursue the topic further, Krillin suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Everyone, be careful. More enemies are coming." A squad of robotic warriors descended from above, signaling the onset of battle. Beep. The Dragon Ball warriors immediately assumed their battle stances and charged toward the enemy. This fight was far from over. West City, Capsule Corporation. Alasha and Sharpen were profoundly shaken by the events unfolding before them. Despite the invasion resembling a hellish nightmare, witnessing individuals combating seemingly invincible forces was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Moreover, their 2 classmates displayed abilities that defied belief. Gohan was somewhat expected, as he was the son of Goku, but the fact that Bidalai could fly and emit beams of light from her hands was utterly beyond their comprehension. For Alasha, everything felt magical. Though she had never dared to directly question Mr. Satan, she had always felt that there were secrets behind the battles she could not fathom. Yet, she felt unqualified to interrogate a martial arts superstar. After all, he was the one who had defeated Cell. However, the events of today began to instill serious doubts in Alasha regarding Mr. Satan's true capabilities. Meanwhile, Sharpen's confusion stemmed from the collapse of his previously held worldview. He had always believed that the rules of the world were quite simple. Upon entering school, he found himself in a certain circle. As an athlete and a star of the baseball team, he fancied himself a girl killer. In Sharpen's mind, if one was always reading, they were merely a bookworm or a nerd. He adhered to Mr. Satan's training methods, focusing on brute strength to overpower his opponents, perceiving everything else as mere tricks, all illusions. Yet, Gohan's appearance shattered his perception entirely. Gohan was a quintessential nerd, acing every exam, somewhat awkward socially, yet possessing an immense wealth of academic knowledge. Simultaneously, Gohan's physical prowess was astonishing. He could withstand a baseball traveling at 30 kilometers per hour to the face, leap effortlessly to heights of 4 to 5 meters, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, could fly, catch bullets, endure their impact, and even lift a truck with ease. Despite this, Gohan had never boasted about his strength, while Sharpen was always seeking opportunities to flaunt his muscles, hoping to attract the attention of girls. Now, that once ridiculed bookworm, Gohan, not only taught Bidalai to fly, but was also engaged in battle against extraterrestrial beings capable of emitting beams of light from their hands, much like Cell. Sharpen couldn't help but compare himself to Gohan, beginning to reflect on the significance of his own efforts as a martial artist and as a person over the years. He felt utterly insignificant. Though each harbored different thoughts, one point of consensus emerged. Gohan was truly remarkable. The 2 blonde youths simultaneously thought to themselves. Just as they were lost in contemplation, a call notification suddenly appeared on the computer screen. Upon seeing the name displayed, Alasha and Sharpen could hardly believe their eyes. "Ms. Bulma, someone is calling you," Alasha shouted from the console. Bulma, preoccupied with examining an unfinished device, casually inquired, "Who is it?" "It's someone named Lepin the Bandit," Sharpen replied, astonished, unable to fathom how a boy from the mountains could have such formidable acquaintances. "How did I even save that ridiculous name in my contacts?" Bulma thought to herself with exasperation. Rolling her eyes, she commanded, "Connect the call, Alasha." Alasha nodded and promptly answered Lepin's call. A man appeared on the screen, seemingly around 40 years old but appearing younger, resembling someone in their 30s. He donned a brown jacket paired with jeans and a white shirt beneath. His disheveled black hair fell around his neck. his deep-set eyes accentuated by a vertical scar over his right eye and an X-shaped scar below his left. Chapter 60. The number one fan Bulma stood before the screen, her brow slightly furrowed, squinting at the former martial artist. You certainly are taking your sweet time. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half. Do you have any idea that West City is currently under attack? Bulma inquired. Bulma, could you give me a moment? When the situation unfolded, I was at a press conference with the Titan team. It was an urgent matter. So I went to assist in evacuating civilians, and only after Dr. Brief explained the situation was I able to come here, explained Lu Ping. With a sigh, Bulma replied, All right, I'll let this one slide. So what prompted your call? Besides informing you that I'm on my way, I also brought a bag of Senza beans, Lu Ping stated. Senza beans? Why did you bring those? Wouldn't it be better to go straight to Piccolo and the others? Bulma asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Ping elaborated. Master Karen mentioned that 2 weeks ago, Krillin took a bag of Senza beans from the shrine, so he should still have a few left. I just brought some extras. Just in case. Bulma tilted her head in confusion, still not fully grasping Lu Ping's reasoning. Is that all? You don't plan to join the battle? She pressed. Battle? So the West City Titan team's rogue was a martial artist after all? Both Alasha and Shapna thought simultaneously, with Shapna even struggling to contain his excitement. Lu Ping displayed a somewhat helpless wolfish smile on the screen and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not an option, Bulma. Those days are far behind me. I only maintain my practice to keep in shape. I believe Krillin is far stronger than I am now. He is not only a martial artist, but also a wonderful husband and father, and he recently became a police officer. I've made my peace with that. Lu Ping's tone was calm, yet it stirred a sense of pity within Bulma. Don't say that, Lu Ping. You are still incredibly strong. Truly one of the strongest humans I've ever seen. You can. Bulma attempted to encourage him, but was interrupted by Lu Ping. I'm already helping. Just not on the front lines. I have retired from my martial arts combat career, not from daily practice. Let the warriors of Earth, Piccolo, and the Scions handle the fighting. I am well aware of my own strength and where my limits lie. Being self-aware is certainly better than throwing away my life. A silence fell between them, more awkward than when Bulma was pregnant with Trunks. Alasha observed from the side, her face seldom showing a pensive expression, while Shapna stood beside her. She carefully scrutinized the atmosphere and expressions of the two, suddenly realizing something. No way, Alasha whispered. The blonde boy looked at her in confusion and quietly asked, What is it, Alasha? If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ping must have been Bulma's ex-boyfriend, Alasha speculated. Shapna facepalmed in exasperation, sighing, Come on, the world outside is on the brink of chaos, and our friends' lives hang in the balance, and you're still concerned about this? What can I do? I just enjoy gossip. Besides, I really don't want to think about the mess outside right now. Alasha retorted, feeling unjustly accused. Shapna rolled his eyes. Appearing somewhat impatient, I'm still trying to sort through all this. My head is filled with chaos. I never expected that the rogue would also be a martial artist. Alasha chuckled playfully, teasingly saying, I find it strange that you didn't know. Didn't you used to be Lu Ping's #1 fan back in middle school? Shapna's face reddened. His arms crossed as he turned away, feigning calmness to hide his embarrassment. Uffed, that was ages ago. Let us not bring it up. Say what you like, Shapna. Alasha laughed brightly, then shifted her focus back to Bulma and Lu Ping's conversation. With a resigned sigh, Bulma expressed a hint of sympathy. All right, Lu Ping. I respect your decision. Thank you, Bulma. I truly appreciate it. See you shortly. Lu Ping, the once valiant warrior, concluded the video call. Bulma sighed again, a flicker of pity for her old flame surfacing in her heart. However, she quickly brushed these emotions aside as her communicator suddenly buzzed to life. Upon answering, she heard Bidalai's voice. Miss Bulma, it's Bidalai. Bidalai, it's wonderful to hear your voice. Are you all right? Bulma quickly inquired. The students from Orange Star High School nearby all perked up, listening attentively. I'm fine, Miss Bulma. Just a few scrapes, but nothing serious, Bidalai replied proudly. Hearing this, Bulma's face lit up with a smile of relief. She felt as though she could sense Bidalai's confidence and pride through the communicator. That's good to hear. We saw everything you did via satellite. For your first mission, you performed excellently. Thank you, Ms. Bulma, Bidalai replied sincerely. I've got what you asked for. Oh, I also saw your son and Gohan's little brother. It seems we're all heading your way. They should have the parts you need as well. Fantastic, Bulma exclaimed. The shutdown switch on my end is nearly complete. We just need a few more components from the machines, so you all must return quickly. Understood. Bidalai promptly ended the communication. Bulma seized the opportunity to prepare her invention, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Chapter 61. Elevating the aura in the sky. Two figures incessantly intertwined, the thunderous sound of their collisions reverberating like a deafening roar, as if the heavens themselves were unleashing a furious cry. Each clash tore through the air like a sonic boom, the sheer force sending chills down the spine. Ordinary individuals could hardly follow the pace of their battle, not merely due to speed, but because the confrontation had transcended conventional dimensions. Within this realm of instantaneous movement, the transformed Kula and Gohan engaged in a fierce duel. To everyone's astonishment, Gohan had seized the offensive, an unexpected turn that left Kula both shocked and exhilarated. Nevertheless, Kula remained the master of the overall situation. Gohan's ability to employ techniques akin to those of Frieza's brother, coupled with his capacity to inflict damage, ignited a fervent desire for battle within Kula. Fist met fist. Forearms defended against kicks, and slashes intertwined in a flurry of exchanges that unfolded in mere moments. In this space of teleportation, Kula seized Gohan, forcefully flinging him away. Immediately following up with a knee strike that landed heavily on Gohan's abdomen, propelling him into the air. Gohan swiftly regained his composure, evading Kula's tail attack, and retaliated with a punch infused with the untransformed Super Saiyan-esque strength, striking Kula squarely in the face. He then unleashed a ki blast that struck Kula's abdomen, sending him crashing towards the ground. Gohan pursued relentlessly. However, Kula rose from the dust, bearing only minor scratches. Despite Gohan's strength exceeding his expectations, Kula felt the battle lacked excitement. This fight was utterly tedious. Why hadn't he transformed yet? Kula seethed internally. The two stood locked in a gaze, neither willing to yield an inch. At that moment, Gohan began to comprehend that Kula did not intend to kill him outright, nor was he intentionally allowing him to win. Much like the perfect being, Cell, this individual was pushing him to his limits, seeking to provoke the latent power within him. Yet, Kula was destined for disappointment. Gohan had long vowed never to revert to that uncontrollable monster. Kula, that's enough, Gohan declared with grave seriousness. I understand your intentions, but they are futile. What are you saying? Kula's voice dripped with coldness. Though calm, it was laced with menace. I've made myself quite clear, you lack the standing to threaten me, let alone command me. Gohan remained steadfast, continuing to speak with composure. This is neither a command nor a threat, he calmly elucidated. I am merely cautioning you. Kula paused slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. Caution? Are you jesting? What should I be wary of? You? Kula retorted, then seemed to realize something. Or is it related to why you've been holding back in this battle? Gohan gazed upward at the sky before turning back to Kula, candidly admitting, you wish to incite my rage, to unleash the fury within me, to provoke me into a berserk state. But I must inform you. You are not the first to attempt this. The last time someone sought to do so, I unleashed a tremendous power that drove him to take his own life. Upon his rebirth, even with one hand missing, I obliterated him with a mere palm. Oh, Kula responded, a flicker of interest crossing his features. At that time, my power was so ferocious, so immense, brimming with primal instinct, I nearly became a different being. The last time, I almost lost myself, and then, let it go. Gohan shook his head. You do not wish to witness that scene, Kula. You do not want to see me pushed to my limits. If I truly lose control. At this juncture, Kula suddenly grasped the implication. What? You would kill me? Kula half-joked in his transformed state. Though curiosity tinged his tone. That is uncertain, Gohan replied, his gaze fixed on the ground, his tone indifferent. Kula chuckled lightly at first. Then his laughter escalated into uproarious mirth. Gohan felt a familiar sensation wash over him, knowing this battle was heading toward an inevitable conclusion. Indeed, just as I suspected, Kula exclaimed with exhilaration, not only have you confirmed my theory, but I now believe you are far stronger than you appear. Kula tensed, elevating his aura, augmenting his power to a staggering 70% of his maximum energy. You should have gone all out sooner. Now, I have no reason to hold back. Kula's aura erupted violently, encasing him like a whirlwind. He coldly declared, regardless, I will compel you to unleash that legendary power. Come, let us fight. No sooner had he spoken than Kula charged at Gohan, who immediately assumed a defensive stance, prepared to counter the onslaught. However, Gohan anticipated a punch, but did not foresee Kula using instant transmission, appearing abruptly behind him and delivering a devastating elbow strike to the back of Gohan's head. The impact was immense, sending Gohan hurtling through the air. Kula swiftly followed up with a flying kick that accurately struck Gohan's chin, launching him approximately 30 meters into the sky. Then, a knee strike hammered into Gohan's abdomen, followed by a heavy blow that sent him plummeting downward, culminating in a kick that executed his signature move, Death Chase, propelling Gohan towards 4 massive boulders. After piercing through the 4th boulder, Gohan barely steadied himself, bloodied yet resolute. He pushed himself up with his right hand, his legs braced against the ground as he fought to maintain his balance. His tail lashed furiously, and his eyes transformed into a blazing golden hue, filled with wrath. No longer suppressing his power, Gohan's battle energy surged. With a fierce roar, he charged toward Kula, and the two collided once more, igniting an intense confrontation. West City, Capsule Corporation. 15 minutes after concluding her call with Biddy, the pride of Orange Star High, Biddy entered Bulma's laboratory with Goten and Trunks. Goten and Trunks greeted Bulma, while Biddy exchanged pleasantries with her friends. "Hey Mom, did you know that Goten and I just put on quite a show?" Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Bulma chuckled, ruffling her son's hair, then tousling Goten's messy locks as if he were her own child. "Oh, you two are that impressive?" Bulma inquired. "Absolutely, Auntie. Those pesky robots were no match for us," Goten replied. Bulma turned to her son. "Come, let me see the capsules you brought back." As the boys retrieved the capsules containing the remnants of the robots, Biddy and her friends engaged in conversation. "Biddy, you were incredible earlier. It felt like watching an action blockbuster." Alasha praised while tending to Biddy's wounds with a first aid kit. "It was just okay, not much different from what I usually do," Biddy casually responded, though she couldn't help but wince as the alcohol swab brushed against her facial injury. "Still, it's a bit hard to believe that all this was taught to you by that bookworm. He said he was helping you as a Scion superhero, but he never mentioned anything about training." "Gohan, I almost forgot he is a Scion superhero. I had suspected it for a while. The signs were quite evident." Biddy thought to herself, internally cursing, "Damn it. Now, I have no chance to uncover the truth myself. It's all that purple alien's fault." Alasha smiled and shook her head, finishing up the bandage on Biddy's forehead while remarking, "That's our Biddy, capable of fighting crime and solving mysteries." "Of course," Biddy replied proudly, casting a sidelong glance at the screen displaying Gohan in combat. Chapter 62. The Enchanted Beans. Have I missed something remarkable? Biddy inquired, her gaze fixated on the computer screen while engaging in conversation with her friends. "Well, we just learned that there's a new formidable ally joining the bookworm's side," Sharna replied. "Who is it?" inquired Mr. Satan's daughter with curiosity. "Lepin," Sharna responded. At the mention of his name, Biddy immediately turned to her friends, her face alight with interest. "Lepin? The desert bandit? The current baseball star?" she asked. "Indeed, that's him. He called just before you did, mentioning he would bring some beans. I have a hunch he might be Bulma's ex," Alasha added with a teasing tone. Biddy rolled her eyes at Alasha's gossiping demeanor. "Yes, exactly." Just as she was about to say more, Bulma approached her, interrupting their conversation to request the capsule. With a smile, Biddy handed over the capsule containing the malfunctioning robot soldiers. Bulma summoned her father, Dr. Brief, and the two scientists commenced disassembling the robotic soldiers in search of essential components. As Dr. Brief examined the circuit board, he remarked, "The design of this alien warfare drone is unprecedented. Even Dr. Jero's designs pale in comparison to its ingenuity." "What do you think, dear?" Bulma, engrossed in her task, replied, "If it weren't bent on exterminating us and conquering Earth, I would certainly find it fascinating. Thankfully, we only need a small." Suddenly, Bulma's face lit up as she unearthed a chip from the scrap heap. She swiftly placed the chip onto the computer scanner and, upon seeing the results, exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, this chip is responsible for the robot's communication. The AI system and the central processor's core are all contained within this tiny component." Dr. Brief leaned in for a closer look, equally astonished. It's hard to fathom what kind of intelligence the alien civilization that designed such a device must possess. It's a pity that the visitor we received was a malicious extraterrestrial invader. Bulma seized the chip and began reprogramming it using the main computer. During this process, she called out, "Alasha, come over here." The blonde girl, having heard her name, bid farewell to her friends and approached Bulma. "What's up, Bulma?" Alasha asked curiously. "On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate your programming skills?" Bulma raised an eyebrow. Alasha shrugged and replied, 0, I suppose. I've never been good at it. Graphic design is my forte." Bulma winked at her with confidence. "No worries. Today I shall personally teach you something new." I'll break down the steps to ensure you can follow along. For the next few minutes, Bidalai and Sharana watched intently as Bulma, the CEO of Capsule Corporation, instructed Alasha in programming, step by step reprogramming the chip of the robotic soldiers. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks had been sent back to protect the other students still in hiding. At that moment, Lepin entered, carrying a bag of magical beans. Sorry I'm late. The baseball player apologized as he walked in. Goten and Trunks greeted him warmly. Uncle Lepin. Goten waved, while Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Lepin, Bidalai's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and Sharana's expression brightened as he struggled to maintain his composure. Lepin casually greeted the two boys before turning to Bidalai and Sharana, raising an eyebrow slightly and asking, who are they? What are they doing here? At this juncture, Dr. Brief approached and greeted Lepin, explaining the situation. Hello, Lepin. These brave children are students from Orange Star High School, here for a tour of Capsule Corporation. They are classmates of Goku's eldest son. Though Gohan is quite different from the others, they have nonetheless become good friends. Lepin paused, then felt joy for Gohan, knowing he had finally made true friends. He scrutinized Bidalai closely and eventually recognized her. Hey, haven't I seen you on television? Yes, when I'm not at school. I assist the West City Police Department. My name is Bidalai, though you probably already knew that, she replied politely. Lepin snapped his fingers, realization dawning. Oh right, you're Mr. Satan's daughter. I've seen some of your contributions to the community. They're truly commendable. Bidalai felt a bit bashful and scratched her head, replying, Thank you. At that moment, Sharana interjected, Wait, you're the legendary 00. I've watched your games since childhood. You're one of my favorite athletes. Bidalai facepalmed, exhaling in exasperation as she regarded the starstruck Sharana. Oh dear, she thought, feeling slightly embarrassed. Lepin blinked, then smiled. Oh, is that so? Seems I have a loyal fan. Alasha said nothing but felt her cheeks flush upon seeing Lepin. Wow, he is even more handsome in person than on TV. Those scars give him an even more masculine allure. No wonder Bulma was with him back then. Bulma paused her work and greeted her former boyfriend. Hey Lepin, where did you put the beans? Lepin produced a brown bag filled with the beans, handing it to Bulma. Here you go, Bulma, he said, placing the bag on the table beside Sharana. There are 9 in here. Ah, thank goodness for Corinne. Bidalai observed the adult's reverence for the bag stuffed with beans with confusion. What is so special about these beans? She asked, pointing at the bag. As Bulma continued reprogramming, completing the chip's directives and hardware design, Lepin elaborated. These are magical beans that can rapidly restore stamina, nearly bringing one back to peak condition in an instant, and can heal all injuries except fractures and internal bleeding. Magical? Alasha interjected. Are they similar to Dragon Balls? Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. Quite similar, indeed. Chapter 63. The Mission of the Divine Beans, Mr. Lepin. Do you intend to stay here for a while? Biddy Lee inquired, her curiosity piqued. We would love to hear your stories. Could you share some of your experiences as a martial artist with us? Indeed. Your adventures must be utterly fascinating, Sharpena exclaimed, clearly eager to glean insights from his childhood idol. The scarred baseball star momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Goodness. Gohan's friends are truly amusing, he mused. Lepin engaged in conversation with Jushin and the others about his past adventures alongside Goku in search of the Dragon Balls, omitting any mention of Goku's transformations. He also briefly recounted his initial experience at the World Martial Arts Tournament. At that moment, Bulma picked up a chip, inserted it into a small device, and connected the device to the main computer via a USB-like port. All right, it's done. Everyone, come take a look. The group gathered around the computer. The screen displayed an illustration of a radio transmitter and an image of a robotic soldier. Bulma, where's that thing? Sharpena asked, his curiosity piqued. I've connected it to the computer for a reason, Bulma explained, turning to her father. Dr. Brief elaborated. Gohan has informed us of a method to disrupt the killing protocols of these machines, allowing us to deactivate them. However, we cannot create an emergency stop device for each individual robot. Bulma continued. So once you bring back those spare parts, I devised a device that can send a shutdown command on the same frequency they communicate, thereby halting all the robots. Wow, you managed to accomplish this in just 2 hours? Bulma, you truly are the most brilliant woman in the world. Alasha expressed with admiration. Indeed, Sharpena added, unable to contain his awe. Biddy Lee furrowed her brow and asked, All right, we have a strategy for those killing machines. But how are we to assist Gohan against that mad alien overlord who seeks to enslave us all? Upon hearing this, the other two fell silent, their excitement dissipating as they began to worry about their friend, Gohan. Damn, she's right, Sharpena blurted out. The other warriors were occupied with the robots and could not assist Gohan. Elisha lowered her head, sighing, poor Gohan. I truly don't understand how he can muster the courage to face such a monster. He is just a child. Lepin remained composed, stating, do not worry too much about Gohan. That child has inherited his father's exceptional lineage. He will be fine. Biddy Lee, somewhat displeased, glared at Lepin. What do you mean by that? He is our classmate and friend. Given the current situation, if no one steps in to help, he could very well be killed. Is that not worth our concern? She retorted, her teeth clenched. Lepin quickly took a step back, raising his hands with a helpless smile. Wow. This girl reminds me so much of Chi-Chi. It's quite alarming. Why is it that every girl I know ends up becoming so intense? Lepin pondered discontentedly. Seeing the tension, Bulma stepped forward, attempting to ease the atmosphere. What Lepin means is that we should have more faith in Gohan. We have known him since he was 4 years old. Believe us, this child is truly strong, remarkably strong. I know he is strong, but that is not enough. Biddy Lee retorted defiantly. Even if Gohan is a scion, as you say, he is still facing a monster like Cell. Bulma entered a self-reflective mode, calmly responding, yes, I did say that. Moreover, I mentioned that this is not Gohan's first encounter with beings like Cooler and Cell. Her seemingly casual remark sent Biddy Lee into a furious rage. As the daughter of Satan, she could hardly tolerate such a dismissive attitude, especially from someone so close to Gohan. What is wrong with you all? Gohan's life is at stake, and you act as if it is of no consequence. Do you not care for his safety at all? You speak as if he is just one of those blonde warriors from Cell's games. Biddy Lee shouted, infuriated. The intensity of her emotions startled Elisha and Sharpena, especially since she was directing her ire at Bulma. The two silently prayed that they would not face repercussions for failing to intervene. Of course, Bulma and Lepin understood that Biddy Lee's anger stemmed from her genuine concern for Gohan. They were not angry. Rather, they found her worry entirely reasonable from the perspective of an Earthling who was unaware of the full situation. However, they were somewhat surprised that Biddy Lee's curiosity about Gohan was leading her closer to the truth. Given her identity, it was both admirable and concerning. For Gohan's sake and their own, they had to remain tight-lipped. The former couple exchanged uneasy glances before turning back to the scrutinizing Biddy Lee. They are certainly hiding something. Something directly related to Gohan. The ponytailed girl concluded with certainty. At that moment, Dr. Brief surreptitiously glanced at the bag of divine beans on the table before walking over to retrieve it. He approached Biddy Lee, Sharpena, and Elisha and spoke gently, children, it is rare for you to show such concern for Gohan, but his uniqueness surpasses your imagination, and the current situation is far more complex than you perceive. Dr. Brief continued with a tone of warmth and paternal care. If you truly wish to assist, there is indeed a small task suited for you. With that, he handed the bag of divine beans to Biddy Lee, while Lepin and Bulma silently expressed their agreement. Biddy Lee grasped the bag tightly, resolutely stating, I will personally deliver these divine beans to him. The two blonde classmates turned to her, their eyes wide with astonishment, as though she had made a wildly reckless decision. Are you out of your mind? Going alone is tantamount to seeking death. Elisha screamed. Indeed, that is nothing short of suicidal. Sharpena chimed in. The robots are one thing, but you are up against a being capable of annihilating an entire city, a warmongering alien. Despite their fervent pleas, Biddy Lee's resolve remained unshaken. Her empty hand had clenched into a fist. Do you think I am unaware of the danger? I simply. The girl with the twin ponytails asserted firmly, but then sighed. I just want to do everything within my power to assist Gohan. You need not stop me. Elisha and Sharpena exchanged glances, knowing that once Biddy Lee set her mind to something, no one could alter her decision. At that moment, Bulma interjected, Biddy Lee, you are very brave, but you should not go alone, at least take someone with you. Biddy Lee was about to refuse when Sharpena suddenly stepped forward. I will accompany her. Biddy Lee and Elisha turned to him in shock, not expecting the athlete to be so audacious. Sharpena, are you insane? You will get hurt, or worse, you might die? Elisha exclaimed in distress. Sharpena merely shrugged, nodding as he replied, Hey, I don't mind. I refuse to stand idly by. Besides, I cannot let Biddy Lee take risks alone. If Mr. Satan finds out I didn't stick by her side, he would surely hold me accountable. Elisha chuckled and nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Lu Ping all smiled, appreciating the camaraderie among the individuals from Orange Star High School, and felt delighted for Gohan to have such friends. Chapter 64. The god of the Kais Leping approached, holding a capsule in his hand. You are quite courageous. Very well, I shall escort you to find Gohan. Let us be discreet, we should not attract attention. Thank you so much. Biddy and Shapna chorused in unison. Not at all. Gohan and I share a bond akin to that of uncle and nephew. If he were in need, I would willingly offer my heart for him, Leping jested. Biddy nodded, securing the pouch containing the Senzu beans, ready to embark alongside Leping. Just as they were about to depart, Ayla noticed Shapna heading towards the nearest exit, and Biddy waved her farewell. Shapna, are you truly certain about going? Even with Biddy and Leping by your side. I still harbor some concern for your safety. Shapna interrupted before she could finish. Do not worry, I will be fine. Ayla, I have come to terms with this. Though it is somewhat perilous, it is worth it for Gohan. My friends are worth this risk, and so are you. Ayla embraced her best friend, softly imploring. I beg of you, please return safely, all right? Shapna gently patted her back, responding tenderly, I will do my utmost. Ayla, I promise. Now I must set off. Ayla released her, watching as Shapna made her way to Leping's spacecraft. Together with Bulma and Dr. Brief, they gazed as the vessel ascended into the sky. In the West City, several miles away, beneath a grand tree in a meadow stood two figures, one tall and one short. They quietly observed the unfolding events, their sight transcending mortal perception. They were employing a long-range viewing technique. The taller figure was an elderly man with crimson skin, his long white hair cascading down his back, his face etched with wrinkles. He adorned green earrings and wore garments reminiscent of a Kai, albeit in a palette of red, yellow, and light blue. The shorter young man bore some resemblance to the elder, yet his skin was a shade of pinkish purple, his hair spiked with two strands framing his forehead. He too wore green earrings, his pointed ears accentuating his appearance. Clad in Kai attire, his colors were deep blue and light blue, embellished with red and orange details. On his right hand, he wore a silver ring inscribed with peculiar symbols. The events are unfolding sooner than we anticipated, the young man remarked, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the red-skinned elder nodded, his gaze unwavering. Lord Kaioshin, I still harbor some doubts. I believe in your ability to accomplish this task. Yet I do not comprehend why you must rely on the strength of mortals to address divine matters. The young man, referred to as Kaioshin, turned to face the elder. Jebet, we both know that even with your guidance, and after centuries of cultivation in the cosmos, my strength is still insufficient to confront the impending darkness. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would never resort to such an extreme decision. I understand, my lord. It is just. I never imagined we would contemplate seeking assistance from the Scions, given their history is rife with violence and the destruction of countless civilizations. Of course, I am aware of their past transgressions. However, as time passes, all things evolve. I believe this risk is worth taking. Furthermore, I have been observing that child for quite some time. His potential far exceeds my previous awareness, rivaled only by the god of destruction and other deities. Jebet's expression changed dramatically. That is preposterous. How could a mortal possess such power? Let alone a scion. At best, they are merely a planetary threat. Otherwise, they would not have been nearly exterminated so easily. True, but do not forget that scions possess an innate talent for battle. They become more resilient with each defeat. Much like an indomitable cockroach, Sin remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Jebet fell silent. Sin turned his gaze towards the besieged West City, continuing. No being is flawless, and the scions are no exception. Yet, as long as there exists morality and conscience, any creature can embody goodness. A scion has proven this over the past 3 decades, and now, his son carries forth his legacy. Confused, Jebet inquired, if you place such trust in this half-breed mortal, why do we not approach him directly? Sin elucidated, 7 years ago, his victory over that monster was largely due to the aid of his father and friends. This time, he must confront the challenge alone. It is a test of his character. You mean, my lord Sin? Jebet pressed further. Sin replied slowly, we are exalted beings. To reveal ourselves prematurely would burden him with an overwhelming reality. If he is indeed the one I have sought, he should be capable of resolving this crisis on his own. At that point, we may reveal ourselves without haste. For now, we shall observe quietly. I comprehend. My lord Sin. The two ceased their dialogue, quietly watching as West City succumbed to the flames of war, a gentle breeze rustling their robes. Chapter 65. A malfunction in West City. At the Capsule Corporation, Bulma sat before the main control computer, preparing for the final step of her plan, while Alasha stood quietly beside her. Ever since Bidalai and Sharpen had left to assist Gohan, Alasha had not uttered a word, though she harbored faith in them. A gnawing sense of unease lingered in her heart. Bulma gestured towards the radio transmitter, explaining the activation steps to Alasha. As soon as the transmitter is activated, I will send out the signal, ensuring that all devices receive it. This frequency should halt their operations and sever their shared programs. Do you understand, Alasha? At this juncture, Bulma paused and turned to Alasha, noticing that her usual vibrant demeanor had vanished. Alasha, what troubles you? Bulma inquired. Alasha, still subconsciously biting her lip, snapped back to reality upon hearing Bulma's voice and looked towards the fashion icon she had long admired. Oh, I'm sorry, Bulma. I just got a bit lost in thought, Alasha replied, her gaze dropping slightly in embarrassment. Bulma merely glanced at her and immediately discerned her thoughts. After all, Alasha's body language spoke volumes. You seem burdened with worries. Are you concerned about Bidalai and Sharpen? Alasha blinked, a hint of bashfulness coloring her smile as she instinctively rubbed her left arm. Is it that obvious? She asked, somewhat shyly. Do not fret. Such feelings are entirely normal. Bulma gently reassured her. The world has suddenly descended into chaos, and you find yourself caught in the midst of it, while your friends are on the front lines fighting. Anyone would feel anxious. I completely understand. Alasha sighed, confessing, I truly do not know how to cope with all of this. Honestly, I have had a persistent foreboding that something terrible is about to happen. Although Bidalai has experience combating urban crime, and Sharpen is quite formidable, they are still ordinary individuals. If anything were to happen to them, or even to Gohan, Her voice trailed off as she lowered her gaze to Bulma's feet, her words barely above a whisper. Bulma gently patted her back, the maternal warmth easing Alasha's anxiety somewhat. I completely empathize with your feelings. This is your first encounter with such a crisis. However, we cannot allow ourselves to panic at times like these. Our roles here are just as crucial as those on the front lines. Moreover, our friends and family are depending on us. The entire planet relies on us. So we must remain strong. Alasha turned to Bulma, unable to suppress her curiosity. How do you manage to be so strong? Bulma smiled softly, replying, in truth, as I mentioned earlier, this is not the first time my family and I have faced such a crisis. Past experiences have taught me that when confronted with such challenges, one must not let fear consume them, but instead seek solutions to the problems at hand. The key is to not allow emotions to interfere and to focus on what needs to be done. She is truly remarkable, having become so resilient. She must have endured much. Alasha mused silently as Bulma continued speaking. Alasha, could you do me a favor? Bulma asked. Alasha promptly nodded, of course. I am here to help with anything. Bulma gazed at her earnestly, saying, regardless of what transpires today, I hope you can persist and do your utmost to face this crisis with us, all right? Hearing this, Alasha's heart raced, though she still felt a twinge of fear. She nodded resolutely in response to Bulma's gaze. I truly do not know if I can manage it, Mrs. Bulma. After all, I am not like you. Alasha's voice trembled slightly. Fear is normal. No one expects you to be fearless. However, you must not allow that fear to control you. Right now, the lives of countless individuals and the fate of an entire planet rest in our hands. I know it is difficult, but I believe you can do it. You have come this far, Alasha. Let us endure together until the end, Bulma encouraged. Alasha let Bulma's words resonate within her, and a determined expression akin to Bidalai's began to manifest on her face as she nodded firmly. All right, for everyone's sake, I will certainly rise to the occasion, she declared softly yet resolutely. Dr. Brief stood nearby, silently observing as the two women commenced the activation of the transmitter within the corporation's building. That is my precious daughter, Dr. Brief thought, filled with pride. In West City, at West City Square, the fatigue of Piccolo and the other Dragon Ball warriors began to show. Yet Android 18 remained invigorated. Initially, they could easily contend with the robotic warriors created by Kula. The Dragon Ball warriors employed both fists and feet, combining energy blasts to swiftly repel the surrounding foes. Robots were either sent flying or obliterated, with debris scattering everywhere. However, as the battle wore on, for every 2 robots they destroyed, 5 or 6 new ones emerged. Kula's mechanical soldiers surged endlessly, and the overwhelming numbers made the situation increasingly difficult to manage. Although these robots posed little threat to them, A few managed to inflict minor injuries on Krillin and Tien. Piccolo and Lazuli's clothing had also been torn and dirted. Tien blocked an attack from one robot and swiftly kicked it away. He ducked under another robot's spinning kick, taking the opportunity to sweep it down and followed up with an energy blast to destroy it. He then retreated approximately 3 meters, using his Dodon wave to eliminate another 5 robots. However, just as the smoke began to clear, 15 new robots charged forth. Android 18 shattered a robot's head with a kick, then executed a swift roll to evade 2 robots attempting to flank her. She gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating them into fragments. At that moment, 7 robots simultaneously launched small missiles at her. Fortunately, Krillin arrived just in time, leaping to throw 2 energy discs that sliced the missiles into pieces. The missiles detonated prematurely, providing the perfect cover. Seizing the opportunity while the robots were blinded by the explosion, Android 18 swiftly struck, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that shattered them all. Yet, soon after, more robots flooded in to fill the void. Piccolo found himself besieged by a throng of robots. He kicked several away but was still overwhelmed by 6 to 12 mechanical soldiers that ensnared him with their claws while firing upon him with rapid gunfire. After approximately 30 seconds of fire suppression, though he sustained some injuries, Piccolo remained largely unscathed. Anger surged within him, and his energy erupted, illuminating his entire being with a brilliant glow. He roared in defiance, extending his limbs as a powerful gust of energy sent the surrounding robots flying. The Dragon Ball warriors descended back to the ground, gathering together amidst a haze of smoke, temporarily bringing calm to the battlefield. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a mechanical army of 50 robots emerged in the distance, casting a tense atmosphere over everyone once more. "This is dire. There are simply too many enemies," Tien exclaimed, feeling utterly drained. Krillin's body trembled, not from fear, but from sheer exhaustion. Yet he steadfastly stood beside his wife. Lazuli, rarely displaying concern, turned to look at Krillin with worry. "Krillin, if you cannot hold on, then rest for a while. I can continue, but you must realize your energy is not infinite," she urged. The diminutive Krillin shook his head resolutely, refusing to yield. "No. This is my planet. I absolutely cannot retreat while it is in danger," Krillin declared with unwavering determination. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet his thoughts were consumed with the realization, though words are uttered, given the current circumstances, even with the use of a magical being, my endurance is limited. However, I must persevere, for failure is not an option for us all. Exhausted, Piccolo approached Krillin and declared, "He speaks the truth. Regardless of the situation, we must press onward. Even with Vegeta present, he is powerless against these machines. Our only course of action is to buy time, allowing Bulma." Before he could finish, Piccolo suddenly detected a surge of electromagnetic waves. Though not particularly jarring, it was enough to capture his attention. Then, the realization dawned upon him. It was a radio wave. Android 18 also sensed the shift in frequency, turning her gaze towards Capsule Corp, where a distinctive launching apparatus had been erected. "Radio waves. Doctor, Brief has finally commenced his operation," she exclaimed. Krillin pointed into the distance and said, "Look everyone, those robots are beginning to malfunction." Chapter 66. Nostalgic anecdotes. As his words faded, numerous robots began to malfunction, short-circuiting internally, and one by one, they collapsed onto the ground. The red lights on their faces gradually dimmed until they were extinguished entirely. The airborne robots also plummeted to the earth, shattering upon impact. Witnessing this scene, Tien Shinhan exhaled in relief, realizing that Bulma's plan had succeeded. "Thank the heavens," Krillin exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground. Relieved, I was on the verge of breaking down. The other 3 also relaxed slightly. Piccolo's gaze followed the direction of the fallen robots, and he spotted a colossal spaceship, its shape reminiscent of the Frisia force vessels he had encountered on Namek. Noticing Piccolo's silence, Tien approached, inquiring, "Have you made a discovery?" Piccolo replied, "This is that fellow's transport." Tien smiled. "Really? That must be of great significance to him." "It appears so," Piccolo replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If something were to happen to that ship, it would indeed be quite amusing," Tien remarked with a chuckle. The two, sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously raised their arms and unleashed a wave of energy blasts towards Cooler S spaceship, obliterating it in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side with Lepin and his companions, the journey was enveloped in silence, not due to awkwardness, but rather the palpable tension of their critical mission to save Gohan's life. Although on the surface, delivering some senzu beans seemed trivial, the underlying complexities were far from simple, and all three were acutely aware of the risks involved. Lepin, accustomed to such life and death scenarios, noted the gravity of the atmosphere and decided to break the silence. "How has your high school life been lately?" he asked in a light-hearted tone. "Oh, it's been all right," Bidieri responded, slightly awkward in the context but managing. Compared to the hectic life of a celebrity, this pace is quite relaxing. "Indeed. And the school's baseball team is the strongest in the district. I had my family arrange my transfer as soon as I entered the 10th grade, Sharpner chimed in. "That sounds wonderful. I've always been curious about what high school life is like," Lepin smiled, "because I was an orphan as a child." This revelation left Bidieri and Sharpner momentarily stunned, their eyes widening. "Wait, you said you were an orphan?" Sharpner asked in astonishment. Lepin nodded with a wry smile. "Yes. And just to clarify, Bandit is not a name I chose lightly. My family was impoverished, which led me to a life of thievery in the desert. However, everything changed when I met Bulma and Goku. My goodness, surviving in that scorching desert must have been incredibly difficult. I truly feel for you," Sharpner expressed his sympathy. "It's nothing. I grew accustomed to that way of life long ago. Currently, I reside in a house in West City, and I hope it remains intact when I return," Lepin said, his tone light, yet tinged with concern for his home. "Yes," the aspiring wrestler murmured in agreement. Although Bidieri was listening to their conversation, her keen detective instincts were now in overdrive, as she sensed a familiarity with the individuals connected to Gohan. Despite the inopportune moment for deep investigation, her curiosity compelled her to delve deeper. "I believe I've encountered Mr. Lepin before. He mentioned being a retired martial artist, didn't he? If he is friends with Mr. Goku, he must be associated with the Turtle School, or at least acquainted with it," Bidieri pondered, her detective mind racing. "And I've also seen Mr. Krillin's face. He participated in the 22nd and 23rd World Martial Arts tournaments. At the 23rd, Piccolo Daimao appeared as Demon King, and Tien Shinhan had won the championship before Mr. Goku." Bidieri analyzed rapidly, recalling their previous conversations about facing crises like Cooler S more than once. This could not be mere coincidence. Could they be those individuals? As Bidieri sank into contemplation, Lepin began to recount amusing tales about the late Son Goku. When Goku was a child, he was truly innocent. He had a kind heart and was quite straightforward. "I remember he grew up in the mountains. Unable to distinguish between boys and girls," Lepin reminisced. "Seriously," Sharpner chimed in, "he couldn't have been that oblivious. Even Gohan isn't that Navi at school." Lepin, piloting the aircraft and chuckling, replied, "You all called Gohan a bookworm at school, right? That's entirely thanks to Chi-Chi. But I assure you, Goku was completely clueless back then. His grandfather passed away early, leaving him without anyone to teach him the differences between boys and girls. His only method of verifying was to touch people, as you know." The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. That child truly knew nothing. Also, don't let this slip. But Goku once told me about the first time he met Bulma and how he checked her. He touched her and exclaimed in shock that Bulma's balls were missing." Lepin chuckled heartily. Sharpner's eyes widened, and soon both burst into laughter. Bidieri rolled her eyes, internally critiquing this as the quintessential juvenile, male humor. Regaining her composure, she began to search for clues around the cabin. Chapter 67. The golden-haired warriors unconsciously. Her gaze fell upon the rearview mirror of Lepin's vehicle. Hanging beneath the mirror was a photograph positioned perfectly for her to see. It was a group picture featuring several individuals she recognized. Lepin was among them. Though at that time, his hairstyle resembled Gohan's current spiky look rather than the disheveled state it was in now. Tien was also present, dressed in the same attire he wore now. Krillin appeared in the image, clad in the Turtle School martial arts uniform. Piccolo was there too, maintaining his usual appearance. However, what astonished her most were the other three individuals in the photograph. They were the four golden-haired warriors. The first three were adults. The two standing on the outskirts wore peculiar armor, beneath which were blue bodysuits, evoking a resemblance to Scion superheroes and the extraterrestrial invaders currently engaged in battle. The golden-haired warrior in the center donned an outfit akin to those of Krillin and Lepin. Videl found his face somewhat familiar, but his sharp features, golden spiky hair, and emerald eyes rendered her unable to confirm his identity immediately. The last golden-haired warrior appeared to be a somewhat shy boy. He bore a striking resemblance to the golden-haired warrior in the orange uniform, not only in hairstyle but also in facial features, though their clothing differed slightly. As these pieces of information coalesced in her mind, Videl suddenly formed a bold conjecture. Gohan's family and friends had participated in the Cell Games 7 years ago. Just as Videl was about to speak again, the laughter of the two men beside her abruptly ceased. "I knew it. I must have seen you all before," she exclaimed suddenly, startling the nearby Sharuna and leaving Lepin visibly taken aback. "You, Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, you all appeared alongside those golden-haired warriors during the Cell Games." Lepin froze mid-flight, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Videl's blunt accusation. Sharuna shook his head discreetly. Videl's words were indeed a headache. "Videl, this is really not the time to pursue these matters." Sharuna attempted to intervene, only to be rudely interrupted by Videl. "Shut up," she snapped, pointing at the photograph. "Look at that picture." Reluctantly, Sharuna stole a glance at the image, gasping in astonishment. "Oh my God, yes, right," he murmured in surprise, then turned to fix his gaze on Lepin. "You were really there." Yes, but that was a long time ago," Lepin finally admitted, insisting that it was unnecessary to dwell on the past. "I don't care. I just want answers." Videl pressed aggressively. "Where are those golden-haired warriors?" "This is not a question I can answer," Lepin replied, frowning, his tone calm. "Why not? They clearly participated in the Cell Games with you." Videl continued to press. "You must have a way to contact them, right?" "Miss Videl, I understand your urgency, but I truly cannot disclose that information." Lepin's patience began to wear thin. "Don't play games with me. During the Cell Games, they appeared alongside you formidable warriors, didn't they? Why aren't they showing up now? Are you suggesting they can interfere with the police, but refuse to confront extraterrestrial monsters, watching as people perish? What a bunch of cowards." Upon hearing this, Lepin could no longer contain his anger, his fury erupting. "Cowards?" Lepin glared at the rearview mirror, where Videl and Sharuna's reflections were visible. "If you want to call someone a coward, where is your heroic father now? Isn't he supposed to be the world champion who supposedly defeated Cell with a single punch? Shouldn't he have arrived at West City Plaza before any of us? But I didn't see him there. Do you know why? Because Mr. Satan knows deep down that he is not as strong as he claims. And that's why he dares not show his face." Sharuna immediately jumped in to defend Videl. "Take that back. Mr. Satan is the strongest man in history. If it weren't for him, we would have been finished long ago. He's just a fraud." Lepin's anger flared, silencing Sharuna instantly. "We fought desperately to protect this planet, bleeding and sweating, watching our friends perish. And Mr. Satan became famous merely because he boasted about his prowess after our battles ended. For years, he has slandered us, and I have had enough." Lepin struggled to suppress his rage, continuing with a calm demeanor. "The most ironic part is that for these 7 years, my best friend's son has watched his father sacrifice himself for Earth. Yet he must endure a world filled with hatred and slander against his father. And now, Mr. Satan has to rely on a child to save the planet. That child, Son Gohan, is kind-hearted and willing to give everything for this world. So before you criticize others, why don't you first ask where your so-called hero has gone?" Sharuna was left speechless, and Videl trembled at Lepin's words. Usually, she would defend her father's honor, but since meeting Gohan and learning about his family, friends, and the essence of Ki, she began to doubt her father's achievements. Both were rendered incapable of countering Lepin's arguments. Guilt crept into Videl's heart as she began to reflect on her previous behavior. What right did she have to judge those golden-haired warriors? What gave her the authority to question someone willing to help? Was it the imminent crisis that caused her emotions to spiral out of control? Or was it the resurgence of doubts that had never left her since her father returned from the Cell Games? Perhaps it was a combination of these reasons. Regardless, venting her pin-up anger on others was unjust. "I'm sorry," Videl murmured softly, her voice barely audible to the two. I truly don't know what I was thinking, and I'm really scared." "It's all right, Videl, I understand." Lepin softened his tone, no longer being so harsh with the emotional girl. "I apologize for my earlier attitude towards you and your friend. I cannot speak for others. It's just that Mr. Satan makes me somewhat uncomfortable." Videl nodded, while Sharuna remained silent. "It's fine. Not everyone will like me or my father, and I've learned to accept that," Videl stated. "Moreover, I don't blame you. My dad can indeed be quite annoying at times." Lepin smiled slightly, secretly admiring Videl's insight and her capacity for acceptance. "Yes, I haven't been much help either," Sharuna admitted, scratching his neck. "Ever since I discovered Gohan is the son of that Goku and a Saiyan superhero, I've begun to reflect on the things I've said and done in the past. I was quite a jerk back then. It's just that the abilities to fly and shoot beams from one's hands are so far beyond reality. It's perfectly normal not to understand the existence of ki, Lepin replied. However, I am curious about one thing. Videl, why are you so concerned about those golden-haired warriors? What drives your obsession with them? Chapter 68, Fighting While Conversing in Truth. It was because I had watched several live streams of the Cell games, Videl began. I witnessed firsthand Cell's formidable abilities, such as his capacity to obliterate tanks and engage entire armies single-handedly. When I later heard that my father had defeated him as his daughter, I naturally believed it, for he had never deceived me before. Yet, deep within, I sensed something amiss. Even as a child, I possessed a modicum of common sense. I was well aware of my father's capabilities. He was undeniably strong. However, the notion that he could vanquish Cell seemed utterly absurd, making it difficult for me to fully accept. Thus, I sought to validate this claim. Whenever I inquired about how he triumphed over Cell, he would invariably deflect my questions with his usual boastful rhetoric. Over time, my skepticism only deepened. So, you resolved to investigate the truth yourself? Lepin summarized, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Videl at that moment. Videl nodded and then lowered her gaze. Lepin silently cursed. Satan, you scoundrel. You have no idea the extent of the harm your lies have inflicted upon your daughter. She will inevitably confront an identity crisis because of you. You will eventually drag her into the pit you have dug for yourself. She does not deserve this suffering, and you are unworthy of being her father. It seems this matter is profoundly significant to you, the baseball star continued. Indeed, it is exceedingly important, Videl admitted candidly, her voice betraying vulnerability. Videl, Sharpen could not help but softly call her name. Lepin sighed and began recounting the tale of the Super Saiyans. I shall not elaborate too much, as I should not be revealing these matters, but it matters little now. You will soon witness it for yourselves, he stated. However, most of the so-called golden-haired warriors you speak of are no longer present. No longer present? What do you mean? Can you tell us where they have gone? Videl asked eagerly. With a hint of exasperation, Sharpen jested. Your words suggest they are akin to office workers on vacation. Lepin shook his head, responding, the situation is far more complex than you realize. One has returned home, very far from here. Do not ask me for details, you will know soon enough. The other is unaccounted for. As for the last one, he is no longer of this world. Videl was taken aback by the last statement. Wait, one of the Golden Warriors is dead? When did that happen? Oh, how unfortunate. It seems one of your friends has passed away, Videl said gravely to Lepin. Wait, what about that little boy? I recall he had also made an appearance, right? He seemed to be the one who appeared in Hercule City shortly before Gohan became a Super Saiyan. Lepin merely shook his head, feeling exasperated. Goodness, Gohan. How am I to help you keep this secret? You are failing miserably to disguise your whereabouts. Your father never faced such issues. He never cared to conceal his identity. This is undoubtedly Chi-Chi's idea. As for the person you inquired about, I am not entirely sure. It strikes me as odd that he is yet to show up. I understand. Thank you for answering my questions, Videl sincerely said, turning her gaze to the window, while Sharpen crossed his arms and closed his eyes in contemplation. Although many of these answers were vague, Videl sensed some fragments of truth within them. Nevertheless, one particular phrase lingered in her mind. Intensifying her curiosity, you will soon find out. What does that truly mean? Can she really uncover the truth? Is it the truth about the Cell games? The truth of the Golden Warriors? Or perhaps the truth about Gohan? Maybe it encompasses all of these. Regardless, she must temporarily set aside these questions and focus on the task at hand, to assist Gohan with all her might. Returning to Gohan's side, the two warriors engaged in a fierce confrontation, delivering precise blows and deftly countering one another's attacks. Gohan landed a heavy punch on Cooler's face, exerting near the pinnacle of his strength, while Cooler retaliated with a knee strike to the hybrid Scion's abdomen, using 70% of his power. Seizing the moment, Gohan executed a swift spinning kick aimed at Cooler's chin, but Cooler swiftly countered with a powerful punch, striking Gohan in the abdomen. Their battle ascended into the air, hovering 15 meters above ground as they continued their close-quarters combat. Amidst this melee, they exchanged words. You must recognize the reality of the situation, Scion Monkey, Cooler roared, launching a heavy punch, yet Gohan nimbly sidestepped it. Under my dominion, this wretched human race shall experience unprecedented prosperity. There will be no more hunger or violence. What I offer you is a utopia, Cooler continued as he threw a right hook, This is an ideal world. Gohan took the punch to his face, allowing the bloodied fist to slide off his countenance. He growled, his left hand clenched tightly, and unleashed a fierce left hook. It is utterly impossible. Gohan's eyes glinted with golden light as he bellowed, observing Cooler swaying from the impact of his blow. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan unleashed a flurry of strikes against Cooler, angrily countering his rhetoric. Earthlings do not require the rule of any other race. Humanity can resolve its own issues. I will never sell Earth to you or anyone else, he shouted, culminating in a powerful double-fisted blow that sent Cooler crashing towards the ground. Cooler's figure plummeted rapidly, but quickly stabilized in midair, retaliating with a flying kick that sent Gohan soaring upwards. Foolish Scion Monkey. Cooler spat vehemently, instantaneously teleporting beside Gohan, seizing him tightly in a bear hug. Chapter 69. Simultaneous ejection. Gohan struggled with all his might, yet the strength of Cooler far surpassed his own, rendering him temporarily unable to escape. You are nothing but a fool. My proposal is the best choice for your planet. Although the means to achieve this state may not be gentle, it has brought countless successes to my empire. I have eliminated the weak, and the planet thrives under my rule. They can easily defeat any opposing forces with minimal losses. Do you not desire such a future? In a fit of defiance, Gohan rammed his head into Cooler 3 times, finally breaking free from his restraints. The fate of Earth will never be entrusted to you. Instinctively, Gohan began to gather a Kamehameha energy wave in his right hand, but he did not release it immediately. Instead, he allowed the energy to gradually merge into his palm. Very well, let me personally bring you to your knees in supplication. With a surge of purple energy, Cooler charged at Gohan. Gohan's eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity, his tail gently swaying behind him as he lunged towards Cooler. This strike was intended to decisively defeat Cooler and conclude their battle. As the two approached each other rapidly, Cooler swung a fist, aiming to crush Gohan in one blow. However, Gohan adeptly evaded the punch, leaving Cooler astonished. With energy coalescing in his right arm, Gohan thrust powerfully at Cooler's abdomen, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a mighty ape. This technique was known as the Great Ape Fist. Cooler's red eyes widened as he instantly felt the searing impact of the blow. Although the attack struck its mark, the ferocity of the energy surged uncontrollably, causing it to explode, propelling both Cooler and Gohan away from each other, crashing heavily into opposite corners of the wasteland. 10 minutes later, Lepin and 2 members of the Orange Star Trio concluded their conversation. Bidalai remained focused on observing the scenery outside, missing not a single detail, while Sharana, having just awakened from a brief nap, held the bean pouch Bidalai had handed him, appearing somewhat impatient. Are you certain you know where you are going? This place looks nearly identical everywhere. Sharana frowned and inquired. Of course I know, Lepin replied in a serious tone. I can sense the presence of the enemy and Gohan nearby. Their battle location should be somewhere in this desert. Wait, you can sense others' energy? Bidalai asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Lepin nodded and explained, indeed. If you train for a sufficient period, you will be able to detect a person's life energy. Consider it a means of perceiving others without relying on your usual 5 senses. He continued, did Gohan never mention this to you? Gohan only taught me how to fly and use basic energy blasts. If it weren't for my martial arts background, I suspect he would have assigned me simple weight training instead, Bidalai replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, clearly displeased by the half-Scion's omissions. Lepin couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, haha, Gohan is going to be in trouble this time. Haha, Krillin would surely be delighted if he knew. Looking through the window, Bidalai exclaimed, oh my. Look at those craters. The surrounding plateaus and rocks are nothing but ruins. I can hardly fathom what transpired here. Such is the style of the Scions. Wherever they fight, chaos ensues, Lepin remarked nonchalantly, but suddenly fell silent. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that in front of them. Lepin chastised himself internally. Scions, what are those? Bidalai asked, bewildered. Just as Lepin was trying to concoct a way to avoid revealing too much, a loud explosion suddenly shook the aircraft, startling everyone. What on earth was that? Bidalai shrieked. I don't know, but Gohan's energy just skyrocketed to the northeast. Let us head in that direction and see if we can find him. Minutes later, Sharana spotted a familiar figure in a nearby crater. Everyone look. I think I see Gohan down in that impact crater. Sharana pointed out the window. Lepin nodded and immediately dove the aircraft towards one of the smoking craters. As soon as they landed, the 3 of them jumped out and rushed towards the fallen Gohan. Gohan, Bidalai called out as she ran forward, but received no response. The trio halted as they approached Gohan, finally comprehending his dire state. "Oh my," Sharana whispered in shock. Gohan's Scion battle armor had vanished, leaving him clad in a tattered black bodysuit, marred by burn marks, dirt, and blood. His left glove remained, but his right hand was bare, scarred with burns. His boots were still on his feet, yet his helmet, gloves, and cape were missing. His face was bruised, with blood flowing from his lips, nose, and forehead. "Oh my," Bidalai murmured, her voice trembling with panic. "This can't be happening." She dashed to her combat partner's side, with Sharana and Lepin following closely, urgently checking his pulse. "You must not die," she silently implored, her once steadfast resolve beginning to waver. "You cannot die. I will not allow it." As Lepin examined Gohan's arm, he looked up at the two young ones and said, "Bidalai, calm down. Gohan is still alive." "Alive? Look at him." Bidalai shrieked in despair, disbelief etched across her face. "Does he look like he is still alive?" Lepin sighed, suppressing the urge to smile bitterly. This scenario felt oddly familiar. This girl must be in love with Gohan, he mused. "I don't know whether to be happy for him or feel sorry. He still has some breath left." Lepin pointed at Gohan, causing Bidalai to gasp in surprise. "Look, he is still breathing." Bidalai looked down at Gohan, cradled in her arms, and noticed that although his breathing was slow, his chest was indeed rising and falling. A wave of indescribable joy surged within her. "Thank goodness, he really is alive." Bidalai breathed a sigh of relief, turning her gaze to Gohan's face. "Gohan, Gohan, please wake up," she called softly, her urgency palpable. Her gentle shaking and whispers finally bore fruit as Gohan stirred from his unconscious state. As Gohan opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Bidalai's hopeful smile, accompanied by the relaxed expressions of Sharana and Lepin. "Miss Bidalai?" Gohan weakly inquired, pain lacing his voice. "What are you doing here?" "Hey, you fool, your greeting is rather lackluster," Bidalai teased. "You scared us all half to death." "You all?" Gohan murmured. "Of course, it's not just me," Bidalai replied, waving Sharana over. "Sharana, hurry and bring those healing beans." "Sharana is here too? How did they end up in such a dangerous place? Don't they realize how perilous it is?" Gohan's heart raced with alarm as he began to panic. Sharana approached Gohan and helped Bidalai lift him up. Chapter 70. Tenacious Adversary Sharana. Gohan whispered in astonishment, struggling to believe that this individual truly stood before him. "Hey, nerd, you look absolutely dreadful," Sharana remarked half-jokingly, his words inciting a sharp glare from Bidalai, yet Gohan responded with a faint smile. "Don't worry, brother. We are here for you." Sharana produced a magical bean from his brown satchel and placed it before Gohan. "Can you chew it yourself?" Sharana asked as he extended the bean toward Gohan, who nodded gently. Upon witnessing Gohan's affirmation, Sharana fed the wondrous bean into his mouth. In that instant, both Sharana and Bidalai watched in awe as Gohan rapidly recovered from his near-fatal state. "My goodness, this miraculous thing really works." Both Sharana and Bidalai marveled inwardly, while Gohan turned his gaze toward Lu Ping. "I sensed your presence here earlier," Gohan said with a smile. "So, are you here to lend a hand, Lu Ping? I happened to pass by and noticed you seemed to be in trouble again, so I thought I would help as much as I could. By the way, I'm glad I brought the remaining magical beans with me. Don't forget to thank me." Lu Ping quipped, giving a thumbs up. "Thank you very much," Gohan replied with a smile. Then turned to his two high school classmates. "How did you end up here? This place is far too dangerous," Gohan asked, his face filled with concern. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we abandon you?" "Not a chance," Bidalai firmly rejected. "Why is that?" "I don't quite understand," Gohan expressed his confusion. "Aren't you supposed to dislike me?" Sharana patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, those past grievances are irrelevant now. No matter who you are, whether an earthling or something else entirely, you are still the bookworm from Orange Star High, Son Gohan." "Indeed," Bidalai concurred. "My prior attitude towards you may not have been very friendly, but if I didn't care about you, I wouldn't be here today. Right, my good partner?" Gohan's eyes widened at her words, but soon a smile graced his face. Thank you," he said, lowering his head in sincere gratitude. Suddenly, Bidalai poked his chest with her finger, feigning a glare but wearing a mischievous smile. "Don't think I'll let you off that easily, Son Gohan. You still owe me a lot of explanations," she declared. "When this is over, you better be ready to come clean." "Oh right. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that." Bidalai waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Given the current situation, I'll let you off for now. But don't think you can evade this. It's not just me who wants to hear your explanation. All right, I promise you both that I will explain everything once this is over. Gohan nodded solemnly in response. Gohan, have you dealt with that creature who resembles Frieza? Lu Ping inquired. Are you referring to Kula? Gohan confirmed. I believe so. I concentrated the energy of the Kamehameha into my fist and struck him directly at his vital point, causing him to explode. I haven't fully mastered that technique yet, but I am certain he was at the epicenter of the explosion. Oh, understood. Well done. Lu Ping praised. But why didn't you just transform into Super Saiyan 2? That would have surely allowed you to defeat him more swiftly. The two high school students were bewildered by their conversation, yet Bidalai once again heard the term Saiyan, seemingly connected to Gohan. They mentioned Saiyans again. What does that even mean? Super Saiyan? Or is it that unique individuals like Gohan have a codename? Is Son Goku also a Saiyan? Bidalai pondered to herself, realizing she had more questions to pose to Gohan. Gohan's expression grew grave as he said, I don't need to transform. I have mastered the energy of the Super Saiyan and can wield that power directly. Moreover, I do not wish to risk losing control. If that were to happen again, Gohan inhaled deeply, forcing his emotions down, and continued, regardless. That matter is now behind us. To be honest, I wasn't entirely certain that one strike would be enough to defeat him. We should head back now. You think you can just walk away, Saiyan Monkey? Lu Ping, Sharana, and Gohan turned abruptly to see Kula, battered and bloodied. Still maintaining his ultimate form, a charred fist print on his abdomen and his face's scouter now absent. Gohan could distinctly feel Kula's fury raging within him. Compared to his earlier mocking demeanor, he now appeared terrifyingly irate. This is impossible. That guy is nearly unscathed. Lu Ping shouted in shock and fear. Gohan. Bidalai questioned incredulously. How is he still standing? I thought you had defeated him. Hearing this, Kula's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his mask, revealing a cold smile. So, your name is Gohan. Kula's voice was low and menacing, and you've brought along a bunch of bothersome little insects. Gohan's eyes gleamed with golden light, his tail thrashing angrily behind him. Our agreement ends here. Kula declared coldly, shocking Gohan. Once I eliminate you, I will hunt down every Earthling on this planet and reduce this backward world to mere debris floating in the cosmos. What? Gohan retorted furiously. Why? That last strike of yours aimed to obliterate me completely, violating the rules of our battle, Kula explained icily. Furthermore, those damned ants had the audacity to eliminate 3 of my most trusted warriors within my empire. You nearly killed me just now. Gohan shot back in outrage. I expected a genuine fight, not one from a coward who fears even death. Kula scoffed. Enough. Gohan roared. I have given you the chance to leave, and you refused. No one invited you to invade our planet. When we see a threat, we naturally resist. The casualties of your subordinates are a consequence of your own choices. Kula's eyes reddened with rage, Gohan's words piercing deep into him. He scanned the surroundings for a target to vent his fury upon, ultimately locking onto the weakest individual present. A sinister plan quickly formed in Kula's mind. No matter what, I must win this battle, Kula thought to himself. Chapter 71. Transformation to the second level. You are absolutely right. Everyone should pay for their own mistakes. Kula spoke slowly, his voice laced with sarcasm as he nodded slightly. Though you personally killed my subordinates and ruined my grand plan, the actions of those wretched ants have already cast their sins upon you, and I shall not cease until my justice is served. Kula raised a finger, unleashing a small orb of energy. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the energy sped toward its target. It's Sharper. Gohan, Lu Ping, and Bidalai gaped in disbelief as Sharper began to levitate slowly. Kula raised his right hand, as if orchestrating his fate. What is happening to me? Ah! Sharper screamed in panic. Sharper! Both Bidalai and Lu Ping exclaimed simultaneously. I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! The former bully cried out in despair, fervently praying for salvation. Oh God, divine beings, please save me. Gohan turned to Kula with anger, his eyes pleading. Kula, Gohan implored, please stop this. Die, you pitiful little ant. Kula retorted viciously, his eyes beginning to glow with a crimson plasma light. Sharper, Gohan shouted. Before he could finish, Kula's laser shot toward Sharper. The moment the beam made contact, Sharper's skin was seared, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed for several seconds. Following that, an explosion instantaneously extinguished his life, reducing Sharper to nothing amidst the flames. As the smoke cleared, Gohan and the others were rendered speechless. Bidalai fell to her knees, witnessing her friend's murder, her heart heavy with grief. Sharper, no. Vitali's spirit shattered, unable to accept the grim reality. Tears streamed down her face, and she nearly collapsed under the weight of this cruel truth. Sharper was gone, and she was powerless to do anything. Lu Ping stood beside Vitali, wishing to comfort the sorrowful girl, yet aware that he must remain vigilant. While preparing for any potential threats, he felt a profound sorrow for the loss of this young life. However, the deepest blow was dealt to the half-scion, Son Gohan. The scene before him felt as if his heart had ceased to beat. Sharper had died right before his eyes. This was the same individual who had once troubled him at school, later becoming a good friend, safeguarding his secrets, and even saving his life. And now, that life had been extinguished, all because of Gohan's failure. Cooler's next words jolted Gohan back to reality. I may have intruded uninvited, but you were the ones who struck first, Cooler coldly reminded him. You are not a guardian, you are merely a coward. Your weakness has cost your friend his life. Cooler pointed at Gohan, roaring, Do you hear me, Son Gohan? His death is entirely your responsibility. His death. I must bear full responsibility. Gohan echoed, the weight of Cooler's words reverberating in his ears. He realized the truth. This was indeed his fault. Just as when he faced Cell, he possessed power but had been paralyzed by fear. Now, what had that fear wrought? The death of an innocent boy. He recalled the sacrifices made by Piccolo when the Scions arrived, Frieza's murder of Krillin, the despair he felt when Cell ruthlessly destroyed Android 16, and his father Goku's heroic sacrifice upon recognizing his own mistakes. Every error seemed to converge upon him. A crack echoed in Gohan's mind as years of suppressed anger reached a breaking point. He threw his head back, releasing a primal scream that unleashed all his emotions and strength. That roar transformed into a simian-like bellow, and a surge of golden energy erupted from within him. Gohan's true power awakened, golden flames swirling around him, splitting the earth beneath his feet, winds howling around him, and lightning dancing in his vicinity. His formidable aura caused his golden hair to stand on end, save for a single lock that fell over his forehead. His skin turned pale. His eyes transformed into a vibrant green, his tail shifted from brown to gold, and his muscles swelled with newfound strength. Lu Ping, Vitali, and even Cooler stared in astonishment at Gohan, who had erupted with such immense power. Vitali and Cooler were bewildered by the implications, yet Lu Ping understood all too well. After 7 years of repression, Son Gohan had once again broken through, achieving the realm of Super Saiyan second level. In the West City, several kilometers away, two mysterious figures observed the distant battlefield, engulfed in smoke, with extraordinary perception. One, with a gaze of reverence, watched intently, while the shorter figure, with a pinkish-purple complexion, maintained calm and restraint, offering only a faint smile upon witnessing the conflict between certain Earthlings and the invaders. The taller, red-skinned Jebbet, however, was agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The moment the half-scion unleashed his hidden powers shattered all of his previous uncertainties, denials, and expectations. This power not only shook him internally, but nearly caused him to tremble physically. This power, Jebbet stammered in astonishment. How? How is this possible? A mere mortal can unleash such immense energy. He is still just a boy. Humph, you are finally beginning to comprehend the truth I have long conveyed to you. Sin responded with a hint of delight. Clearly, you have underestimated the potential of mortals, especially those with Scion blood. They are inherently born for battle. This half-breed lad possesses a compassionate heart, yet his combat experience rivals that of a seasoned warrior. Frankly, I believe it is his empathy for life that fuels his aura so intensely. Truly unfathomable. Jebbet continued to gaze at Gohan's escalating power in disbelief. I cannot comprehend what this child from the lower realm has endured to possess such extraordinary might. Jebbet, this is the legendary second stage of the Super Saiyan. Sin explained to his subordinate. It is a natural transformation among Scions, typically achieved when one reaches astonishing power and meets certain conditions to break through limits, not born of ambition or desire. Of course, Scions, especially pure-blooded ones, often transcend their limits driven by their selfish thirst for combat and power. However, this half-earthling, half-Scion's uniqueness lies in the fact that his breakthrough stems from the anguish of loss, whether from loved ones or strangers. Jebbet felt beads of cold sweat on his forehead as he struggled to swallow. I see now. This is the power of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 72. True Strength. Exine gently nodded, contemplating inwardly. It appears that if I have misjudged past events, I have not erred in recognizing this young man's latent power. This form is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true potential. Indeed, Xian remarked, his current strength should suffice to confront that Uxie dark figure. All that remains for us is to observe the outcome of this battle. The two continued to watch the unfolding conflict before them. In the West City, at the Capsule Corporation, fear, sorrow, anger, and despair surged through Alasha like a tsunami. Just moments ago, she had felt a sense of pride as she successfully operated the system under Bulma's guidance, managing to activate the frequency signals that could shut down all of Kula's robots, even incapacitating that scoundrel's program in the process. Although it was not a system of her own design, the opportunity to protect the world under Bulma's mentorship was one that a girl aspiring to be a fashion designer could scarcely refuse. After all, Bulma was her idol and role model. Upon receiving permission from the Dragon Ball warriors, Alasha turned off the radio waves and continued to focus on their battle against the enemy. Although the robots had been dealt with, she remained anxious about the vertical takeoff and landing helicopter piloted by Lepin. When she witnessed the helicopter erupt into flames, both she and Bulma were taken aback. However, her spirits lifted slightly upon seeing her friends and Lepin descend into the crater to rescue Gohan. As the half-Saiyan recovered, it seemed that everything was progressing positively, and the situation appeared to be reaching a resolution. Yet, the sudden appearance of Kula caused their blood to run cold. The two looked at the screen, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. At that moment, as Sharpener was brutally executed, Alasha's heart shattered completely. She wept uncontrollably. Sharpener, no. Bulma immediately moved to comfort the distraught girl, offering silent support. After a while, under Bulma's gentle persuasion, Alasha finally ceased her tears. Alasha, Bulma spoke in a firm yet tender tone, embracing her softly. I know you are in pain, but you must listen to me. But, he killed Sharpener, Bulma. That monster, he killed my Sharpener. Alasha sobbed incoherently. Bulma nodded sadly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I understand. This is truly difficult for you to accept. However, we are at a crucial moment. You must remain strong, no matter how dire the circumstances. We must persevere until the end. Alasha closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to regain her composure. Bulma handed her a towel, which she used to wipe her face. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the computer screen suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the entire city for several seconds. The two screamed in fright, nearly losing their balance. Alasha clutched Bulma tightly, her voice trembling with fear. What is happening? Bulma turned to the screen, shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. On the display, a figure was encased in a golden aura, resembling a burning flame. The satellite switched to an invisible drone monitoring the battle, zooming in rapidly to focus on the shimmering figure. It's Gohan, Bulma murmured softly. Seeing the figure materialize on the screen, Alasha was left speechless. Is that Gohan? Wait, he is the Golden Warrior. Everything Dilly said was true. But, how is this possible? Bulma's tone suddenly brimmed with confidence. He has unleashed his power once more, just like during the Cell Games. This time it's over. That monster is doomed. At the mention of the Cell Games, Alasha's mind began to race. If Gohan was both the Saiyan Superman and the Golden Warrior, then he had evidently used his Saiyan identity to obscure the existence of the Golden Warrior as a form of disguise. If Gohan was indeed the Golden Warrior, then he had been present 7 years ago during the Cell Games, when he was merely around 10 years old. Then, another truth struck her mind like lightning. Oh my, he is that little boy from the Cell Games. Alasha's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Bulma, what are Gohan's chances of winning now? Bulma smiled reassuringly. He will save the world once again. 7 years ago, when Gohan transcended the limits of the Super Saiyan, Lepin had witnessed that exhilarating moment firsthand. Left speechless by the sheer power. He had once thought that Perfect Cell was terrifyingly strong, but in comparison to Gohan, Cell's might was insignificant. Utterly incomparable to Gohan's terrifying battle prowess post-transformation. Now, history was repeating itself. As the youth unleashed that astonishing power anew, Lepin struggled to maintain his footing. This power, it is even greater than when he transformed last time. Lepin felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Meanwhile, Dilly's thoughts drifted deeper. Her intuition had been correct all along. From the very beginning, she had been utterly convinced of her instincts. Gohan was not only the Saiyan Superman. He was also the golden-haired warrior reported by the media, coupled with her mother's mention of Goku's death. Dilly could almost definitively conclude that the golden-haired warrior who appeared during the Cell games was indeed Goku. And the little boy confronting Cell in the ring was the very Gohan standing before her now. Everything connected at that moment. Incredible. He's that boy. All this time, I have spoken harshly to the brave child who faced Cell. Dilly gazed at Gohan's back, her heart filled with astonishment, guilt, and a hint of fear. I have been tormenting and bullying him all along. Goodness, I even called him a coward. The image of Gohan as a sunny, easygoing bookworm was shattered before her eyes by the furious warrior he had become, igniting within her a torrent of questions and a desperate desire for answers. The immense energy radiating from Gohan surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surroundings. Even Cooler could sense the oppressive force. Though he outwardly maintained his composure, internally he was shaken, reminded of his past battles. Finally, the moment has arrived. Cooler thought to himself, fixating on Gohan. You are no longer concealing your true power. Cooler's astonishment gradually transformed into exhilaration, for he was finally witnessing the genuine strength of his adversary. Chapter 73. Fierce confrontation at long last. The legendary Super Saiyan has emerged. Cooler, maintaining his customary tone of disdain, declared, Now, let us engage in a true battle. Prepare to meet your demise. Before Cooler could finish his proclamation, Gohan struck him fiercely in the previously burned abdomen with an elbow, followed by a knee strike to Cooler's chin. In a swift motion, he executed a spinning kick that sent Cooler flying, crashing into several rock formations miles away. I barely caught a glimpse of his movements, exclaimed Lepin and Biddy Lee in unison, astonished. Gohan turned to glance at his companions, then instantaneously appeared before Lepin. Uncle Lepin. Gohan's voice resonated with a sense of determination and strength, sending chills down the spines of both Lepin and Biddy Lee. His voice, it has become so deep, resolute, and menacing, Biddy Lee pondered. Lepin felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily replied, Huh? What is it? Gohan nodded solemnly and said, Take Biddy Lee away from here. Wait. You can't just. Before Lepin could finish, Gohan's gaze fell upon Biddy Lee, his eyes piercing like those of a predator, striking terror into her heart. This is bad. He is looking at me. If a gaze could kill, I would have perished 100 times over. Biddy Lee thought in fear. Gohan. Biddy Lee managed to utter, desperately suppressing her terror to maintain her composure. Gohan regarded her for a moment, energy crackling around him, expanding outward. He then said, Biddy Lee, can you please listen to me just this once? Biddy Lee found herself at a loss for words, unable to respond. We just witnessed our dear friend perish. My heart is ablaze with fury. I only wish to unleash my wrath upon that bastard. I don't know how much longer I can contain myself. Do you think it holds any significance to discuss this with me now? As she listened to Gohan's aggressive tone, Biddy Lee's anxiety deepened, rendering her incapable of replying. She merely shook her head. That is good. When that bastard returns, I do not wish for you to witness my descent into madness. Gohan's voice was icy. So leave immediately. Gohan's words instilled profound fear in Biddy Lee, especially as he boldly declared his intention to personally eliminate the galaxy conqueror capable of obliterating planets. She trembled under the weight of his oppressive presence. In the distance, Coola's energy suddenly surged, and he angrily rose from where he had fallen. Damn it, he is back. Uncle Lepin, we must retreat with Biddy Lee. Minimize your energy as you leave. Lepin nodded, leave it to me. Just be cautious and remember what you are fighting for. He then took hold of the emotionally shattered Biddy Lee and prepared to depart. At that moment, a thought struck Biddy Lee. Her father could never defeat Cell. That notion was utterly absurd. It must have been someone extraordinarily powerful, perhaps. It's you, Gohan? She began piecing together the truth in her mind. Suddenly, Biddy Lee broke free from Lepin and turned back to find Gohan, desperate to confirm her suspicions. Gohan, wait. I need to know the truth. Please tell me. It wasn't my father who defeated Cell. It was you, wasn't he it? Gohan remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Surprisingly, a smile broke across Biddy Lee's face as she softly said, I knew it was you. Then please send that alien scoundrel to hell for me, will you? Gohan returned her smile with a gentle one of his own, replying, of course. Before the words had fully left his lips, he, much like his father, placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished from sight, teleporting directly in front of Cooler. Lepin, observing Gohan's departure, contemplated sharing this amusing tale with Krillin while flying away with Biddy Lee towards Capsule Corporation. Biddy Lee turned back to see 2 powerful energies clashing fiercely in the distant sky, one violet and the other golden, their brilliance intertwining and flashing amidst the clouds. I will remember your promise, Son Gohan. West City Square. The crowd almost simultaneously looked up, sensing Gohan's energy eruption. You felt that too, didn't you? Tien Shinhan spoke first, his voice tinged with astonishment. Of course. Gohan's energy skyrocketed in an instant. Krillin exclaimed, equally shocked. And it keeps rising. Indeed. I had to turn off the scanner. Otherwise, it would have been damaged, Lazuli remarked with a frown. Gohan has surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, Piccolo stated solemnly, capturing everyone's attention. It was about time, Krillin mused, stroking his cheek. No wonder he has been acting so strangely lately. Perhaps he has been burdened by guilt over Goku's death, hesitant to push himself further. Now that I think of it, I feel a bit sorry for him. Piccolo turned to Krillin, his expression serious. That is not the reason. During our training, he swore to grow stronger by other means. Not by relying on the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and he has consistently refused to ascend to Super Saiyan's second stage. Has he finally unleashed his potential? Tien Shinhan inquired. Piccolo nodded, gazing towards the distant clash of energies. Go for it, kid. When you are serious. There is no one in this world who can defeat you. The Namekian said, his eyes resolute. Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, engaging in a fierce duel with Cooler, who was in his Super Saiyan form. Their fists collided repeatedly, the sounds reverberating across the desolate plains, dust flying, rocks shattering, even the clouds above being torn asunder. Cooler charged at Gohan, attempting to end his life with a flying kick, but Gohan deftly evaded using the afterimage technique. What? Where did he go? Gohan utilized instant transmission to appear before Cooler, delivering a powerful punch to his face followed by a roundhouse kick to his cheek. Cooler retaliated with a furious barrage of punches, but Gohan once again eluded him with instant transmission, positioning himself behind Cooler. Cooler, I will tear you to shreds. Gohan roared. Cooler disregarded Gohan's taunt and unleashed a heavy punch, which Gohan easily sidestepped. He then executed a high kick that struck Cooler's chin, sending him soaring 3 meters into the air. Cooler quickly stabilized himself, hovering midair. This is impossible, Cooler thought, astonished. I had complete control of the situation. He was merely a lamb for the slaughter. But now, he seems to have transformed into an entirely different person. Chapter 74. The Ultimate Showdown. Gohan surged towards Cooler with remarkable speed, launching a relentless barrage of fierce attacks that left Cooler utterly defenseless. In an instant, Gohan appeared above Cooler, his fists combining in a powerful strike that sent Cooler crashing violently to the ground. Gathering energy in his hands, Gohan prepared to unleash a super explosive wave upon the descending Cooler. Cooler landed firmly on his feet, glaring up at Gohan with fury. No. How could I possibly lose to a lowly wretch? He roared, countering Gohan's energy wave with his own. He swung his fist, redirecting the explosive force towards a distant mountain, and then, utilizing instant transmission, reappeared right in front of Gohan. This time, Cooler launched a fierce offensive. A powerful right hook forced Gohan into a defensive stance, followed closely by a death ray that struck Gohan at close range. Momentarily caught off guard, Gohan felt the impact as Cooler reappeared beside him, unleashing a crushing left hook that sent shockwaves through the air. Seeing his attack seemingly effective, Cooler revealed a smug smile, only to quickly realize that his blows had inflicted little to no significant damage on Gohan. With a mere subtle shake, Gohan coldly laughed. Is that all you've got? How pathetic. Even Frieza had more tricks up his sleeve back in the day. What did you say? Cooler seethed with rage. Are you saying that Frieza performed better than I am now? You dare compare me to that despicable trash? Cooler gritted his teeth. I will tear you to shreds. In a fit of anger, Cooler swung his tail, attempting to constrict Gohan and snap his neck. Gohan merely chuckled coldly, effortlessly catching Cooler's tail. Now it's my turn, he declared, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As Gohan descended rapidly, he lifted Cooler's tail, slamming him heavily into the ground. Cooler's face pressed into the rock. Cooler screamed in agony. Gohan hurled him into the air once more, then slammed him back down, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from Cooler. Gohan then ripped off Cooler's tail, delivering a brutal knee strike to his abdomen before tossing him skyward and executing a dragon fist. The blow revived Cooler, who struggled to rise, forcing himself to calm down and refocus on his opponent. Stay calm, Cooler. Do not let this little punk provoke you. You are a noble Arxian. You cannot be defeated by this half-breed scion. Kula mentally admonished himself. I cannot allow him to continue his arrogance. I must admit, your Super Saiyan power exceeded my expectations, but do not think that this alone will defeat me. Kula sneered, raising his left hand with an outstretched finger aimed at Gohan. In an instant, 50 death rays shot toward Gohan. He soared into the air, agilely evading most of the beams, allowing them to strike the distant mountains and rocks. Finally, he halted, gathering his energy to easily disperse the remaining 2 rays. Just as Gohan turned, a blazing orb of red-orange light caught his attention overhead. Kula floated above, his right hand raised high, cradling a massive energy sphere the size of a satellite. Let us see if you can withstand this. Kula hurled the colossal energy sphere at Gohan, determined to obliterate him completely. Gohan clenched his fists, his Super Saiyan aura surging to its peak. Vivid memories of his golden-haired friend's death flashing in his mind. Kula, I will never forgive you. Gohan growled softly, raising his hands to meet the approaching energy sphere. Never. Kula coldly observed Gohan's arduous resistance to his assault, feeling a mix of satisfaction and regret. What a pity. Had you submitted to me, you could have been a formidable asset to the Empire, Kula lamented internally. But since you and your planet refused to yield, you will face annihilation together. Meanwhile, in West City, at Capsule Corporation, Lu Ping and Bidalai rushed back to Bulma's laboratory. Lu Ping recounted the earlier events to Bulma, while Erasa and Bidalai embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces in mourning for their lost childhood friend. As everyone composed themselves, their eyes returned to the screen. There, transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, Gohan exuded fury as he fiercely overpowered Kula, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Bulma and Lu Ping, seasoned warriors of the Dragon Ball era, were accustomed to such intense battles, but for Bidalai and Erasa, this was their first encounter with such terrifying power, igniting a flicker of fear within them. Especially for Erasa. She had never imagined Gohan possessing such a violent side. Until now, she had perceived him as refined and devoid of any violent tendencies, though she had sensed an unspoken strength within him. Bidalai, however, understood more clearly. Being a warrior herself, she recognized that Gohan was not incapable of fighting. Rather, he suppressed his power and only unleashed such destructive force when absolutely necessary. Yet, both girls remained filled with questions. Who exactly was Son Gohan? No, more precisely, what was he? Bidalai recalled the repeated mention of the Saiyan race. Even the alien creature that killed Sharpen had referenced it. She resolved to inquire about it once everything settled. Everyone, this is bad. Lu Ping suddenly shouted, interrupting their thoughts. Something has happened. What is it? What happened? Bulma asked anxiously. Lu Ping pointed at the screen, where Gohan was desperately trying to block the massive energy sphere hurled by Kula. My goodness. Bulma gasped. Is that a miniature sun? Erasa stared in shock at the blazing death sphere, screaming in terror. That monster wants to destroy us all. We will be fine. Bidalai replied firmly. Bidalai, how can you be so sure in a situation like this? Erasa turned to her, perplexed, keeping her gaze fixed on the screen. Bidalai spoke with calm confidence. Gohan will succeed. He has saved us before. He can do it again. Bulma gently patted Erasa's shoulder in reassurance, saying, Indeed. Gohan is the strongest in the world. If anyone can avert this crisis, it is him. Lu Ping nodded silently, and Erasa, though anxious, gave a slight nod in agreement. The 4 of them continued to hold their breath, eyes glued to the screen, their hearts filled with tension and hope, praying for a favorable outcome. In her heart, Bidalai silently urged, Hang in there, Son Gohan. You must endure. Chapter 75. Complete victory. Gohan felt the strength within him steadily depleting. His Super Saiyan 2 form was becoming increasingly unsustainable. Damn it, Gohan cursed inwardly. He had long known that failing to thoroughly master the Super Saiyan 2 form would lead to regret, but he never anticipated that it would threaten the entire planet. His power began to wane, and the inner surge of energy gradually dissipated. Before him, the colossal energy sphere grew more formidable with the passing moments, resembling a star on the brink of explosion, emanating suffocatingly intense heat. It was not merely a simple aggregation of energy. It resembled a ferocious beast, relentlessly tearing at Gohan's power. Every time Gohan attempted to concentrate and resist this force, the energy sphere retaliated with even greater ferocity, its scorching energy gnawing away at his essence, diminishing his strength. Gohan sensed the air around him warping due to the sphere's presence, as if the entire space was converging towards the energy ball. No, my strength is vanishing. I can hardly contain it. Gohan gritted his teeth, struggling to voice his despair. It is too powerful. If this continues, I and everyone will be annihilated. The energy sphere's might drew closer, its brilliance intensifying, and the ground trembled under its immense energy. Cooler sneered, his tone laced with a cold sense of triumph. Son Gohan, you have exerted all your efforts. Yet it is in vain. You have not only succumbed to me, but also to yourself. Your fear of your own power is the root of your failure. However, as a reward for providing me with this entertaining battle, I shall not let you die alone. This is my final gift to you, Super Saiyan. Now disappear. As the energy sphere began to engulf his hands, tears welled in Gohan's eyes, and fear surged within him. I cannot hold on. It is too strong. Despair resonated in Gohan's voice. I'm sorry, Sharpener. I'm sorry, Dad. I am not strong enough to protect Earth like you. Calm down, Son Gohan. A strange voice echoed in his mind, startling him. Time seemed to slow in that moment, and an unfamiliar voice emerged in Gohan's consciousness. Who are you? Gohan asked, bewildered. You have lost faith in yourself. Do not give up. Many hopes rest upon your shoulders. This voice. You are neither Piccolo nor Dend. Who exactly are you? I pose no threat to you or your world. This is not the time for such discussions. Focus on my words, and I will guide you to victory. Though the voice was youthful, it radiated wisdom and composure. Gohan's body gradually relaxed, a change that puzzled Cooler. Has he given up? How could that Saiyan monkey be so foolish? Cooler stared at Gohan in disbelief. In Gohan's mind, the voice continued to guide him. Empty yourself, abandon all obsessions, seal your heart, merge into the void. Gohan gradually released the energy within him, returning to a normal state, his hands slowly lowering. Relax your body, steady your stance. Allow the void to consume the power before you, igniting the universe within you. Gohan took a deep breath and pressed his hands against the energy sphere once more, performing an astonishing act. He ascended into the air, beginning to absorb the sphere's power. Cooler was left utterly stunned. No, it's impossible, Cooler exclaimed in shock. As the destructive energy surged into Gohan's body, his state instantly revitalized, leaping from his normal form directly into Super Saiyan, and then rapidly breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. Golden flames blazed fiercely around him, electric sparks danced, and the orange-red glow of the energy sphere intertwined with his Super Saiyan aura, unleashing a primal roar akin to a mighty ape. Witnessing this scene, Cooler was engulfed by an indescribable fear. How could the illustrious Cooler, the universe's strongest, feel fear towards a half-breed Saiyan? This is impossible. He was the dominator of the cosmos, while the being before him was merely an insignificant insect. How could he feel intimidated? Yet, as Cooler turned to face Gohan, he was confronted by a familiar visage, Son Goku, in Super Saiyan form, gazing at him with the same cold disdain. Cooler gritted his teeth, raising his right hand to gather all his energy for a final strike. I will never submit to a lowly Saiyan monkey like you, Cooler roared, unleashing a death ray imbued with all his power, aimed straight at Gohan's chest. Gohan's aura erupted violently, the orange-red energy field tearing apart and incinerating the ray, completely neutralizing the attack. He raised his right hand, enveloping the absorbed energy in lightning, and struck with ferocity. Before Cooler could react, Gohan's fist penetrated his abdomen, pain radiating throughout his body. Frieza's brother let out a heart-wrenching scream. Cooler's mask shattered and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his insides seared by the overwhelming force. Gohan growled, "This punch is for Sharpener and all those you have slain on Earth." Cooler groaned in agony, sensing his life ebbing away. In this moment, he finally encountered his true opponent. Now, he would perish at the hands of a half-breed Saiyan. Ugh! Cooler accepted his defeat, uttering, "Well done. I acknowledge your victory. Leave your last words, you bastard. You are finished," Gohan declared fiercely, preparing to deliver the final blow. Very well, Cooler closed his eyes, asking one last question. Tell me, who are you really? Gohan replied confidently, I am the guardian of Earth. Son Gohan. With a final roar, Gohan's aura surged explosively, transforming into a fiery orange-red blaze, manifesting as a spear-like energy beam that pierced Cooler. This move was the fiery demon flash. Thus, the invasion of Cooler's army was thoroughly vanquished. Chapter 76. The power of the divine. Several kilometers outside the western capital, Jebite and Xin gazed from afar as Sun Wukong ultimately triumphed over Cooler. Xin maintained his characteristic composure, while Jebite's astonishment was palpable. For him, This was an entirely new revelation regarding the prowess of mortals. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness such extraordinary strength emanating from one so seemingly ordinary. He truly accomplished it. Jebite exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom that a mere mortal could achieve such greatness. Indeed, it is commendable, Xian replied calmly. This also affirms that within the vast expanses of the universe lie countless unknown potentials. Jebite turned to Xian and inquired, Master Xian, why did you choose to intervene in their battle at the last moment? Xian explained, though Sun Wukong possesses formidable strength, he remains, after all, a mortal. Within him exists a conflict between his heart and his power. Had I not intervened in time, this inner turmoil might have led to his downfall. Are you saying that you had already decided to select this child? Jebite asked, somewhat surprised. Xian nodded gently. Jebite, from the moment I discovered him, my decision was made. This revelation left Jebite even more astounded. I believed he could defeat Kula, but no matter how powerful a warrior, the possibility of error cannot be discounted. Sun Wukong's weakness lies in his lack of self-mastery, which is intricately linked to his inner struggles, Xian continued. Inner struggles? Are you referring to his confusion regarding his identity? Jebite asked, perplexed. Xian shook his head, replying, no, it pertains to a conflict inherent to his essence. I understand. Then, how do you plan to treat this mortal going forward? Jebite inquired further. Xian gazed skyward and spoke slowly. Today, this young warrior has demonstrated to me that he possesses not only great power and a benevolent heart, but also the wisdom to heed guidance in critical moments. I am now certain that our long quest is nearing its conclusion. We shall proceed with our next plan. Jebite pondered and tentatively asked, do you intend to take Sun Wukong as your disciple? Indeed, Xian smiled and nodded. However, his self-control requires improvement, given the complexity of his lineage. Yet, I believe you can assist him in this regard. Moreover, he may very well be the one capable of unleashing it. Master Xian, let us not rush to overestimate him. Jebite replied, regaining his composure. If you truly intend to guide him, it would be prudent to gradually reveal the secret of it only after he has undergone rigorous training. He still has a long journey ahead. Xian chuckled lightly. Haha, you are right. I may have become overly excited and thought too far ahead. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it. Observing Xian's smile, Jebite could not help but grin, understanding his sentiments. Shall we reveal ourselves now, Master Xian? Jebite asked. Xian shook his head, responding, no, the time is not yet ripe. These mortals need some time to resolve their affairs. Once everything settles, we shall seek out Sun Wukong. For now, let us depart from this place. Jebite nodded, understood, Master Xian. Standing beside Xian, the two were enveloped in a flash of light and vanished from the cliff where they had been standing. In the netherworld, on North Kai's planet, Wukong and North Kai sat on the grass, with Baburis standing nearby, all three watching the battle in the western capital. Upon witnessing his son successfully defeat the enemy, Wukong's face lit up with joy, a smile filled with pride. Wow, he really did it. And all on his own. North Kai exclaimed with delight. It seems your son truly is remarkable, just like you, Wukong. Wukong crossed his arms and nodded slightly. I always knew Wukong had immense potential. I told you. Kula stood no chance against him. You are correct, Wukong, North Kai responded with a grin. Like father, like son. Ha. Wukong chuckled in acknowledgement of the Kai's praise, then, appearing thoughtful, stroked his chin and remarked, I wonder where he learned to absorb that destructive energy. I certainly didn't teach him, and it seems unlikely that Piccolo did. I'm not sure either, North Kai said, finally calming from his laughter. That method of energy manipulation is indeed rather peculiar. North Kai then turned to Wukong and added, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you, the Grand Kai recently contacted me. He wishes to reward you for your significant contributions to Earth, especially for your sacrifice 7 years ago. Wukong instantly became as excited as a child. Wow. The Grand Kai wants to reward me? What a delightful surprise. What does he intend to give me? North Kai raised a finger and explained, it is an opportunity. Not every mortal is granted such a privilege. The Grand Kai holds you in high regard and specifically asked me to convey this news. Wukong scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled. Lord Kai, what exactly do you mean? North Kai smiled and said, Wukong, if I were to tell you that your current knowledge of Ki is merely the tip of the iceberg? Wukong blinked in confusion. Ki, but I am already quite powerful. If I continue to train as I have before, I can certainly become stronger. You've seen it. I've continuously broken through the limits of Super Saiyan here. North Kai nodded. You are correct, especially with your current Super Saiyan level 3, your strength is indeed astonishing. Yet, that is merely a result of your Saiyan lineage and conventional ki training. Although I am a Kai, I too use regular ki, which is why you can sense me. However, now, observe closely. As he spoke, a peculiar turquoise aura erupted from North Kai, instantly shaking the surrounding trees and causing the ground to tremble. Wukong and Baburis quickly raised their hands to shield themselves from the oncoming gust of wind. Wukong attempted to sense North Kai's aura, only to be taken aback. Lord Kai, your aura, I cannot. Just as he was about to elaborate, North Kai chuckled lightly and interrupted him. You cannot sense it, can you? Of course not. North Kai remarked with a huff. Mortals cannot perceive the aura of the divine. What you can feel is merely the pressure of divinity. I can freely switch between two types of aura. Wait, divine? Wukong was taken aback. Are you saying that what I just witnessed was indeed the power of the divine? Chapter 77. Grandfather Gohan. The North Kai nodded, his antennae gently swaying as he conveyed a telepathic message. Indeed, a deity can wield both ordinary energy and divine energy. Yet it is nearly impossible for mortals to harness divine energy. Although some ancient techniques persist, only those chosen by the divine realm are deemed worthy to master this extraordinary power and ascend to the divine domain. Wow, this represents an entirely new path of cultivation. If I could learn divine energy, I would surely reach unprecedented heights. Just the thought of it sends my blood racing. Goku clenched his fists, a thrilled smile illuminating his face as he nodded at the North Kai, saying, I can hardly wait. Please teach me. When shall we commence this divine energy training? The North Kai raised a hand and spoke slowly. Patience, Son Goku. I did not imply that I would teach you the application of divine energy. What? Goku's shoulders slumped, a look of disappointment crossing his face. But didn't you just say, do not rush, my boy? I certainly recall my words. This is precisely the surprise the Grand Kai has in store for you. A glimmer of light flashed in the North Kai's glasses as a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, a brilliant blue beam of light suddenly appeared before them. As the radiance gradually faded, a figure materialized. Goku turned to behold the apparition, his heart jolting in disbelief. Standing before them was an elderly man familiar to Goku, a short, slender earthling with a face lined with wrinkles, a bushy white beard, and piercing eyes. He wore traditional Eastern attire, a sleeveless orange jacket over a black long-sleeve shirt, paired with black trousers and shoes. And atop his head sat a small green cap. Goku gazed at the elderly man, his heart racing with shock as he stared in disbelief at his unexpected arrival. Upon seeing Goku, the old man paused momentarily before a joyful smile spread across his face. Oh, what an unexpected delight! The old man exclaimed with glee. I never imagined that the strongest warrior on earth, the pride of the North Kai, would turn out to be that little Goku I once knew. Yet, it has only been 25 years. Grandfather? Goku stammered, momentarily stunned. Is it truly you? How are you here? Child, I am indeed here. I have long since passed away. This place is the resting ground for the departed, the old man, Grandfather Gohan, explained, chuckling as he patted his grandson's arm, his tone lighthearted. Oh, I see now. I understand. Goku nodded, joy radiating from his eyes, though confusion soon followed. But I still don't grasp why you are here. At this juncture, the North Kai interjected. While explaining divine energy, I managed to connect with your grandfather. He will oversee your training in divine energy. Goku gazed at his grandfather in astonishment, eagerly inquiring, Grandfather, do you possess divine energy as well? Indeed, Goku, Grandfather Gohan nodded. I have accepted this task, and I shall teach the strongest warrior on earth how to master and wield divine energy. Initially, I had some reservations, but upon realizing it was you, I was more than willing. Wow, Grandfather, you are truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed. So how will our training proceed? Should I visit you regularly, or shall we reside together? Grandfather Gohan smiled. Let us return together. There are plenty of houses in the peaceful realm where Anning resides. Her 5 Elements Mountain serves as a portal connecting Earth to another world. Fantastic. It feels just like returning to my childhood. Thank you, Grandfather. Goku turned to the North Kai, bowing respectfully. North Kai, I am truly grateful for everything you and the Grand Kai have done for me. The North Kai, taken aback by Goku's earnest expression of gratitude, quickly smiled and returned a slight bow. Haha, it is my honor to guide you. Besides, having you nearby will certainly alleviate the monotony of my days spent with Baburis. Do visit me often, and should you require anything, Simply call out to me in your heart. Goku gave a thumbs up to the North Kai with his right hand and then walked over to his grandfather. Grandfather, I am ready. After bidding farewell to the North Kai, the grandfather and grandson departed in a dazzling blue light, leaving the North Kai's small planet behind. West City. Capsule Corporation. As Gohan emerged from the smoking haze of the fiery demon, Bulma, Erasa, and Liu Ping erupted in a deafening cheer. Although the battle had been tense and thrilling, the outcome was exhilarating. Earth had finally been saved, a result of their collective efforts alongside Gohan. Erasa leaped with excitement, embracing Bulma, and shouted, "This is incredible. We did it. It's finally over. We are alive. How wonderful." The exuberance of the blonde girl made Bulma, with her blue hair, laugh aloud. Indeed, Gohan has once again saved the Earth. Liu Ping celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. Biddy Li let out a long sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on the close-up of Gohan on the computer screen, witnessing his confident levitation in the air, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. He truly won, just as I predicted. Well done, Bookworm, she murmured softly. On the battlefield amidst the wasteland, the blazing fiery demon dissipated in the air, and Gohan's figure gradually revealed itself. This half-Saiyan had persevered in battle for nearly 3 hours, ultimately vanquishing the threat to Earth. He was victorious. Gohan returned to his normal state, transitioning from Super Saiyan 2 back to his ordinary form, slowly descending to the ground. He exhaled deeply, finally taking a seat and panting, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. I did it. I single-handedly defeated a formidable enemy. I avenged my friends. Father, I hope you can see me from up there, Gohan silently reflected, striving to calm his racing heart. Gohan. Turning towards the sky, he saw Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Lazuli flying toward him. Upon landing, they approached Gohan, with Piccolo and Tien supporting him, while Krillin inquired with concern. That battle was truly intense. How are you holding up? I'm still alive, Gohan smiled. However, the energy expenditure from this fight was greater than I anticipated. You had us all on edge, you rascal. We thought you wouldn't make it. Well done. Lazuli gently punched his arm. Ouch. Thank you. Gohan grinned through his wince. Who exactly was that guy, Gohan? He reminded me of Frieza. It was terrifying, Krillin couldn't help but say. He is Frieza's brother, named Cooler. He came here intending to conquer our planet and turn it into one of the many worlds under his control. Chapter 78. Discovering the truth. Frieza has a brother? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, it's a long story, which I will share with you when the opportunity arises, Gohan sighed, clearly reluctant to revisit the recently vanquished extraterrestrial villain. Tien Shinhan then inquired. After we cleared out those mechanical monsters, we remained nearby to observe. Gohan, how did you manage to block that strike? Well, at that moment, a voice spoke to me in my mind, instructing me on what to do. Following its guidance, I emptied my energy, and surprisingly, I emerged victorious, Gohan explained. The group turned to Gohan, astonished. Piccolo asked, Gohan, do you know who was communicating with you telepathically? Gohan shook his head, his expression grave. It definitely wasn't anyone we know. He even mentioned that he poses no threat to us. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, Krillin expressed, his concern evident. Indeed, it is difficult to ascertain whether they are friend or foe, Tien agreed, and Piccolo and Lazuli nodded in concurrence. Gohan stood, his gaze resolute. There's no need for you to worry excessively. We shall confront whatever comes our way. We have more pressing matters at hand. I would like you to join Goten and Trunks in gathering the Dragon Balls. Let's meet at the Temple of the Kais in 30 minutes. Krillin nodded. I still have the Dragon Radar that Bulma lent me, and I possess 2 Dragon Balls at home, the 5-star and the 6-star. Piccolo added. I previously entrusted the 3-star and the 7-star balls to Dandy. Gohan acknowledged. Yes, my home also contains my father's 4-star ball. Lazuli calculated. That leaves us with 3 Dragon Balls still unaccounted for. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Tien turned to Gohan and asked, what will you do next? I need to check on Bulma and the others to ensure their safety and address some subsequent matters, Gohan replied. Upon hearing subsequent, the Dragon team wore expressions of curiosity, pondering the implications of his words. After finishing his statement, Gohan placed his right hand's index and middle fingers on his forehead and vanished in an instant, leaving the group in stunned silence. Piccolo muttered in astonishment. When did he learn that technique? In West City, at Capsule Corporation. Laughter and joy filled the laboratory as everyone celebrated together. Even Dr. Brief and his wife joined in, with Mrs. Brief providing drinks and snacks to uplift the spirits of the gathering. At that moment, Lu Ping and Bulma were discussing the remarkable achievements of the Dragon Team with Erasa and Videl. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Gohan standing there in his Super Saiyan 2 form, his right hand lightly touching his forehead, a smile gracing his lips as he gently inquired, "Is everyone well?" Before anyone could respond, Erasa rushed forward, embracing Gohan tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Gohan, thank the heavens you're safe. After witnessing Sharpen's fate, I feared you might." Gohan gently patted her back, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I couldn't save him. But you need not worry, Erasa. That monster can no longer harm anyone. I have dealt with him." Bulma and Lu Ping exchanged glances before directing their attention to Videl. Despite her sorrow over her friend's departure, Videl's cheeks flushed slightly upon seeing Erasa so intimately hugging Gohan. Her brows furrowed in irritation, revealing a hint of jealousy. Bulma and Lu Ping shared a knowing look, unable to suppress their smiles. Bulma, hands on her hips, teased, "You performed admirably in that battle. Truly worthy of being Goku's son." Gohan waved his hand modestly. "This was a collective effort. I could not have done it alone without everyone's support." Dr. Brief approached solemnly, stating, "Young man, you have done exceptionally well. By vanquishing that villain, you have accomplished a great deed for this city and the earth. If your father were here, he would be immensely proud of you. Indeed, if Goku had witnessed you withstand Cooler's lethal blow, he would surely be astounded." Lu Ping praised. Mrs. Brief, tidying up the dishes, smiled warmly. "They speak the truth, dear child. You have grown into a handsome, strong, and brave young man. This is the essence of a true hero." Gohan smiled faintly, basking in their compliments, yet the image of Sharpen's final moments and his helpless cries haunted his mind. He knew he had much to accomplish. It was not yet time to relax. Releasing Erasa, Gohan turned to Bulma and said, "Aunt Bulma, the others have gone to find the remaining Dragon Balls. I entrust the affairs here to you. Is that all right?" "Don't worry, leave it to me." Bulma confidently raised her left hand, making a peace sign. "That's reassuring." Gohan approached Videl, who instinctively tensed at his proximity but quickly relaxed. "Miss Videl," he spoke softly. Despite his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Videl still recognized the familiar gentleness in his expression. This was still the Gohan she knew. She scrutinized him from head to toe, playfully punching his chest before exclaiming, "I knew you were powerful, but I never anticipated you had concealed so much strength. You truly are remarkable, Gohan." Gohan paused, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, eliciting laughter from the surrounding adults. Erasa's eyes widened as she whispered, "Wait a minute, did she just call him Gohan-kun?" Videl has never used that term with someone her age. Gohan's smile faded, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed Videl. "Miss Videl, I need you and Miss Erasa to accompany me. We have some important matters to attend to." "Huh?" Videl replied, puzzled, furrowing her brow. "What is so crucial that I must go with you and Erasa? Aren't you curious to learn the truth?" Gohan asked calmly. Chapter 79. Confrontation. The adults in the room fell silent, instantly comprehending the gravity of Gohan's words. Bulma stepped forward, interjecting with a hint of concern, "Gohan, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" The weight of her apprehension lingered in the air, as once they were aware, there would be no turning back. "There's no way to retreat now, Aunt Bulma," Gohan murmured, his voice low yet resolute. Having experienced these events, they can no longer pretend nothing has transpired. Erasa, perplexed, inquired, "Gohan, what exactly are you saying?" Gohan turned to the two girls, stating, "I promised I would reveal everything to you. It is challenging to explain succinctly, but I believe it is better to speak the truth sooner rather than later. However, for you to truly grasp the reality, it would be best if the person involved tells you directly." Gohan's final statement struck a chord with Biddy, who exclaimed, "You intend to confront my father directly?" Erasa gasped softly at this revelation. Gohan nodded slightly, speaking with conviction, "This is the most effective approach, with my presence. Your father will be less inclined to deny certain truths." Lepin observed Gohan, unable to restrain his thoughts. "Gohan, I understand your perspective. We have all been through enough turmoil caused by Mr. Satan. Yet, you must consider the potential consequences of your actions. Everything may change as a result. This is all because of Mr. Satan," Gohan asserted firmly. "Regardless of the outcome, Miss Biddy and the others will inevitably become entangled in this. We must reach a conclusion." Bulma, Lepin, and Dr. Brief exchanged worried glances, silently praying that Gohan would not regret any actions taken because of that man, Satan. Gohan then addressed his fellow classmates, urging, "We are about to seek out Mr. Satan. Please ensure you have everything you need. If anyone needs to take care of anything, such as using the restroom, now is the time." Biddy could not resist teasing, "I'm all set, Mr. Son. But Irasha, well, who knows?" True to form, Irasha hurriedly dashed toward the restroom, eager to maintain her flawless appearance, prompting laughter from the group. "Irasha is just the same as always," Gohan chuckled, crossing his arms. Suddenly, Bulma noticed Gohan's battle attire and exclaimed, "Oh no, your battle suit is ruined. It took me hours to custom fit that for you." Gohan sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma. I had no other choice. With so many cameras in the city, I couldn't just appear as a Super Saiyan. It's better for them to see a Saiyan hero arriving from Hercule City than a golden warrior descending from the skies." Biddy, taken aback, thought to herself, "Wait. She designed his outfit? Why on earth would she think to put a bucket on his head?" Bulma sighed in exasperation, shaking her head. "Sigh? It seems I'll have to create a new one. You Scions are truly a handful." Hearing the term Scion again, Biddy curiously asked Gohan, "Gohan, I often hear this term, but I've never asked, what does Super Saiyan actually mean? What is a Scion?" The adults nearby fell silent, feigning interest in the laboratory equipment while eavesdropping on Gohan's response. Gohan promptly replied, "Let us handle the most pressing matters first, and I'll explain in detail afterward. In simple terms, Scions are my race. I'll leave it at that for now." "That is fair enough. But did you know it takes at least 3 hours to get from here to Hercule City? Even if we fly, one of us has to take Irasha, which will take considerable time," Biddy explained. "Speaking of which, I'm quite curious, Gohan, how did you manage to return so swiftly?" Lepin interjected, "Moments ago. You were still several kilometers away." Gohan grinned proudly. "Good question. To put it simply, I've mastered a special technique my father often used." With that, Gohan made a gesture, lightly touching his forehead with his right hand's index and middle fingers, prompting Bulma and Lepin to react. Biddy asked, perplexed, "What is this?" Dr. Brief smiled, explaining, "It's a special skill that allows one to instantaneously move from one place to another." "Oh," Biddy replied thoughtfully, secretly amazed. "Wait, he can actually learn such a miraculous skill?" At that moment, Irasha returned, apologetically stating she was sorry for the wait. Gohan approached the two girls, saying, "Hold on to my shoulders tightly. We're heading to Hercule now." Biddy unhesitatingly grasped Gohan's shoulder, but Irasha hesitated. "Can't you just take me along and let Biddy fly over?" she suggested. "Or wouldn't that golden cloud work?" Hearing the mention of the flying nimbus, Biddy raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at Gohan. Gohan shook his head. "That would be too slow. Just hold on to me, and I'll handle the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Irasha quickly grabbed Gohan's other shoulder, gripping it tightly. Gohan turned to Bulma, Lepin, and Dr. Brief, saying, "We'll be off now. It's been a pleasure seeing everyone. I'll wait for you at the temple. Also, please inform my mother of what has transpired." "All right, Gohan. Be cautious and don't frighten anyone," Bulma admonished like a concerned elder. Lepin added with a smile, "I agree. Stay calm, Gohan." Dr. Brief waved. "You're always welcome to visit, my boy. Take care." Mrs. Brief smiled. "Stay safe, Gohan." Gohan returned their gestures with a smile and a salute. He then focused his energy, pressing his right index and middle fingers gently to his forehead to sense Mr. Satan's aura. Gohan." Gohan turned to respond to Irasha. "What are you doing?" Irasha inquired curiously. "I'm searching for Mr. Satan's energy signature. This action helps me concentrate. Although it's still challenging to pinpoint those beyond my perception range," Gohan explained as he continued his search. "Ah, found it." In an instant, the three youths vanished from their location. Chapter 80. The mansion of Satan in the city of Helk. The savior of the world finally emerged from his chamber. He stood before the kitchen bar, pouring a glass of whiskey as the television screen flickered with incessant news reports. The relentless coverage of the alien robotic invasion echoed through various channels, replaying scenes of devastation in West City. Those extraterrestrial beings, claiming to possess superhuman abilities, demanded the strongest warriors of Earth to confront them, while the media anticipated the intervention of an ordinary human to save the day. To him, this scene was a mere reflection of the Shera game, perhaps even more terrifying. What plagued him further was the fact that the 600th cohort of Orange Star High School was currently engaged in an extracurricular activity at the Capsule Corporation. and among those students was his most cherished daughter, Bidalai. Mr. Satan could only cower in his sanctuary, like a coward, helplessly witnessing the unfolding chaos. His curly hair hung low, aware that the entire world awaited his response, that his daughter awaited him, yet he had disappointed them all. This internal conflict and torment gnawed at his soul, tearing at his sanity. But what could he possibly do? He was merely an ordinary martial artist. Once victorious in the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, hailed as Earth's hero, and had achieved a modicum of success in business. However, he lacked the abilities of those monsters from 7 years ago. He could neither teleport nor soar through the skies, nor could he unleash beams of energy. He was just an ordinary man, indistinguishable from the rest of humanity. Satan, after all, was but a mortal. For the sake of humanity and his daughter, he yearned to embody the hero he professed to be. Yet, Mr. Satan understood all too well that stepping into West City would lead to his swift demise. Although he had deceived the world with fabricated feats, he remained keenly aware of the harsh realities before him. Everything he had painstakingly acquired over the years could vanish in an instant. But such concerns paled in comparison to his singular focus on his beloved daughter. He repeatedly attempted to contact her, yet each call went unanswered. In his panic, Satan hired 2 agents to scour the perilous streets of West City in search of his little princess. To this day, he had received no word from them. Exhausting every conceivable option, he ultimately resorted to desperate prayers, his heart heavy with anxiety for his daughter. After filling his glass, he returned to his seat. Staring despondently at the television, he resolved to pray once more, this time with heightened urgency and sincerity. Drawing a deep breath, he implored, "O God, I acknowledge my many transgressions and the debts I owe to others. I repent. I vow to lead a righteous life henceforth. Even if you were to strip me of everything, it would matter not. Those accolades and riches hold no significance for me now. I only wish for the safe return of my daughter. If you truly exist, I beseech you, grant her safe passage back to me. She is my sole concern." As Satan's words faded, Gohan, Erasa, and Bidalai appeared a mere meter behind him. Erasa and Bidalai, momentarily disoriented, stepped away from Gohan, struggling to comprehend the recent events that had transpired. What just happened? Erasa stammered, utterly bewildered. Bidalai, scanning her surroundings, was equally flummoxed. It was simply inconceivable. With her twin ponytails swaying, she turned to Gohan, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, unable to contain her curiosity. How did you manage that?" Gohan, sporting a playful grin, explained, "I locked onto your father's energy signature and teleported here directly, as the name implies." Bidalai shot him a glare, poking his firm chest with a finger, her fiery spirit evident as she retorted, "Don't think you can gloat just because you saved the world, you bookworm." Meanwhile, Mr. Satan muttered weakly, "Oh my, am I hallucinating again? I should have heeded my life coach's advice and attended that sobriety meeting." Erasa composed herself, glancing at Mr. Satan's morose demeanor before turning back to her companions. "Bidalai?" she called out, and as Bidalai turned to her, Erasa pointed towards her father. Understanding Erasa's intent, Bidalai looked back and saw her father, inebriated and despondent, slumped over the counter. "Dad." Bidalai approached him cautiously, her voice soft. Why has this happened to me?" Satan lamented, his curly hair cascading down as he sighed. "I have already lost the woman I love. And now my beautiful daughter is lost. She must be scared, alone, cold, and lonely." "Dad." Bidalai's face flushed, her forehead vein throbbing, tinged with embarrassment. Gohan observed Mr. Satan's peculiar behavior, realizing that his concern for his daughter was genuine, and couldn't help but smile faintly, while Erasa remained silent. "Oh God, I would trade anything to have my beloved daughter back." Mr. Satan lamented drunkenly, clenching his fists, resembling an exaggerated character from a soap opera. "Dad, I'm right here." Bidalai finally could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Stop embarrassing me in front of my friends and turn around to see me." Satan abruptly snapped out of his self-pity, sitting upright and turning to see his beloved daughter standing before him. Although she bore a few bandages, she was essentially unharmed. A whirlwind of complex emotions flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Bidalai, is it really you?" With her hands on her hips, Bidalai scoffed playfully, mocking her stuttering father. "Of course. Who else could it be? What on earth are you doing? Drunk again? Weren't you supposed to quit drinking? Why are you clinging to that bottle?" She intended to continue chastising him, but Satan enveloped her in an almost suffocating embrace. However, thanks to her recent training, Such a hug posed no significant threat to her. Chapter 81. Weeping bitterly. Oh, thank the heavens. He must have heard my prayers. My precious daughter has returned. I knew you would pull through. You are the pride of our family, endowed with an innate survival instinct and unwavering resilience. Ha ha, Satan cheered, affectionately rubbing his face against Biddy Lee's like a doting father. Oh, Dad, here we go again. How embarrassing. Could you please stop? I'm perfectly fine, Biddy Lee complained playfully, scrunching her nose at the whiskey-laden breath of her father. Satan paused for a moment, then released his daughter, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Well, of course. I was merely practicing my new technique, the Satan's drunken fist. Ha ha. Biddy Lee couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Oh, Dad. After the laughter subsided, Satan noticed Alasha standing beside Biddy Lee, who nervously waved her hand. Hello, Mr. Satan. It's good to see you again. Alasha greeted cautiously. Ah, Alasha. Welcome. Welcome, Satan replied, then turned to his daughter, asking, My dear, why didn't you return with Mr. Bubulus and Mr. Palmer? And how is it that Alasha accompanied you? Mr. Bubulus? Mr. Palmer? Dad, who are you talking about? I have no idea who these two are, Biddy Lee questioned in confusion, her father's expression mirroring her bewilderment. What do you mean? Satan said, irritation creeping into his voice. I specifically sent those two agents to West City to bring you back. Biddy Lee's pupils dilated in sudden fear, an ominous premonition washing over her. Alasha, indignant, interjected, Mr. Satan, in that situation, how could those agents possibly be alive? The robots kill on sight and fire upon any living being. The lack of news from them likely means they have met with misfortune. Satan's complexion drained of color as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He looked down at his hands, envisioning them stained with invisible blood. His mind clearing in an instant. Good heavens, what have I done? I have unwittingly led two individuals to their doom. Satan lamented inwardly, then turned to his daughter. If that's the case, how did you and your friend return here? Before Alasha and Biddy Lee could respond, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. It was I who brought them here, Mr. Satan. Satan turned to see a figure he thought he would never encounter again. The Golden Warrior, one of the fighters who had participated in the Cell Games. Impossible. How could it be him? Could it truly be him? Satan's heart sank, and he involuntarily took a step back, overwhelmed by terror. You are that golden-haired kid from the Cell Games. Satan stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Son Gohan approached with a calm and stoic expression, steadily making his way toward the reigning champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. With each step he took, Satan's fear and unease deepened, his legs quaking slightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and body. He knew that if it weren't for his daughter and her friend standing nearby, he would have collapsed to the ground. Biddy Lee and Alasha noticed this scene, stepping aside to clear the path. They had never seen Satan so flustered, so frightened. He seemed like a completely different person. Is this truly the world champion? This so-called savior? He now appeared utterly terrified. When Gohan reached a safe distance in front of Satan, he calmly remarked, It has been a long time, Mr. Satan, hasn't it been several years? Satan trembled for a while, forcing himself to nod, responding, Yes, yes. Have you been eating well lately? Gohan inquired, his tone cold and the question peculiar, leaving Satan somewhat at a loss. What? Your meals. Have you been eating well lately? Gohan pressed further. Of course. I'm eating quite well, Satan replied, though he found the question strange. Why do you ask? Gohan interrupted seamlessly. I ask because at a crucial moment for the survival of Earth, you failed to show up. I thought perhaps you were suffering from your usual ailment, your stomach acting up at a critical time. The last time I saw you was when I was with my father. You remember, right? It was when he sacrificed himself to stop Cell. Gohan narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly stating, Or do you think this is some sort of charade? Satan's heart was in turmoil as he faced Gohan's aggressive questioning, utterly at a loss. Oh no, I've really messed up this time. What did I do to offend him? Satan lamented internally. What have I done? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Does he have family? He looks quite young. Wait a moment, he just mentioned his father? A voice echoed in his mind. The desperate cries of a child calling out for his father. You are. Satan weakly inquired, Which one of those golden-haired individuals are you? Without hesitation, Gohan replied calmly, Do you remember that child? That would be me. At that moment, Satan fully comprehended. What followed left Biddy Lee, Alasha, and even Gohan astounded. The ever-arrogant Mr. Satan suddenly buckled at the knees, kneeling down, weeping profusely, his head bowing to the ground as he humbly pleaded. I am truly sorry. I never anticipated things would escalate to this. After you defeated Cell, you all vanished, and everyone was relentlessly questioning me about it. The scene was utter chaos, and I had to provide them with an explanation. They needed a trustworthy hero, and everything unfolded so quickly that I didn't have time to consider. I never intended to keep it hidden until now. I swear I will never dare again. Please, have mercy on me. Biddy Lee and Alasha exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by Satan's heartfelt confession, while Biddy Lee felt anger towards her father for deceiving her and the world for 7 long years. A flicker of compassion also stirred within her. She understood that her father, like Gohan or any other person, had his flaws and weaknesses. He was not a perfect being. Dad, you really are a big jerk. Biddy Lee thought helplessly, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 82. A full expression of emotion. Satan knelt on the ground, awaiting judgment. But as he raised his gaze, he noticed Gohan extending a hand to assist him. I am not here for vengeance, Mr. Satan. I merely wish to have a conversation with you, Gohan stated kindly. Please, rise, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing these words, Satan instinctively grasped Gohan's hand and was gently pulled to his feet. The strength and control exhibited by this man, with an explosive hairstyle, filled Satan with awe. Who are you? Satan could not help but inquire. Gohan sighed and reverted to his original demeanor, responding, I am Son Gohan. Gohan smiled amicably, giving Satan's hand a gentle shake. Son? Satan muttered, seemingly struggling to recall where he had heard that name. It doesn't ring a bell. At that moment, Videl interjected, Come on, Dad. He is the new classmate I told you about. We attend the same high school. Satan slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, Oh right, it's that scrawny kid you mentioned. But there's more than that, Mr. Satan, Alasha added. Gohan is the previous champion of the martial arts tournament. The son of Son Goku. Son Goku? You mean that kid who performed those light tricks before my entrance? Satan instinctively turned to Gohan, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him. You do resemble him quite a bit, Satan remarked, to which Gohan nodded in agreement. Well then, young man, what brings you to me? Videl shot her father a fierce glare, her voice brimming with anger. We are here because I have learned the truth. Gohan is not only a Super Saiyan, but also the child who battled Cell in the Cell games. He is the Saiyan Superman. Those skills he taught me. The ones you always dismissed as mere smoke and mirrors. In her fervor, Videl raised her left hand, conjuring a sphere of energy, leaving her father astounded. How do you explain this? Videl challenged, her eyes daring. Does this look like a trick? You. Satan stammered, unable to fathom his daughter's display. I'm not trying to argue with you. Videl coldly huffed, dissipating the energy ball and crossing her arms. I once believed you were the strongest in the world, thinking that upon reaching your level, there would be no higher goals. But after training with Gohan these past few months, I've begun to feel deceived. You know how much I despise being misled. Satan, She raised her hand, interrupting her father, continuing, Stop. I've had enough of feeling deceived. I want you to tell me the truth. Dad, did you really defeat Cell? At that moment, Satan could no longer conceal the truth. The lies were fully exposed, and he could not continue to deceive his daughter. I'm sorry, Videl. I am just a failure, Satan admitted, lowering his head, his shoulders heavy with regret. From the moment you became aware, you believed your father to be the strongest man in the world. That feeling is unparalleled for a father, and I wanted to maintain that image for you. The Cell Games offered me a golden opportunity. I had planned to shine during the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament and prove to you that your father was indeed capable. Are you serious? Videl stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Yes, perhaps I overestimated myself, but at that time, Satan clenched his fists and resolutely declared, I promised the world that I would fight against the monster that plunged it into chaos. I could not go back on my word. I could not return home as a failure who had been knocked away 50 meters. Everyone was watching from their televisions, including you, in moments of madness and chaos. People desperately need a hero to look up to. So, I did everything I did. Every action I have taken over the years has been for you. I just wanted you to be proud of me. Alasha, standing nearby, listened to Satan's words, her heart stirred. Though she, like Videl, believed his actions were misguided, she began to grasp the depth of his motivations. Videl fell silent for a moment, contemplating her father's logic, beginning to dissect the absurdity within. Her face gradually flushed, rage boiling in her veins, her tone growing increasingly fierce. Proud. How could I feel pride under these circumstances? Yes, I once felt proud to be your daughter. Videl exclaimed with fury. I was proud to be the daughter of the world champion, the savior of Earth. I would not allow anyone to question you, for that was my honor too. To prove myself and uphold your glory, I even competed in the youth division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. But now it all feels utterly meaningless. My 7 years of life have been like living in a farce. As Videl spoke, tears nearly brimmed her eyes. Yet she did not cease her outpouring. You deceived me. Deceived everyone. For 7 years. For what? Money, fame, power? To hell with it all. I have suffered immensely these past 7 years. I have hardly any true friends. The people around me either seek me for ulterior motives or draw near for your wealth. The media constantly harasses me. I hardly have any personal life left. The only way I could escape was by joining the police on missions. And now I can't even do that. Videl screamed. I should have died long ago. Did you know that? Her words left everyone in shock. I have lived in your shadow, battling crime in your name, only to be assaulted by gangs and a damned assassin. How many times have I nearly lost my life in such situations? Yet, every time, Gohan has saved me at the crucial moment. It's laughable. I was so confident, thinking that being your daughter would grant me enough strength to face those armed thugs. I had always believed that, because my father promised he would never let me down. Videl. Videl pointed an accusatory finger at Satan, continuing in rage. Look at what you have done. You wove this web of lies and ensnared me within it. Do you think I can accept the fact that you have stolen others' glory? Did you ever consider that when exposed, it would ruin not only you, but also my future? What is there to be proud of, Mr. Satan? Videl turned away, unable to face anyone else, silently beginning to weep. Alasha pulled her into an embrace, softly comforting her. Don't be upset, Videl, let it all out. At that moment, Satan longed to console his despondent daughter, but Alasha shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to remain silent. Chapter 83. Kakarot unbeknownst to anyone. A small insect-like machine silently entered the room, resting against the wall, observing the kitchen bar. Mr. Satan took a step back, visibly distressed. Gohan gently patted his shoulder, advising, give Videl some space. She has endured so much today and needs time to recover. Mr. Satan, feeling despondent, lowered his head. Gohan instructed Erasa to take Videl to the restroom to compose herself, and she promptly complied. Mr. Satan slumped into a kitchen chair, consumed by regret, murmuring to himself, I truly am a fool. I have ruined everything. Videl will never forgive me. She will despise me and may even leave my side. Gohan rationally comforted him. She is merely upset at the moment, Mr. Satan. It is a natural human reaction. In the short span of 3 hours since the invasion by Cooler, so much has transpired. She will be all right soon. After all, you will always be her father. Aliens. Yes, she must be terrified. Mr. Satan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Just a short while ago, one of their classmates and friends had been slain before her eyes by an extraterrestrial. Gohan's tone turned somber as he continued. Yes. Shatner was killed. Mr. Satan, running his fingers through his wild hair, could not restrain a low curse. Damn. Shatner. I treated him like my own son. He sighed deeply. My daughter always saw him as a brother. She must be heartbroken. No wonder she is so angry. If we were to assign blame, it would be mine. Gohan silently bore the weight of guilt in his heart. Before long, Erasa returned with Videl, who appeared somewhat calmer, yet steadfastly avoided looking at her father. Videl stated firmly, I intend to stay at Erasa's house for a few weeks. This is not up for discussion. Under normal circumstances, Mr. Satan would have vehemently opposed, but hearing the pain concealed within her voice, he refrained from arguing. Gohan surveyed the expressions of everyone present, inhaling deeply as he contemplated what to say next. Now, I shall recount our story. It is rather lengthy, but I will endeavor to be concise, he said, his expression grave. The others nodded, and Gohan began his narrative. Decades ago, there existed a distant planet beyond our solar system known as Planet Vegeta, home to a warrior race called the Scions. As Gohan spoke, the Earthlings in the room were left in astonishment. The Scions were a naturally combative race, growing stronger through fierce battles. They possessed great power, but were often unruly, leading them down a path of conquest. Gohan elaborated on the characteristics of the Scions, causing Videl, Erasa, and Mr. Satan to pale in response. The Scions were ruled by King Vegeta and his lineage. They were also enslaved by another galactic empire, the tyrant of which was Frisia. The alien I previously vanquished was none other than his long-lost brother, Cooler. Erasa's face reflected disbelief, struggling to grasp that the Scions were extraterrestrial. Mr. Satan and Videl, however, seemed somewhat calmer. Mr. Satan had long suspected that those golden-haired warriors were not ordinary Earthlings. Huh, I knew those fellows were not from Earth, he thought triumphantly, striking his palm. Videl pondered quietly, realizing that the Scions were indeed aliens. It made sense now. One day, Frisia learned of an ancient Scion prophecy that spoke of a once-in-a-millennium Scion warrior destined to be born with unprecedented power. This prophecy instilled hope in the Scions, who believed this legendary figure would lead their race to rise against Frisia and reclaim their freedom. Frisia, feeling threatened, gathered nearly all the Scions on planet Vegeta and subsequently obliterated the entire planet, nearly exterminating the Scion race. Upon hearing this, Erasa, Mr. Satan, and Videl felt a complex mix of emotions. They mourned the slaughter of Gohan's ancestors, but found solace in the thought that there must be survivors. Otherwise, the subsequent events could not have unfolded. However, unbeknownst to Frisia, prior to the destruction of planet Vegeta, a Scion spaceship was dispatched to Earth, landing deep within Mount Pozu. Inside the ship was a young boy named Kakarot. Kakarot? Videl and Erasa stumbled over the peculiar name. Yes, Kakarot, Gohan confirmed, nodding. The ship was discovered by an elderly man living in the mountains, who ultimately adopted Kakarot, raising him as his own grandson. This elderly man was named Son Gohan, my great-grandfather. He brought this pure-blooded Scion infant home and bestowed upon him a new name, Son Goku. Oh, no wonder I could not find your information in the database, Videl exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. The records indicated that Son Gohan passed away many years ago. Initially, I did not understand, but now it is clear. You inherited your great-grandfather's name. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan expressed his confusion, muttering to himself, how could anyone be named Kakarot? It sounds so strange. Erasa shrugged, adding, I find it a bit awkward as well. When Gohan mentioned Goku's original name, she still felt it was odd. Shaking his head, Gohan continued, in any case, Kakarot, who later became Son Goku, was quite volatile in his youth, due to his spaceship's programming directing him to eliminate the inhabitants of Earth, combined with his naturally aggressive disposition. Until one day, he fell from a cliff and suffered a severe head injury. Fortunately, he survived. However, this incident erased his violent tendencies and memories of his home planet, allowing his grandfather Gohan to nurture him into the cheerful, lovable person we know today. Indeed, it is fortunate your father fell as a child. Had he continued in that aggressive manner, who knows what would have transpired? Videl mused thoughtfully, and the others nodded in agreement. Gohan smiled and concurred. Yes, I too believe that incident was a blessing. However, the story takes a tragic turn. My great-grandfather Gohan passed away when my father was 8, leaving him to fend for himself for 4 years. Oh, poor child. Erasa lamented, with Videl and Mr. Satan expressing their sympathy for young Goku's past. Gohan's grandfather left behind a memento to comfort his soul, an orange sphere containing 4 red stars. The Dragon Balls. Videl and Erasa exclaimed in unison. Mr. Satan looked at them, then turned to Gohan, utterly perplexed. What on earth are Dragon Balls? He wondered. Chapter 84. A legendary life indeed. It is the Dragon Ball. Gohan affirmed with a nod, as his great-grandfather always treasured it dearly. One fateful day, a blue-haired girl arrived at his father's abode. He encountered Bulma, and through her explanations, he grasped the true significance of this keepsake. From that moment on, his father's life underwent a profound transformation. Gohan then regaled Alasha, Sharpener, and Mr. Satan with the adventurous tales of young Goku and Bulma as they sought the Dragon Balls. He recounted some pivotal episodes, such as Goku's clash with Emperor Pilaf, his encounter with Master Roshi, and his rigorous training alongside Krillin in preparation for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Subsequently, he shifted his narrative to how his father reclaimed the 4-star Dragon Ball from the nefarious Red Ribbon Army, particularly highlighting his audacious assault on Muscle Tower, which enthralled Alasha and the others. He also mentioned Goku's fierce duel with Tenshinhan during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Finally, Gohan narrated the harrowing events surrounding the arrival of Demon King Piccolo, culminating in the climactic showdown between Goku and Piccolo at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, chronicling Goku's evolution into a martial arts master. It was needless to say that the trio was utterly captivated, especially Alasha and Videl. Mr. Satan expressed genuine interest in Goku's life story, yet he remained somewhat resistant to the concept of ki and similar techniques. unbeknownst to the young listeners. Every time Gohan mentioned the character of Tao Pai Pai from the Red Ribbon Army, Mr. Satan's face exhibited a hint of discomfort. Silently, he absorbed the tale of this legendary figure, perceiving Goku as an extraterrestrial who had always regarded himself as a denizen of Earth. Beginning his solitary existence at the tender age of 4, he inadvertently became embroiled in a treasure-hunting escapade with a wealthy girl, ultimately blossoming into a martial arts prodigy, while also saving the Earth on several occasions. However, fame and fortune seemed to hold little significance for Goku, for his existence was dedicated to the relentless pursuit of enhancing his prowess as a warrior. Mr. Satan found Goku to be an enigma, yet he harbored admiration and even a tinge of envy for this legendary individual's outlook on life. At the very least, his son still took immense pride in his father, tirelessly sharing tales of his exploits, while he himself had inadvertently incurred his daughter's resentment. Wow, your father's legendary experiences are truly remarkable, Gohan, Alasha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Videl could not help but interject, indeed, how wonderful it would be to meet this legendary figure of martial arts. And receiving his guidance would be even more perfect. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm for his father, Gohan chuckled softly. Hee, I'm certain my dad would be quite fond of you all. Gohan replied with a grin. Videl, if he were still around, he might very well take you on as a disciple. Really? Videl's face brightened with a glimmer of hope. Absolutely. I believe he would be more than willing to teach you. Honestly, your passion for martial arts reminds me so much of my father's spirit back in the day. Gohan reflected, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips as he turned to glance behind Videl. A faint blush crept across Videl's cheeks, which did not escape the notice of Alasha and Mr. Satan. Gohan, what role did you play in this story? Mr. Satan interjected, eager for Gohan to continue his tale. Ah, right, Gohan said, feeling a tad embarrassed as he regained his focus. It all began when I was 4 years old. Gohan commenced recounting his journey from a child to a golden warrior. He spoke of the day he was abducted by his long-lost uncle Raditz, who sought to leverage him as a pawn to compel Goku's allegiance. Raditz demanded that Goku eliminate 100 Earthlings and bring back their bodies. Consequently, Goku joined forces with Piccolo to confront Raditz, sacrificing his own life to ensure Piccolo could defeat his brother. The trio was left utterly speechless after hearing Gohan's tale, their minds reeling from the revelations. Particularly, Mr. Satan couldn't help but visualize Videl and Gohan's predicament, a shiver coursing through him. Videl turned to Gohan, unable to contain her curiosity. Wait a moment, is this what you were hinting at earlier? The warrior race, they are the Scionts. The countries they destroyed refer to those planets, correct? Yes, Gohan nodded. At the time, I was merely drawing a comparison, but there was indeed a kernel of truth in it. I hadn't quite figured out how to convey this to you, fearing you might not be able to accept it all at once. All right. Videl reluctantly accepted his explanation. So, your story with Piccolo begins here, right? As Gohan pondered how much she truly understood, he continued recounting his experiences, briefly touching upon the 6 months he spent training alone in the wilderness, followed by 6 months of combat training with Demon King Piccolo. The purpose of the training was to prepare for the impending threat, as 2 Scions were en route to Earth, seeking the Dragon Balls. I knew it, Videl exclaimed. The alien invasion incident in East City was indeed real. It was not merely a conspiracy theory. Gohan was abducted twice. By the way, where was your mother during all this? Alasha could not help but inquire. Alasha, Gohan's tone turned grave, cautioning her to choose her words wisely. Ah, my apologies, please continue, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Gohan then narrated how they fought valiantly against Nappa, where he, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and even Piccolo found themselves utterly outmatched. Ultimately, it was Goku's extraordinary training in another realm that enabled him to return and possess the strength to contend with Nappa. Upon discovering Piccolo's connection to the Dragon Balls and the Guardian, Vegeta eliminated Nappa before engaging Goku in battle. Gradually, Vegeta gained the upper hand. But Gohan and his companions worked together to exhaust the prince, ultimately leading to his defeat. Goku spared Vegeta, allowing him to escape Earth, marking a temporary end to the conflict. My goodness, Alasha gasped. You were only 5 years old at that time? I was playing house in kindergarten. Gohan nodded, silently reminiscing about his early experiences. Chapter 85. A once-in-a-millennium encounter. He continued his tale, recounting the events on the planet Namek. Vegeta journeyed to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, while Frieza and his army had already begun their plunder, intent on acquiring the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wish for eternal life. In the struggle for the Dragon Balls, Krillin, himself, and an unwilling ally, Vegeta, found themselves battling Frieza's henchmen. At that moment, Frieza dispatched his elite squad, the Ginyu Force, who caused them considerable trouble. "You traveled to outer space as a child?" The three exclaimed in unison. Gohan could only scratch his head in embarrassment, smiling sheepishly. "Ah, yes," Gohan replied, somewhat awkwardly. "What was Goku doing at that time, Gohan? Why wasn't he with you when you faced those aliens?" Biddy asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Dad was recovering from injuries sustained in his previous battle with Vegeta. Fortunately, a friend brought him some senza beans just in time to heal him, Gohan explained. Dr. Brief helped Dad repair his spaceship, and he arrived on Namek a few days later. During that time, he underwent grueling training under a gravity 100 times that of Earth. When he finally arrived, he saved us just in time and immediately took on the Ginyu Force. Alasha, Satan, and Biddy leaned forward in astonishment, their minds racing with the revelation of gravity 100 times that of Earth. Things grew even more complicated when Ginyu managed to switch bodies with Goku, forcing them to confront this enemy who occupied Goku's form. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they deceived Ginyu and restored Goku to his injured body. Vegeta swiftly placed Goku into a healing chamber known as a medical pod, while they hurried to gather the remaining Dragon Balls and summon Shenron, ultimately reviving Piccolo. Yet, just as the final wish was about to be granted, the Grand Elder of Namek passed away, causing Shenron to vanish as well. To make matters worse, Frieza tracked down Gohan, Vegeta, and Krillin, and an intense battle ensued. "So, you confronted that terrifying alien head-on? What was the outcome?" Satan asked nervously. "We fought with all our might, but Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond our capabilities. With each transformation, his strength grew exponentially, crushing us relentlessly. In the end, he mercilessly tortured Prince Vegeta to death, and even crushed Krillin from a distance. If it weren't for my father, we would have likely perished," Gohan said, furrowing his brow. "I think I see a pattern," Biddy interjected. "You mean your father always shows up at the last critical moment to save the day, right?" Gohan sighed. "I've noticed that too. Is it really like that?" Alasha asked curiously. "You could say that." Gohan paused before continuing. When Goku initially faced Frieza, it was evident that Frieza was toying with him. Even with the Kaioken times 20, he couldn't defeat Frieza. Ultimately, he decided to gamble everything and unleash the Spirit Bomb, successfully bringing Frieza down. At first, everyone believed Frieza was dead. However, he soon reappeared, severely injuring Piccolo, which led to Krillin's death. And then he turned his attention to Gohan. "My heavens, he sounds incredibly ruthless. That Frieza truly seems to be a monster, just like his brutal brother," Alasha exclaimed indignantly. "I believe their entire family is vile," Biddy scoffed, recalling their previous encounters, filled with ruthless killers who took pleasure in destruction and suffering. "Mr. Satan turned to Gohan and said, "The fact that you can stand here now indicates that you and your friends emerged victorious in that battle. How did your father ultimately deal with him?" Gohan replied, "He became enraged. When Dad saw Uncle Piccolo lying on the ground, barely alive, and witnessed Frieza killing his dear friend while attempting to attack me, all those events combined inflicted immense pain upon him, which culminated in boundless fury. It was this very anger that awakened a power that comes once in a millennium." Gohan took a deep breath, adjusting his focus, and suddenly let out a low growl, his aura surging dramatically. In that instant, his hair transformed to a golden hue, his eyes shifted to a vibrant green, enveloping him in a blazing golden light. To Earthlings, this is known as a Super Saiyan. However, throughout the universe, it holds another title, Super Saiyan. Biddy, having gained a deeper understanding of Gohan's experiences, remarked, "It is indeed a cycle of cause and effect. That villain intended to torment you, only to reap the consequences of his own actions. The legend has become reality, and Mr. Goku has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Let me guess, did your father send you away first so he could teach Frieza a lesson?" Upon hearing Biddy's accurate guess, Gohan turned towards her, feeling a newfound respect for her. He gradually reverted from his Super Saiyan state, returning to his normal appearance. "Ah, yes. You guessed correctly." Gohan chuckled, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Then I flew back to find Bulma. Thankfully, Uncle Piccolo was still alive, and we successfully escaped using the Dragon Balls from Earth. My dad did defeat Frieza, but it was ultimately someone else who delivered the final blow. Unfortunately, Namek eventually exploded. But later we used Namek's Dragon Balls to locate a new habitable planet, allowing the Namekians to settle down. Gohan concluded his account of the Namekian saga. What an exhilarating tale. I never anticipated such an incredible story, Biddy marveled. Had I not witnessed that villain Kula earlier, I would have thought you were spinning a fanciful yarn. I concur, Satan chimed in. Wow, I can't believe I've become friends with such a handsome and powerful alien hero. Alasha exclaimed, drawing a sharp glare from Biddy. Thank you for the compliment. Gohan said, blushing slightly. Before clarifying to Alasha, I must correct you. I am not strictly an alien. My father is, being a scion, while my mother is a true earthling. But you have a tail and can transform like other warriors. Satan pointed out, isn't that still considered alien? Not quite, as I was born and raised on Earth, just like you. I am undoubtedly an earthling, possessing merely half scion genes, which could be considered a new race, Gohan explained. I see. So that is how the name Scion Superhuman came about. You are truly clever. Alasha exclaimed, winking at Gohan. Cough, cough, Satan cleared his throat. It seems we've strayed a bit off course. Gohan, why don't you tell us about that fellow Cell? Where did he come from? What exactly is he? Chapter 86. From the future, Gohan's expression suddenly turned grave, and both Satan, Erasa, and Biddy could not help but feel a surge of tension. It was evident that the memories of the Cell games still cast an indelible shadow over Gohan's heart, a fact they could all perceive. Gradually, Gohan relaxed his demeanor and began to recount the tale. To address this question, I must first elucidate some other matters. Gohan turned to Erasa and Biddy, asking, do you remember Trunks? Of course, he is Bulma's son. Why do you ask? Biddy inquired, curiosity piqued. What if I told you that Trunks' father is Prince Vegeta? Satan, Erasa, and Biddy all gasped in astonishment. You can't be serious. Isn't that guy the Scion who once sought to destroy Earth? Biddy exclaimed, incredulously pondering how Bulma could have married such a man and borne him a child. Gohan chuckled softly, saying, according to Aunt Bulma, they initially held disdain for one another, constantly vying against each other. Gradually, sparks began to fly between them. It's a mutual attraction. I suppose. That does not seem too far-fetched, Erasa nodded, acknowledging that emotions can often be inexplicable. Indeed, in any case, Trunks is the son of Bulma and Vegeta, Gohan reiterated. But what if I told you that the Super Saiyan who vanquished Frieza is none other than Trunks? That is impossible, Erasa retorted immediately. He looks no older than 8, and you were only 5 at that time. Actually, I was 6, Gohan corrected with a smile. The events transpired a year after my return to Earth. Have you ever considered that time travel is entirely feasible? You mean a future Trunks suddenly appeared? Biddy raised an eyebrow, teasingly questioning. Precisely, your intellect is sharp, Gohan nodded. In fact, Cell also hails from the future. This is unbelievable. We are still in the nascent stages of space travel, so how could time travel be possible? Satan interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. Gohan smiled faintly as he began to narrate the events surrounding the androids and the chain of occurrences that ultimately led to the Cell games. Future Trunks originated from a timeline where his world was utterly devastated by androids. In that realm, Goku succumbed to a heart disease caused by a virus, rendering the Dragon Balls useless for his resurrection. At that time, only 2 androids were released, a black-haired young man, Android 17, and a blonde girl, Android 18. On the surface, they appeared as ordinary humans, yet both had undergone extraordinary modifications, implanted with combat data from the planet's mightiest warriors. Their boundless stamina posed an immense threat to Earth. Why didn't your companions stop these androids? Satan inquired, intrigued. They fought with all their might to prevent it, but ultimately failed, Gohan said, closing his eyes, his expression somber. Tien, Piccolo, Yamchu, Krillin, and even Super Saiyan Vegeta all fell to the androids. And you, Gohan? Erasa pressed, with Biddy following suit in her gaze. I mean, the future you. The future me resisted fiercely, clinging desperately to the faintest flicker of hope. At that time, the future me took future Trunks as a disciple, training him much like Piccolo trained me. Alas, in a bid to save future Trunks, I lost an arm, ultimately facing the androids alone, which led to my demise. By the time Trunks found me, I was merely a lifeless body in a pool of blood. Satan and Erasa gasped in unison. Oh my! Erasa covered her mouth, incredulous. That is truly horrific. Biddy's thoughts seemed to drift into that future world. Gohan, did you really die in the future? She found it unbearable to accept, unwilling to envision such a reality. In her heart, this Gohan was the hero who fought valiantly to save the world. This cannot be, Biddy exclaimed. If the future you described truly occurred, how could our present exist as it does? Gohan shook his head, explaining, time travel is not as straightforward as one might envision, Biddy. In actuality, when an individual travels to the past, they enter a parallel universe, one that resembles their original world but also diverges in significant ways. That sounds complicated. I cannot grasp it all at once, Biddy admitted, bewildered. Apologies. Gohan scratched his head sheepishly, striving to simplify his explanation. You might perceive it this way. Whenever a significant decision arises, the timeline bifurcates into different futures. For instance, my father's death from heart disease belongs to the original timeline. When future Trunks arrived in our timeline and brought medication to my father, it prevented his death. Consequently, subsequent events diverged from future Trunks' world, which is his future, not ours. But the current you can defeat Cell. Why couldn't your future self accomplish the same? Biddy questioned, puzzled. Aren't you all the same person? No, Gohan replied solemnly. The future me and the present me are not the same. What do you mean? Biddy asked, intrigued. The Gohan from that timeline did not undergo the comprehensive training I received in this timeline. He struggled to survive in a ravaged world, where the enemies could easily overpower him with less than half their strength. He had no chance. Less than half. Erasa and Biddy shivered at the thought. Though the future me may share the same name, lineage, and some similar experiences, there are few other similarities. He is he, and I am I. We are entirely distinct individuals, Gohan concluded. I see, Biddy whispered. Gohan, what about Cell? Mr. Satan inquired. Is he also from that future timeline? Yes and no, Gohan replied. And then he proceeded to explain the origins of Cell. Chapter 87. The origin of Cell according to future Trunks' understanding from the perfect form of Cell. He hails from an alternate timeline. In that timeline, Trunks successfully defeated the androids and intended to return to his own timeline to share the joyous news. However, on his way to the time machine, Cell ambushed and killed him, then jumped back to a year prior to the attack on South City, reverting to his larval state and burying himself underground for approximately 4 years until the androids were awakened. Thus, is Cell's emergence related to future Trunks? Mr. Satan scratched his head in confusion, pondering the potential consequences of casually altering the past and future. Well, you make a valid point, Gohan nodded in agreement. Goodness. Gohan, your life is truly thrilling. No wonder you rarely mention it, Videl remarked softly. Even if I wanted to share, you wouldn't believe me, Gohan chuckled before continuing. After Goku defeated Frieza and returned to Earth, Trunks brought him medicine and warned him about the impending assault from 2 androids in South City. However, due to Trunks' interference in the timeline, the resulting models became Android 19 and Android 20, the latter being none other than Dr. Gero, the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. Wait, the Red Ribbon Army? Isn't that the organization your father took down? Videl couldn't help but inquire. Indeed. Gohan confirmed with a nod. So, Cell is also considered part of the android series? Erasa asked. Gohan explained, strictly speaking, Cell is a bioengineered android. Does that mean Cell was created by the Red Ribbon Army as revenge against Goku? Videl queried. Yes, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Goku and his companions trained rigorously for 3 years in preparation for the date and location future Trunks had mentioned. When the day arrived, they gathered at the site to confront the androids. Goku engaged one of them, initially gaining the upper hand until he succumbed to a heart condition, gradually losing his advantage. At a critical moment, Vegeta arrived, transforming into a Super Saiyan and defeating Android 19. Seeing his plans unravel, Dr. Gero fled back to his secret laboratory and activated androids 17 and 18. However, these 2 exhibited extreme rebelliousness, completely disregarding Dr. Gero's commands, even activating android 16 and ultimately killing Drive Gero himself. So, you were facing those androids. What term do you use for them? Your choice of words seems a bit awkward, Mr. Satan inquired. Androids. We've always referred to them as such, Gohan replied. Right, androids. So at that time, while you were contending with those ruthless androids, you also had to deal with Cell absorbing human essence everywhere, correct? Mr. Satan confirmed. Indeed. Initially, we were unaware of Cell's existence until he began absorbing human bodies and energy, at which point the situation became clearer, Gohan explained. Moreover, the androids emitted no energy signature, making them extremely difficult to track, which consumed most of our time. It wasn't until Piccolo encountered Cell that we learned about him. I truly cannot comprehend why he would do such things, Videl remarked. her scalp tingling with unease. Well, this brings us to Cell's cellular structure, Gohan continued. Cell is a biological android designed to be the ultimate life form, Dr. Gero's crowning achievement. Within him resides the DNA of the strongest warriors recorded by Dr. Gero, including my father, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, and several other powerful beings. By absorbing others, he becomes stronger, but at that time, Cell was incomplete. He required two crucial components to achieve what he deemed his perfect form. Two crucial components? What does that mean? Erasa inquired, puzzled. I don't know either, Mr. Satan shrugged helplessly. Videl pondered and tentatively suggested, those two crucial components must be those two androids, right? You are correct, Videl. Gohan smiled and nodded. Cell came from the future to absorb androids 17 and 18. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, he ultimately succeeded. To showcase his perfect power, Cell decided to stage a performance for the world before annihilating Earth. Thus, the entire Cell games were set in motion. Mr. Satan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Gohan replied solemnly. What remarkable stories unfolded during the Cell games? Erasa pressed for more details. Gohan and Mr. Satan exchanged glances, and Gohan said, "Why don't you share your version first? I'll fill in the remaining details." Very well, Mr. Satan nodded repeatedly. At that time, I was accompanied by a film crew. I didn't believe his terrifying tricks and boldly declared that I would take him down myself. I charged in with a flying kick, followed by a series of heavy punches. But this guy didn't budge an inch. In the end, I had to resort to my ultimate move, the explosive punch. Hearing this account, Videl couldn't help but roll her eyes and asked, "Oh? And what happened next?" Cell swatted me away with a single hand, sending me crashing into a mountain, Mr. Satan admitted dejectedly. Erasa turned away, desperately stifling her laughter. Videl sighed, not out of pity for her father's defeat by Cell, but rather at the absurdity of his long-standing storytelling. Gohan patted Mr. Satan on the shoulder, offering comfort. Hey, don't be disheartened. It takes tremendous courage to stand up for humanity's safety and challenge Cell. Many ordinary people wouldn't dare to do what you did. I was also quite frightened when I entered the fray. I wasn't as fearless as you and charged him like my father. So, don't underestimate yourself. Mr. Satan offered Gohan a sincere smile, saying, "Thank you, Gohan. Hearing you say that truly moves me." Erasa steadied her emotions, then, along with Videl, turned to Gohan, awaiting his elaboration on the details of that day. Gohan and the others arrived at the arena, and the day of the duel with Cell had finally come. The decisive battle was imminent. On the stage, Goku stepped into the arena, transforming into the Super Saiyan form he had mastered. In the fierce battle, apart from Gohan, the Dragon Ball warriors struggled to keep pace with the speed of Goku and Cell. At that time, both Gohan and Goku had not only reached the Super Saiyan realm through training, but had also fully mastered this form, making their strengths appear evenly matched. As the battle reached its peak, Goku charged his Kamehameha wave and instantaneously moved beside Cell, nearly obliterating his upper body. However, utilizing Piccolo's cells, Cell regenerated his body almost instantaneously. At this point, Goku's stamina was nearly depleted, forcing him to concede. As a child, I never understood why Uncle Goku fought so valiantly only to suddenly give up, Erasa recalled, puzzled. The reason is simple. At that moment, my father had exerted all his strength, yet Cell had not revealed his full power. Cell possessed Saiyan genes and relished the thrill of battle, thus deliberately prolonging the fight. My father was well aware he couldn't defeat him and had already planned to concede, Gohan explained. Chapter 88. Ruthless and unyielding. Had he been plotting this all along? Are you suggesting that Uncle Wukong intentionally conceded? What could his plan possibly be? Before Alasha could finish her thought, she suddenly realized. Simultaneously, Bidalai recalled the scenes from the Cell games that she had witnessed during a live broadcast years ago. Wait, was it you at that time? Gohan nodded, affirming their suspicions. Well, I suspect that my father had already discerned my approach to surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold back then. He likely intended for me to familiarize myself with Cell's techniques, strategies, and style through our battle, so that I would be adequately prepared when facing him. He was also well aware that, once I was enraged, I might unleash that dormant power. Gohan continued. So, that was when you erupted? Bidalai recalled the moment Bulma had mentioned, when Gohan transformed after Shapna's death. What triggered your complete outburst? Let us put it this way. While my father may not have directly defeated Cell, if he hadn't been present at that time, it's quite likely that we wouldn't be standing here today. Gohan offered a faint smile towards Satan. Alasha and Bidalai exchanged glances, then turned to Gohan. Their faces etched with surprise and a hint of confusion. Gohan, what do you mean by that? They asked in unison. Gohan began recounting the battle with Cell, vividly remembering how his father had intentionally given Cell a senzu bean prior to the fight, restoring his strength to its peak. At that moment, I told Cell that I didn't want to fight him, as it seemed utterly meaningless, and I had no desire to kill him. Gohan recalled, but if you force my hand, my power would escalate to the point where I could indeed kill you. To Gohan's surprise, Cell became intrigued, believing that a greater power would pose a more formidable challenge. Thus, he commenced to ruthlessly assault Gohan, compelling him to unleash his full potential. However, this tactic proved ineffective, leading Cell to consider that perhaps harming Gohan's friends might yield better results. Consequently, Cell summoned his offspring, Little Cell, to torment the Z fighters. At that juncture, it was my turn to intervene, Mr. Satan declared. The tall, red-skinned android suddenly burst onto the scene. He lunged forward, fiercely embracing Cell. I couldn't quite hear what he said, but it seemed as though he intended to perish alongside Cell. The bald-headed man nearby panicked, exclaiming that such an action was unacceptable. As for their conversation, I couldn't make it out clearly. Cell mocked him openly, and I watched helplessly as Cell reduced him to mere fragments, his parts scattered everywhere. When Bulma repaired Android 16, she had already disarmed the bomb within him, Gohan added, recalling what Krillin had said about that incident. Indeed, Gohan is correct, Satan continued. In any case, both my filming crew and I began to feel a sense of retreat, wondering whether we should continue participating in the Cell games. I wanted to stay, yet my body urged me to flee. At that moment, the decapitated android called out to me, requesting that this champion toss his head beside Gohan, claiming he had something to convey. Frankly, it was the most terrifying thing I have ever done. However, if I fled, I would despise myself, especially knowing that a child was fighting desperately, while my own child was watching from home. Satan's words carried a note of earnestness, as he hoped Bidalai would comprehend his sentiments. Listening to her father's explanation, Bidalai felt a tumult of emotions. While she remained angry with him, she at least recognized that he was not entirely deceitful. In critical moments, Satan had proven to be a man of responsibility. However, this did not alter the events that transpired after Cell's defeat. Android 16 once told me that some enemies cannot be reasoned with. Fighting for justice is not a sin. Gohan recalled that moment, speaking slowly. He urged me to wield my anger as a weapon and to cease suppressing myself. He also mentioned that as an android, he had learned to cherish nature and animals, imploring me to protect them, for they needed me. Gohan's voice grew softer, and then, Cell stood before me, crushing his own head beneath his foot. Oh my! Alasha gasped, covering her mouth in shock. What a monster, Bidalai muttered under her breath. That must have been a significant blow to you, wasn't it? Gohan closed his eyes, nodding gently. You know, Android 17 is now the guardian of Monster Island, while Android 18 has embraced the role of a devoted wife. And all of this change stemmed from Android 16. His death was akin to unshackling a burden within my heart, and that anger surged forth, just as it does today. At that moment, I transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. No wonder the cameras malfunctioned. Your power was so immense that it obliterated them, Alasha exclaimed in realization. Indeed, it must have been so. Bidalai inquired, what transpired once you transformed? Gohan then recounted how he retrieved Krillin's senzu bean from Cell and mercilessly dealt with the little cells, saving all of his companions. Following that, he confronted Cell with overwhelming strength. Even as Cell exerted himself to the utmost, he was no match for Gohan at that time. When Cell unleashed his Kamehameha, Gohan's Kamehameha utterly overwhelmed him, nearly rendering Cell severely injured, while Gohan was merely toying with him. Gohan's expression gradually darkened as he narrated the events, his tone becoming increasingly grave. Gohan, Alasha cautiously called out, didn't you just say that you dominated Cell effortlessly? You wouldn't imply. Gohan fell silent. Bidalai turned to Satan, who wore a look of concern, then glanced back at Gohan's composed yet stern visage, feeling an unsettling sense of disquiet. She suddenly recalled Gohan mentioning his past mistakes and the death of his father, sensing a connection between the two events. Gohan, you didn't kill Cell immediately, did you? Bidalai asked softly. Gohan slowly shook his head, the painful memories buried deep within his heart resurfacing once more. Why not? Bidalai pressed further. After transforming, my demeanor shifted as well, That state rendered me cold and unfeeling. At that moment, Cell enraged me, and my thoughts were consumed with how to exact revenge on him, rather than simply eliminating him. I wanted him to experience the agony he had inflicted upon me and my friends. Gohan lowered his gaze, his tone tinged with bitterness. My father repeatedly urged me to finish him off quickly, to seize the moment. But I couldn't hear him. I thought, why should I? Cell had tormented us relentlessly. Now that I had the opportunity, why shouldn't I repay him in kind? Gohan noticed that all three before him were transfixed, even feeling a sense of discomfort from the pressure he unconsciously exuded. He took a moment to regain his composure and continued. After enough playing around, I no longer held back. I delivered a powerful kick to Cell's abdomen, forcing him to regurgitate Android 18 and revert to his second form. At this juncture, my father once again advised me to conclude the battle swiftly. Then, Gohan's voice faltered. Then, he closed his eyes, his fists tightening, his voice trembling slightly. I can't continue. What exactly transpired? I pressed on. I caused my father's death. Gohan choked, tears streaming down his cheeks. Father died. All because of me. What? Both Bidalai and Ilasha shouted simultaneously. In a moment of desperation, Sheru began to expand rapidly, intending to detonate the earth. I remained motionless, merely observing his relentless inflation. Gohan lamented painfully. I clearly had the power to prevent all of this, yet I failed to act. Had it not been for my father instantaneously transporting Sheru away, we would have perished in the explosion. He took Sheru to another location, only to be consumed by the ensuing blast. Chapter 89. Simplicity and humility. As Gohan continued to pour out his feelings, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. I was so arrogant, so foolish. How could I have neglected the imminent danger just to torment that guy? Gohan berated himself in anger, tugging at his hair, his body trembling slightly. If I had eliminated Cell sooner, my father would not have died. He could still be here with everyone. My mother wouldn't have lost her husband, and Goten would still have his father by his side. But I ruined everything. Gohan's breakdown left Erasa and Satan utterly astonished. The once robust and optimistic youth bore an immense internal burden, one that deeply moved Videl. She finally glimpsed the true Gohan, a boy haunted by trauma, guilt, and regret. She began to realize that he was not perfect. He was merely an ordinary person. In Gohan's moment of despair, Erasa stepped forward and gently embraced him, much like she had comforted Videl earlier, softly patting his back. Gohan, you have done your utmost, she reassured him. I believe your father would be proud of everything you have done for him and for everyone. You are right, Satan nodded in agreement. Any father would take pride in you. If you were my son, I would feel the same. Mr. Satan, trust me, Uncle Goku would not blame you. He chose to sacrifice himself because he understood you were still just a child. You should not have to bear the burdens imposed by your family and friends. Videl calmly stated. Moreover, Cell's existence was a consequence of his own actions, so his sacrifice was also to protect you. But, Gohan began, only to be interrupted as Videl tossed a towel at his face, urging him to wipe it. No more buts. Uncle Goku's death is not your fault, Gohan. You have been weighed down by guilt for so long. It is time to learn to let go. Gohan looked at the towel and slowly wiped his face. Taking a deep breath. Sigh, I don't know if I can truly let go, but I will try. He nearly forgot to mention, later, Cell was resurrected. What? Both Erasa and Videl exclaimed simultaneously. How could he survive after self-detonation? Videl asked, astonished. As long as a single cell remains, Cell can regenerate from any injury. Furthermore, due to his Scion genes, each time he recovers from the brink of death, his power significantly increases. Thus, when he was revived, he returned in his perfect form. No longer needing to absorb Android 18, Gohan explained. Then how did you deal with him afterward? Erasa inquired. I faced Cell in a Kamehameha duel. Initially, it was quite challenging, as one of my arms was severely injured at the time. Ultimately, thanks to Vegeta's assistance, I managed to deliver a decisive blow that completely annihilated Cell. Gohan recounted his past. Wow, Erasa marveled. You were only about 10 years old then. Yet you achieved so much. What did you feel after that complete victory? It was somewhat bittersweet, Gohan answered sincerely. Afterward, we sought healing and used the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. However, my father felt that during his life, he constantly attracted enemies. So he decided to remain in the afterlife. That encapsulates my entire experience. What do you think? Gohan asked. I feel like I need to lie down for a while. That was quite a lot of information. Satan rubbed his temples. I'm in agreement, Videl nodded. Erasa, hands on her hips, glared at them. Can you both take this seriously? Gohan isn't asking that. The blonde girl turned to Gohan, smiling as she said, regardless of your past, in my eyes, you are still that shy and endearing boy from class 2 months ago. Beyond that, I now see you as a brave hero. Gohan smiled faintly and replied, thank you, Erasa. Knowing that you are not afraid of me brings me great joy. What is there to fear? Videl crossed her arms. Gohan turned to her, and she continued, stop viewing yourself as a monster. But, there are no buts. You have extraterrestrial blood, so what? Even if your father hails from a warrior race known for its conquests, or if he were a tyrant of the cosmos, who would truly care? It's just a matter of shaking the earth and changing your hair color when angry. You go to school, have a family, and pursue hobbies. You're just like everyone else. To me, you are simply an ordinary person. Videl grinned, adding, therefore, I will never be afraid of you. Although Gohan remained silent, his heart swelled with joy. His friends did not fear him. They accepted him as an ordinary individual and were willing to remain by the side of this hybrid scion. In that moment, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that words escaped him. Upon reflection, there was indeed some truth to it. Mr. Satan interjected, you and your friends could easily defeat me at any moment, yet you have never raised a hand against me. Gohan turned to Mr. Satan, smiling as he said, Mr. Satan, I have never minded you taking all the credit. In fact, I am quite grateful for it. The three gasped in astonishment. You actually don't mind? Gohan nodded and explained, I have told Videl before that my family is simple and unpretentious, and we value our privacy immensely. We care only for living our lives peacefully, away from external disturbances. If we were to step forward to claim that credit, we could indeed be as wealthy as Bulma's family, but we would no longer be able to enjoy our tranquil existence. It is precisely because you took our accolades, Mr. Satan, that my family and I could peacefully live for 7 years, and for that, I am grateful. Satan rubbed his head humbly and said, oh, it's really nothing. Chapter 90. Ambiguity, however. Gohan's tone shifted as he gazed intently at Mr. Satan, speaking with utmost seriousness. This is a double-edged sword. Not only have you erased our efforts and thoroughly tarnished my father's sacrifice, but you have also led the world to scoff at martial arts such as ki and flight. Your actions disregard the existence of all past martial artists, including my late father, and have brought shame to the martial way. Today, the earth nearly faced destruction due to the ignorance you have fostered. Both Videl and Erasa were taken aback by his stern words, which utterly shattered Mr. Satan's confidence. The weight of Gohan's words felt heavier than the slap he received from Cell years ago. He realized that Gohan spoke the truth. Because of his lies, he had betrayed his fellow martial artists, branding their ability to soar and shine through ki as mere tricks, resulting in the current difficulty for Earthlings to truly accept and comprehend the existence of ki. Mr. Satan lowered his head, his voice trembling. You are right, Gohan. I have made many mistakes. Now that Earthlings are gradually uncovering the truth, I might lose everything because of it. What should I do? I can pick myself up and continue living, but Videl. At this point, Videl recalled her previous words to her father. She had always lived a life of comfort and luxury, never experiencing poverty. If her father's lies were exposed, her privileges, wealth, luxury cars, glamorous parties, and all that accompanied her name and status would vanish, heralding the end of her good days. Fear filled Videl's eyes, while Erasa hurried to comfort her. Seeing this, Gohan quickly interjected, It won't come to that, Mr. Satan. At least not for now. Both Mr. Satan and Videl turned to Gohan, their expressions tinged with confusion. What? Really? Mr. Satan stammered. As I mentioned earlier, I do not mind that you have taken credit for our accomplishments, Gohan explained. Although your words about us being frauds made me uncomfortable, I cannot bear to see you and Miss Videl reduced to the squalor of the streets. I can discern between good and evil. You both are good people. Moreover, Videl is my friend, and as her father, you are equally important to me. Gohan. Videl whispered softly, her heart stirring, her cheeks subtly flushed. Erasa couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Oh my, I knew it. She likes him. Videl likes Gohan. What do you think we should do next? Mr. Satan inquired. The media will undoubtedly demand a statement from me, perhaps even a press conference. I haven't even witnessed you defeating that creature, so I have no credible details to provide them. Then tell them the truth, Gohan replied, leaving the three present in astonishment. Just say that a Super Saiyan defeated that extraterrestrial invader. Are you crazy? Everyone is already saying that I didn't confront that creature, and they find it strange. If I say that, they'll surely use it against me. Mr. Satan exclaimed. Isn't fabricating stories your forte, Mr. Satan? A charismatic person like you can surely concoct a reason for your absence. Gohan crossed his arms. Haven't you always done that? He does have a point, Erasa nodded. It's not a big deal to tweak the story a little. Mr. Satan stroked his chin, mumbling. Crafting a semi-true story might not be too difficult after all. Videl couldn't help but interject. To be honest, I really dislike lying to the public. I believe everyone has the right to know the truth. However, I understand your concerns. We cannot plunge the whole world into panic. I will cooperate with this charade. But under one condition. She turned to her father and said, You must reveal the truth about Ki to the public and apologize to the heroes of the martial arts world. Especially your old friends in Goku. Mr. Satan was momentarily stunned, not expecting his daughter to make such a request. Erasa stood by, both shocked and gratified, as Videl was willing to take responsibility for past mistakes and seek respect for other warriors. Upon hearing Videl's condition, Gohan smiled slightly and stepped forward to support her decision. I also support Videl's request. Since you intend to present the truth ambiguously, you must at least share some real facts. Otherwise, I will not assist you. Gohan's tone was resolute, his attitude unmistakable. With a resigned sigh, Mr. Satan lowered his head, ultimately agreeing to their conditions. Very well. I will comply. It will also serve as compensation for Goku and the others. But what if I encounter uncertainties? I don't quite understand your Ki and such. Mr. Satan cautiously asked. I'll have Videl provide you with Aunt Bulma's contact information. If you really need help, you can consult her. She will clarify anything you don't understand. Gohan replied. Understood. Mr. Satan nodded and hesitantly asked, What if someone questions the events of the Cell Games? Will I expose you? Gohan interrupted. No, I will not ruin your life. However, the truth will eventually come to light. When that time comes, I will not shield you. Gohan turned to Erasa and Videl, saying, Erasa, Videl, let us depart. Do you have anything to prepare? Yes. I need to grab a few things to put in the capsule, Videl said. Erasa, could you help me? I think I have a spare small aircraft in my room. Let us search for it together. Erasa nodded and followed Videl to her spacious room, leaving Gohan and Mr. Satan alone in the living room. Chapter 91. Heavy-hearted Gohan. I am aware that I lack the right to request anything from you, but could you grant me one favor? Satan's tone suddenly grew serious, prompting Gohan to turn his gaze towards him. What is it? Biddy is an exceptionally special girl. There are few like her, filled with passion and a sense of justice. Traits inherited from her mother, Michelle. Satan sighed. From a young age, she has been curious about the unknown, and now she admires you and your fighting style. After hearing your story, I understand why she feels this way. Thus, I shamelessly wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Gohan inquired, intrigued. Satan grasped Gohan's shoulders earnestly and said, Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will take good care of Biddy. Gohan paused, surprised. What do you mean? Listen to me. I will not easily entrust my daughter to anyone, not even a Shapna. Biddy will always be my precious daughter. But if my enemies continue to grow in number, I fear they may target her to hurt me. I need someone I can trust to protect her. And among all I know, you are the strongest. I understand, Gohan nodded. Please, take good care of Biddy. Promise me you will protect her, Mr. Satan pleaded. Gohan assured him, Rest assured, I will keep that promise, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan patted Gohan's back, smiling, Thank you. At that moment, the girls emerged from Biddy's room, ready to accompany Gohan as he prepared to leave via instant transmission. Before they departed, Mr. Satan addressed Gohan once more. Gohan, I will handle everything. Do not forget your promise, understood? The girls looked at Gohan with curiosity, but he offered no explanation, merely waving goodbye to the man with the wild hair. I will. Mr. Satan, I look forward to seeing your future changes, Gohan responded politely. Mr. Satan nodded, then turned to Biddy. My dear, do you still resent your father? He asked hesitantly. Biddy's angry gaze softened, transforming into disappointment. I don't hate you, Dad. I just don't know how to face you right now. I need some time, so I wish to leave home for a while, Biddy said cautiously. Mr. Satan understood that she truly wished to distance herself from him. I understand. But please don't stay away for too long, all right? His tone was tinged with vulnerability. I want tea, Biddy whispered, then turned to Gohan. Can we go now, Gohan-kun? Gohan replied, placing his right hand's index and middle fingers on his forehead. See you next time, Mr. Satan. With that, Gohan instantly vanished with the two girls, leaving Mr. Satan alone in the kitchen, lost in thought. In the other world, at the temple, Dandy, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Android 18 stood outside the time chamber. Mr. Popo guarded the entrance, a dark-skinned sprite donned in Arabian attire. Dandy and the Dragon Ball warriors gazed down at the 6 orange Dragon Balls at their feet, each adorned with varying numbers of red stars. "Well done, everyone," Dandy exclaimed. "We are almost ready to gather all the Dragon Balls." "Isn't there's still one Dragon Ball missing?" Android 18 inquired, glancing at the 6 orbs. Krillin turned to Android 18 and clarified. "Oh, you mean the 4-star ball? It's at Gohan's house. Goten and Trunks should be on their way with it." "Yes, they should be arriving soon." Gohan's power this time truly surprised me. His previous second transformation was already formidable, but this time his strength seems to have doubled, Tien marveled. "That's to be expected. Gohan has been training tirelessly for the past 7 years, Piccolo remarked coolly. "Indeed, it's evident that he bears heavy expectations from his father," Dandy nodded. "If Goku were here, he would surely be thrilled with Gohan's progress." "Sometimes, I hardly recognize him," Krillin chuckled. "Indeed, he has matured significantly. From the time the Scions invaded until now," Tien agreed, smiling slightly. "Goku would undoubtedly be proud of him." Piccolo glanced towards the entrance of the time chamber and asked Dandy, "How much longer until that guy comes out?" "At least another 20 minutes, Dandy replied, looking in Mr. Popo's direction. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan, along with Alasha and Biddy, suddenly appeared before them, the 2 girls grasping Gohan's shoulders. They landed smoothly, gradually acclimating to Gohan's method of teleportation. This was their second experience with instant transmission, and they landed not far from the group and the time chamber. "I'm slowly getting used to this teleportation," Biddy blinked, slightly dizzy, then turned to her friend. "Right, Alasha?" Biddy called Alasha's name, only to find her staring wide-eyed at their surroundings. Both girls marveled at their environment, curiosity lighting up their faces. "Wow," Biddy exclaimed, "look at this place, Alasha. It's like a castle in the sky." "Indeed, I've never been to a place like this. It's simply beautiful," Alasha replied, equally enchanted. Biddy then turned to Gohan, asking, "Gohan-kun, where exactly is this place?" Gohan smiled gently, explaining, "This is the Temple of the Gods, the domain of Earth's guardians." The 2 girls widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually know the gods?" Gohan scratched his head bashfully, chuckling awkwardly. "Oh yes. I've known him for many years. I seem to have forgotten to mention that to you, huh? Such a character has friends of all sorts." The 2 girls silently thought, before following the half-Scion towards his companions. Gohan raised his hand slightly to greet everyone. "Hey everyone, I'm back. And I've brought my friends." The Dragon Ball warriors responded enthusiastically, welcoming Gohan and his 2 classmates, praising their bravery during the invasion. Dandy approached Gohan and his friends, first acknowledging his old companion. Gohan nodded at him. "Dandy, welcome back." "Gohan," Dandy smiled. "I've been watching your battles. You've become even stronger since the Cell Games." "Remarkable." "Huh, you flatter me." Dandy then turned to the 2 high school girls, raising his left hand slightly in greeting. "You must be Alasha and Biddy," the new guardian of Earth stated. "The god even knows our names." The 2 girls silently gasped in shock. "I've been observing you and your friends for a while. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dandy," he introduced himself. Biddy and Alasha, under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Ball warriors, respectfully bowed to the Namekian. Addressing him, "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Guardian." The Dragon Ball warriors exchanged amused glances, some chuckling, others smiling. Gohan and Dandy shared a knowing smile, a hint of exasperation evident, before looking back at the 2 girls. Dandy chuckled, "There's no need for such formality. I'm still getting used to this guardian role. I'm not quite the deity you envision." Biddy and Alasha gazed at Gohan with a look of bewilderment, seeking answers. However, before Gohan could respond, Piccolo interjected. "In essence, Dandy hails from my homeland, and Goku brought him to Earth to succeed the previous guardian. Our lineage, too, comprises mere mortals, destined to age and succumb to illness in due time," Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. "Oh," the 2 girls murmured softly, their expressions growing even more perplexed. Biddy shot a pointed glance at Gohan, her eyes clearly conveying a demand for a thorough explanation later. In response, Gohan instinctively recoiled and swallowed hard. Piccolo then turned to indicate Gohan, saying, "By the way, we have already located 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls. Splendid. If my calculations are correct, the remaining 1 should be." "Brother, Gohan, brother." The group turned their gaze skyward. Trunks and Goten were soaring towards them, both waving enthusiastically, with Goten holding a luminous orb in hand. The 4-star ball. Chapter 92. The appearance of the divine dragon after the two descended, they hurriedly approached Gohan, excitedly recounting their glorious battles against the robots. Goten enthusiastically spoke of how he outsmarted his foes using the flying techniques he had just learned, while Trunks excitedly shared how he mimicked scenes from action films his mother had shown him. Well done, little ones. If this keeps up, you both will surely have the chance to become Super Saiyans in the future, Gohan said proudly, ruffling their hair. Yay! The two exclaimed in unison. Trunks moved to the back of the group, while Goten turned to face Erasa and Videl. Spotting Videl, Goten waved enthusiastically. Hi, pretty sister, he called out sweetly, his innocent compliment causing a blush to rise on Videl's cheeks. He then turned to Erasa. Hi, another pretty sister. Hello, little Goten. Erasa and Videl smiled back at him in unison. Hey, do you want to see something fun? Goten said proudly, pulling out the 4-star Dragon Ball. Look, I have this. It's a Dragon Ball. Erasa and Videl gazed curiously at the orb, particularly captivated by its orange glow and the red star patterns. So, this is a Dragon Ball, Videl murmured, admiring her reflection on its surface. This is incredible, Erasa exclaimed. Aunt Suno wasn't he lying? They really exist. Gohan chuckled. Indeed. Suno spoke the truth. I remember when the Red Ribbon Army was desperately trying to obtain them. I believe the 2-star Dragon Ball was located near Muscle Tower in West City. Erasa turned to Gohan, puzzled. Wait, how do you know my aunt's name? I don't think I've ever mentioned it to you. Gohan explained, my father once recounted an adventure in search of the Dragon Balls. There was a time when he nearly froze, and a girl named Suno saved him. That doesn't add up, though. Aunt Suno said she saved a boy with a tail. I've seen your father's picture, and he doesn't have a tail at all. Before Gohan could clarify, Goten interjected, Mom told us that when Dad was my age, he had a tail, just like my brother does now, but it was later removed by the old master. At that moment, everything fell into place. I see, Videl nodded. Sun Wukong was indeed seen with a tail during the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts tournaments. Your aunt may have encountered him then. Indeed, it's quite possible, Erasa agreed. What a small world this is. Just then, Piccolo cleared his throat, reminding Gohan that it was nearly time to begin. Gohan nodded at Piccolo, picked up the 4-star Dragon Ball, and gestured for the two girls to follow. Goten trailed closely behind. Gohan held the Dragon Ball tightly, turning to Videl and Erasa with a bright smile. Please step back a bit, he instructed, as the Dragon Ball warriors had already distanced themselves, preparing for what was to come. You will witness something extraordinary shortly. Oh, okay. Erasa and Videl quickly took several steps back, their eyes glued to Gohan's actions. Gohan nodded, placing the final Dragon Ball into position, completing the set of 7. He clasped his hands together and began to chant loudly, Eternal Dragon, please appear. Come forth, Dragon. As the last word left his lips, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a resonant hum, bursting forth with dazzling light. The sky darkened ominously, obscuring the setting sun. Dark clouds swirled, accompanied by rolling thunder. This sudden shift took Videl and Erasa by surprise, leaving them uncertain of what would unfold next. Suddenly, green lightning struck down, directly hitting the 7 Dragon Balls, infusing them with boundless energy and releasing a brilliant golden light. While the Dragon Ball warriors remained composed, Erasa and Videl instinctively shielded their eyes. It's so bright, Videl exclaimed in dismay. The light from the Dragon Balls intensified, shooting upward into the sky and forming a radiant pillar. Energy danced in the heavens, spreading with the wind, as the beam widened and gradually coalesced into a tangible form. In no time, a colossal divine dragon emerged, swirling to face the one who summoned it, its sharp red eyes gazing imperiously. Before them floated the legendary dragon. Oh my! Erasa gasped, gripping Videl tightly, both awestruck by the sight. This creature is enormous, Videl murmured, her voice tinged with reverence. I am the Eternal Dragon. State your 2 wishes, and I shall grant them. The dragon's deep, commanding voice resonated. Dragon, I wish for all those who were slain by Kula and his army in West City to be revived, Gohan declared loudly, ensuring the dragon could hear his wish clearly. This wish is simple. It can be fulfilled immediately, the dragon replied gravely, a flash of red light flickering in its eyes, accompanied by a soft growl. In just a few seconds, the dragoness eyes returned to their normal state. Your first wish has been granted. Now state your second wish. Gohan turned to the Dragon Ball warriors, who were deliberating on what to wish for next. Reviving those killed by Kula and his mechanical minions is a must for the first wish, Krillin stated matter-of-factly. But what should we wish for as the second? Oh, How about a year's worth of candy to eat? Goten exclaimed eagerly, raising his hand. No, Goten, Gohan said softly but firmly. The dragon's power is meant to help others, not to satisfy our selfish desires. Besides, eating too much candy isn't good for you. I'll give you a few pieces later, and that will be enough. Goten pouted, looking quite dejected, but ultimately agreed with his brother's words. As everyone continued to discuss the second wish, Videl and Erasa stood to the side, quietly observing as outsiders. Erasa, can you believe all of this? Videl whispered. I never imagined he was keeping all of this from us. Alien conquerors, a dragon that grants wishes, and the relationships between the various clans. Not to mention those martial arts masters. I think I need some time to process all of this. Chapter 93. Divergent Opinions. I share your sentiments to a considerable extent. Alasha nodded, casting a glance at Gohan before turning her smile back towards Bidalai. You wouldn't consider abandoning him over these matters, would you? Alasha inquired, and as soon as her words fell, Bidalai's brows knitted together. How could you think that? Did we not just express our stance on that, bookworm? He has already become one of us, Bidalai asserted with her hands on her hips. I merely wish to confirm. It would be a pity to give up on someone you have harbored feelings for so long, Alasha remarked with a mischievous grin. Bidalai felt a vain throb on her forehead, gritting her teeth in a low growl. Damn it, Alasha. How many times must I tell you? I do not have feelings for Gohan. That is merely wait. What did you mean by harbored feelings for so long? Alasha chuckled softly. Oh, so now it's Gohan, is it? You've never referred to any boy in such a manner, let alone with such intimacy. Very well. I shall formally declare. You must stop right there. Swallow those words back, Bidalai hissed, glaring at Alasha. Oh, stop pretending, Bidalai. I have known you for many years. Ever since the Cell Games, you have shown no interest in boys. Speaking of which, when your father participated in the Cell Games, you were determined to uncover the identities of those warriors. Then when the Golden Warrior appeared, what was your reaction? You began to obsessively investigate his background. And then Gohan arrived. And you knew next to nothing about him. Yet you pursued him with questions, even suspecting he was the Golden Warrior. Am I right? Bidalai interjected. I have not finished, Bidalai. Alasha continued. And then there was the Scion Superman, and you were even more determined to unveil his identity. Do you not find something amiss here? I had my reasons to question. Besides, were my suspicions not correct in the end? I see no issue with it, Alasha. Bidalai countered. You are so stubborn. Stop denying it, won't you? The issue is not whether your suspicions were accurate. I know you better than anyone. You have never been so easily swayed by boys. The individuals I mentioned earlier, you spent considerable time pondering over them, even when you met Sharpner. You did not exert such effort. Alasha's analysis left Bidalai momentarily speechless. Her lips moved, but after a long pause, she only managed to utter a few vague words. You. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Alasha smirked, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Stop getting tangled in trivial matters, whether you admit it or not. The Golden Warrior, Scion Superman, or whatever else, they are merely different facets of Son Gohan. Wake up. You have indeed developed feelings for Son Gohan. How is that possible? Bidalai, who prided herself on being resolute and unwavering in her feelings towards boys, could never imagine being emotionally affected by that quiet bookworm. She was never the type to fall for a boy in a conventional manner. Romance was an alien sentiment to her, and the notion seemed utterly discordant in her mind. She always viewed herself as a warrior, with her identity as a girl being secondary. Moreover, influenced by her mother, Bidalai harbored a resistance towards romantic affairs, finding such matters awkward and unacceptable, believing it would betray her warrior identity. Yet, despite this, she could not entirely dismiss Alasha's words. Deep down, Bidalai was aware that her fondness for Gohan was quietly blossoming, evolving into something deeper. Bidalai herself was uncertain whether she genuinely liked Gohan. She was merely a young girl navigating her teenage years. Perhaps it was merely the influence of hormones. Who could say for certain? Nevertheless, Gohan, both as a martial artist and as an ordinary person, had planted a seed within her heart. She indeed wished to learn more about him, even to delve deeper into understanding him. However, her pride forbade her from exploring this sentiment. She was too proud to admit her feelings for him. With such pride, her sole desire at present was to swiftly change the subject. Is it wise for the people of Earth to know about today's events? Dandy inquired anxiously. What if it incited widespread panic? Are you suggesting we erase their memories? Number 18 asked. Indeed, that would be preferable, Dandy nodded. And Piccolo and Tien Shinhan echoed their agreement. At that moment, Biddle seized an opportunity to set aside the awkwardness and interjected. Wait a moment, she called out. And everyone turned to her. May we express our opinions? The group exchanged glances, and Gohan hastily replied, Of course. If I didn't want to hear your thoughts, I wouldn't have brought you along. Krillin chuckled quietly to himself, thinking, this guy is really under her thumb. Is that so? In that case, I shall share my thoughts. I believe everyone has the right to retain their memories. Biddle stated resolutely. Biddle? Alasha could not help but exclaim. Dandy patiently explained, Biddle, under normal circumstances, we would not consider such an approach, but this situation is different. Such a large-scale invasion event, along with the exposure of extraterrestrial races, could greatly impact the world, and the public may not be prepared to face the truth. But what about Cell? Biddle challenged the Earth's guardians. He killed thousands and broadcasted his atrocities globally, yet everyone still retained the memory of that disaster. Dandy was momentarily stumped by her retort, while Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Lazuli turned to Biddle, their expressions reflecting dissatisfaction. Alasha gently patted Biddle's shoulder, advising, Biddle, don't be so agitated. Then she turned to the Dragon Ball warriors and Dandy, apologizing. I'm sorry, she just means that for ordinary people like us, having our memories altered without consent feels rather unfair. I understand, Krillin interjected. The recent turmoil caused by Cooler has indeed spiraled out of control. However, I wish to emphasize that what we are doing is for the greater good. No, it is not. Biddle interrupted him directly. You are merely doing this for yourselves. I comprehend that living as ordinary people is indeed challenging, involving numerous matters, including the Cell games. But that does not grant you the right to arbitrarily alter people's memories, depriving them of the truth. Is that so? Then how do you account for what your father has done over those 7 years? Piccolo retorted coldly, arms crossed. Do not compare me to him. Biddle shot back, her anger flaring. I am furious about this. I have lived a lie, kept in the dark for 7 years. Now, because of his ridiculous affairs, we must continue to concoct stories for everyone. I have had enough of living in a world filled with lies and deceit. The public deserves to know that what they have experienced is real. No one should have to endure the truth being concealed from them like I have. The Dragon Ball warriors, initially put off by Biddle's sharp demeanor, gradually began to understand and sympathize with her. Biddle genuinely cared for the ordinary people, empathizing with their plight. Her words bore no trace of arrogance or superiority. Although her fiery passion sometimes seemed harsh, her intentions remained kind-hearted. Now, everyone could see that clearly. Chapter 94. Departures. I have been waiting for an eternity. Please, reveal your second wish swiftly, for I yearn to return to slumber, the dragon declared with impatience. As the others hesitated, Alasha stepped forward and inquired of the dragon. Mighty dragon, could you possibly summon Sharpona here? No sooner had she spoken than the dragon complied. As you wish. A radiant gleam flickered in the dragon's eyes, and Sharpona was instantaneously transported before them, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. Well, what on earth? This golden-haired lad exclaimed. What is happening? I was just in line, wearing a donut on my head, while a large red-skinned fellow was sorting through documents, and suddenly I found myself in a pit, utterly alone, and then Biddy, Alasha, nerd. Sharpona turned to the group, rubbing his head in confusion. Before he could finish, Alasha lunged at him, tackling him to the ground and exclaiming with joy, Sharpona, Alasha, I can't breathe. The atmosphere shifted to one of warmth as Alasha held Sharpona tightly, while Biddy patted his shoulder. In this tender moment, Sharpona turned and spotted the enormous green dragon behind him, nearly causing him to leap in fright. Heavens, that thing is massive. Sharpona trembled in fear. Oh, great dragon. Please don't devour me. I do not wish to perish again. Biddy and Gohan exchanged amused glances, and the Dragon Ball warriors could not suppress their laughter. The dragon addressed them. Your wishes have been granted. I take my leave. As the words left his mouth, a brilliant yellow light enveloped the dragon, causing him to vanish. The Dragon Balls floated in mid-air, shimmering with golden light, before soaring 5 meters into the sky and scattering in 7 distinct directions. The dark clouds dissipated, and the sunset bathed the sky once more. What just transpired? Sharpona asked, astonished. Where did it go? What were those glowing orbs flying around? Gohan approached Sharpona, calmly explaining. After a wish, perhaps two, the dragon departs, and the Dragon Balls scatter across Earth, awaiting the next summoning. Wait. So that was truly the legendary wish-granting dragon? All those wondrous tales were indeed real? Sharpona exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Krillin chuckled. In truth, the Dragon Balls have never been much of a secret. If you're genuinely interested, you can find plenty of information in books. After defeating that monster, Gohan and his companions gathered the Dragon Balls and revived everyone. Alasha added excitedly. Upon hearing Alasha's words, Sharpona was momentarily speechless, then turned to Gohan, who stood beside Biddy. The genius? She cannot be jesting. He queried, perplexed. Gohan merely gazed at him silently, saying nothing. His silence gradually made Sharpona realize the veracity of the situation, and Biddy's expression confirmed it completely. You are serious? But how is this possible? That monster killed me with a mere laser eye. What transpired after my demise? Well, that has quite a tale, Biddy sighed, preparing to explain. To put it simply, my father is a fraud. He stole the credit from the true savior of Earth. After your death, Gohan was furious and simply annihilated that monster. By the way, Gohan is not only the Golden Warrior, but also that little boy from the Cell games. Processing this information, Sharpona looked at Gohan, who waved at him with the same bashful smile he wore when he first enrolled. Sharpona's face turned pale as he stammered, I was almost scared to death. Whoa, Alasha gasped, releasing her grip on her dear friend. You young folks are quite entertaining. I must take my leave. I have children to pick up, Lazuli remarked, preparing to depart. Come, Krillin. Understood, dear, Krillin replied, turning to wave farewell to everyone. Let us call it a day, everyone. Take care. Together, Krillin and Lazuli soared homeward. Next, Tien turned to Gohan and his friends. You three performed admirably this time, he stated, then addressing the Orange Star Trio. Protecting Earth is no simple task. It is a source of pride, but do not let it become a burden. Many challenges await in the future. So I hope you are prepared. From now on, train diligently to be ready for the next encounter. Having spoken, Tien flew off in the opposite direction of Lazuli and Krillin. Wow, how impressive, Sharpona marveled, watching Tien's figure gradually fade, with Alasha nodding in agreement. Biddy observed Gohan, who was now looking toward Piccolo, who was also preparing to depart the other world. Uncle Piccolo, are you leaving too? Gohan inquired. Indeed, I have no further business here, and there is currently no crisis, Piccolo replied calmly. I understand. Gohan nodded in comprehension. But I hope you won't go too far. I still wish to train with you to solidify my foundation. You need not worry. I witnessed how you arrived here. Piccolo smiled slightly. Training with you will surely be more engaging now. Next time you come, do inform me in advance. Gohan nodded in agreement, waving to bid Piccolo farewell as he flew off in the same direction as Tien. Beside Gohan, Goten asked, Brother, when are we returning home? I'm hungry. Just a little longer, Goten, Gohan replied softly. All right, it's time to conclude today's journey. This field trip has been splendid. We all require time to digest and adapt, Biddy stated, retrieving a jet helicopter from her capsule. Alasha, Sharpona, come aboard. I shall take you home. Wait, I have so many questions for Gohan. Sharpona exclaimed urgently. Now you understand my previous feelings, Biddy teased, then turned to Gohan, continuing, we can discuss everything slowly on the way back. And perhaps we can continue our conversation at Gohan's home, right? Gohan beamed brightly, nodding in agreement. As Alasha and Sharpona boarded the aircraft, Gohan spoke. Hey, everyone. The trio turned to face Gohan. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate your acceptance of the true me, Gohan expressed earnestly. Biddy smiled and waved at Gohan, saying, see you in a few days for training. I look forward to learning more techniques. Farewell, nerd. With that, Biddy's jet ascended from the temple, gradually fading into the distance. Dandy approached Gohan and Goten, remarking, your friends are indeed fascinating. Earthlings possess such uniqueness. Indeed, they are truly special, Gohan nodded. To know them is a blessing. Goten chuckled, adding, they remind me a bit of myself, Trunks, and Marin, don't you think, brother? Yes, there are indeed some similarities, Gohan responded affirmatively. Chapter 95. The Flame Plains. It seems your new acquaintance is quite intriguing. Gohan, Goten, and Dandy turned to see Trunks standing beside Vegeta, who was in his normal state, yet radiated power far beyond his past. Uncle Vegeta, Gohan and Goten exclaimed. My goodness, Vegeta has grown stronger. I feel as if he is nearly matching my own strength. Gohan was taken aback. Vegeta approached Gohan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I sensed this battle during my training, Vegeta remarked. Tell me, Brat, what exactly transpired? Has that Frieza returned from the depths of hell? Sort of. But not entirely, Gohan clarified. Elaborate, you little rascal, Vegeta commanded. I will, but you must first answer my question. Have you ever heard of Frieza having a brother? Gohan locked eyes with Vegeta. Vegeta furrowed his brow, as if recalling something. What? Frieza never had. However, I do recall that there were rumors about a brother of Frieza. It was said that King Cold and Frieza killed him and discarded his body in the Southern Star region. We always believed he was long dead. Even if he wasn't dead before, he is now. Gohan's gaze sharpened. I dealt with him myself. Both Goten and Trunks were startled by the unusual assertiveness in Gohan's tone, while Vegeta merely chuckled coldly. Huh. It seems you still possess some Saiyan pride. Little one, Vegeta sneered. I will eventually mold you into a true warrior. Gohan, maintaining his fierce demeanor yet with a hint of amusement, replied, What? Does my strength not speak for itself? Indeed, my brother utterly decimated Cooler. Goten chimed in, supporting Gohan. Stop boasting. You, a brat who has refused to unleash your full power for years, should not speak of strength in my presence, Vegeta scoffed. Gohan furrowed his brow at these words, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Vegeta, with a cold smirk, decided to provoke him further. What is the matter, brat? Did I strike a nerve? The son of Kakarot, so easily wounded in pride by mere words? Don't push it, Vegeta. I just defeated Cooler with my own hands. Provoking me now is unwise. Gohan's tone grew displeased. Oh, is that a threat? Vegeta replied icily. It sounds rather feeble, or perhaps you lack the courage to follow through. Seeing the escalating tension between the two, Goten and Trunks exchanged worried glances. Hey, Dad. Calm down. You just came out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks stepped in front of Gohan, attempting to mediate. Vegeta barked, Step aside, Trunks. This is a matter between me and Kakarot's son. Dad, please. Can we discuss this another time? Mom is waiting for you at home. Trunks continued to plead. Shut up, brat. Mind your own business. Vegeta retorted coldly. Dandy stood nearby, utterly unsure of how to defuse the fiery tempers of these two Saiyans. This is bad. What should I do? Trunks thought frantically, suddenly struck by an idea. Dad, Mom said if you don't come home today, not only will there be no dinner, but your portion will be halved. The gravity room will be locked for 2 weeks, and you'll have to sleep on the sofa for a month. Vegeta froze, momentarily overwhelmed by thoughts of the few things he feared. Damn woman. She turned my son into your replica. Sometimes he is even more troublesome than you. Vegeta muttered grudgingly, finally relenting. Fine. He turned to Gohan, coolly stating, noon in 5 days at the Gizzard Wilds for evaluation training. If you dare to be late, I will blow up your house and drag you over myself. With that, Vegeta shot into the sky, Trunks following closely behind, waving goodbye to Gohan and Goten as they departed. Honestly, among your companions, I find Vegeta's transformation the most remarkable. It's hard to imagine how he was when he first arrived in my hometown, Dandy remarked. Indeed, I understand, Gohan nodded. As Goten noticed Gohan's Saiyan aura dissipate with his eyes returning to black, he finally relaxed and curiously asked, Brother, what was that all about? Gohan blinked, replying, I can't quite explain it. Ever since my tail grew back, something feels off. Perhaps it's due to hormones or something. Hormones? What is that? Goten inquired, puzzled. Hormones are. Goten, that is not something you need to worry about right now. Gohan patted his head. Oh, are you really going to fight Uncle Vegeta? Gohan scratched his neck, sighing, well, it seems unavoidable. Awesome. Can I come watch? I promise not to cause trouble. Gohan shook his head. No, Goten. It's too dangerous. That is not fair. You've never let me see you fight seriously. I've never even seen you transform into Super Saiyan 2. Goten pouted in complaint. Gohan cast him a resigned glance. When I say no, I mean no. Understand, brat? Reluctantly, Goten huffed in response. Fine. Gohan turned to Dandy, waving goodbye. Dandy, see you later. We will come to visit often. Sure. Gohan, Goten, you are always welcome. Dandy replied. Goodbye, Dandy. Goten waved as well. After bidding farewell to Dandy, the Sun brothers soared towards home. In the flame plains, beyond the fiery expanse, stood a towering mountain, atop which loomed a colossal gate, seldom traversed by anyone. What was the reason for this? Passing through that great door led to the legendary location of the 8 trigrams furnace. The mist generated by this ancient furnace allowed the living to meet the deceased, ensuring safe passage for both. However, should the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace extinguish, and without the fabled banana leaf fan to reignite them, it would take 2 millennia to manually rekindle the flames. During this time, malevolent spirits from the underworld and dark apparitions might seize the opportunity to escape. To avert such dangers, King Yama dispatched his subordinate Anning to safeguard and maintain the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace. As a gesture of trust, he permitted Anning to select a reliable assistant. Ultimately, she chose the humble and upright human, Son Gohan, as her aide. Old Son Gohan had received a banana leaf fan as a token of deep friendship with the fortune teller. Since then, he had remained loyally by Anning's side, serving the goddess, while Anning taught him how to harness divine energy to enhance his own strength, enabling him to protect both himself and the 8 trigrams furnace. At this moment, Anning stood beside the 8 trigrams furnace, safeguarding the flames and fulfilling her duties. Clad in warrior attire, she wore a red and white armor, with sharp shoulder pads complemented by a long skirt adorned with golden embellishments. Her red gauntlets were also highlighted with gold, and a golden belt cinched her waist. Adorning her ears were red and white earrings, and atop her head rested a white crown embellished with red-orange gems, with 2 feathers protruding from the top. Chapter 96. The goddess Anning. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared before her. "Oh, it seems he has returned." She smiled, and then diminished her form to that of an ordinary woman. Approaching the light, she beheld the figures of Son Wukong and his grandfather emerging from within. "Wukong, we have arrived," Grandpa Gohan said with a smile. "Welcome to the 5 Elements Mountain." "Wow," Wukong exclaimed, sensing the surrounding energy. "The air here is completely different from any place on Earth." "Grandpa, are you sure we are still on Earth? I can't sense anyone from home at all." "Of course, you cannot, child," Anning replied, capturing the attention of both Wukong and his grandfather. The 5 Elements Mountain falls under the jurisdiction of the divine. Although it is situated on Earth, it has actually become part of the underworld. You may consider it a gateway to the other side. Wukong blinked, his face a picture of confusion as he turned to his grandfather and asked, Grandpa, who is she?" Grandpa Gohan smiled and stepped beside Anning, introducing her. "Allow me to introduce her. Wukong, this is Anning, the goddess who governs this realm and the guardian of the 8 trigrams furnace." Ancient texts refer to her as Taishang Laojun. Afterward, Grandpa respectfully addressed Anning. "My lady, this is my grandson. He is a hero of Earth, and I will train him according to your guidance and the commands of the great king." Wukong, still casual in demeanor, raised a hand in greeting. "Hello, I'm Son Wukong." He then cheerfully added, "You trained my grandpa, so you must be quite formidable." Anning slowly approached Wukong, scrutinizing the smiling young man before her. Simultaneously, she sensed his power, which astonished the goddess. "Incredible! I have never encountered a mortal with such formidable strength. No wonder the great king is so interested in him, especially since he was raised by Gohan himself." Taishang Laojun, have you discovered something?" Wukong asked, puzzled by her unwavering gaze. Anning snapped back to reality and smiled gently. "You may call me Anning, child. Gohan often speaks highly of you in my presence. However, I am curious. Since you share no blood relation to him, from where does your power originate?" "Oh, you're asking why I am so strong, right?" Wukong understood her inquiry and explained. "That's because I possess Scion blood." Scion. Anning instantly grasped the source of Wukong's strength. She recalled Gohan mentioning his past battles against a powerful being with the strength of a great ape, but she had not initially connected Wukong to the Scions. Although Wukong's appearance matched the Scion traits, Anning noticed he lacked a tail, and his behavior was distinctly different from the legendary Scions. Grandpa Gohan tilted his head in confusion. "What? Scion? Wukong, what are you talking about?" Wukong then remembered how long it had been since he last saw his grandfather, and that many things needed to be explained gradually. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Right, Grandpa. It's been so long since we last met, and so much has happened." Just as he finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud growl. Hearing this, Anning and Gohan exchanged amused glances before turning their attention back to Wukong. "Why don't you two catch up over lunch? I've prepared some ramen. It should be enough for you both," Anning suggested. A childlike joy immediately spread across Wukong's face. In the next moment, Anning and Grandpa Gohan were seated at the dining table in Anning's backyard, near the 8 trigrams furnace, while Wukong sat opposite them, eagerly devouring his 38th bowl of ramen. Seeing his grandson eat so voraciously, Gohan had initially intended to chastise him, but found himself unable to scold Wukong when he looked so content. Since the first time he fed him, Wukong's eating habits had remained unchanged. Anning took the opportunity to observe Wukong, curious to see if he truly was a scion. As the number of empty bowls on the table increased, Anning became convinced that Wukong was indeed a genuine scion, without a doubt. Wukong slurped up the last few noodles and sighed contentedly. "Ah, this is delicious," he exclaimed, patting his stomach. "Thank you for the hospitality, Goddess Anning. Since my last meal with Chi-Chi, I haven't eaten anything this good. Wukong, you are too kind. I am glad you enjoyed it. I have spent quite some time honing my culinary skills," Anning replied with a smile, continuing to eat. "Chi-Chi, that sounds like a lovely name," Grandpa Gohan remarked as he sipped his tea. "Who is this Chi-Chi?" "Chi-Chi is the daughter of the Ox King," Wukong answered with a grin. "And she is now my wife." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Gohan nearly choked on his tea. Anning couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction, for he was usually so composed. Clearing his throat, Gohan exclaimed, "Are you saying you are already married?" "When did this happen?" Wukong chuckled. "Yes. Chi-Chi and I got married a long time ago. I proposed to her at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. I miss those joyful days." Grandpa Gohan, in shock, felt a wave of warmth in his heart, delighted that Wukong had found someone to share his life with. So he married the daughter of the Ox King? Upon reflection, they seemed quite well matched. It was good to have someone who could temper Wukong's impulsive nature and bring out his best side. She must be as formidable as her father. Indeed, a remarkable girl. For only someone extraordinary could capture my grandson's heart. Nodding, Grandpa Gohan said, "I see. Then I must extend my blessings. If I were still alive, I would certainly welcome Chi-Chi into our family with great joy." Hearing this, Wukong felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. A hint of guilt washed over him. "Grandpa, I believe Chi-Chi would very much like to meet you. You are my closest family." Wukong masked his inner turmoil with the optimism he was known for. "You speak so well, child," Grandpa Gohan said with a gentle smile. While Gohan remained oblivious to Wukong's emotional shift, Anning, however, was keenly aware. Yet, she chose not to inquire further, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. "Wukong, tell me your story," Anning suggested. "A legendary warrior like you must have had many extraordinary experiences in your life." Chapter 97. Unraveling the Heart's Knot with a Smile, Wukong said, "All right, Lord Anning. However, I truly do not know where to begin. Oh, most of my life has been devoted to training, challenging formidable opponents, or embarking on adventures with friends and companions." Wukong then turned to his grandfather and remarked, "Grandfather, it was only later that I understood the significance of the orb you preserved." Grandfather Son Wufan chuckled. "Ah, so you have finally grasped the legend of the Dragon Balls." "Indeed." Wukong nodded. "In fact, nearly all my experiences in this life are intertwined with the Dragon Balls. Had it not been for your 4-star Dragon Ball back in the day, I would never have met my first friend, nor would I have encountered Master Roshi, my dearest friend Krillin, or even Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Everything you taught me, all that you have done for me, has shaped my experiences and accomplishments today. All of it is due to you. Wukong, there is no need for such gratitude. No, I must express my thanks. The kindness you have shown me at such an advanced age is something I can never forget." Wukong spoke earnestly. "Moreover, you did not just raise an ordinary child. You nurtured a perilous scion infant." Son Wufan, perplexed, turned to Anning and asked, "Lord, do you know what Wukong means by scion?" "I only know he hails from a distant star, but the specifics elude me. The Scions are a renowned warrior race in the cosmos, infamous for their immense destructive power and ruthless nature," Anning replied candidly, deepening Son Wufan's confusion. "Whenever a Scion descends upon a planet, chaos often ensues. In recent years, they have eradicated all life on planets before selling them off. Their weaker kin would send infants in escape pods to other planets, where they would gradually fulfill their missions as they grew." "Good heavens, I have never heard of such things," exclaimed Son Wufan in astonishment. Wukong then turned to Anning and said, "I apologize, Lord Anning. May I have a moment alone with my grandfather? There are some matters I wish to discuss with him." Anning nodded, using her divine power to tidy up the dishes before turning back to the house, granting them the space they needed. Son Wufan inquired, "Wukong, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" The elder paused, observing the serious and melancholic expression on Wukong's face, which stirred a sense of concern within him. Wukong was typically not one for silence, and this unusual behavior was disconcerting. "What troubles you? You are not one to remain silent." Son Wufan noted the anomaly. "Wukong, is there something weighing on your heart?" Wukong lowered his gaze to the hand resting on his own, softly murmuring, "I'm sorry, grandfather." Son Wufan was taken aback, tilting his head in confusion, clearly not comprehending Wukong's sentiment. I do not understand what you have to apologize for. Child, you have done nothing wrong, the elder reassured him. Wukong lifted his head, meeting his grandfather's loving gaze, and said, Grandfather, I have come to understand everything now. Understand what? Wukong sighed and continued, Years after marrying Chi-Chi, I encountered several scions. It was then that I discovered my true identity. Among them was one who later became my rival and companion. When we first met, he, like me in childhood, bore a tail. He possessed a unique technique that could emulate the effects of a full moon. Son Wufan suddenly jolted, evidently predicting the tale that would unfold. Oh dear, could it be? Wukong's voice trembled as he whispered, Then, I witnessed. He transformed into a colossal ape with a tail. In that moment, I recalled the stories you had told me about a monster that appeared at night, warning me not to gaze upon the full moon. Yet I could not resist that time. When I came to my senses again, you were no longer there. The elder's expression softened as he listened to his beloved grandson sob gently, filling his heart with tenderness. For all these years, I believed it was some monster that had taken you away, yet no one ever revealed the truth to me. Wukong continued. Now I realize that monster has always been myself. Grandfather, I have caused you so much suffering. I am truly sorry. I am deeply remorseful. Wukong grasped his grandfather's hands tightly, bowing his head in overwhelming guilt as he wept. Witnessing his typically optimistic grandson burdened with such pain, Son Wufan felt an indescribable ache in his heart. In truth, he never anticipated that Wukong would uncover the truth of that incident years later, nor did he foresee the depths of Wukong's misunderstanding. It is time to reveal the truth. Son Wufan resolved. He rose and approached Wukong. Child, lift your head, he gently urged, signaling Wukong to stand and to release the sorrow that clouded his heart. Wukong complied, rising and wiping the tears from his face. The elder placed a hand on his shoulder and tenderly said, Wukong, I have never held any blame against you. Though I found you and raised you, I have always regarded you as my own grandson. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, rendered speechless by the depth of his grandfather's affection. Wukong, at that time I was already over 80 years old, and I sensed my days were numbered. Thus, I wished to eliminate the threat of your tale while I still had breath. On that fateful night of the full moon, I intended to aim a Kamehameha at your tail, hoping to restore you to the little boy I cherished, but just as I was about to act, tragedy struck, Wufan recounted. Wukong interjected, You passed away. Wufan nodded. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself at the gates of Yama. There, I learned that my cause of death was recorded as heart failure. Heart failure? Wukong gasped in shock. All along, he had believed he was responsible for Wufan's demise. Yet now, the heavy burden on his heart suddenly lifted, granting him a newfound lightness. Unable to contain himself, Wukong embraced his grandfather. The embrace, perfectly calibrated to express profound affection without inflicting pain. Wufan reciprocated the embrace, gently patting Wukong's back. He could hear Wukong's muffled sobs, which ultimately broke free. It is all right, my child. Even the strongest among us shed tears, Wufan spoke softly. You may release this anguish. I always believed I had caused your demise, and I have carried this guilt for so long. It has truly been too painful. Wukong choked out. But now, I feel so much lighter. That is good, my child. This is merely the beginning of your new journey, Wufan said. To embark on the path ahead, you must first release all negative emotions. Do not allow anger and sorrow to linger in your heart. Wukong nodded, slowly loosening his grip. I understand now. Thank you, grandfather, for helping me unravel this knot within my heart. Wukong smiled. I eagerly anticipate the days we will train together. Chapter 98. Transcending the mundane. Grandpa Gohan raised his hand. Smiling as he spoke, I feel the same, Goku. Here, we have all the time in the world. Let us continue our conversation. I am eager to learn more about you and your family. By the way, do you have children? Goku smiled gently and gazed up at the sky. You brought it up just as I was about to tell you. I do indeed have a child. Upon reflection, there may be another, but I am uncertain. I shall inquire with King Kai when I have the opportunity. Goku continued. At the time, Chi-Chi was pregnant and gave birth to our son, our very first child. The moment I held him, I knew exactly what name I wanted to give him. I decided to name him after the person I hold most dear in my heart. And that person is you, Grandpa. A proud smile graced Goku's face as he looked at him. Grandpa Gohan's eyes glistened with emotion as he bowed his head, filled with excitement and offered profound respect to his grandson before him. "To have my name passed down is my greatest honor," said Grandpa Gohan, gently placing his hand on Goku's shoulder, his voice brimming with pride. "And I am proud of you, Goku." Goku smiled warmly in response and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Grandpa Gohan then gestured for Goku to follow him into the expansive backyard. "Come on, Goku. Today marks the beginning of your first lesson. We can chat leisurely along the way," the elders said with a smile. "Yay, I can hardly wait," Goku exclaimed excitedly, walking alongside his grandfather. "Let us take our time. Grandpa, we have so much to discuss." The two walked side by side along the path, while Pan stood by the door, watching them depart with a gentle smile on her face. It seems Gohan was right. His grandson truly possesses a pure heart, a rarity among Saiyans. "Son Goku, you are indeed an intriguing individual. Let us see if you have the capability to transcend the mundane and touch the divine," the goddess mused with intrigue. At Bowsy Mountain, the Sun family. 5 days had passed since the invasion of Cooler, an event that had profoundly opened the eyes of Earth's inhabitants. The city surveillance had been functioning normally prior to the robot attacks, and many survivors from the West City disaster had witnessed the horrific scenes firsthand, prompting everyone to reevaluate their understanding of the world. Energy beams and aerial flight, these so-called tricks truly exist. The extensive devastation of West City, coupled with Mr. Satan's absence throughout the ordeal, severely tarnished his image and credibility in the eyes of the public. Consequently, an increasing number of people began to question Satan, believing he had faltered at a critical moment and accusing him of orchestrating a grand deception. Of course, a steadfast group of loyal fans continued to support Mr. Satan regardless of the truth, convinced that he must have his reasons. However, others held a different view. The controversy surrounding this world's savior escalated. Was he a genuine hero or a complete fraud? This incident not only impacted ordinary citizens, but also affected some of those involved. For the trio from Orange Star, adjusting to this sudden change proved challenging. For instance, the fact that Sharptooth had died in battle only to be resurrected was difficult for Alasha and Sharptooth to accept. After experiencing such a shock, Sharptooth decided to seek psychological therapy to alleviate his trauma. Alasha was equally affected, having witnessed her dear friend perish before her eyes. This experience drew them closer. Yet they had not crossed the boundary of friendship to become lovers. The experience of death also made Sharptooth acutely aware of his own weakness. After much contemplation, he resolved to start anew in his training, seeking a path to harness energy for combat. To this day, he continues to explore this journey. Biddy, on the other hand, temporarily resided in Alasha's apartment, which was currently empty as Alasha's parents were away on business in South City. During this time, due to Mr. Satan's concealment of nearly a decade's worth of truths, Biddy had almost severed ties with her father. In an effort to soothe her emotions and process the trauma of witnessing her friend's death, Biddy intensified her training with Gohan, focusing on mastering the use of energy and refining her combat style. In fact, within days of the battle's conclusion, she had learned to sense the fluctuations of energy and even planned to develop her own energy wave technique. Just as Gohan and Goten returned home, they were met with a worried Chi-Chi who embraced them tightly. He patiently recounted the events, and when he mentioned Biddy, Sharptooth, and Alasha revealing their true identities during the Cell games, Chi-Chi became furious, chastising him for divulging too much. Gohan quickly explained that Biddy would have discovered the truth eventually, and that they had all come to accept their identities. He also mentioned that Satan had agreed to publicly acknowledge his victory over Cooler, which would lend greater recognition to his heroic image, and that he planned to apologize to all practitioners of energy arts, including their family, in a few days. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's expression shifted from anger to joy, feeling relieved that the foolish man was finally willing to make amends for the defamation he had inflicted upon energy practitioners over the years. Chapter 99, Stealthy Pursuit. As July began, the semester was drawing to a close. Gohan continued to excel in his studies, and under his mother's gentle encouragement, he prioritized his future university courses in his daily schedule. Fortunately, Gohan consistently completed his homework early. At this moment, he had harvested all the white radishes he and Goten had planted, preparing to wash them before taking them to the market for sale. He loaded 2 large boxes of fresh radishes onto the truck beside the tractor, then took his seat in the driver's seat, starting the truck to drive back home. Upon returning home, he spent the entire morning cleaning the vegetables and repacking them into the boxes. Just in time for breakfast, Chi-Chi had prepared a feast for Gohan and Goten, Over 30 blueberry buttermilk pancakes, a dozen slices of smoked bacon, and numerous cups of orange juice. The three of them gathered around the dining table, ready to enjoy a warm breakfast. "Good morning, children," Chi-Chi greeted with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Mom," Gohan replied. Diving into his meal, Goten, too, was hastily devouring his food, mumbling, "Morning, Mom." "Goten, how many times have I told you not to speak with your mouth full? Remember?" Chi-Chi admonished. "Got it, Mom." Goten quickly swallowed his food and earnestly said, "Good morning. Now that's more like it." "Good morning, my good boy." Chi-Chi nodded in satisfaction. Turning her gaze to Gohan, her face radiated with pride. "Gohan, I saw those boxes in the backyard earlier. Did you go to the fields early this morning?" Gohan swallowed his food and replied, "Yes, I wanted to finish my work early so I could complete my homework too. That way, I can truly enjoy my weekend." "That's the spirit. Finish your tasks first, and then you can relish your leisure time. You truly are my son," Chi-Chi said proudly. Oh, brother, are you going to see?" Goten excitedly began, but Gohan quickly interrupted. "It's Biddy. Gohan hastily took over the conversation, causing Chi-Chi to look at him with a puzzled expression, while Goten stared at him in confusion. "I'm going to hang out with Biddy, Erasa, and Sharpener today. I plan to spend the weekend with my friends." "Ha." Chi-Chi narrowed her eyes, seemingly trying to discern any discrepancies in Gohan's words. She knew her son never easily lied to her. Although she sensed Goten was about to reveal something else, she was aware that Gohan had been frequently associating with the trio, especially with the daughter of the world's foremost martial artist. "He must be concealing something from me," Chi-Chi contemplated silently. "No matter what trouble you stir up, you'll soon find out my wrath. I certainly do not wish for the scholar I raised to turn into a little delinquent. It seems I should let Goten follow him to see what Gohan is up to." "All right then," Chi-Chi nodded, and Gohan finally let out a sigh of relief. Goten eagerly nodded in agreement and then asked his mother, "Mom, can I go to Aunt Bulma's house to play with Trunks today? Have you finished your homework?" "All done," little Goten replied cheerfully. "Then that's fine, but remember to come home before dark." "Yay," Goten cheered joyfully. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from Gohan's work uniform pocket. "Ah, excuse me, I need to take this call." Gohan stood up. He walked a few steps away, retrieving the smartphone produced by Capsule Corporation. Looking down at the screen, he saw Sharpener's avatar flashing, indicating an incoming call. He swiped the green button to answer the call. "Hello? Hey, Gohan. How have you been, my brother?" "Good morning, Sharpener. I'm doing well. Is there something you need help with? Can you do me a favor? I'm trying to find Tien's whereabouts. Can you help me look into it?" "Tien? May I ask why you're looking for him?" "I've been reflecting on my life lately, pondering what I truly wish to pursue. After experiencing death, I realized how weak I really am. I see. You wish to train with him, correct? But he may not accept disciples. Are you certain?" "Absolutely, brother. I can't just sit back and watch you and Biddy Lee grow stronger while I lag behind. Besides, I'm a warrior. I want to contribute to the world." "It seems you've thought this through, Sharpener. That is commendable. I heard Tien was in the mountains near the mushroom forest. But you should definitely ask Aunt Bulma to confirm the location." "Great. Thank you, brother. I'll have Biddy Lee check with Bulma for confirmation. Wish me luck, Gohan. Wishing you success. Take care, goodbye." Gohan hung up the phone and tucked it back into his pocket. Chi-Chi, noticing the device in his hand, inquired curiously, "Where did you get that phone? I don't recall buying you one." "Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention. Erasa helped me upgrade the capsule phone Aunt Bulma gave me to a smartphone a few days ago. Times are changing, and I need to keep up." "Well, fine then," Chi-Chi sighed helplessly. Gohan cleaned his bowl and utensils, washing and drying them before returning them to the cupboard. He then picked up the capsule bag containing his martial arts uniform. "All right, Mom, I'm heading out," Gohan announced as he stepped outside. "Be safe out there, Gohan," Chi-Chi called after him. Once Gohan had flown off, Chi-Chi turned to Goten and said, "Goten, I have a special task for you today." Goten eagerly set down his chopsticks and asked, "What is the task, Mom?" "I need you to help me keep an eye on your brother. I have a feeling he is hiding something from me," Chi-Chi said, crossing her arms with a furrowed brow. Goten nodded slowly and quietly asked, I'll give it a try. Is brother in some kind of trouble? I'm not quite sure. Gohan won't tell me anything, and I'm a bit worried about him." Chi-Chi sighed. "He better not be associating with any unsavory characters, or I'll show him just how serious I can be." Goten silently shrank his neck and closed his mouth, fearful of accidentally revealing Gohan's whereabouts. "This is your mission," Chi-Chi continued. "You should understand how to control your ki, right?" Goten nodded quietly. "You just need to lower your energy so Gohan doesn't notice you. Think of it as a stealth training exercise, or a game of hide-and-seek. As soon as he finishes whatever seems strange to you, come back and tell me everything in detail. No detail should be overlooked. Understand? Understood, Mom. Chi-Chi ruffled her younger son's hair, smiling. Good boy. Now off you go. Goten nodded in response, turned, and dashed out of the house. Then soared into the sky while quietly suppressing his ki. Chi-Chi couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, murmuring to herself, Gohan, what on earth are you up to? An hour later, in the Jade wilderness, Goten stealthily followed Gohan's flight path, diligently concealing his presence. So far, Gohan seemed unaware of Goten's existence, focused entirely on his destination. For the playful Goten, this was undoubtedly an amusing endeavor, though a twinge of unease lingered in his heart, making him feel somewhat guilty towards his brother. At least he finally had the chance to witness his brother's true prowess firsthand. Goten had previously admired Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, and he had always held his brother's strength in high regard. Ever since hearing about Gohan's remarkable performance during the Cell Games, he had been eagerly yearning to see Gohan unleash his full potential. Yet Gohan consistently denied his requests without offering any explanation. Moreover, Chi-Chi would invariably intervene, preventing Goten from pressing further. Thus he had never been afforded the opportunity to behold his brother's genuine power. Now, however, Goten found himself at last presented with that chance. Stealthily trailing Gohan, he ultimately descended upon a rocky elevation, positioning himself approximately 50 meters away from his brother. Chapter 100. The duel commences. Goten observed that his brother had donned a new martial arts uniform. This time, Gohan opted for an outfit reminiscent of Goku's turtle school attire, rather than Piccolo's. Goku's uniform was a vibrant orange paired with deep blue lining, while Gohan's was a rich purple complemented by bright red accents. He also wore matching red wristbands and a blue sash around his waist. Gohan's boots were similar in style to Goku's, but in contrasting colors of red-orange with blue detailing. The back of his uniform was adorned with the character representing the Sun family. Standing tall before the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, Gohan crossed his arms, exuding a calm and stoic demeanor. Vegeta, the brown-haired Saiyan prince of modest height, wore a gray battle suit, white gloves, and white boots, lacking the iconic Saiyan battle armor. Meanwhile, Goten quietly concealed himself at a distance, suppressing his energy to a mere whisper, far outshined by Gohan and Vegeta's formidable auras. This spot is perfect. Neither my brother nor Uncle Vegeta should sense or see me, Goten mused to himself. Hey, what are you doing here? Goten was startled and quickly turned to find Trunks casually leaning nearby, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at him with curiosity. Trunks, you nearly scared me to death, Goten hissed, hurriedly pulling Trunks down into a crouch. Keep your energy low. You'll expose my position. All right. You're so wound up, Trunks replied, shrugging off Goten's grip and crouching down. Why are you so jumpy? Goten shook his head and whispered, It's nothing. Mom asked me to silently follow my brother. Wait, Aunt Chi-Chi wants you to track Gohan? That's rather odd. Why? Trunks questioned, intrigued. I'm not quite sure. Goten scratched his head and pondered. Perhaps it's because Gohan hasn't been honest with her about what he has been up to lately. Oh, you mean about him training with my dad? Trunks inquired. What? You're kidding, Goten exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Trunks mimicked his father's posture, crossing his arms with a smirk. You didn't know, did you, Goten? Ever since Gohan started school, Dad made a deal with him. Dad would teach him Saiyan history, science, and culture, but only if they had a full-on duel. Suddenly, Goten recalled seeing a book on his brother's desk titled Saiyan Archives. Oh, so that's what it is, Goten gasped, covering his mouth in surprise. What's wrong, Goten? Trunks asked, curiosity piqued. I was just thinking, my brother might be in for a rough time, Goten whispered. You remember how Mom has never been fond of your dad? Oh, absolutely. My dad doesn't care for Aunt Chi-Chi either, Trunks replied while scratching his neck. My mom insists she doesn't want us turning into delinquents and often refers to my dad's friends as ruffians, Uncle Vegeta included. When I tell her about this, she is going to be furious. Both boys shuddered at the thought of the consequences Gohan might face upon returning home, envisioning a rather bleak outcome. Oh, Gohan is definitely going to catch it when he gets back, Trunks said, patting Goten's back. There's no escaping a lecture for you. I know. I wish Mom would just agree to let Gohan spar with your dad. If she doesn't, I can't train with him either, and that's just boring. Goten lamented, a frown etched across his face. Don't dwell on it too much, Trunks said, glancing at the two combatants. a slight smile gracing his lips. Weren't we supposed to witness Gohan unleash his full potential today? Hearing this, Goten's face lit up with excitement as he remembered the purpose of their presence. Right. Let us watch closely. Both boys held their breath, fixated on the confrontation between Vegeta and Gohan. Gohan, Vegeta acknowledged with a curt nod. Gohan, replied Vegeta coldly. You little brat. In truth, I also possess a scion name, Gohan stated, piquing Vegeta's interest. Oh, do enlighten me. But it better not be some childish moniker like Scion Superman. Vegeta scoffed. I am called Kachi, Gohan declared. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Kachi? It signifies wisdom in Scion tongue. You dare claim to embody wisdom? I believe this name suits me quite well, Gohan replied confidently. You little brat. What? Vegeta sneered dismissively. I refuse to refer to you in such a manner. I acknowledge your prowess as a warrior, yet there is much you still need to learn. Wisdom is not merely a product of intelligence. It is acquired through time and experience. In terms of battle wisdom, I have much more to impart than you. Gohan clenched his teeth at Vegeta's words. What does he want? Is it his pleasure to provoke me? Gohan thought indignantly. Say what you will, Gohan replied coldly. Clearly unwilling to engage further with Vegeta. So how do you intend to proceed? Casually, as long as you can demonstrate your true abilities. The rest is inconsequential. Vegeta struck a classic pose reminiscent of his first encounter with Kakarot before unleashing his full power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Are you prepared? I want to hold back. Gohan followed suit, adopting the stance taught to him by Piccolo, filled with determination. That suits me perfectly. Bring it on. From a distance atop a cliff, Goten and Trunks were exhilarated, feeling the sudden surge of energy from both combatants, their faces alight with anticipation. Wow. Trunks, did you feel that energy? It's incredible, Goten exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This battle is sure to be spectacular. Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this for ages, Trunks replied, his eyes glued to the unfolding battle, brimming with hope. The wind coursed through the hair of the two warriors as they vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear mid-air, the collision of their forearms generating a powerful shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, creating a deep crater. Chapter 101. Transformation. Once more both combatants leapt backwards simultaneously, creating a brief distance before they surged towards each other, swiftly closing the gap. To their astonishment, Gohan's fist collided with Vegeta's in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Soon, they were engulfed in a tumultuous struggle, deftly evading and countering each other's strikes, each searching for an opportunity to breach the other's defenses. In a fleeting moment while on the defensive, Gohan noticed an enigmatic smile gracing Vegeta's face. This was not the familiar arrogance he usually displayed. It radiated a peculiar confidence. How could he be so self-assured? Did he not realize that I have yet to unleash my full potential? Gohan pondered, a sense of curiosity brewing within him. Seizing the moment, Gohan swept a leg in an attempt to bring Vegeta down, but Vegeta reacted with remarkable agility, bracing himself with one hand on the ground while simultaneously delivering a kick towards Gohan. Gohan quickly raised his arms to block, yet was still forced back several meters from the sheer force of the blow. This kick is incredibly powerful. Vegeta has grown significantly stronger. I must exercise greater caution, Gohan murmured under his breath. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, hurtling towards Gohan. In response, Gohan charged headlong towards Vegeta, dodging and deflecting the blasts while aiming to strike back. Yet, Vegeta had anticipated his intentions, sidestepping deftly, grasping Gohan's arm, and pulling him in close, driving his knee into Gohan's abdomen. The impact made Gohan grunt in pain, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Following this, Vegeta executed a spinning kick that sent Gohan flying. In an instant, he moved with lightning speed, appearing before Gohan and delivering a powerful front kick that propelled Gohan skyward, followed by a forceful downward strike, crashing him into the ground. Vegeta descended slowly, approaching the massive crater left by Gohan's landing, and coldly commanded, "Get up quickly. You little brat. This is merely the beginning." After a brief silence, a familiar blue beam shot towards Vegeta, who swiftly evaded. As he turned, he found Gohan had teleported behind him. Before Vegeta could react, Gohan had gathered an energy blast in his hands and thrust it forcefully into Vegeta's abdomen, sending him crashing into a distant rock formation, embedding him within the wall. Standing resolutely, Gohan radiated a scorching golden aura. The earth trembled slightly as Vegeta extricated himself from the rubble, extending his arms and roaring, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter under the intensity of his golden energy. Well done, little brat. However, such trivial tricks are insufficient to defeat the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta proclaimed confidently, pointing his thumb at himself with a smug expression. I knew you would say that, Vegeta, Gohan replied, his demeanor serious as he lowered his stance, preparing for battle. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us see what unfolds. Humph. Do not be so arrogant, kid. Vegeta scoffed, his eyes glinting with mockery as he resumed his fighting stance. In an instant, the two Super Saiyans vanished from sight, and the air was filled with the sound of fierce collisions, echoing like thunder across the landscape. Goten and Trunks strained to follow the rhythm of the battle, turning their heads in unison as the fighters flickered in and out of view, their eyes fixated on the battlefield. Trunks, did you see that? Goten shouted excitedly. Of course. It's so cool. Trunks replied with fervor, my dad is definitely going to win. Goten retorted defiantly, not necessarily. My brother is the strongest. Uft. My dad is way stronger than Gohan. He will definitely win. Trunks argued back. Dream on, Trunks. My brother is the mightiest in the universe. Uncle Vegeta stands no chance. Goten exclaimed. Absolutely not. Indeed. No way. Yes. The two glared at each other, but after a moment, they both turned their attention back to the fierce battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gohan were locked in a fierce exchange high above, each employing afterimages to evade, appearing alternately behind one another in a relentless struggle. Just as Gohan made a misstep, Vegeta delivered a spinning kick that struck Gohan squarely on the chin, then followed up with a relentless barrage of punches to Gohan's face and abdomen, landing 3 or 4 solid blows in succession. What's the matter, you little punk? Vegeta taunted. Where did that confidence of yours go? Please, take this seriously. Finally, Vegeta executed a powerful downward kick that sent Gohan crashing to the ground. A dazzling white-blue lightning aura erupted from Vegeta, who swiftly turned to target Gohan, now stabilizing himself after his fall, preparing to launch another ferocious assault. If you refuse to take this seriously, then I shall compel you to do so. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a blinding white-blue energy beam, the formidable Gallic gun hurtling towards Gohan. Gohan had no time to react, lacking even the opportunity to teleport away. He found himself reminiscent of his training sessions with his father in the hyperbolic time chamber. As he spread his arms wide, palms facing the oncoming assault, bracing himself to absorb the overwhelming energy wave, letting out a primal roar. Goten and Trunks watched in astonishment as Gohan struggled to withstand the colossal beam, even in his full-powered Super Saiyan form. He was gradually being pushed back by the immense force of the Gallic gun. Trunks silently cheered for his father, while Goten was taken aback by how laborious it was for his brother to contend with Vegeta's onslaught. Blood and sweat mingled on Gohan's face, his muscles taut with exertion. And with the fierce energy wave so close, his heart raced in response to the mounting tension. Curse it! I truly underestimated Vegeta's strength this time. Gohan chastised himself internally. Well then, if he wishes to witness my true power, I shall oblige him. A surge of fury ignited within Gohan, and with a fierce roar, his energy skyrocketed, breaking through to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Empowered, he redirected the white-blue beam to the side, sending it arcing towards a nearby mountain, instantly obliterating half of its structure. Goten and Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief, feeling the overwhelming aura that surpassed the ordinary Super Saiyan form envelop them. Oh my gosh, Goten, is that really my brother? Trunks stammered. He has finally transformed. Goten exclaimed jubilantly, brother has ascended to Super Saiyan Stage 2. This is incredible. Uncle Vegeta is bound to lose now. Goten was elated, yet Trunks couldn't help but gaze at Vegeta, who remained poised in the air, facing Gohan. Although well aware of his father's formidable strength, Trunks was not naive. It was evident that Gohan's power had surged significantly, seemingly guaranteeing him victory. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming energy, Vegeta maintained his composure, unfazed, as though the unfolding events were inconsequential. Confusion reigned in Trunks' mind. His brother's power had escalated to an extraordinary level, yet his father remained unperturbed. What could possibly be happening? Trunks mused internally. Vegeta descended gracefully to the ground, his gaze icy as he regarded Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 2. Chapter 102, Breaking Through Limits. Behold, this is the extent of my power. Are you satisfied? Gohan spoke with an icy tone. Yet, Vegeta displayed neither fear nor anger. Instead, He began to applaud slowly, laced with disdain and mockery, which only served to further irritate Gohan. Well done, kid. You've transformed again. How many times is this? Third, or perhaps fourth? Vegeta smirked, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Huh, I thought you had completely forgotten about this form. Gohan, if I were you, I wouldn't be laughing. Gohan replied with a slight smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. Do not forget that I defeated the transformed Cooler in this state. At that time, his form was even stronger than Cell's perfect form. Moreover, I have recently emerged from a battle, and my strength has increased. You stand no chance against me now. Vegeta snorted dismissively, then burst into laughter, leaving Gohan momentarily stunned. Unlike the usual Saiyan prince who reveled in malevolence and cruelty, this time, Vegeta laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking Gohan. What are you laughing at? Gohan frowned, glaring at Vegeta with suppressed fury. Vegeta wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and chuckled. Ha ha ha. My apologies. I just couldn't help it. You are truly Navi to think your current form is something remarkable. It's adorably laughable. What did you say? Gohan's tone turned frigid. What? Am I mistaken? Vegeta spread his arms wide, mimicking Frieza's stance. Do not think I am unaware of what transpired a few days ago. I witnessed everything clearly through that little Namekian's crystal ball. You deliberately held back, which resulted in someone's death. And then, you toyed with your opponent like you did during the Cell games, unwilling to end the fight swiftly, nearly leading to your own defeat. I am unsure how you ultimately triumphed over that Frieza's brother, but it was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Filled with rage, Gohan swung his fist at Vegeta's face, shouting, "Shut up." However, Vegeta caught Gohan's fist effortlessly, the force of their clash sending shockwaves through the ground, creating a deep crater beneath them. Gohan stared in disbelief and immediately swung his other fist at Vegeta, only to have it caught with equal ease. At that moment, Goten, perched at the edge of the cliff, stuttered in astonishment. He caught my brother's punch, and Dad is still standing firm. Trunks, standing beside Goten, could not contain his own gasp of shock. How? How is that possible? Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta sneered. Do you know where your problem lies, kid? Stop believing you are invincible. Before Gohan could respond, Vegeta had butted him fiercely, causing him to stagger backward, pain radiating through his face. Do you think you can defeat your enemies merely by throwing a tantrum and relying on anger? You believe that letting your emotions take over will easily suppress your opponent, right? Vegeta's voice was cold, his aura swelling, overwhelming Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Gohan, delivering a brutal flying kick to Gohan's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. As Gohan struggled to rise, he felt Vegeta's power surging like a tidal wave, suffocating him. Your weakness nearly cost the entire planet. What is this for? Because you dislike fighting? Vegeta scoffed. Stop being so self-righteous. Whether you are a Saiyan or a human, a true man must resort to any means necessary for the sake of family and survival, even if it means doing things he does not enjoy. This is the reality we must face. Listening to Vegeta's admonishments, Gohan's heart trembled, as if he were transported back to the fear and oppression he felt upon first encountering Vegeta in his childhood. Vegeta stood there, fists clenched, coldly stating, You squander the potential granted by your Saiyan bloodline, while I have trained relentlessly every day for 7 years, constantly pushing my limits. Now let me show you. With a thunderous roar, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks watched in awe as Vegeta transcended before their eyes, reaching the second stage of Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta stood proudly, crackling with electricity, his golden aura blazing like a fierce inferno. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes filled with confidence and pride. I am thoroughly satisfied with this surge of power, he said slowly, his voice tinged with undeniable joy. Gohan rose from the ground, astonished as he gazed at Vegeta. You've broken through? Vegeta let out a mocking laugh, crossing his arms. Observe closely, foolish boy. It is not merely a breakthrough. What you have yet to fully master in the second stage, I have already completely mastered. Otherwise, do you think I was idling away in the hyperbolic time chamber? Gohan's eyes widened, gradually sharpening in focus. So that's it. No wonder you refused to come out. You were perfecting this form. His voice was calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, brimming with pride. The great Saiyan Prince now stands at the pinnacle of the universe, having become the true strongest. He continued with a sneer. So, what will it be, kid? Do you wish to continue opposing me as a Scion warrior? Or will you choose to surrender? Huh, I already know your answer. We both understand that you can only choose the latter. You are not fit to be a warrior. Even as Kakarot's son, you are nothing but a complete failure. No wonder he would rather choose death than remain by your side. Upon hearing this, Gohan could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He instantly teleported in front of Vegeta and threw a powerful punch at his face. You bastard! How dare you insult my father? I will make you pay. Rage burned in Gohan's chest as he wildly swung his fists, landing blow after blow on Vegeta's body and face. Chapter 103. A battle of wits and words. Every blow bore immense power, and the air was thick with the fervent spirit of combat. Vegeta silently endured the onslaught, his face betraying no emotion. In the distance, Goten and Trunks stood at the edge of a cliff, wide-eyed, captivated by the fierce confrontation. The wind whipped around them, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations made it difficult to breathe. This battle between my brother and Uncle Vegeta is terrifying, Goten exclaimed anxiously. Trunks furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Indeed, if this continues, it could spell danger. At that moment, as Gohan intensified his attacks, Vegeta suddenly tensed, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Gohan staggering back several meters. I've had my fun. It's time to get serious, Vegeta declared coldly. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging at Gohan. The two engaged in a rapid exchange mid-air, their fists and feet colliding, each impact resonating with a thunderous roar. The mountains trembled under their assaults, and the ground shook violently. Gohan gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to withstand Vegeta's relentless onslaught. His mind was consumed by a singular conviction: I cannot lose. For my father, for the pride of a warrior, I must defeat Vegeta. Their battle escalated to a fever pitch, the sky itself torn asunder by their energy, dark clouds swirling and lightning crackling. The entire world seemed to tremble at the ferocity of their clash. Suddenly, Vegeta leapt high into the air, raising his hands above his head to concentrate a blazing golden energy sphere. The surrounding air was frantically drawn into the sphere, forming a colossal vortex of energy. Prepare yourself, Son Gohan. Ultimate Flash, he shouted, hurling the energy sphere towards Gohan, its blinding light illuminating the sky. Gohan, undeterred, swiftly formed hand signs, conjuring an orb of radiant purple and red energy above his head. I will not be defeated. Mystic Flash, huh? The two titanic energies collided in midair, unleashing cataclysmic force. The shockwave radiated outward, fracturing mountains and reversing rivers. Goten and Trunks were thrown to the ground by the overwhelming energy, struggling to maintain their footing. This is incredible, Goten gasped. Trunks gritted his teeth, realizing the dire situation. They could end up destroying each other. As the energies clashed, Gohan felt his power waning while Vegeta's assault grew increasingly potent. No, I cannot fall here. He recalled his father's smile and the hopes of his friends, reigniting the inner strength within him. Gohan unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy, the brilliance of his mystic flash intensifying, gradually overpowering Vegeta's ultimate flash. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Vegeta's eyes, his lips curling into a slight smile. Not bad, brat. Now you're showing some promise. Ultimately, Gohan's mystic flash broke through Vegeta's defenses, striking him directly. In a cacophony of explosion, Vegeta's figure was engulfed. As the dust settled, Gohan stood, panting heavily, having returned to his normal form. His energy nearly depleted, yet a look of satisfaction graced his face. I succeeded. However, before he could relax, a chilling voice pierced the air behind him. The battle is not over yet, Son Gohan. Startled, Gohan turned just in time for Vegeta's fist to slam into his abdomen. He crumpled to the ground, gasping in pain. Vegeta loomed over him, his tone icy. Your performance barely passes. You possess potential, yet it is far from sufficient. He grasped Gohan's arm, forcing him to meet his gaze. You are too weak, lacking the heart of a true warrior. The pride of a Scion does not permit such frailties. Gohan bowed his head, overwhelmed by feelings of defeat and confusion. What should I do? Vegeta continued. If you wish to protect all that you hold dear, you must grow stronger, casting aside your inner weakness and hesitation. Otherwise, you will never surpass your father, let alone defeat me. In the distance, Goten and Trunks watched, their emotions a tangled web. Brother, Goten murmured. Trunks patted his shoulder. Goten, we must strive harder, lest we hold everyone back. Goten nodded determinedly. Yes, I will become stronger. Vegeta released Gohan, turning to leave. Remember my words, Gohan. Only by consistently challenging yourself can you truly grow stronger. I look forward to the day you surpass me. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Gohan remained rooted in place, gazing in the direction Vegeta had departed, his fists clenched tightly. Vegeta, I will prove it to you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, new challenges and journeys awaited them. Gohan stood still, reflecting on Vegeta's words. His tail swayed gently in the breeze, and his short hair fluttered lightly. He pondered Vegeta's advice, exhaling softly as he began to fly home, slowing his pace as if to savor the moment and absorb the wisdom imparted to him. Yes, this is a rather fitting conclusion. Vegeta indeed has the ability to awaken my senses. An hour later, at the Sun residence. Son Gohan, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Chi-Chi shouted, her fury palpable. Gohan realized he had underestimated his mother's emotional state. He sighed inwardly, knowing this was not the first time he faced her ire. At that moment, he sat on the living room sofa, watching as his mother stood before him, arms akimbo, ready to wield that dreaded frying pan. Under normal circumstances, the mere thought of Chi-Chi's punishment would send a shiver down Gohan's spine, much like it did for Goku and Goten in their youth. But today, the battle with Vegeta and his words had stirred a restlessness within Gohan that overshadowed his fear of his mother. I can't believe you would lie to me, you. Such an honest child. Chi-Chi scolded. Sneaking out to train with Goten is one thing, but to fight someone like Vegeta? Have you lost your mind? Lost my mind. I'm perfectly lucid, Gohan replied coolly. Don't give me that smooth talk. Chi-Chi's anger intensified. Look at you now, covered in injuries. Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? He could kill you at any moment. Gohan blinked in confusion. Wait, Mom, how do you know all this? I didn't tell anyone where I was going today. Simple. Goten told me. Chi-Chi replied with conviction. What? Gohan was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Don't blame him. I told him to follow you. Chi-Chi added impatiently. You never informed me of your whereabouts, so I had to take matters into my own hands. Gohan rubbed his temples, exasperated. Mom, you had Goten spy on me. That's a bit excessive. Excessive? If I hadn't done that, who knows where you would have run off to? Chi-Chi retorted. You never take the time to share your life with me. And this time you went to meet Vegeta without telling me. He's a notorious villain. Chapter 104. An unexpected visit, Mother. I am aware of Vegeta's past misdeeds. Yet he has transformed, Gohan endeavored to explain. He is now our ally, the father of Trunks, and he is assisting me in becoming stronger. Assisting you in becoming stronger? I perceive he is leading you astray. Chi-Chi retorted indignantly. Though Piccolo was not exemplary either, at least he sacrificed himself to save you, earning my respect in the process. But what has Vegeta done? He has never performed any action worthy of trust. Vegeta is genuinely striving for change, and he has contributed to Earth, Gohan insisted. Moreover, without his aid, we might not have triumphed over Cell. I care not for such matters. I will not permit you to associate with him any longer. Chi-Chi proclaimed resolutely. He has a detrimental influence on both you and Goten. The only reason I allowed you to visit Bulma is that she is a good person who would not harm you. Gohan inhaled deeply, endeavoring to maintain his composure. Mother, I am no longer a child. I have the right to choose whom I train with, and I possess the ability to protect myself, he stated earnestly. You are still a child. You do not comprehend the perilous nature of those Saiyans. Chi-Chi exclaimed passionately. Their history is steeped in violence and destruction. Why must you delve into such terrifying matters? Gohan's heart sank at her words. Although he had long been aware of his mother's prejudice against Saiyans, her remarks still stung. Saiyans possess emotions too. There are those who are good and those who are bad, just like Earthlings, Gohan murmured softly. Do not be naive. They are merely a band of savages. Chi-Chi dismissed. I wish for you to focus on your studies, to gain admission to a reputable university, find a stable job, and lead a simple, happy life. Gohan felt his inner turmoil escalating, rising to his feet and meeting his mother's gaze. Mother, I understand your concerns, but this is my choice. I cannot deny my Saiyan heritage, nor do I wish to forfeit the opportunity to grow stronger. Only then can I genuinely protect you and the Earth. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for her son's unwavering resolve. Gohan, I apologize, Mother. But I need some time alone to gather my thoughts. Gohan interrupted, turning towards the door. Where are you going? Chi-Chi questioned anxiously. I just need some fresh air. I will return shortly, Gohan replied without looking back. Stepping outside, Gohan gazed up at the sky, taking a deep breath. 30 minutes later, deep within the mountains. In this brief half hour, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave upon the surrounding rocks, his anger unable to be contained despite his reluctance to disturb the tranquility of the area. He required an outlet to vent all his frustrations. After a barrage of energy blasts, several small peaks had been reduced to dust. Gohan took no heed. If he caused too much destruction, he could always use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. Once his energy was depleted, he sat breathlessly on a fallen log, staring down at the green grass beneath his feet. His mind swirled with Vegeta's scornful taunts and Chi-Chi's reproaches, especially her tone laden with estrangement. Scions have never brought forth anything good. I never chose this, Gohan muttered bitterly. I never requested to inherit alien blood. Nor did I ask to sacrifice my childhood to protect this planet. I simply wished for a mundane life. Why can't that wish be fulfilled? Yet, regardless, Scion blood was now a part of me, and Goten shares the same fate. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky and sighed. Why can't Mother attempt to understand? She remains trapped in that serene past, while the world has transformed beyond recognition. I had hoped that my father's existence would help her realize that Scions are capable of change, just as Goten and I are. Why can't she see all that we have endured? Because ordinary people are but blinded sheep. A calm, yet stern voice resonated from behind him. They follow the tide, trust others blindly, and often perceive the unfamiliar as a threat. Gohan whirled around to find the Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito standing quietly behind him. Instantly, he tensed, raising his hands slightly as he warily observed them. However, no matter how hard he concentrated, he could discern no aura from the two, only an elusive, overwhelming pressure, as if two invisible mountains loomed before him. Who are you? Gohan questioned coldly, fixating his gaze upon them. Why can't I sense your energy? Are you newly emerged androids? Sensing Gohan's hostility, Kibito raised a hand slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Steady yourself, young one. We harbor no ill intentions. Gohan's eyes glimmered with sharpness as he scoffed. Enough of this. Your timing is rather unfortunate. You had best explain yourselves, or I shall not hold back. Friend, is it necessary to treat someone who once aided you in such a manner? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Gohan turned to see the diminutive figure of Shin. It's you. You were the one I sensed earlier. You assisted me during my battle with Kula. Gohan exclaimed, astonished. You saved my life. Shin nodded, calmly stating, indeed. That was I, Gohan, with a hint of apology, inquired. It's not that I am ungrateful. I simply wish to understand why you did so. You need not dwell on it too deeply. I merely happened to witness your predicament and lent you a hand. I must say, the results were rather impressive. Even now, I can perceive the potential that resides within your gaze, Shin remarked with a gentle satisfaction. Indeed, Shin, Kibito concurred, adding, as a mortal, your strength is truly astounding. Mortal? You lend me a hand? My strength? Gohan paused, then shook his head in confusion. I apologize, I am somewhat bewildered. What is it that you seek? Who are you truly? Shin stepped forward, extending his right hand in a gesture of greeting. Kibito leaned slightly, inviting Gohan to approach. Son Gohan, I am Kibito, serving Lord Shin from the Divine Realm. Kibito smiled as he explained. Gohan's gaze sharpened, and Shin continued, and this esteemed Shin is a god of creation. You may be more familiar with his other title, Supreme Kai. Chapter 105, A Higher Realm Weight. Did you just say you are the Kaishin? Gohan's mind raced with astonishment. Wow, you truly are the Kaishin? He couldn't help but ask, gripping the hand of the diminutive deity. What an honor. To be honest, I've only heard of the Kais and was unaware that beings like you existed. The Kaishin smiled gently, releasing Gohan's hand and elaborating. It is not surprising that you are unaware. You may have heard of the North Galaxy's Kai, but my identity has always been concealed for my own protection. Protection? Gohan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Jebbet replied, his demeanor serious, prompting Gohan to recognize that he was in the presence of the last remaining Kaishin. He was not only the deity of creation, responsible for the balance of life and death, but also the guardian of the universe itself. Wait, you mean your duty is to protect the entire universe? Gohan found it hard to fathom. Jebbet nodded affirmatively, and the Kaishin spoke calmly, precisely. Then where were you when Frieza attacked Namek? And what about Cell? Gohan pressed further. The Kaishin replied in a tranquil tone. The responsibilities of the deity of creation are bound by limitations. We cannot directly interfere in the affairs of mortals. While Frieza is undeniably powerful, he does not pose a true threat to the universe, as he operates under the supervision of the deity of destruction. As for Cell, I had already foreseen the outcome of the future, and you have paved the way for me. Thus I had no need to intervene. Then why are you here now? Why seek me? Gohan continued to question. Although I am half-earthling, I am still a Scion. Frankly, Scions have not been well received. We have committed many misdeeds in the past. I am aware of your history with the Scions, Son Gohan. Yet, despite this, I find you to be a remarkable individual, worthy of my personal attention. The Kaioshin smiled, explaining, this is the reason for my visit. I wish to take you as my disciple. Wow, what? Gohan exclaimed in shock, glancing around nervously before turning back to the Kaioshin, pointing at himself incredulously. You mean, you want to take me as your pupil? Indeed, the Kaioshin affirmed, nodding amiably. You are the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, images of Goku's sacrifice and the tragedy of his friend Sharpner flooded Gohan's mind, along with his mother Chi-Chi's reproachful words. The Scions have truly never brought anything but trouble. Initially intrigued by the deity's proposal, Gohan quickly fell into self-doubt. He cast his gaze downward, saying, I apologize, Lord Kaioshin, but I believe you have chosen the wrong person. I am unworthy to be your disciple. You must be mistaken. Jebbet furrowed his brow, displeased as he remarked, mistaken? How dare you question the judgment of the Kaioshin? Among all mortal warriors in the universe, he has chosen you. You should feel honored. Hey, I do not mean to offend you or the Lord Kaioshin, Gohan said, giving the red-skinned deity a pointed glance. But if you have been watching me, you should know that I have always been rather unreliable. In the end, I have disappointed those around me. Even my mother dislikes my reliance on this power. To put it plainly, you have truly chosen the wrong person. You insolent brat, Jebbet exclaimed, advancing towards Gohan in anger. The Kaioshin raised his hand, halting Jebbet. Enough. Jebbet looked astonished at the Kaioshin, quickly protesting, but, my lord, this mortal dares to question your wisdom, especially after you. The Kaioshin cast a calm glance at him, and Jebbet fell silent. The Kaioshin turned to Gohan, his expression softening as he spoke slowly. I can feel the tumult within you. You are lost and disheartened, burdened by expectations that surpass what a mortal can endure, especially at your age. Moreover, your dual heritage has caused you much inner turmoil. All the perceived failures and pain have deeply affected you. Gohan remained silent, fixating on the Kaioshin, while Jebbet stood by. Your silence speaks volumes, the Kaioshin asserted firmly. Though you possess flaws as a mortal, your kind heart has saved this universe on numerous occasions. You are a person of integrity and goodness, and that is one of the reasons I chose you. Gohan nodded, crossing his arms as he asked, Lord Kaioshin, are there any other reasons? The Kaioshin nodded, saying, indeed, but if you wish to know the most significant reason, you must first accept my invitation. For now, I can only tell you that your strength may be needed in the future, and that future may come sooner than you think. Are you saying something significant will happen in the future? Will it affect Earth? Gohan asked with concern. Jebbet coldly interjected, that is not your concern, at least for now. He then continued, however, there is another reason the Lord Kaioshin chose you. What reason? The Kaioshin asked with a smile. Son Gohan, has anyone ever told you that your eyes turn golden when you are angry? Gohan paused, looking perplexed, reminiscent of Goku when confused. What? No. No one has ever told me that. He scratched his head, exclaiming, I didn't even know I could do that, nor do I know why it happens. Why has no one ever mentioned it? I do not know why others have overlooked it, but I believe it signifies something, the Kaioshin explained calmly. It is a manifestation of your true potential beginning to reveal itself beyond its limits. Wait, are you saying I am on the verge of breaking through to the next level of Super Saiyan? Gohan gasped, his eyes widening. The Kaioshin shook his head, clarifying. I fear not. The potential you exhibit differs from the power of a Super Saiyan. In my view, this potential may even surpass that of a Super Saiyan at its third level. Gohan felt a jolt within him. He had never imagined such immense potential lay hidden within him. There exists a power stronger than Super Saiyan third level. I don't even know what the third level looks like, and yet you say my potential exceeds it? This is simply unbelievable. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Maybe Vegeta was right. This could be the key to my ascension and breaking through my limits. Gohan pondered. Interestingly, our current hypothesis is that this power might be related to your Super Saiyan form, possibly even the very essence of your Saiyan heritage, Jebbet added, gesturing to Gohan's gently swaying tail. Gohan turned to look at his tail, murmuring, "My tail?" He couldn't help but recall the dream. A fierce battle on a strange planet, alongside the image of the golden giant ape. Chapter 106. Embracing guidance indeed, Son Gohan. The voice of the Kaioshin brought Gohan back to reality. The images of the ancient science you witnessed in your dreams were conveyed to you by me. I wished for you to see them, to prove that your aspirations are not unattainable. There were scions in the distant past who accomplished such feats. The golden giant ape you beheld is one of the few righteous scions in that dark realm. Is it true? Are you saying I too can possess such power? To transform into a golden ape? Gohan exclaimed, astonished. The Kaioshin gently shook his head, explaining, "No, I believe with your potential, coupled with the right guidance, you can not only master the power of the golden ape, but even surpass it." Upon hearing this, Gohan was left speechless. How powerful must those ancestors have been? He mused inwardly. Surely he won't tell me that some of them could transform into gods. The Kaioshin approached Jebet, saying, "Jebet and I are willing to assist you in unlocking this hidden potential while mastering the scion power that belongs to you. If you are willing to accept my guidance, I assure you the results will be satisfactory. Perhaps this will also bring you closer to the goal you desire most." Gohan, taking this to heart, gazed earnestly at the Kaioshin. In that moment, he nearly forgot that the Kaioshin could read his thoughts. The Kaioshin understood him as if studying a tome of his past, which stirred a slight unease within Gohan. Yet he remained curious about the proposition. Reflecting on his life's journey, Gohan recognized this opportunity as rare, especially since the esteemed Kaioshin had proactively offered assistance. Recalling his father's remarks about the Kaioshin, Gohan felt an urge to agree immediately. Yet he simultaneously thought of his companions and friends back on Earth. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Master Kaioshin, it is a great honor to become your disciple. I am truly willing. However, I also have responsibilities on Earth that I cannot simply abandon. I must care for my family and accompany my friends, and as a student, my mother has invested considerable effort in my education. I cannot forsake my life and studies for the sake of training." Jebet interjected, "Do not worry. Our Kaioshin race possesses the ability of instant transmission, allowing us to appear anywhere at any time. If necessary, we can come to you whenever you need us." The Kaioshin nodded, saying, "If you are willing, we can discuss your schedule to determine a suitable time." Gohan smiled and extended his hand for a handshake, declaring, "Very well. I accept your guidance, Master Kaioshin." Both Jebet and the Kaioshin smiled gently, and the diminutive Kaioshin grasped Gohan's hand earnestly, stating, "I eagerly anticipate witnessing your growth in the training to come." After releasing the Kaioshin's hand, Gohan inquired, "How shall we maintain contact?" Jebet explained, "Once you become a disciple of the Kaioshin, a mental link will form between you, me, and Master Kaioshin. Whenever you wish to communicate with us, this link will activate, allowing you to converse with us in your mind at any time." Gohan nodded, affirming, "All right, then let us discuss the specific arrangements tomorrow." The Kaioshin and Jebet nodded in agreement, with the Kaioshin stating, "It is settled then. We shall meet again soon, Son Gohan. Farewell." As soon as the words left his lips, the Kaioshin and Jebet vanished before Gohan's eyes. He gazed up at the sky, murmuring to himself as he processed the recent revelations. To transcend the realm of Super Saiyan 3? A power rooted in my Saiyan heritage. Gohan looked at his tail and chuckled, thinking that he had expected it to cause him trouble. It seemed that its regrowth was indeed a fortunate occurrence. He turned his gaze back to the azure sky, his resolve unwavering. Golden giant ape. I must train diligently to reach that realm and surpass it. Vegeta, prepare to witness. I shall soon exceed you, and then no one will hinder my guardianship of Earth. With that, Gohan leaped into the air, soaring towards a nearby city. An hour and a half later, at the Sun household, Chi-Chi sat at the dining table, quietly wiping away the smudged makeup from her tears. She had been reflecting on her conversation with her son. She had intended to make Gohan understand that as the eldest son of the family, he ought to seek a stable job to provide for himself and his loved ones. After all, she believed she knew best regarding her children's futures, and Gohan was no exception. Yet, this did not mean she could disregard her children's aspirations. Indeed, she had once thought that scions only brought trouble and harm to her family, but Goku was a scion, and so were her children. She had fallen in love with Goku precisely because of his pure heart, and Gohan and Goten had inherited his kindness and gentle nature. Recalling Gohan's gaze and expression during their conversation, that sense of helplessness gnawed at Chi-Chi's heart, deepening her anguish as time passed. until she could no longer hold back her tears. Once her emotions settled, she picked up a photograph from 7 years ago, a cherished memory taken before the Cell Games. Featuring herself, Goku, and Gohan. Her fingers gently traced the faces of Goku and Gohan, her eyes filled with nostalgia. "Goku, what would you think of me?" she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "I have hurt our most precious son. I have hurt Gohan." Chi-Chi gazed at Goku's cheerful smile in the photograph, a wave of guilt washing over her. "How could I face you? You sacrificed so much for our son. And Gohan and Goten have brought me endless joy and warmth. Yet I spoke those hurtful words out of prejudice. My heavens, you have both saved the world." And the look he gave me. "Goku, Gohan must surely resent me now." Chi-Chi clutched the photograph tightly against her chest, murmuring, "I cannot endure this feeling. I must make amends." She gently set down the photograph, rising with determination to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Gohan. When she finished, the table was laden with her carefully prepared dishes: chicken fried rice, steamed green beans, beef and potatoes, tomato and eggs, and ramen. Chi-Chi placed the meal on the table, smiling with satisfaction as she declared, "All right, it's finally ready. Now Gohan can surely reveal his adorable smile once more." Chapter 107. A conversation between mother and son. As she was about to call Gohan over, the front door was suddenly pushed open, and a familiar voice resonated in her ears. "Mom, are you home?" "I'm back." Hearing Gohan's voice, Chi-Chi hurriedly welcomed him, watching as the boy entered the kitchen, holding a small box. "Gohan, you're back," Chi-Chi exclaimed, her hands clasped together in excitement. "Thank you, Mom," Gohan replied with a smile, his gaze falling on the dishes laid out on the table, the aroma wafting invitingly. "Wow, did you make all of this for me? I thought you might be hungry after running around all day, so I prepared lunch for you," Chi-Chi explained with a tender smile. Gohan paused for a moment, then returned a small smile. "Mom, you really don't have to go to such lengths, but I truly appreciate it. You know how much I love to see my precious son well-fed and healthy," Chi-Chi responded proudly. "Now, hurry and sit down to eat, Gohan." Gohan nodded, walking to the table and placing the box beside him. As Chi-Chi watched Gohan prepare to use his chopsticks, she suddenly noticed the box he had brought back and curiously inquired, "Gohan, what's inside that box you brought?" Scratching his head, Gohan said, "Oh, I took a stroll around the nearby town and thought I'd bring back some of your favorite treats." He gently opened the box with his tail, revealing a dozen sticky rice dumplings neatly wrapped in bamboo leaves. Seeing her son's thoughtfulness warmed Chi-Chi's heart, and she said gratefully, "What a considerate child you are." "Thank you." "You're welcome, Mom. Feel free to enjoy them. Let us eat together," Gohan invited with a smile. Chi-Chi nodded, and the mother and son began to eat slowly, savoring each bite. Gohan, however, was less genteel. His scion heritage made him a bit more boisterous in his eating manners. During lunch, the two fell into a comfortable silence, each engrossed in their meal. While Gohan appeared calm on the surface, a flicker of scion excitement coursed through him. Chi-Chi, however, felt a sense of restlessness and decided to break the silence. "Gohan," Chi-Chi began softly, "you know that no matter what, your mother will always love you, right?" With his mouth full, Gohan nodded, reminiscent of his childhood. You also know that I have always acted with your best interests at heart, thinking of your future, correct?" Gohan swallowed his food and nodded solemnly. "I understand that." Chi-Chi fell silent for a moment, biting her lip as if struggling to find the right words. Finally, she spoke. "I know that these years have not been easy for you since your father passed away. In fact, it has been hard on all of us. Even Goten has been affected, though he is still too young to fully comprehend." Chi-Chi continued gently, "Over the years, I have been too stringent with your studies. I have always hoped for you to achieve greatness, and I have never regretted that. But my attitude towards your childhood, I realize now that I could have done better." Gohan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by his mother's words. "Mom, what do you mean?" "Gohan, while I loved your father dearly, he was not perfect," Chi-Chi confessed softly. "It took me a long time after we married to realize that Goku didn't truly understand how to be a good husband, though he always appeared when it mattered. He often neglected home, constantly battling alien monsters that could take his life at any moment. As his wife, I lived in fear every day, worried he might never return to be with me and our children." Gohan listened quietly, his gaze focused on his mother as he awaited her continuation. "Gohan, you were once kidnapped and forced to survive alone in the wilderness for half a year, facing dangers that no one your age should ever have to endure. And all of this was caused by your father, whether intentionally or not," Chi-Chi said, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. But Mom, Dad really didn't mean for us to go through all that, Gohan earnestly explained. Those were mostly accidents. Chi-Chi nodded. I know, Gohan. But that doesn't change the fact that my child has suffered so much, was thrown into peril, nearly torn apart by a man many times his size, and even thrown into the arena to fight a giant monster, forced to save the world. Your father never took the time to understand that you never liked fighting from the start. Gohan narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction and replied, Oh, and locking me in a small room with 10 textbooks, demanding I write 2 essays for each with almost no contact with the outside world, is supposed to be good for me? Chi-Chi pressed her lips into a thin line at her son's words. I may not know your father well, Mom, but I do know that even though he was often absent, he eventually realized that I detest senseless violence. He acknowledged this and even apologized to me, Gohan stated firmly. While Dad has many flaws, he recognized my growth and strength and accepted my desire to live life like an ordinary person. In fact, he encouraged me to continue my studies as you wished. He understands who I am and supports whatever direction I choose, always expressing pride in me. That is something you have not offered, Mom. Chi-Chi lowered her head, speaking softly. I know, seeing the guilt on his mother's face. Gohan's expression softened. I think that perhaps Goku not becoming the perfect husband I once naively dreamed of is one of the reasons I placed such strict expectations on your studies, Chi-Chi admitted. Son, I love your father, and my heart will forever belong to him. That will never change. He is a hard-working and strong man. But he is not an ideal model of a husband. In fact, when I decided how to raise you, my intention was to ensure you would differ from Goku. I wanted you to possess the knowledge we lacked, and hoped you would surpass us. Gohan nodded in understanding. Regardless of the reasons, it was wrong of me to vent the issues of life and marriage onto your education. I was too harsh earlier. I'm sorry, Gohan. I truly did not mean to. Gohan sighed, setting down his chopsticks, and looked at his mother wearily. He managed to force a smile as he said, It's all right, Mom. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Can I go rest in my room now? I'm feeling a bit tired. Chi-Chi glanced at Gohan, noting that he didn't appear tired, but from his eyes, she could tell he wished to end the conversation and have some time alone. She nodded as she watched her son stand up, awkwardly turning to leave. Just as Gohan was about to disappear through the door, Chi-Chi softly said, Gohan, I know I can be a bit short-tempered at times, but don't hesitate to share your feelings with me. I will always be by your side. Gohan turned slightly, replying, Thank you, Mom. I'll remember that. I'll head to my room now. With that, Gohan turned and walked into his room, leaving Chi-Chi alone at the dining table, still staring at the box of dumplings he had prepared for her. Looking at the dumplings, her heart ached as she thought, Gohan, how do we end up like this? We used to be so close, yet now I can only watch you grow from a distance. You've become so unfamiliar, as if you were a stranger I no longer recognize. It is all my fault. I should have offered you more support in the past. She let out a soft sigh, resolved to save the remaining food for Goten, and began to tidy up the dishes on the table, preparing them for washing. Chapter 108. The beautiful Lam-Z. The following day, in the mountains near Mushroom Forest, Sharpna was navigating the winding roads in his vibrant red Capsule Company sports car, searching tirelessly for a single individual, Tianjin Fan, the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Why was Sharpna seeking him? After having faced life and death, having seen through the deceit of Mr. Satan, and having learned the truth about the Cell Games, Sharpna came to a profound realization. He was woefully inadequate compared to the Dragon Ball warriors. He no longer wished to remain a helpless weakling. If he were to earnestly confront the future, whether in martial arts or in life, Sharpna felt he must begin anew. He needed to reclaim his strength and unravel the mysteries of Ki. In his heart, no one was more suited to be his mentor than Tianjin Fan. As he drove along the mountain roads, Sharpna mused to himself, thanks to the coordinates provided by Gohan and Bulma, finding people has become significantly easier. I hope Tianjin Fan can teach me how to sense Ki. It would certainly save me a great deal of effort in the future. After approximately 15 more minutes of driving, the navigation led him to a field atop the mountain. In the distance, he spotted a small capsule house with the name Tianjin Fan emblazoned on a wooden post by the door. A triumphant smile spread across Sharpna's face as he softly uttered, Found it. He parked his capsule vehicle in front of Tianjin Fan's residence and stepped out, surveying the surrounding farmland. The fields were abundant with cabbage, onions, carrots, and potatoes, prompting him to whistle in admiration. Wow, did Tianjin Fan cultivate all of this? This farm appears to be incredibly bountiful. He marveled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Approaching the door, Sharpna knocked a few times and waited. After a brief moment, he heard footsteps, followed by a somewhat assertive female voice from behind the door. "Who is it?" Upon hearing the tone, Sharpna surmised what kind of girl might be on the other side. He sighed, muttering to himself, "Another feisty girl? Am I destined to encounter such special women?" Clearing his throat, he replied, Hi. I'm a friend of the Son family. I'm looking for Tianjin Fan." The door creaked open to reveal a stunning blonde girl with blue eyes, adorned with a red headband, wearing a pink tank top, black pants with white knee pads, and pink boots. This was Lam-Z, once a Dragon Ball warrior herself. Lam-Z scrutinized Sharpna from head to toe, her gaze laced with suspicion. "Son family? Which Son family are you referring to?" She raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. "How do you know someone from the Son family? And Tianjin Fan, no less?" "I'm acquainted with a friend named Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. I met Tianjin Fan during that robot alien invasion incident last week," Sharpna explained, scratching the back of his head. "To be honest, I died during that battle, but I was later resurrected by that enormous dragon." Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Balls, Lam-Z's demeanor softened somewhat. "Since you brought up the Dragon Balls, it seems you're not lying. You say you know Goku's child, correct?" "Yes, Son Gohan. He is my classmate at Orange Star High School." Lam-Z smiled slightly, saying, "All right then, kid. You seem to have some credibility. What is your name, handsome?" "My name is Sharpna," he replied. "And you?" "I'm Lam-Z. I've known that bald-headed guy for many years. I'm currently staying at his place," she said. "What do you want with Tianjin Fan?" "I would like to inquire if he is taking on disciples," the blonde boy responded. "I wish to learn martial arts." Lam-Z, hands on her hips, raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to become his pupil? I doubt Tianjin Fan is in the mood to take on students right now. Even if he were to accept you, he might easily knock you to the ground during training. I advise you to reconsider. With that little frame of yours, you one tea last a day." Sharpna scoffed at her words, retorting, "Please, a friend of mine learned about this in a single day. If she can do it, so can I. And she is the daughter of Mr. Satan, while I am the top student of Mr. Satan's youth group." Lam-Z nearly burst into laughter, but managed to hold back her amusement. "All right, kid, think what you like. But if he turns you down, just don't embarrass yourself too much," she said casually. "We shall see, miss. Just tell me where he is, and I will go speak with him immediately," Sharpna insisted. "You don't need to go looking. I'll lead the way." Before Sharpna could react, Lam-Z turned and went inside, emerging moments later wielding a machine gun. Sharpna took a few steps back in fright, stammering, "Hey, what are you doing with that thing?" Lam-Z raised the machine gun, smirking at his terrified expression. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm calling Tianjin Fan over." "With a machine gun?" Sharpna exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think he can hear me shouting from over by the waterfall?" Sharpna thought to himself, this girl is completely out of her mind. Without hesitation, Lam-Z fired several rounds into the air, her voice booming, "Hey, Tianjin Fan, come out. There's a kid from Hercule City looking for you. He says he is a friend of Goku's son." Sharpna tensed up at her outburst, silently thinking that Alasha was indeed far more composed. After a moment, he noticed Lam-Z instructing him to turn around, and that was when he caught sight of Tianjin Fan flying toward them. Though he had witnessed Gohan and the others fly, seeing Tianjin Fan gracefully descend to the ground using the instant transmission technique left the city boy in awe. Tianjin Fan was clad in a deep blue martial arts uniform, a red belt cinched around his waist, white pants paired with a matching cape, and black wristbands accented with red details. His black martial arts shoes had yellow edges, exuding a commanding presence. He glanced at Lam-Z and inquired, "You mentioned a visitor?" Lam-Z gestured towards Sharpna, and Tianjin Fan turned to face him, his three eyes widening in surprise. "You're Gohan's classmate, aren't you? The kid who was resurrected by the dragon." Sharpna nodded slowly, introducing himself. "Yes, that's me." He sighed, recalling his past experience with death, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "My name is Sharpna, and I came specifically to speak with you, senior." Chapter 109. A punch and a conversation. Tianjin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Looking for a chat?" Beside him, Lam-Z added with a teasing smile, "This kid claims he wants to find a new martial arts teacher. He is quite impressive, you know, Tianjin Fan. He says he is the top student of that explosive-headed Satan." "Mr. Satan's student, you say?" Tianjin Fan scrutinized him, quietly sensing Sharper's aura. As Tianjin Fan's third eye narrowed, Sharper instantly became tense, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This boy does possess considerable potential," significantly stronger than his peers. Perhaps even surpassing Satan himself, a rarity indeed. Gohan previously trained Satan's daughter quite well. Perhaps I can contemplate this. Turning to Lan-Z, Tianjin Fan remarked. I'll handle him. Lan-Z was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. Wait, you're not seriously planning to? Tianjin Fan silenced her with a glance, prompting a resigned sigh from Lan-Z. All right, do as you wish. Just don't come crying if you're utterly exhausted later. With that, the blonde beauty sauntered back into the house, leaving Sharper and Tianjin Fan standing at the door. Sharper hesitantly began, attempting a casual tone. Is that beautiful lady your girlfriend? Tianjin Fan shook his head. No, we are merely old friends. He shifted the conversation. But why do you seek me for martial arts? I can tell, if you approach Gohan, he would certainly teach you. Sharper also shook his head. Forget it, that Son kid is extremely busy. Not only is he dealing with the criminals in the city, but he is also training Biddy. Tianjin Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. There must be another reason. Gohan has killed for me, Sharper explained. I've said many unkind things about him and his father in the past, even looked down on them. Yet Gohan avenged me and pulled me back from the brink of death. Among my friends, few could accomplish such a feat, while I would love to seek his help. I feel unworthy. He has already done more than enough for me. Tianjin Fan nodded. You feel guilt, a sense of unworthiness, don't you? Sort of, Sharper replied softly. So you came to me? Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, continuing to inquire. What do you believe I can teach you? I have recognized my weaknesses and limitations. I was blinded by my own arrogance, thinking I was on par with Mr. Satan and Biddy, believing that was enough. For a while, I was indeed satisfied with that. Sharper glanced down at his hands, his expression complex. But ever since meeting Gohan and the invasion incident, everything changed. That day, when I was resurrected, reality struck me hard. I had never felt so powerless. Tianjin Fan listened silently to his tale. Then Biddy and Alasha revealed the truth to me. The idol I had revered was nothing but a fraud. I wasted years following him, learning nothing, and even lost my life in the process. With bitterness, Sharper turned to Tianjin Fan. But you are different. You are a true warrior, a genuine champion. My father has always admired your skills. I watched recordings of your matches in the 22nd and 23rd World Martial Arts tournaments when I was young, and I idolized you. That's why I'm here, senior. I wish to restart my training, and this time, I want to follow the right path. He bowed deeply, earnestly stating, Please accept me as your disciple, Tianjin Fan. I promise to heed your guidance. No matter the training, I will endure. I want to possess sufficient strength to prevent any future dangers. Tianjin Fan regarded him for a moment, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his features. With a slight smile, he placed a hand on Sharper's shoulder. Lift your head, boy. Come, follow me. Sharper looked up, puzzled. Where are we going? Without answering, Tianjin Fan turned and led Sharper along a mountain path. 20 minutes later, beside a waterfall, Sharper was panting, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Though the destination wasn't far, the ascent was steep and treacherous. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall. Fortunately, Sharper's stamina was commendable, and he finally reached the flat ground. He lay down to catch his breath, noticing Tianjin Fan standing nearby, hands behind his back, appearing as relaxed as if on a leisurely stroll. Darn it, I thought my physical condition was decent. Do you need a hand? Still lost in thought, Sharper barely registered Tianjin Fan extending his right hand to help him up. He grasped Tianjin Fan's hand and stood. Tianjin Fan gestured for him to observe the surroundings. Following his indication, Sharper's jaw dropped at the breathtaking scenery before him. Not far from where they stood was a magnificent waterfall, the sound of rushing water reverberating as it cascaded down into a crystal-clear pool adorned with vibrant green lily pads. The ground around the pool was covered in soft grass, lush and verdant, resembling a natural carpet. In the center of this grassy expanse lay 2 flat stones, perfect for resting. Wow, where's this? Sharper exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. This is my usual training spot. Of all the training locations, this is my favorite, Tianjin Fan replied nonchalantly. Really? Sharper asked, intrigued. I know I can do push-ups and sit-ups here, but without equipment, how can I perform exercises like bench presses or weightlifting? Tianjin Fan walked over to the stone on the left, sitting cross-legged, and gestured to the empty stone beside him. Sit. Sharper nodded, imitating his position, though this posture felt somewhat foreign to him. Tell me, Sharper, Tianjin Fan began, how long have you been training? Crossing his arms over his chest, Sharper reflected on his journey. Well, my father started teaching me some basic boxing techniques when I was 9. However, I officially began lessons with a coach when I turned 10, so it's been about 7 years now. 7 years? Tianjin Fan echoed. Yes, Sharper affirmed proudly, flexing his arm muscles. These muscles weren't just for show. I've worked hard for years to build this body. With this physique, I've won numerous matches. After hearing this, Tianjin Fan rose from the stone and stepped in front of Sharper, his demeanor calm, yet slightly challenging. Try hitting me. What? Sharper exclaimed, taken aback. Stand up, and with all your might, punch me in the chest, Tianjin Fan clarified. Hesitating, Sharper stood and stared at Tianjin Fan, torn between respect for his evident strength and his own pride, convinced he couldn't be that weak. Are you sure? Yes, with all your strength, Tianjin Fan urged, patting his chest. Come on, right here. Shouldering the weight of his pride, Sharper shrugged, adopting a boxing stance, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Tianjin Fan's chest. Chapter 110. Officially taking disciples. As the full force of the punch landed, it did not even cause the slightest tremor in Tianjin Fan's body. Sharpena retracted his fist, his complexion suddenly paling, and a tingling sensation began to course through his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Upon glancing down, he saw that his fist had become swollen and red, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Damn, it feels as if I struck a steel plate, he complained while glaring at the seemingly unscathed Tianjin Fan. What on earth are you made of? Just like you, I am merely flesh and blood, Tianjin Fan replied nonchalantly. I refuse to believe that. No normal person could be this resilient. I nearly incapacitated my own hand, Sharpena exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. Tianjin Fan chuckled softly and approached him, placing a gentle hand on Sharpena's injured fist. A warm energy emanated from Tianjin Fan's touch, and Sharpena watched incredulously as the swelling of his hand rapidly subsided, the pain vanishing without a trace. Wow, what's happening? Sharpena stared in shock at his hand, flexing it in astonishment as the pain completely disappeared. What kind of magic is this? There are many things in this world that are invisible to the eye and intangible to the touch, Tianjin Fan said with a slight smile. But that does not mean they do not exist. Sharpena looked utterly bewildered, clearly not comprehending the meaning of his words. Huh? What do you mean by that? He asked, scratching his head. Have you heard of Qi? It is energy, Tianjin Fan countered. Recalling what Alasha and Bidalai had told him about Sun Wukong, Sharpena nodded. Yes, they mentioned it. It seems like those beams of light and the ability to fly are all accomplished through this Qi, although my understanding is rather limited. Tianjin Fan nodded, explaining. Let's consider Qi as akin to air. Qi is like the breath of life. Can you see air? No, but you know it exists, right? Of course. One cannot live without air. Qi is similar. It is a force that sustains life. Tianjin Fan elucidated. Every living thing possesses Qi, or energy, like air. Qi not only maintains life, but can also be harnessed for various purposes. Without Qi, there is no life. With that, Tianjin Fan opened his left hand, revealing a sphere of energy the size of a golf ball, shimmering gently. Sharpena's eyes widened in awe. Wow, that's amazing, he exclaimed, reaching out to touch the energy sphere. Tianjin Fan quickly stopped him. It would be best not to touch it. Though small, this concentrated energy can be quite dangerous. Sharpena promptly withdrew his hand, obediently heeding Tianjin Fan's warning. The reason my punch didn't hurt you is not solely because I am well trained, but because I utilized Qi. Qi can enhance one's physical abilities to an unimaginable degree for an ordinary human. With proper training, one could even punch through steel. Sharpena listened in utter disbelief, scarcely able to grasp the magnitude of what he was hearing. No wonder he was the former champion. His strength is on an entirely different level compared to ours. And he is just an ordinary human. He is undoubtedly the strongest man on Earth. As Tianjin Fan retracted the energy sphere, Sharpena gradually regained his composure and asked, wait, if everyone possesses Qi and it can be controlled, then why did no one step forward to expose Mr. Satan's lies while he was boasting about his abilities? Tianjin Fan crossed his arms and replied slowly, many martial artists perceive our path as a form of cultivation, a lifestyle. This way of life is not something everyone can embrace. Moreover, not everyone can withstand the manipulation of Qi. For us, what matters is that we have experienced and witnessed the existence of these powers, enough to believe in their reality. Thus, we do not actively seek to recruit disciples, but rather wait for those who share our ideals to approach us. I firmly believe in this principle, just like how I am now seeking you, Sharpena stated with newfound understanding. Precisely, Tianjin fan smiled subtly.